Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a lot to get to on the show today. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, I'm looking at this very depressing box score from last night's Astros game.
What? Why?
Well, I watched the actual.
Why would you do that?
I watched the actual game, and I'm like, is there anything missing? You know, is there anything that I?
Offense, Sean.
Yeah,
offense is what you're missing.
Offense, holy
offense
crap.
and a pitcher.
Oh my God.
I'd like more than 2.5 pitchers who can go more than 4 innings in a game.
Yeah.
Can I get that?
Yeah, dude.
Can I get an amen?
It was funny.
Huh?
The game last night. And look, Ryan Gusto is a rookie who it is what it is right now, as they say. Like they've got injuries in the rotation, and he's going to be getting a turn every 5 or 6 days. Last night, though, like at the very beginning of the game, he gets the first couple guys out real efficiently. I'm like, all right, and he gets ahead of the next guy.
Yeah, he's getting guys on 0-1 counts a lot. He does nothing with them.
First 2 guys out, gets ahead of the next guy, and then if I had gotten up to go to the bathroom in the middle of that hitter, I would have come back to the bases being loaded because of 2 walks and a hit batter. I'm like, oh, you're so – and he got out of that inning. To be fair to him, he got out of the first inning, but it was almost like the warning signs were there, like, yeah, this is – I know he left the bases loaded, but this is probably not going to end well. And he was – I mean – yeah, he was kind of terrible. I mean, he put 10 guys on base in 4 1/3 innings.
You're going through this trying to. Okay, he needs to be more aggressive. So he's getting up in the count early. He's got all these 0-1 counts, but then he just doesn't know how to finish. It's like when you loan money to a relative that you just like, I'm just going to try to give you a leg up here, man, and it gets started, and then you find out he's at the racetrack. You know, like he's at the racetrack again.
Yeah.
And I just need with there's cold and go to. Just start going consistently more than 4 or 4 1/3 innings into a game.
Yeah.
Most women can be satisfied with 5 or 6 easily. 4, it's a tough go of it.
Yeah.
Okay. The 4 is it's a little shy.
Women talk about that all the time.
Give me 6.
They talk about that all the time. Just give me 6 innings, all right? That's all.
Yes.
Can you give me 6 innings?
8 or 9 innings, then everybody's happy.
Hunter Brown, Hunter and Framber can go all night long, man. Yeah. Hell yeah.
You don't have to be even the average.
No.
You can be a little bit below average, and it'll be all right. This relief side, I mean, it's the 2 out of 5 times in the rotation, you're going with it might as well be a committee game.
Yeah.
You know, it's a reliever game. Here we go.
It's been good. The bullpen's, the Pirates are an awful team. They're not a good offensive team. So thankfully, the bright side, bullpen came in last night, Okert, King, and Sousa, and they shut things down and gave the Astros at least a chance to win the game last night. I looked at the standings this morning, and the Astros are up by half a game, and I choose to look at it like, man, this team, they're not a good offensive team. They haven't been a good offensive team all year. They're elite in certain areas of their pitching. They're in first place, man. This does not feel like a first place team, but it's a little bit of gravy right now that they're actually in first place. You know,
they're in first place, and if this team is going to do anything this year, it's going to be because somehow the complete pitching staff really just been doing, and then either Arrighetti comes back or Luis Garcia or Christian Javier, like one or two of those guys coming back and being a mainstay and really performing well can help lift this team up above just being a 500 caliber team. But the problem is that this offense, I mean,
they need Jordan back. They need Jordan back.
Skeens is one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. You only score one run against Skeens.
Yeah.
Great, and you win the game. Great. But I like you scored 0 runs last night. They haven't, they've had a few deluges of huge production games by and large, but they're a below average offense right now. And even with Jordan back, Jordan might lift them up to a little bit above average, but it's not like that one guy is going to make that huge of a difference, no matter how good he is.
That's right. So kind of a snoozer last night. The Astros lose 3-0. They'll try to win the series tonight. Framber on the mound tonight. Framber's been great lately.
Is it tonight or is it a day game?
It's tonight. It's a 5:40 start again. I love
these early starts have been nice. Yeah,
5:40.
I went to bed so early last night.
5:40. I'm looking up. They're getting the ninth inning is going on. It's 8:00. I'm like, oh, now this is baseball right here. Yeah.
This was also vintage early 2025 Astros in that it was boring as hell.
Really boring. It was a snoozer.
Was really, really boring.
It was a snoozer. Yeah. You're probably able to get a lot done. Last night as you had the game on in the background. Kind of.
Really, the only fun I had last night was trying to remember the various places. All the different. Yeah, every time Pham pops up, I'm kind of like, oh wait, am I crazy? Wait, I thought Pham was playing for I don't know, 1 out of 3 other teams in ML. He's played for 10 teams in his career.
He seems like a guy, and I'm basing this entirely on the fact that he walked up and punched Jock Peterson in the face before a game. I'm guessing Tommy Pham might be a guy who's a little intense to be around a lot. I
wonder if that's what. As I was thinking about Tommy Pham's long career in various different places, Sean, I'm not exaggerating. I think he's been with 10 teams.
Yeah.
Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, Tommy Pham always shows up and is like, oh, man, he just he's hurt the Astros at various times, whether it was with the White Sox, the Cardinals, the Royals, the Diamondbacks, the Mets, the Reds, the Padres, the Rays, or the Cardinals once again. That he just, I don't know, he just moves around a lot, but he's still a valuable player.
That's a good analogy. Man, I can't wait. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has not been here for OTAs so far. I am highly anticipating him being here. I can't wait to find out what this experience is about because he's still making headlines. He's not even with the Eagles, and he's in a headline with the Eagles beat writer here. He's clapping at Vic Fangio.
Well, remember, he's clapping at Vic Fangio. Yeah, explain that. And then the one glimpse we did see of him was funny. I might have to go back and find the audio, but go ahead.
I guess C.J. Gardner-Johnson went on social media yesterday, and he was responding to a comment made by his former defensive coordinator, and Vic Fangio had said that they made the decision to let C.J. Gardner-Johnson go because of salary. He called it, quote, a salary cap thing. Yeah. And Vic Fangio says Howie Roseman, the Eagles GM, made that decision. I was fine with it. Gardner-Johnson, in response to that, reposted a graphic featuring the quote to his Instagram story and added text that read, quote, just don't do them young guys like y'all did me, end quote. He also included a 100 emoji and a flexed bicep emoji.
Yeah.
Care to translate, Seth?
I don't know. I don't know exactly what it means. It feels a little bit almost like, I don't know. It feels like maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson had interpreted that as some kind of an insult or something. And that's where I enjoy the fun of it. Is you remember Antonio Brown has a history of kind of taking a relatively harmless statement by somebody and somehow turning it into an insult or something, or just attacking. I don't know. It's just I felt like it was an odd. Usually, if somebody says, "Hey, it's a salary cap cut," that is a nice way of saying we really like the guy. It's just we had to
numbers
do all
are numbers.
This, we had to get younger guys and everything.
Math.
I think Vic may have been one of the guys who wanted to keep him. And Vic, in saying that, is saying where Fangio says it's what did he say? No, it's okay with me.
Fangio said it was a salary cap thing. How he made that decision, I was fine with it.
Yeah, so like Vic. It sounds to have C. Gardner-Johnson back. The reports were that guys on the defensive side of the ball wanted him back, but he's showing deference to his boss and saying, "Yeah, I'm cool with it. I get it. I understand it." Yeah. So being a salary cap cut is not an insult whatsoever. If anything, when it's framed that way, it's kind of a compliment in that we got to take care of this salary.
So why is C.J. Gardner-Johnson angry about this, do you think?
I don't know, or if he's angry or what. Because remember,
just don't do them young guys like y'all did me. 100 emoji, flexed bicep emoji.
We gotta go.
He doesn't seem happy.
we gotta go to his press conference when he first got here, and somebody asked him a question because C.J. Gardner-Johnson was wearing kind of a funny hat. And somebody asked him a question about Cam Newton, basically making a reference to his hat.
Yeah.
And C.J. Gardner-Johnson just started laughing and saying, like, "Oh, yeah, Mario Edwards, yeah. I played with him in Dallas or something." I didn't know. I had no clue. Yeah. He was all over the place.
He might be unhinged, C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
In a good way.
Yeah. Well, if you're winning, it's in a good way. So we'll see.
Well, no, I think on this defense, it's in a good way, too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
There's a level of the way this defense plays. They've got a lot of guys out there who are unhinged, but the key is they figured out how to balance. They're unhinged on the football field, but they're Eagle Scouts off the football field.
Yeah.
And they're kind of, they kind of get it. I feel like Will Anderson, totally unhinged, but also he gets it and he knows how to conduct himself as a citizen. Kamari Lassiter, unhinged on the football field, but solid everywhere else. CJ might be unhinged everywhere. I have no idea.
I know, that's the crazy
CJ Gardner-Johnson.
CJ Gardner-Johnson. That's why I'm so excited about this defense. You could have said what you just said about this defense. And somehow we got over the Astros losing 3-0 over to C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
It's Tommy Pham.
And I'm here for it. Yeah,
Tommy Pham, as it always is the linchpin to everything.
It's 6 degrees of Tommy Pham, yes. But you could have said what you just said about this defense and the unhinged level of the whole thing. You could have said, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson could be playing on Mars for a team up there, and that would have been a true statement. They took the defense that has this level of unhingedness, they call it swarm, and you plunked C.J. Gardner-Johnson down into the secondary. Holy crap.
Hey, what should we do with this pile of dynamite? Throw some water on it.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the water tar dynamite.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Kids who might not watch Westerns these days as much as we used to back in the day, wet dynamite is way more volatile than dry dynamite.
I'm glad you explained that because
It doesn't sound like it
right.
makes sense, right? Yeah, you think like, oh, dry dynamite seems like it's not like Tinder. Which kids back in the day, Tinder was something you used to start a fire, not something you used to try to get out some.
It's still kind of something you use, just different kind of fire. That's all.
That's true. Yeah,
great name. And now that I think about it, I'm like, that was really well named.
So
it'll be a lot of fun.
Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham. So we're off and running on a Tommy Pham Thursday here on Payne and Pendergast. All right, we do have a lot to get to. Hey, Clint Stoerner is going to join us on the show today at 9 a.m. He was actually out at OTAs. Get to talk a little ball with Clint Stoerner. That's always fun. So we're going to do that at 9 o'clock today. We still have some other Astros stuff to get to. I also want to circle back to the Texans and the offensive line. This was interesting. D'Amico Ryans said one thing about the offensive line. One of his more prominent players, whose name he brings up a lot, said something almost kind of the opposite about the offensive line in his media session. So we'll have that for you. Are you okay if the 5 that they trotted out there as the ones in OTAs are the ones in week 1? We will hit some offensive line coming up next.
Are you okay with just letting your dad sit around and receive?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I like this cut yesterday that we played from D'Amico Ryan, so we're going to play it again. I thought Jalen Petrie had an interesting answer to the same question. This was D'Amico Ryan's talking about the culture shift with the offensive line. Is this something that you're seeing right now, Coach?
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact, the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they travel down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
I think it's a great answer. I love the answer. It's an acknowledgement that change was needed, and it's classic D'Amico. He's observing all the little things that go into it, right?
And as you pointed out yesterday, the drastically different mindset that's the important thing, because it hints at two things. One, that the mindset needed to change, and that two, the guys out there right now who have the mindset that D'Amico wants don't include several of the guys who were on that offensive line last year. 3 starters from last year.
That's right.
Not to mention the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator.
Yes, them too.
So for all the, no, there is no problem with the atmosphere or the culture of the offensive line.
Right.
We just happen to randomly get rid of half of everybody.
Yeah. And
better.
Right.
But no, there was no issue.
It was fine, yeah. So I love the answer. I found it funny in going back and watching Jalen Petrie's press conference. He was asked the same thing. Have you seen a difference in the offensive line from last year to this year? And this is what Petrie said.
I'm going to be honest, not yet. We haven't put on pads yet, so it's a little different. The offense and defensive line are working together in terms of OTAs because you can't hit and stuff like that. But I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I'm excited about what the future holds for them.
I think both things can be true. D'Amico is paid to look at the things he was looking at with the offensive line.
Yeah, I didn't look into that. I honestly respected Petrie for just saying, Sean, it'd be like if somebody came to me and asked, hey, Seth, how's that new sales guy for the Bull doing?
Right.
I'd be like, I don't even know anything about what the Bull, what their sales staff is doing.
But if they
we're working for the same company,
yes,
but I have zero contact with them.
It's a great analogy, because if they asked Sarah Frazier, who's the D'Amico Ryans of our office, she would have an answer. She would have a 50-second answer for that, like D'Amico did.
Right. Hey, Seth, how do you feel? Could you break down how well are they speaking Spanish on Mega? I don't know.
And back to your sales analogy, Petrie brought up the point. They're at a stage now where the hardest group to judge, in my opinion, are the trenches, because you don't have any pads on. This would be like asking you about a salesperson who's not allowed to go on sales calls yet. How are they doing? I don't know. They haven't been on any calls yet. They haven't put on pads.
He's still in training.
Yeah.
So for Petrie, the only way he would really have offensive lineman is if some dude went loco, if some offensive tackle went crazy on a screen and tried to plaster Jalen Petrie or something with no pads on. So, I'll tell you this about the one thing that I've noticed over the Texans, the young players in the last couple of years. I really enjoy how they really, and I don't know if they've been trained to do this, but they look very comfortable when presented with a question that they're either not comfortable answering or they don't have an immediate answer for. They'll just take their time with it. Mm-hmm. They'll kind of pause, think about it. They're very comfortable asking a reporter to ask the question again or clarify or something. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but a lot of times a lot of the issues that come up with players saying stuff that maybe they wish they hadn't said, it does come from just being too reactionary or just not really listening to a question. So I'm reading way too much into that. I feel like I've noticed a difference between like not just this team versus previous Texans team, but maybe just this generation compared to other generations of players.
It makes sense.
They're less likely to get agitated or because even Derek Stingley, who doesn't really enjoy the press conferences, he'll just kind of take his time, ask somebody to clarify, and I like that. I look at it as a sign of maturity.
He's exactly who I was thinking of when you brought this up. Like Stingley is a guy who will double check on what he was just asked. You know what I mean? Like,
Will was asked. Will Anderson here. Somebody asked him about one of the draft. Oh, I think it was one of the free agency acquisitions, and I could tell. I don't think he knew.
It was EJ Speed.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if Will, and it wasn't that long after they had signed EJ Speed.
No.
And I think Will I didn't want to say anything negative about a new teammate, but also was completely unaware of what the question was about.
Yeah.
And he pedaled through it well. It was all right.
He just kind of smiled and uncomfortably laughed, but like Will smiles for every answer, so it just kind of blended in, you know?
That is one thing that happens this time of year, or immediately after the draft or free agency especially, is a lot of sports writers don't realize that the players themselves are not following this stuff nearly as intently as we are.
Yeah.
And you ask some players about the draft, and they're kind of like, I don't know, I'll see them when they get here, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't been pouring through Mel Kiper's reports for the last 2 months.
I think Will Anderson is a football junkie. I don't think he had been breaking down film of EJ Speed at all during his offseason. Yeah.
I mean, anybody knows who EJ Speed is and everything, but it might have kind of – I think we as – in the media or as fans treated the EJ Speed signing with a lot more import than it actually is.
He might not have known that they signed EJ Speed.
Right. Well, no, and I think because EJ Speed, it's two things. Three things, really. One, he's got a really cool name. So you remember it when you hear it.
Yeah.
Two, he plays for the Colts.
Yeah.
And three, was part of the kind of a part of a brouhaha or a feud between him and CJ. Even though they're friends, it was like a social media, grudge. But like as far as EJ Speed's contract, it's a 1 year, up to $5 million deal.
Yeah,
and a lot of people thought like, oh wow, he might be starting, and it's true. Maybe he does end up starting. But realistically, that deal, that's the exact same deal that they gave the defensive end there, Darrell Taylor, and same number. It's that's what you pay to a guy who is a veteran backup or role player or might rotate in.
Yeah, who's going to be, who if he has a bad camp might not make the team, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
but yeah, I mean EJ Speed hopefully will show up for the Texans this year. Not necessarily as a starter unless there's injuries.
Nothing's going to be decided with the offensive line until well into training camp as far as who the five are going to be. It might not be decided till after the last preseason game. Unlike last year, where it seemed to be decided before they set foot on the field for training camp, it's going to be a very different training camp with the offensive line, and I'm looking forward to it. A lot of mixing and matching, to use D'Amico's words. By all the reports that I saw, Seth, the five that they ran out there to begin OTAs for the team drills were these five, and I'm curious if these are the five they trot out for week one against the Rams, by the way, a very good defensive line. How will we feel? Left to right. It was Cam Robinson, left tackle, Lake Tomlinson, left guard. They had Andrews out there at center to start out, so it looks like that's going to be a battle with him and Patterson. And Scruggs isn't playing any center so far in OTAs?
No, he has played center.
He has played center in OTAs?
Both guarding.
I read yesterday that he had not, but okay.
Unless I saw – okay. Well,
either way. So Andrews at center, Titus Howard at right guard, not left guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle. How are you feeling? It's the Thursday before the Rams game in week one. Yeah. How are you feeling about those
Rams
five?
With a very good defensive line.
That's right.
I'd be nervous. I'm going to be nervous no matter what configuration. There's no configuration of offensive linemen right now that I'm going to feel rock solid about until we actually see it in action. And, the one thing that I always go back to, and we've talked about this before, it's that you don't have to have 5 all-pro offensive linemen to have a good offensive line. You don't even have to have a bunch of name-brand guys. And there's 2 examples that you could look at. Ooh. Historically, the 2011-2012 Texans offensive line. You look at their 2011 offensive line, they had 1 first-rounder on there, Dwayne Brown. You got Wade Smith at left guard, third rounder from Miami originally, but Wade had spent 2 years each on 3 different teams before he got to Houston. And then he ends up being a Pro Bowler with Houston. Chris Myers had been a 6th-round pick by the Broncos. Mike Brazzell was an undrafted rookie free agent that came on my last year in the NFL, and I liked Mike Brazzell a lot, but I never really had a clue or thought, oh, yeah, this guy's going to end up being a full-time starter for a couple different teams in the NFL.
He came in 2006, and we're talking about the 2011 starting offensive line.
He really worked his way into it.
Yeah.
Eric Winston, 3rd round. Guys end up having the 2nd leading rushing attack in the league. And obviously, Arian Foster has something to do with that. Alex Gibbs Sr. as the offensive line coach has a lot to do with that.
Yep.
So it all comes back to, all right, is Nick Caley a good offensive coordinator? Is Cole Popovich a good coach? And then just to, I'm not cherry picking here. Every year there's a few good offensive lines that don't have a bunch of name brand guys. The Bucs were that offensive line last year.
Okay.
Where they've got, Tristan Wirfs is Tristan Wirfs, but they did have, they had a hodgepodge of various guys. They had some really physically talented guys, but then, some 2nd and 3rd round picks or guys. One of their guards last year, I'm blanking on his name, he'd only had 1 year as a full-time starter with the Giants the year before, one of the worst offensive lines in the league. And they were one of the best pass-protecting offensive lines in the league last year. So, coaching, and then chemistry. I'm not saying that it doesn't mean it's easy to do, but you just can't get down in the doldrums and think that there's no sign of life or hope because you don't have name-brand guys across the board.
Ben Bredeson, I think, is the player that you're talking about.
Bredeson had been in the league, I think, 4 or 5 years, and the only year he had started full-time was the year before with the Giants, when the Giants were just a mess.
Yeah, they were bad.
Yeah, it's Cole Popovich has a lot of pressure on him.
Coaching, no doubt. Payne and Pendergast with you. The C.J. Stroud shoulder topic is still going to be there until we see him throw a football. One big reason that I need C.J. to end up being okay, did a video about this thing, was Trey Wingo.
Oh!
This was Trey Wingo. It looked to be like walking around on a golf course, sweating his ass off, and just decided to drop this 30-second video about C.J. Stroud's shoulder.
All right, so Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud is not throwing at OTAs because of shoulder soreness, and the team says they're not concerned. It's just general soreness, and they think everything should be fine. Don't believe that. There's a concern. He hasn't played a football game since January. It is now June, and he has shoulder soreness. If you have shoulder soreness at OTAs, and you haven't played in months, no matter what the team says, that's a concern. That's the real situation.
The real situation. I just need CJ's shoulder to be okay.
I wish you hadn't. We're going to play something from Draymond Green later where I want to disagree with what Draymond Green says because it's Draymond Green, but I'm like, crap, Draymond Green agrees with me. That's where I am now with Trey Wingo. I was like, well, when I hear the exact same thing I said coming out of Trey Wingo's mouth,
I start to hate
it doesn't
myself.
sound nearly as brilliant as when I say it.
He was, maybe this is me being petty, he was one of my least favorite Super Bowl guests that we've ever had.
He was the worst. He came immediately, because this is why, dear listeners, I asked him a question that he immediately assumed was me saying, hey, aren't the officials cheating to help out Pat Mahomes, when it wasn't that whatsoever?
No.
And he went into, and he wouldn't let me clarify. I was like, I had to stop I was like, no, it's not what I asked, and that's not what I said. Yeah, he came in with an agenda. And then he was like, dude, he is all of these guys who get fired by ESPN who don't realize that the platform was much bigger than them. They have these egos like they're 1950s movie stars or something.
Yes.
And just dude, you worked for ESPN. That's why you're a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, just settle the hell down. All these other legends of broadcasting who actually, who I actually admire, they couldn't be more cordial or pleasant. Yeah.
He was a piece of work, man. Came in doing sponsored by some app, some betting app that it seemed like he may or may not have used at some point. I couldn't really tell.
Yeah. He was like, hey, listen, guys, I got to talk about this stupid app.
He kind of was. Yeah.
Let's ambush him next year. at Radio Row.
Yeah.
Let's have him on and then just make fun of him the entire time
And see how long he'll sit there for, how long he takes it. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Trey, back in the, 10 years ago, I might be really respectful to you because you would have been in a position to help me. But now you're just a guy. Yeah, okay.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610 if you want to text in. Don't care who they trot out as long as they don't suck again. I have zero dogs in the fight when it comes to who's playing on the offensive line. None.
Right.
Don't care who they are.
Because as I was pointing out the various blue-collar offensive lines who have done well, we're coming off of there's amongst the top 5 highest paid offensive lines in the league.
Yeah.
We've seen forever, Sean, you and I have had to deal with people saying, hey, how come the Texans never invest in offensive line? And we have to explain, no. They've invested lots and lots. Last year, they had Shaq Mason on a huge contract. They had Laramie Tunsil, who you traded 2 first-round picks to get. You had Kenyon Green, who was a first-rounder. You have Titus Howard, a first-rounder out there on the offensive line. It was not for lack of resources or spending that they didn't have a good offensive line.
Nope.
They chose the wrong guys and they coached them the wrong way.
They chose the wrong guys, and they may have chosen the wrong guys to coach them too. So we'll see how it goes. Training camp coming up in just a handful of weeks, and we got you covered here on Sports Radio 610. All right, hey, quick reminder too. Clint Stoerner's going to join us at 9:00. A lot of the things we just talked about, we'll get Clint's takes on it as well. He was out at OTA, so we'll talk to him at 9:00. Clint Stoerner, of course, of The Drive here on Sports Radio 610. Top of the hour, there's a book out with a chapter in it on Dusty Baker talking about going rogue in 2022 on the front office, which I can't wait to talk about. We'll do that at 7 o'clock, but we got headlines coming up next. Astros lose, All-Star ballots out, NBA Finals start tonight. We got plenty to get to in headlines. Stay there.
Underdog is...
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to some headlines. We'll start with the Astros. This won't take long. There was not much to talk about from last night's game by the Pittsburgh Pirates last night. As we've had a few texters point out, you pointed this out too, Seth. It's one thing if it's Skeens who's dealing on you.
Right.
You're scoring 1 run in 8 innings on Skeens and tacking a couple on against the bullpen to win 3-0. It's another thing altogether where they trot out Burrows, who's got an ERA of 8.5, and you make him look like he's Justin Verlander or something like that.
Yeah, and it's even,
Whole
it's
staff.
some of those, they go back to this last weekend when they were able to split the series, but it wasn't, you really needed your aces to be aces in those games. Right now, in terms of the very advanced stat of runs scored, the Astros are 21st in the league.
Yeah, they're bottom third, man. They're bottom third. I think they're bottom third of the league in scoring, and they're in first place in their division, which I think speaks to a few things. 1, it's not a great division, obviously. 2, the pitching's been outstanding. 3, they have been more timely in their hitting. They have had a tendency, at least enough, to win some games to where they've been getting big hits at critical junctures late in games.
If we have to look at for forever, in large chunks of the season, it feels like they can't pee a drop when there's anybody on base or in scoring position. Yeah. We've seen at least more. They've taken advantage of that, at least emotionally, it feels like more often in the last month or so than before. But they're not scoring enough runs.
No.
And they've done better in some of the advanced stats and everything, but I'm sorry. I like seeing runners cross the plate. Well, I don't like expected this hit percentage or whatever. I like seeing runners cross home plate.
Not to oversimplify, but last night Christian Walker is your cleanup hitter. He's been your cleanup hitter for most of the season. And he strikes out 3 times in 4 at-bats. He goes 0 for 4. His OPS is not even 640. You can't win games, especially if Yordan Alvarez is going to be out with his hand injury for an extended period of time. You just can't win games consistently if you have a cleanup hitter, the guy who comes up with runners on base more than anybody on your team. He's got Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, and Jose Altuve hitting in front of him. He's going to come up. And the bottom of the order has actually been pretty good, too. Jake Myers is near the bottom of the order. Christian Walker comes up with guys on base a ton, and he strikes out a lot.
And you're exactly right, too. Yordan coming back and playing like his old self would be a huge, huge deal, obviously. Huge. My gut tells me, all right, but it is still just one guy. Mm-hmm. But when you look at all the guys who have been left on base, all the times that the top of the order has done well, but nobody can send them home, it's going to hopefully would have a much bigger impact than I want to accept at this point.
Yes. So they're back at it tonight. Try to win the series tonight. Nobody better to throw out there for the Astros than Framber Valdez lately. He's been outstanding, so he'll be on the mound tonight for the Astros. Meanwhile, Major League Baseball All-Star ballot is out, so this is where we encourage you to get out and vote. Get out and vote, people. Do your civic duty. Get out and vote. And I would say if you're going to vote for anybody, vote for Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena deserves to be in the All-Star game this year. Each player's general offensive numbers on there, average, power numbers, and OPS.
Yes.
Jeremy Pena right now is among the top 3, if not top 2, in all of the stats among shortstops in the American League.
And among all players in general, he's 3rd in wins above replacement. It's Aaron Judge, Pete Crow Armstrong, and then Jeremy Pena.
3.6 wins above replacement. He's having an outstanding season. So get out and vote for Jeremy. Stuff the ballot box for Jeremy Pena.
By the way, and the notable thing about that is, because you can remember when Carlos Correa would keep giving us lessons about war and the importance because he was good at war. Correa was really buoyed in a lot of ways by his defensive war, and his offensive war wasn't as impressive, but he was up there partly because his defensive war was so huge.
Yeah.
Pena's 6th in offensive war.
Yes.
So his defense vaults him up to 3 overall, but, he is just a complete and total package, and this is with a relatively slow start to the season.
Slow start to the season, and I would point out that a lot of these numbers have been compiled for him since he got moved to leadoff. He's going to be leadoff the rest of the way. So that's why I'm saying, I feel like there's a lot of validity to these numbers with Jeremy Pena? When you factor in the improvements he was trying to make in the offseason, too.
Yeah, he's third in defensive WAR and sixth in offensive WAR, and overall, third overall.
He's got better numbers than Bobby Witt Jr. right now, who's thought to be he's the truth at shortstop. Jacob Wilson, the rookie for the A's, is just having an incredible season. He really shortstops. Pena hopefully makes it. I'll point out as well, Altuve is listed as a second baseman on the ballot, not a left fielder.
Is he really?
He's listed as a second baseman. Yeah,
that's why the All-Star game always just screws things up in some way or another, where it just are you guys paying attention?
Well, I'm cool with this because Seth, I like things like All-Star games and Hall of Fame. I like the accolades. The accolades are something that's easy to consume and quantifiable. Jose Altuve's been to 9 All-Star games. There's a very, very select group that have been to double-digit All-Star games. He's got a way better chance of getting voted in as a second baseman than he does as an outfielder.
Like I said, I like the way that the All-Star game handles these things.
That's right.
It's really a nod to just the classic intelligence that baseball people always claim they have.
Keeping their eyes on things. Absolutely.
They were, and they reiterate. By the way,
Don't
everybody, I know you've seen Jose Altuve at second base more frequently as of late, but the organization has been very clear on no. Third, left field is his main position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell that to the All-Star committee. Cam Smith is on there as well. I think him just being on the ballot is a huge notch for that trade, that Kyle Tucker trade. The Cam Smith is on the All-Star ballot.
Yeah.
Finals game 1 tonight in the NBA, OKC and Indiana. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander against Tyrese Halliburton. So that'll be tonight. Adam Silver was on Breakfast Ball yesterday. That's the FS1 show that has Craig Carton and Mark Schlereth and Danny Park talk. Adam Silver, commissioner of the NBA. I like this. Historically, I'm a fan of the All-Star Weekend. I think it's turned into just a gigantic joke. So anything that makes the All-Star game a little more watchable, I'm cool with. Silver revealed this. I hadn't seen this anywhere else. Silver revealed this on the show yesterday.
What about the concept of USA versus the world? Is that something that we will see possibly next year as you continue to try to tinker with the weekend?
Yes. So next year, as part of our new media deals, the All-Star Game returns to NBC, where it was when we were younger. And it so happens that next season we'll be smack in the middle of the Winter Olympics. So in fact, the game will be on NBC, and the very day we're on, the lead-in will be Winter Olympic events, and then coming out of the All-Star game, which is now going to be in the afternoon instead of the evening, there'll be more Olympic events. So what better time to feature some form of USA against the world? I'm not exactly sure what the format will be yet. I mean, obviously paid a lot of attention to what the NHL did with the...
Which was a huge success.
Which was a huge success.
The Frozen Four.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
It was great.
But also, going back, last summer, our Olympic competition was a huge success. I mean, those games, USA, Serbia, USA,
I love
France.
watching it.
And by the way, to your point about the European style, I mean, a more physical style of basketball, a 40-minute game, which
is why
reference
we
again.
you love the 40-minute game.
I just said it happened to be a 40-minute game in the Olympics, but yeah, we're not changing it. But it was, but I think that's another example.
This is the format, and this is how you get maximum eyeball significance. The winner, whether the USA wins or loses the All-Star game, will determine how much foreign aid we dole out to these countries of the players that are on it. The players on the world team, if they can win this game, then their respective countries will get their foreign aid amped up. If they lose, they get it shut down. Now you might say, well, Seth, that sounds like the foreign players are a lot more incentivized. We're like, yeah, well, we have to, you have to really, be sure that the American players know how much hatred they're going to get on social media if we end up having to dole out more foreign aid, okay?
I like this. They need to get you involved in this. That's a good
Obviously.
Yes.
Obviously, I could fix this damn government in a second.
My feeling on this NBA All-Star game, if we're like power ranking the things that would get people intense enough, like the certain aspects of life that would get two sides angry at each other enough to have a good basketball game, Obviously, political affiliation would be number one.
I do. There is a. Given the current climate, there is a part of me that's kind of like, do we really want to just? Do we have to add and pit it like USA versus the world any more than just however the normal circumstances are right now? I don't know if we do.
I would say political affiliation. I would say age. My idea forever has been pick your all-stars, pick your 24 guys or 30 guys or whatever, and just divide it right down the middle, and all guys to the left of that number are on one team, all guys to the right of that number are on another team, because there's nothing that the olds love more than being able to embarrass the youth. You know? I say that as somebody who's skewing older these days. So let them show their dad's strength.
I do.
In a game.
All jokes aside, I like this idea of the USA versus that. And it is also, I don't know, it's a kind of a testament to how far basketball has come. And just, Sean, I remember my freshman year in college, I remember there was a kid on my floor of our dorm who had gone, he had taken a couple years off after high school and gone and worked. It wasn't with the Peace Corps because it was some kind of mission in Eastern Europe. And they had just put up a backboard, a hoop, in this small little Eastern European town that he was in. And the people were kind of getting into basketball. But my friend who was played JV basketball in high school, he would go out and play, and they were looking at him like he was Michael Jordan. They were just like, oh my gosh. He was making layups with his left hand.
It's crazy.
Oh.
My senior year in high school, my family, we went on a trip to Europe, and me and my brother, who's 2 years younger than me, we found up, I forget what country it was in, some playground with a hoop, and we got a ball, and we started shooting, and some of the locals came up and were looking at us like, oh, wow. I'm like, dude, I don't even play on my high school team.
Are you on the Globetrotters?
Dude, we started playing some of them 2-on-2 and 3-on-3, and we were just pounding
God.
them.
What did they do when somebody...
Unicorn. Total unicorn. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
It's like 30, 40 years ago. 30 years ago.
Yeah, and now the U.S. might be an underdog in this game.
Know.
Who knows? I mean, the European team is going to have Luka and Giannis. And, oh, man. All right. Hey, did Dusty Baker go rogue in the 2022 postseason? There's a new book out that suggests that Dusty Baker took the suggestions of the front office of the Astros and crumpled it up and threw it in the garbage can. We will tell you, and it all worked out. It all worked out in the end. We've got that for you coming up next.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so did Dusty Baker go rogue during the 2022 postseason? There's a new book out that suggests that Dusty took the suggestions of the front office that year, that postseason, but wasn't all that hip in terms of actually implementing what they wanted him to implement.
Classic old school move of the older guy taking the memo and wiping his butt with it.
That's exactly what it was.
Getting all the young junior executives out, taking them out. They're like, oh, we're going to drive out into the country, and I'm going to go down, I'm going to squat down by the side of the road, and this is what I'm doing with your memos.
So this is the story. Veteran baseball writer Scott Miller has a book that is either coming out or it's out. It's called Skipper: Why Baseball Managers Matter and Always Will. And in the book, Dusty Baker and Cito Gaston, who are former teammates, longtime friends. Of course, Cito Gaston won 2 World Series with the Toronto Blue Jays in the early 90s. Dusty and Cito Gaston are 2 of 3 black managers to win a World Series. Dave Roberts of the Dodgers is the other one. And it's about that aspect of it, the racial aspect of baseball and hiring, and how there's even today there's only a couple of black managers in baseball. But the part that is relevant to Houston Astro fans is this. Baker said he heard from Houston's baseball operations people throughout the 2022 World Series against the Phillies, which the Astros, as we all know, won in 6 games. He stuck with some of the team's mainstays despite the trade deadline additions of players such as Christian Vasquez and first baseman Trey Mancini.
Oh, Mancini.
Baker told Miller, quote, nobody wanted Yuli Gurriel to play. Nobody wanted Martin Maldonado, to catch. The operations people didn't want Pena to bat second either. But I've got to do what I think is right. You know, I'm a numbers man, too. I've always used numbers, always. But I don't use them 100%. There are no absolutes in this game, period. Whether I go with my feelings or whether I go with numbers, there are no absolutes because the opposition can change your absolute formula by a homer or a blooper or a walk or whatever it is, end quote. Which echoes, Seth, something he said, I feel like constantly throughout his time here, which is, hey, man, I like the numbers too. I'm paraphrasing here. I like them. I just don't like them as much as, the nerds up in that office up there like the
right,
numbers.
or just lean on them heavily.
On them, yeah.
It is. A lot of the stories from this book, it really is just kind of an illustration of trying to find that balance between the old school and the human side of things for you. And I love a couple of them because some of it, sometimes managers lean way too much into the look in a guy's eye or whatever. But there are times where, man, you can tell if a dude has just lost it all of a sudden. There was a story that was relayed to me once about Brian Hoyer when he was benched in the first game of the season. And people looked at it as like, wow, just, man, look at him. I can't believe O'Brien pulled the plug on him that quickly. But based on the way Brian Hoyer was operating, or, think about that classic clip from the college game where the backup quarterback came in and his hand was shaking. Yeah, like sometimes it's pretty damn obvious. Like sometimes you can see it, and the numbers don't tell you that. The stuff that happens in the moment, or just even, or it's like, man, I smell alcohol in this guy's breath. That wasn't Hoyer.
No.
But like in a baseball situation or whatever, there are little kind of micro interactions that only the manager knows. And it's not just necessarily always him going with his gut feel or because he likes the veterans. Because I know Dusty, it always felt like, oh my God, why is he's just leaning on these veterans way too much, or he's using the back of their baseball card to make it. versus, at the same time, he was insistent on sticking with Pena in the two-hole in that series. It wasn't just that he had an allegiance to old guys. It was just he was going with what he felt about these players individually.
And for the Pena part of this, where he kept Pena in the two-hole, he cites the exact thing that you're forget about the numbers. What is the vibe I'm getting off of this guy? And Baker told Miller, quote, he's out there with the other young players, and like Bo said, and Bo is Bo Schembechler. Let me back up. Dusty Baker said that he got advice from the late Michigan football coach Bo Schembechler at one point that you can see in a player's face whether he's up for the moment or not, and that helped sell him on Pena, who was replacing Carlos Correa at the time. Here's the quote from Dusty Baker. He's out there with the other young players, and like Bo said, you can see fear, you can see anxiety, or you can see that the kid doesn't have a scared bone in his body, or you can see his intelligence, you can see his heart, you can see it all by looking at his face.
Yeah.
I'm a believer in the face. I'm a believer in the
right.
face.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. And on the analytical side of things, people hate hearing that because the problem is that some people are genuinely good at it and some people are bad at it. And we as humans tend to overestimate our ability to understand other people's emotions. We're not nearly as good at it as we like to think we are. We misinterpret it all the time. But it's a hard skill to measure, but I think some managers simply do have that and know and understand. Because personally, I lean towards, I think sometimes coaches do use facial expression and body language more than they should, but it doesn't mean that it's completely invalid.
Yeah.
I think some guys are really good at understanding which individuals, whatever it means, does mean something. So that's like the emotional intelligence side of things. That a guy like Dusty Bever that probably has a much better feel for it than a lot of people, and especially than the quants.
Yep.
So it's I'm not sitting here saying that the analytics guys are dumb or anything. It's that you got to find that balance. And as much as it seemed like Dusty was anti-analytics in a lot of ways, you can't discount or undervalue that human side of things.
The two players, it's interesting. The two players that Dusty claims that the front office wanted him to maybe minimize more than he did, Yuli Gurriel and Martin Maldonado. The Maldonado one I don't find hard to believe at all, just based on how Dusty treated Maldonado, not just in 2022 in the postseason, but throughout his entire Astros career. The Yuli one was really interesting to me. Like, wow. I mean, Trey Mancini was a good player. He was really good for the Astros right out of the chute. Remember, he hit like a home run in his first 3 games as an Astro.
Yeah, and remember, just as a reminder, they traded for him midseason.
Yeah, they traded with the Orioles to get Trey Mancini, and they traded for Vasquez from the Red Sox. So they got both of those guys at midseason. But it's not like, if I remember correctly, it's not like Trey Mancini tore it up once he became an Astro after those first few games. No, it was
really bad for a long time, and in the playoffs as well.
Yeah. So why, and Yuli ended up having a great postseason. Like Dusty made the right call on. They won the World Series, so I wouldn't change anything, right? Even if Yuli Gurriel hit 182, I don't care. The result was the World Series. But Yuli had a really good postseason that year, and Yuli that one I agree. Of all the things that get cited in here as the decisions that maybe Dusty went against the grain on, Pena in the 2-hole, Maldon, playing Vasquez more at catcher. Vasquez only ended up catching one postseason game, and it was the combined no-hitter in Game 4 of the World Series. Yeah. The Yuli one is curious to me because that does feel like one, yes, he was significantly worse offensively in 2022 than he was in 2021 when he won the freaking batting title in the American League. His batting average dropped by over 70 points year to year. But that's one to me where, okay, Trey Mancini has not been in the postseason, maybe at all to that point. He'd been an Oriole his whole career. And Yuli had been in several postseasons, some in seasons where he was really good in the regular season, some where he wasn't as good, but he always had big moments, Yuli
And in the World Series, he went 6 for 19. He had a 316 batting average in the World Series. Yeah. But Mancini also made that great play in Game 7 at first base.
He did, yeah. So there was, Game 6.
Defensively, or Game 6 defensively,
So the other one here, the decisions that Dusty may have gone against the grain. This just says, as far as another one of his memorable decisions from that World Series, and this was one I had forgotten about, Seth, the pivotal Game 5. Astros had just tied the series at 2 in the previous game with the no-hitter. Letting Justin Verlander face the Phillies lineup for a third time in Game 5 with a 2-1 lead in the 5th inning. Baker told Miller he recalled the advice of former Dodgers teammate Tommy John. A good pitcher can get out of trouble 3 times, a so-so pitcher maybe once. After giving up a 2-out double, Verlander retired Nick Castellanos. Oh, God, I remember this. After a 10-pitch at-bat to get out of the inning. And I remember that at the time. It was the 5th inning, and I'm watching this and going, man, Dusty is leaving. Dusty, I thought clearly Dusty was leaving him in there to get his first World Series, to get Verlander his first World Series when he'd never won a World Series game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, man, he's leaving him in because you got to get through 5 innings as a starting pitcher. And they actually brought that up in the book with Dusty, and he said that that wasn't the reason why, but it was in his heart. He said Baker maintained getting Verlander the elusive win was not why he left him in, but admitted, quote, "It was in my heart," end quote.
It was in you. If it's in your heart, it seeps into your brain.
Yes,
that's the one thing.
Yes,
yeah.
So. I thought that was
well, no, it's not like the fans. The funny thing is, the Astros fans were aligned with a lot of the things that the analytics folks would have been telling Dusty and that too.
Yeah.
The undying love and devotion to Maldonado and anything else with there. I don't think it's not. No manager ever makes all the perfect decisions. It did. If I had to choose for a guy that balances out the analytics with the human side of it, I think Dusty was way more on the human side of things. Hinch was probably a little bit more on the analytics side of things, and plus Hinch got his chance or a second chance because he would go all in with the analytics and everything. So I think there was somewhere in between is probably the best spot. Somewhere in between Hinch and Dusty Baker is like the genuine guy that both worlds and have the human touch but also understand the analytics.
Yeah, I think and it may depend on the team too, the makeup of the team. I thought Dusty was the perfect manager for that particular group of guys. Yeah. It's a veteran team. A veteran team that was the villain, that was the villain coming out of the sign stealing.
Right.
scandal.
I mean, Dusty, if you think about really how it felt when they hired Dusty, it was almost like, okay, nobody knows what the hell's going to happen after all this stuff blows over.
Yeah.
And by the way, COVID, and that maybe just we need somebody who can steady the ship.
Yes.
And who knows how long they expected Dusty to actually be there when they first hired him. They just wanted somebody that could steady the ship.
Yep.
And he did a brilliant job of it.
He did, no doubt. They bring up in here the fact that Dusty's career ended with the ALCS loss to the Rangers in 7 games, where the Astros lost all 4 games at home. And I got to thinking, I'm like, man, has there ever been a team? The Astros in a 6-season period from 2019 to 2024 were eliminated from the postseason. And in 3 of those series in which they were eliminated, they won 1 World Series. So they're obviously eliminated from the postseason 5 times out of those 6 years. 3 of those 5 eliminations were in series where they lost every game at home.
Yeah.
They lost all 4 games at home in the 2019 World Series to the Nationals. They lost all 4 games at home to the Rangers in the 2023 ALCS. And if you want to count last year, they got swept around. That's insane.
It's insane.
Win a game at home.
You think it's insane when you think about how this run all started when it was the ALCS in 2017, where the noise and everything was just so incredible at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
The bipolarity of this team when they were in the golden era, and especially in the last few years even. Yeah. It's been, I don't know. Sometimes it's been interesting. We're like, oh, yeah, but you still won the World Series. And sometimes it's been devastatingly emotionally painful.
Chandler Rome, speaking of Minute Maid, now Dyken Park, kind of a convenient cutting off point timeline-wise, in the history of the team, that the year 2000 was their first season in the new stadium, which now is not all that new anymore. But the Chandler Rome, I guess all the beat writers for The Athletic were tasked with putting together an all-2000s team, an all-century team for this century for their respective teams. Chandler put his together for the Astros, Chandler Rome of The Athletic, and I by and large agree with most of it. I think there's one part of his all-2000s team that's very clunky.
Yeah.
Very clunky. So I'll just go through. I'm going to lay it out who's on the team. It's a 9-person starting lineup, 5 starting pitchers, and a closer.
This is all 2000s, remember?
Yes.
Not all-time Astros.
The beginning date for something like this should be January 1st, 2000. Yes. First base, Lance Berkman. Second base, Craig Biggio. We'll come back to that. Stop Carlos Correa. Third base, Alex Bregman. Catcher, Jason Castro. And then the outfield, left to right, is Jose Altuve in left field, which he's been playing for all of 2 months. George Springer in center field, and Kyle Tucker in right field. He's got Jeff Bagwell as his DH, and his starting rotation is Justin Verlander, Dallas Keuchel, Garrett Cole, Roger Clemens, and Roy Oswalt. The closer is Ryan Presley. So, and with the closer, I guess it comes down to Presley or Lidge. He chose Presley based on the postseasons, which Presley was amazing. I don't have a big problem with that. The part that is super clunky to me is it feels like he's pigeonholing Bagwell, but to a much greater degree, Biggio in this thing. Bagwell, actually, people only remember like maybe the very end where Bagwell just couldn't throw the ball anymore. Bagwell had 5 seasons in the 2000s, from 2000 to 2004. He didn't make an all-star team, but he was still elite offensively. He was like 30, 40 home runs, 140 RBI guy. Put that aside.
He had 927 OPS in the 2000s, since the year 2000.
Zero issue.
Yeah, it wasn't like he had those last couple of years were not,
Yeah, zero issue with Bagwell. Zero issue with Bagwell. The Biggio at second base, and then to kind of pigeonhole Altuve, because you have to have Altuve on this team, in my opinion, the greatest player in the history of the franchise. When I was scrolling down this article, Seth, and I saw Biggio at second base, I'm saying to myself, are you kidding me? He's not going to have Jose Altuve on the. And you get down to the outfield, and he's in left field, which just putting Jose Altuve in left. This feels like, and I hate saying this. This is why some of these exercises are uncomfortable, because it feels like somehow you're downplaying Craig Biggio in this. You know, not you. I'm saying like a general you. Like if you're having the opinion I am, I feel like, am I minimizing Craig Biggio? I just don't feel like Craig Biggio necessarily belongs on the All-2000s team ahead of Jose Altuve, who I think you can easily put at second base. And then I would put Yordan Alvarez in left field, and I would leave Bagwell on the team as the DH. That would be how I would remedy this. And I would apologize to Craig Biggio and say, sorry, you're not on the All-2000s team.
This is the biggest problem about it, is that Biggio played second base just for the first couple of years of this century.
And then in his last year, he played second base as well.
Right,
yeah.
but as a second baseman specifically, it wasn't like.
I agree with you.
From 2000 on, it just wasn't. He barely played second base.
Yeah.
It just wasn't. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And his OPS was in the 700s, and he didn't make an all-star team in the 2000s. Chandler cites the fact that the 3,000th hit that Biggio had, which came in 2007. Was a very seminal moment for the organization, which it was. I was there. It was really, really cool. It's just, sometimes there are hard decisions to be made on stuff like this. I just feel like I put Altuve at second base where he's played virtually his whole career. Put Yordan Alvarez in left field, because Yordan 100% belong. And then, make a utility spot for Craig Biggio. Whatever. It's just, I feel like that's the approach that I would have taken on this one.
Yeah, I have a feeling that when Chandler first got this assignment, he was like, "Oh crap! Oh, you bastards!" All right, great. We're gonna start with an arbitrary date of 2000, and then I got to make hard decisions. It's kind of like feels like when you get into arguments about whether a guy should be in the Hall of Fame or not.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, I'm gonna end up looking like a jerk because I'm gonna say this guy doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame, and it makes it look like people interpret it as that I'm calling the guy a bum or something. No, he's awesome. He just doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it was funny. My situation with that personally was I did an article for the Houston Press about the Texans Ring of Honor and what I felt like the threshold should be for the Texans Ring of Honor, and brought up specific players, like yes or no kind of thing, without really kind of realizing, like, oh, yeah, that's right. Some of these players still live in town and read my articles. Owen Daniels, like, tweeting at me, like, hey, What did I ever do to you? No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He was cool about it. The starting pitching, without going through the whole quarter century, like Verlander, no-brainer. I feel like Clemens won a Cy Young and was awesome, no-brainer. Roy Oswalt was outstanding. No-brainer, Roy Oswalt. Garrett Cole, only 2 seasons, but they were 2 of the most dominant seasons in the history of the franchise. Mm-hmm. Dallas Keuchel is an interesting one because Dallas Keuchel had Young. He had another good year where he made the All-Star team but was injured for a decent chunk of the season. And then other than that, he had 2 okay years, and then, then he had his younger years where he was just a struggling up-and-comer. And when I think of Keuchel, I'm like, who would you rather have starting a big game, Keuchel or Framber Valdez? The difference between these two is like razor thin when it comes to the numbers over the course of their Astros career. So I mean, maybe it's just a rhetorical question because Keuchel is so far in the rearview mirror, but Framber is right there for me in terms of cracking this 5. Keuchel's a Gold Glover and won a Cy Young Award. That's probably the tiebreaker, I'm guessing, for Chandler in this thing.
Yeah. That's the fact that they made it when you have to actually break it down by position. And you're right. I undershot Biggio because it was he played way more games at second base through the first several years or the last years of his career.
Yeah.
That extended on into 2000.
Yeah, it was about 50-50.
Still not nearly the same number of games that Altuve has played at second base.
Like a month.
And it's just
it's just clunky.
He's treating this like the opposite of how the All-Star committee is treating the All-Star voting this year, where they have Altuve listed as a second baseman.
That's right. So Chandler does a good job on it. I just disagree with a few of the things, but I would say go check it out, especially if you're a subscriber to The Athletic.
I don't blame Chandler. I blame The Athletic in general for making him do this exercise.
Well, it was funny you say that. See, I love articles like this. I'll read the ones for some of the other team accolades. I love them. The picture for this article, when the title was the Astros all-quarter century team, and the picture for the article is Biggio high-fiving Bagwell, I'm like, oh, this is going to be an interesting – it was a really good choice of picture because when you think of this entry for the Astros, you largely think of the last 10 years. You don't think of the first 5 or 6 years. Mm-hmm. And so when I saw that picture, I'm like, well, Biggio and Bagwell are on this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's getting left off?
If there's any advice I could give to a young athlete, it's don't have your career be evenly divided between 2 centuries
or a decade.
Or 2 decades.
Yeah.
Right. God help you if you have 4 awesome years in 2026 through 2030. So if you can do it, if you can help it, don't get born until it coincides with your pro career starting at the beginning of a decade.
100%.
Just do that.
My last take on this thing is Lance Berkman is one of the most criminally underrated baseball players of all time. Not underrated Astros. He didn't make the cut on the Hall of Fame ballot the first time he was on it, and you only need 5% of the vote. He got like 2% of the vote. Lance Berkman made multiple All-Star teams, multiple Silver Sluggers, top 5 MVP votes. Last I looked, he has the second highest OPS of any switch hitter in the history of baseball, not named Mickey Mantle. Like that's like I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer, but that he doesn't make the cut to stay on the ballot for.
Yeah, that was it. It almost felt like slough off from some kind of anti-Astros sentiment.
He got caught up in the sign stealing scandal.
Wasn't even here when did Luno get hired? 2013?
2011.
11, that's right. He spent 2 years. He wasn't even here then.
No.
Bagwell finished in 2013. His last year in Houston was 2009.
You said Bagwell. I'm just
sorry. I meant Berkman. We were talking about Berkman.
Yeah.
Now, Berkman did follow my advice because he started his career off right before the century.
Yes.
His first year was 99.
99,
right?
yeah. Yep.
So, that was perfect in that regard. So it helped him on this list.
Yes, it sure did. If
he had been born 10 years earlier, we'd have to have some kind of awkward Yuli-Guri. I don't know. It just,
I'm glad we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Text message that talking about Dusty Baker going rogue. Still terrible moves. Nothing changes that. They weren't terrible moves. They won. Yeah. Is it Dusty sticking with Yuli? Dusty sticking with Maldonado? Putting Pena in the
I don't know.
T-ball?
Vasquez played well too. The Maldi dynamic was just weird.
Yeah.
He had such an undying devotion to Maldi.
That may have been the
bled
pitchers.
over was somehow people believed that that somehow the pitchers that you're paying $20+ million per year have to have their super special guy to throw to, or else they're no good at all. It's true. Yes, I don't mean to downplay how good Maldi was at calling a game or anything, but you got to strike a balance between. Those guys are going to be good pitchers regardless.
For sure. Vasquez caught a no-hitter. You know what I mean? So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
This is a rough segment for me with the names. Too many names and dates flying around.
The bees. You got killed. You got hit by
myself in the face.
You got hit by the bees, man.
All right.
Bagwell and Berkman. You got hit by
There's nothing that gets you thinking better, like repeatedly hitting yourself in the face.
Just ask Ken Giles, who was not the closer on the All-Century team for the Astros. All right, so tomorrow, every Friday, we do a segment at 9 a.m. on Fridays called Take-A-Mania, where we have the worst takes of the week, challenging the reigning, defending world champion Bad Take. I was not here for last Friday's Take-A-Mania. Brandon Scott was in for me, Seth. Is Andrew Perloff still our reigning, defending champion in Take-A-Mania?
He is, I believe.
Yeah, I think he is. I think
we might have to rotate him out soon. As soon as a contender that comes, this is how we're going to handle it, everybody. For Take-A-Mania, because Angelo Cataldi might have won it, or now Andrew Perloff might win this thing for the next 9 straight months. So we're going to have an end-of-the-year tournament, and basically if somebody comes along, if there's a contender that we could see also making the end-of-the-year tournament, we're going to roll out the old champion and wait until the end of the year.
We'll
so
see.
For right now, Perloff is safe unless somebody says something really stupid this week.
But let's not adjudicate these versus Perloff yet. I just want to put these out there and plant the seed. These are just samples like Costco for the audience right here. This was Kendrick Perkins. Now, Kendrick Perkins of ESPN, who was in Take-A-Mania last week, right? I wasn't here, but he made the cut. Was Ben's name?
Right.
What was his
take?
take?
It was that Ant-Man can't be the face of the NBA because he's not a family man.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't. Yeah,
which I ended up arguing with Clint Stoerner via text about. Yeah.
Sounds
well, Clint, this is the problem. Is Clint? We'll have him on in an hour and a half. Yeah. Clint, Kendrick Perkins said a lot of stuff about how you got to have a family, this, that, and the other thing. Clint said, yeah, a lot of that stuff's true. Yeah, when you have a family, it does stabilize you and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, Clint, but that's not the argument we're having.
Yeah.
We're talking about whether you should be disbarred from being the face of the league
combo,
based on whether you're married or not. And the vast evidence shows, like Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Tiger Woods, those guys were the face of their respective leagues or what have you when they weren't married. And it's just it's a bad take by Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, bad take. So
anyway,
we're not replaying that take. Kendrick Perkins is back with this take. Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns. I know as somebody that there are Rocket fans out there that would love to see Devin Booker in a Rockets uniform. There had been reports throughout the season that maybe the Rockets would target Devin Booker. Sounds like that's cooled off, according to Kelly Iko of The Athletic. This has nothing to do with the Rockets. It has everything to do with Devin Booker. Kendrick Perkins talking about why he would think differently of Devin Booker if he stayed in Phoenix this offseason on a contract extension.
Not only trading KD, but trading Devin Booker. And this is going to tell me a lot about Devin Booker. Here's why. He has been activated. You know why? Because he sees you, Shanae Malik, he's what? He's just starting his prime. His prime has been activated. This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for. Right now, and I'm just going off of right now. The Mavs, Lakers, Nuggets, OKC, Minnesota, that's 5. Houston, that's 6. And we can really keep going. So Devin Booker, I don't want to ever get to the point where I look at him and call him a loser. But if he comes to a place where he's okay with being there and not leveling up to go to an organization where you actually could compete for a championship and you ready to just stay there, basically for another rebuild, I got a problem with that.
Here's why I don't like that take. Is what what Kendrick Perkins is implying there is that Devin Booker needs to go gang up with some other people to go win a championship. And somehow if he doesn't...
And that somehow he's choosing and sticking with the team that he's on, it's somehow
makes him a
like
loser.
a character flaw.
It makes him a loser. It makes him a loser if he doesn't go gang up with some other star players to try to win a title is a horrible take. Horrible.
This is why, Sean, you know what, though? And then the biggest test for this is, okay, how do you feel about this in a situation like, say, when Houston wanted Chris Bosh?
Yeah.
But Chris Bosh decided to stay in Miami.
Right.
Mike Meltzer destroyed me because, in a good way, he shut me down because I was having a take similar to Kendrick Perkins.
Okay.
I was saying, what? Does Chris Bosh not want the under chance? Come to Houston and be a winner. And Mike said, well, is this really what we want of our athletes? I thought we admired when guys wanted to stay with their own team.
Yes.
And when they wanted to stick it out and see it through. Loyalty from a professional athlete. And I said, damn it, Mike, I will not concede this in this moment, even though you are 100% correct.
And now, 11 years later,
I will argue. No, I did. In the moment, I was like, yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, like, what are we really at the point where we're going to criticize a guy for wanting a professional athlete where people get jaded about how professional athletes are just mercenaries and whatever. But now we're at the point where in the NBA, if you don't go ring chase or try to create a super team, yeah, you're a loser because you want to stay with your team. I can't get on board with that.
No, it's a bad take. It's a really, really bad take, and I'm anxious to see how it does tomorrow when we put it up against Andrew Perloff.
Well, that's where, the like Freddie Freeman with the Braves.
Yes.
That's the ultimate story of a guy that, man, when the Braves reset, that he like, boy, if you really want to go win or something, go somewhere else. And they talked to him, and he said, no, we want you here for the turnaround.
Yes.
And Freddie Freeman stuck it out with the Braves and ends up winning a World Series against some team. I don't remember who it was.
I don't either.
And
that's
that's what every sports fan would want is a guy that's going to stick it out.
Bad take. Bad take. All right.
It's a bad take, especially because it's a sign of how the culture of the NBA is turned into like zero allegiance to the team or the city or anything else like that, even amongst a lot of fans.
Yep. All right, second one here. Again, preview for tomorrow's Take-A-Mania. This is Lisa Leslie, who looks to be in this video on a podcast with Draymond Green and a couple other people.
She's in the shop there. It's, yeah.
Okay.
It's on the shop, I believe.
The shop. So
LeBron's deal.
Okay, that was on LeBron's pod. Okay, gotcha. So this is Lisa Leslie. She made Draymond Green angry, man. This is Lisa Leslie talking about throwing an idea out there that maybe the NBA needs to help subsidize the WNBA.
I think I saw something that said like one player that makes maybe $12 million on the NBA team could cover the whole WNBA salary.
Yeah, that's insane.
So that's kind of like crazy. And again, we're what, 26 years young, so it's not like we're comparing ourselves to the NBA, but I do feel like the pay gap would be something that, we could just take a donation around the NBA maybe one night y'all don't go to the casinos.
I have something on this, though, because it pisses me off. It pisses me off because I don't think there's anyone in America that supports the WNBA more than NBA players.
100%.
The NBA players support the WNBA like
the most,
more than we probably support the NBA, and it bothers me.
Okay, I hate that I'm agreeing with Draymond Green here, but Sean, you use the word subsidize, like maybe, and she presents it like maybe the NBA should. The NBA does subsidize the WNBA. That's the part. I think the investment could be more or something, but they made a huge initial investment and then continue to subsidize over $15 million per year to the WNBA. Yeah. So I feel like don't come and say, hey, I wish you guys would help us when they are in fact already helping you. Yeah. And it's bothering me. It's bothering me that I'm agreeing with Draymond Green on this and so Lisa Leslie might argue that maybe it should be more or whatever it is, but don't come and act like we haven't already done a lot for you. Yeah, it's that's the part that would bother me.
They're conflating the WNBA players, and Lisa Leslie's not alone. There's plenty of other WNBA players who have had horrific takes on how much the players should make. They're equating the work that they're doing with the audience that they draw. yes, you work hard at your craft. You work hard at your game. You play not as many games as the NBA. I think they only play 40 games, something like it's a shorter season. But the NBA draws way more eyeballs than you do. Like, that's where the revenue is not generated through the work. The revenue is generated through butts in seats and eyes on television. Like, that's just because you're working as hard as somebody at a job, especially in media, doesn't mean you are deserving of the same income as them. It's about the audience that you draw. And subsequently what sponsors spend on advertising and all those things. I don't need to do business 101 on all this. That's a bad take. Especially, you're right, because it's already being subsidized.
For me, the worst part of the take is that she's not recognizing that they already do get as by NBA.
Yeah.
And presenting it that way, it almost presents an image of the NBA just sitting around and just seeing what happens with the WNBA. When no, the NBA is very much looking at the WNBA as something that they'd like to grow and develop. So if she were saying it in good faith, it would be, we feel like they should be investing more.
Yeah. Yep.
And the players, not all that indirectly, are. Because the NBA has spent money on the WNBA, the players are, in fact, giving some of their salary up.
Yeah.
Because the whole pool of the total revenue is all dictates, how much the players are getting.
All right, game one tonight. Speaking of basketball, game one tonight, Thunders and Pacers in OKC. All right, you'll hear those takes again tomorrow at 9 o'clock on Take-A-Mania. Up next, The Athletic has one question for each new play caller in the NFL this season. Checks notes. Yep, Texans have a new play caller. His name is Nick Caley. What is the big question that they have? What's the big question you have for Nick Caley and his role as play caller for the Houston Texans? We'll hit that coming up next. But first, let's talk about Dr. Ben Salem.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. You can text the show 713-572-4610, and the early texts are weighing in, saying it's going to be a battle tomorrow, Seth, at 9 a.m. between Perloff and Perkins. Andrew Perloff.
Perkins, and it's almost funny because Perkins' belief that Devin Booker, he'll think less of Devin Booker if he chooses not to leave the team he's on.
Right.
It's a clash of worldviews, really, because in some ways it's just, there you have Kendrick Perkins, one of the main voices, whether you like him or hate him, about basketball in the national media. Unless you're a mercenary, you're not the right kind of guy.
Yeah.
Unless you're willing to just go wherever and move around. Whereas I think most fans in any sport feel like, ideally, you're never going to get it, but you'd love to have a player that wants to stay on his own team and stick it out.
Yep.
Perkins just throws that right out the window.
Yep.
Because he thinks that Devin Booker should just bail and go wherever the best chance is.
His text message, and then we'll get to Nick Caley here. Yet if he ever wins in Phoenix, Devin Booker, he'll be praised like Dirk Nowitzki, who stuck it out in Dallas. He'll be a legend in that city. And Perk would say that if he won. If Booker won, Perk will say that down the road,
He'll say it again. Yeah,
he's a legend.
Right, yeah, listen. On those shows, it's not about consistency or being held accountable.
No.
It's getting people around the country to put you on multiple times on their station or write about them or whatever. Yeah. So Perkins doing a good job in that regard.
He is succeeding in that aspect, no question. Here's Christian Kirk, new Texans wide receiver, on the challenge of learning a Nick Caley offense.
Nick is all ball, very intelligent, very smart, does a great job communicating to us, what the expectations are, route detail, motions, formations, whatever the case may be. He's done a great job kind of laying that out for us. And it's been, I guess, primarily pretty easy, just being able to learn it the way he's been able to install it. Ben McDaniels in our room has done a great job teaching us just all the things from a football IQ aspect that you need to know as a receiver. And this offense is dynamic. A lot of motions, a lot of pre-snap adjustments so I think you'll see a lot of guys in different places to be able to make plays.
Okay.
Yeah. And a lot of that speaks to the things that a quarterback needs to be able to control before at the line of scrimmage, things that we've been asking or waiting for with C.J. Stroud that Bobby Slowick did. Bobby Slowick flat out said in a press conference last year that they don't do a whole lot of pre-snap adjustments or anything. Whereas, if you look at a veteran quarterback like Matt Stafford, where Caley was with the Rams, or if you go back to New England, obviously, they expect the quarterback to do a lot and to make a lot of adjustments both before the snap and on the fly. The one big thing that people always like, because the modern NFL, modern offenses that do well tend to have a lot of pre-snap motion.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams used way more pre-snap motion last year than the Texans did. The part, though, and this is where it goes, the difference between a whiteboard warrior of an offensive coordinator and then the guys who actually coach it is it's not as simple as, hey, let's just put a bunch of guys in motion before the snap. Why aren't we doing it as much as this other team? And the answer is because it's hard. It's mentally difficult for the receivers and the quarterback to make all of those adjustments when they're going in motion and they're seeing how the defense responds to it and everything else that goes into it. You got to be able to coach it really, really well. It's not as simple as just drawing it up and doing all these elegant things. And that's where what I hope is that Nick Caley is just a better teacher, leader, motivator, and has more attention to detail on a lot of that stuff so that you can execute some.
Caley's background as an actual position coach, to me, is just such a key difference between how this could potentially look this year versus last year. Whereas you pointed out many times the fact that Bobby Slowick is probably a guy who's amazing on the whiteboard, but hasn't gotten his hands in the clay with guys, like out there teaching the fundamentals and things like that. So I'm optimistic about this. The question The Athletic has, they have one question for each new play caller in the NFL this season. And the question for Caley is, can he fix the Texans offense despite the lack of coordinator and play calling experience? He is new at all this right now, the coordinator.
Right, and which is always, and this is where I was too, is when my appetite was for a veteran offensive coordinator, not because a veteran offensive coordinator is going to necessarily be any better than a new guy. Like, every great offensive coordinator was at one time a first-time offensive coordinator. And a lot of times they do really well their first time right out of the bat. You just never know. My part was more that you've got a defensive-minded head coach. You've got a young defensive-minded head coach. And as it was with Gary Kubiak, he never really had a complete football team until they hired a veteran defensive coordinator. They could come in and kind of be, in some ways, like the head coach of the defense.
Yeah.
And that's the part that's appetizing for me, to have a veteran coordinator that's on the opposite side of the ball of the head coach's area of expertise when he's a young head coach.
Yep.
So it wasn't like it had to be that way. But we're going to pay $6 million for Chip Kelly. That was, yeah, Chip Kelly is getting the most an offensive coordinator has ever gotten, to be the offensive coordinator for the Raiders. So, it's just that's in that huge category of we just won't know until we see it.
Yep. Jonathan Alexander had an interesting question in his mailbag yesterday. At least I saw it yesterday. I think it ran yesterday. And it's very good. He's got a lot of good questions in there. This is the one that jumped out to me as an interesting answer. The question came from a reader named Jesse W. And the question was, what differences have you noticed so far between how Bobby Slowick ran the offense, meetings, discussions, teaching, and how Nick Caley runs the offense? That's the question from one of Jonathan's readers. This is Jonathan Alexander's answer. I've never been in Slowick's meetings or Caley's, but I'll say this based on my conversations with players and people in the building, both on and off the record. Caley seems to be a little more personable. He's done a good job of relating to the players. He has high energy, and he seems to have a set of expectations and goals that are clear. He also seems to have a command of his players. This is the big one. And a leadership quality that some believe was lacking in Slowick. End quote.
Yeah. I think that
could be one guy.
It could be one guy, but I don't think it doesn't. Does it shock or surprise anybody? I mean, that's the sense you get just when they say it. I really enjoyed Bob. This is a bright guy who studied a lot and knows a lot about football. Mm-hmm. But it's just like anything else in life. Just knowing a lot isn't the same as implementing it. The analogy we've used before is it's like having an economics professor come manage your business.
Yeah.
He might be the most brilliant economist in the world, but if he's never actually worked with employees and really seen exactly what it takes to get an assembly line going or whatever, it's different. You just don't know for sure whether you're going to be able to transfer all that knowledge. So I like the thought of, if you think about like the brilliant economist, but who also is an awesome Econ 101 professor.
Yeah.
Like that he can, yes, he understands all the theory and everything, but he can also teach it.
Yeah.
And that's what you ideally get with an offensive coordinator, is a guy that can do both things.
If you gave an IQ test to most organizations, I'm not even talking football, I'm talking businesses. If you gave an IQ test and based it on the org chart, there's a lot of organizations where there are a lot of higher IQs at the lower levels of the org chart. They just don't have the charisma or maybe the communication skills or the vision, which doesn't always rarely equates to IQ, the vision that guys at the upper levels have, or gals.
This is, tell me, our veterans who are listening, tell me if this is a good analogy or not. And because I base this on zero actual experience, but just the various things I've ever read and watched and everything. It felt like last year in some ways. It was kind of like when the headers from rear and on the front lines, the actual the non-commissioned officers and lieutenants that have been fighting in the Middle East for 10 years are like, this is not going to work. This is like, this, I don't know what they're thinking, but this does not make sense. It felt like that on the Texans offense last year sometimes, where I think Bobby had some really good ideas, but when it came to executing it on the ground, it just wasn't working out because there were too many miscommunications and just general confusion.
Yep. All right, good stuff. Nick Caley, looking forward to camp getting here for sure.
My most impressive thing that I've ever seen in like war movies and everything is when like there'll be an order that you're supposed to camp in this one spot, in the like that you're supposed to set up camp in this spot, but like the lieutenant, who's like a grizzled veteran, or the captain, is like, listen, everybody, we're gonna call in our coordinates, but that we're not sleeping in that rice paddy tonight. Like, we're getting to, and I'm like, because there's a part of like, from what I've gleaned, everybody correct me if I'm wrong or not, there's part of being an actual like wartime officer that sometimes it's like, you got to know when not to follow the commands to the T.
I want these texts. I need these texts. Yes. 713-572-4610. Would you do this deal for Kevin Durant, whose trade market is heating up, according to Shams Charania? If you were the Rockets, would you do this deal? I would do this deal. I don't know how many listeners would do this deal. Coming up next as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Yeah, so what are we talking about?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth has a look on his face that you look quizzical about something right now. What's going on, dude?
It's a pained and tortured look because I try not to knock you off track at the beginning of the segment. And
That's
yet,
okay.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
It's the one thing, because we're going to talk about this later when we talk about Inside the NBA going to ESPN. And maybe I'll talk about more later then. It's just still so weird to me that ESPN is getting rid of Around the Horn. And it's not a shock that they're getting rid of one of their mainstay shows because, yes, that's what's happening in media all over the place. ESPN is trying to make this transition into the digital world and everything that's happening and how social media matters now. And, they bring on Pat McAfee because he's huge on YouTube. It makes sense. That makes sense. But Around the Horn is the exact format of YouTube and so many other shows where, you've got all these different people in different locations and you're turning it into a game and everything. Like they've been doing that show you can plop onto YouTube and it would be like, look at what the kids are doing these days. Like so many successful podcasts are people in different locations and what have you. It's just strange to me that and maybe it's as simple as the amount of money they're paying to all those people who are mainstay. Like Around the Horn will probably be back with a different name and a slightly different format, but the salaries were just way too high.
Maybe.
That's the part that's weird to me. I wasn't a huge fan. Like I didn't watch Around the Horn all the time.
Yeah.
It's weird that because this is what annoys me. It's because this is what big companies do when they try to figure out what the kids are into. Mm-hmm. It's like they try way too hard to acquire from outside.
Yeah.
So like, okay, well, we don't want to do it with our own talent, so we're going to bring in Pat McAfee. Mm-hmm. Or like, okay, well, we don't know how to be edgy anymore, so we're going to bring in Inside the NBA.
Yeah.
Nothing like a bunch of 60-year-olds to get that edge factor. Like instead of like something they already had right there, which perfectly transitions to YouTube and social media. I don't get it, Sean.
The Inside the NBA. We'll talk about the Inside the NBA thing in a little in the next probably in the 9 o'clock hour because Charles Barkley went on Dan Patrick and NBA. You watch that interview. You need to be I would imagine, a little nervous about what exactly the new product is going to be because Charles doesn't even know right now. Like I think it feels like the NBA and everybody involved is going out of their way to keep alive a show that everybody loves, but the network no longer is in the NBA business anymore.
And when the suits get involved, this is when it all falls apart because they're going to come in and all these guys with their MBAs and everything are going to say, boy, you guys were great before, but you know what you need? More structure.
Yeah.
Charles, you're going to have 37 seconds to make your point, and then we'll go to Shaq.
Yeah.
And then Kenny, read off the teleprompter. Mm-hmm. Instead of, they can't just let something good be.
Nope.
They're going to they'll look at, these people with their fancy degrees and everything are going to look at Inside the NBA and be like, I don't know, you guys just seem like you're having a conversation that, by the way, people really enjoy watching. Yeah. And I don't know, it seems kind of goofy at times. We're going to make it better, and they're going to destroy it.
The Barkley stuff is good. Stick around for that. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. So Shams Charania, who is now with ESPN, formerly of The Athletic and Yahoo, he's the go-to guy now for breaking news in the NBA. He was on ESPN yesterday and said that the Kevin Durant trade talks are about to heat up.
The conversations will now begin to pick up on a potential trade of Kevin Durant out of Phoenix. Over the next 2 to 3 weeks, conversations will begin to heat up. I'm told the Suns will work with Durant and his business partner, Rich Kleiman, on a trade home. There's expected to be a robust market for him, 4 to 16, potentially ahead of the NBA draft. But between now and that NBA draft later this month in June, there's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant, and still one of the great players in the NBA right now, an all-NBA caliber player, still at the prime stages really of his play in terms of as a scorer. So we'll see where Kevin Durant ends up this offseason.
Okay, so there's a deal that was thrown out there by Sam Quinn, who's a basketball writer for CBS, that I'll lay out in just a second. But the tease into this segment was, would you do this deal for Kevin Durant? And I'm about to say what the deal is. I just laugh at the text. The answer is no, and I don't need any details of the deal. We've got a few of those. No deal for Durant. The Rockets need Devin freaking Booker. Get the fingernail polish wearer gone. That's about Jalen Green. Okay, easy. All right, so that's actually a good lead-in. Sam Quinn's proposed trade is he says, I would do Jalen Green and the number 10 overall pick for Kevin Durant and see if Phoenix will do it. He says that if Phoenix wants to, I'll read the exact tweet. My feeling on KD and the Rockets, if you can get him for Jalen Green and the number 10 pick, do it. I don't think Green is a part of their future anymore, and they don't have minutes for a rookie anyway. But the future Suns picks that the Rockets have, Amen Thompson, Şengün, Jabari, Tari, Reed Shepherd are all off limits. This is how I feel most similar to Sam Quinn in terms of a deal for Kevin Durant. You're going to have to give up something to get him. So we know that. The Shams points out there's enough teams that want Kevin Durant on their team that there will be a market for him where you're going to have to give up something to get him. Totally agree with the part where Sam says they don't have minutes for a rookie anyway, and that's how I feel about these first-round picks, just to draft another guy who rots on the bench. No thanks. No thank you. The part where he says, I don't think Jalen Green is part of their future anymore, I definitely think the Rockets – I don't think the Rockets would do this deal. Let me put it that way. I think the Rockets want to try really hard to keep Jalen Green. I'm saying if I were Rafael Stone and the Fertitta family, I would do this deal. Jalen Green and the number 10 pick for Kevin Durant.
You would.
I would do this deal.
Just the one pick, yeah. And I think that's the part, too, where what do they really feel about Reed Shepherd and all the other options in the backcourt, but also the fact that Kevin Durant provides you an opportunity to play more positionless basketball as a team. It gives you a lot of versatility in a way that Antetokounmpo might not. And if that's because of his age, he's going to be 37 years old this year, that's where the compensation, they can say that the thing is, like, it's not about what Phoenix is looking for. It's what are those other 3 or 4 teams willing to give up?
Yes.
Because it's not, like, Phoenix is up against it. Like, Phoenix does not have a whole lot of leverage. It becomes more just Houston versus those other teams. And all of them are looking at Phoenix and thinking, like, we got them backed into a corner. That's appetizing to me. And because Jalen Green does have a future, this is where it gets complicated. I'm fine with Jalen Green right now, as long as I'm not thinking about him who's going to be a guy who becomes a superstar in the NBA.
That's right.
I can't watch this whole season and act like Jalen Green wasn't a huge part of them getting to where they eventually did.
Sure.
But you watch in the playoffs, and it's hard to envision that, man, other great players, even if they struggled in the playoffs or even if they struggled when they got blitzed and double-teamed in the playoffs, they still, by and large, produce more than single digits, in playoff games. So I don't think I'm skeptical that he'll ever be a superstar, but I can't sit here and act like he's not a valuable part of the team.
Right.
But if you bring in Kevin Durant, it's such a huge boost immediately. And you do have this other huge core of young players that you feel good about developing over time. I'd be good with that trade.
Yeah, I would too. I would be good with that trade. I think one of the trump cards that the Rockets have in this competition for Durant, because there will be multiple teams, as Shams points out, 4 to 6 teams that are going to be in the market for Durant. And it was the same group of teams that were in the market at the trade deadline. The Heat are in there. The Spurs were being bandied about last night on social media as the place Durant wants to go. According to the reports, Phoenix is going to, as Shams said, going to work closely with Durant's representation. So this is not going to be something where Durant wakes up and looks on social media and sees he's been traded. Like, he's going to be heavily involved and manipulate this thing. Because Durant with coming to Houston, from a Phoenix perspective, the one thing the Rockets have that there's some emotion attached to, evidently, are Phoenix's picks. They have Phoenix's picks in this draft, in the draft in 2 years, in the draft the year after. They got a pick swap in there or something. There's something about getting your own draft capital back. It feels like you're buying something back of your own that you've got an emotional attachment to. And so I do think that's material. I don't know that it's a difference maker in a trade, but it is a slight advantage that the Rockets might have over some of these other teams that are in the mix for Durant.
This is what I really just don't want out of it. I don't want it to be. I don't need it to become such a show like it was with Kevin Durant's free agency. back in whenever it was when he first went to the Warriors. Remember he hosted those meetings out in the Hamptons.
The Hampton 5, man, yeah.
And it was this is what bothered me about it was it was a pain in the ass for every single team that went out to meet with him because it was in the middle of peak tourism season where everything's booked out in the Hamptons. You had the Warriors staff are all sharing a room in some squatty motel somewhere because they couldn't find a place to stay.
Yep.
And just could you at the very least just do it in an office building in Phoenix or somewhere. Just don't make a huge production out of that part of it. I just want to wake up one morning and find out what happened.
That's exactly right. The other big story yesterday was that, and it's quickly got cold water poured on it from many, many different angles, but it just goes to show you like the kind of the, I don't know, the conceitedness of the classic New York sports entity. This is from Ian Begley, who covers the Knicks for SNY, and talking about their head coaching opening. They fired Tom Thibodeau a couple days ago. He says this: "My early read is that Dan Hurley isn't at the top of New York's initial list." That's the UConn coach. So who is? Mark Stein reported late Tuesday that Ime Udoka and Jason Kidd are two coaches who are said to intrigue the Knicks. Udoka is a name that I'd heard as well. Ian says this. To hire Udoka, the Knicks would have to get permission from Houston and give the Rockets compensation to let Udoka out of his deal. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There is not a single player on the Knicks roster, and that includes Jalen Brunson, who I love. I think Jalen Brunson is outstanding. There's not a single player on the Knicks. I don't even know if you're allowed to trade player for coach with the bargaining. Usually it's draft compensation.
Yeah.
But just in a hypothetical world where you could trade a coach for a player, there's not a single player on the Knicks I would trade Ime Udoka for.
No, and to hear that the Knicks are interested in Udoka,
who's under contract for 2 more years.
It feels like it's like you might as well tell me Steve Buscemi hopes he's going to be sexiest man alive this year. All right, great, you're interested in him. Like what? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Welcome to the club.
Right.
Listen, Udoka, and especially like Udoka, obviously you trade for a coach or something. A coach is going to have a big say into whether or not he wants to go there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I want to work for or James Dolan.
James Dolan. Oh my God.
Tillman Fertitta. I showed up and he's like, "Hey, here's a card. You can eat for free at any of my restaurants, and you could pet a stingray in the aquarium on your way out.
Right.
Bring your kids along. You want to see a white tiger? Ignore the animal protesters. We got them."
Yeah.
James Dolan is like, "Hey, you want to hear the next song I wrote about my pal Harvey Weinstein?"
Dude.
They're like, no. Sorry,
play
Knicks. Oh, you're interested in Udoka. Good for you.
Have you ever listened to a James Dolan song from his band?
I remember listening to the one he wrote about Harvey Weinstein.
Oh my God! I think it's James Dolan and the Straight Shot is the name of his band. And
is there anything worse than the Billionaire Band? Like where it just, that was rest in peace, Irsay and all that. But man, I did not need to hear him.
Oh yeah, Irsay. Yeah, he's a big music guy.
It's still not as bad as the Hollywood superstar who has their own band, and then we'll do interviews where the interviewer is instructed that no, I'm only talking about my band.
I will not let you besmirch the good name of Kevin Costner that way, okay?
Costner played the game though, because he wanted to talk about his band, but he was also going to talk about like other things.
Yeah.
Where Billy Bob Thornton was the one who's like had a couple. Billy Bob Thornton's got some clips where the interviewer was only supposed to ask him about the band and where they were playing and everything, and then Billy Bob Thornton shut it down.
Oh my God!
Which I approve of though, because Billy Bob Thornton's kind of got a badass vibe to him. So I'm like, that's just him being difficult,
It's just.
You might as well be.
You're getting some military people texting in here from your question in the previous
I had
segment.
made the analogy of sometimes an offensive coordinator, it feels like when in the military you get orders from the rear, from headquarters, where the officers on the ground and at the front are like, this isn't going to work. This is like, these guys do not understand our situation.
Yep.
Was I accurate in the way I portrayed it?
I'm going to read the text here. Good military. Oh, this is just somebody putting up a good military quote. I'll read the ones. Can confirm the accuracy of what you're saying, Seth. Source: I was Army infantry from 03 to 08.
Yeah.
Another text. Absolutely right, Seth. Field operations can radio in for our platoon to flank left 300 yards, but if our sergeant, platoon leader, sees a field of fire, we're flanking right.
Yeah.
Calls an audible right there.
There's a part of that's a part of just being an officer that it's fascinating to me because those guys they have to choose when to ignore orders. And that, like, on the ground and everything, but also you're in this culture of follow orders, follow orders, follow orders.
Yep.
It's the experience on that's why I can see why. And again, I base this on nothing except movies and things I've read. But when you get a fresh lieutenant right out of West Point, it's got to be scary as hell.
Oh,
because this guy's and plus he wants the glory and everything, and you're meanwhile you got all the grizzled old.
He's got all the analytics.
Seen it all and done everything.
He's sorry, Chief, our expected kills were much higher than our actual kills.
Yeah, they are. They're I shouldn't be laughing about it because I know this is honestly. But yeah, that's in a more when it's not dire circumstances, it does feel like that with young offensive coordinators sometimes. They don't understand how things work on the ground.
Good military quote. This is a text. No battle plan survives the first enemy fire, meaning you can write up the most textbook amazing thing, but when it gets real, you better know how to react.
Yeah.
We had somebody else text in about, here it is. When you're in the emergency room, you don't want the smartest doctor. You want the doctor that can adapt to surprises.
Right.
I think that's another way of saying it's a medical version of your analogy, right?
You don't want a doctor that's going to come up to your gaping chest wound and be like, well, I'm expecting cover 2, and that's how I'm going to proceed.
That's right. No.
And the nurse is like, no. They're playing man. And the doctor's like, nope, they're playing cover 2. La, 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 la.
This chest wound is zero blitzing you right now. Right now.
No, listen, we've got a game plan for this, okay?
Exactly.
Now give me that thing that pinches the artery to close off the blood. I don't know what it's called. Yeah.
Exactly.
A clamp? That doesn't sound right.
Could you see a scenario realistically where we get Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo? I do not. That's a lot of salary to match.
That would be something that I don't think that would involve basically swapping everything out.
You're trading your team.
You'd be throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yes,
on that one.
yeah. If at the end of the
that might make Udoka open to a trade to the Knicks.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I think star person. If they do that, I'm cool with it. It would be more exciting if they got one of these guys for sure. But I'm cool. If they need more shooting. That's the big thing. If they roll it back with this group, if they don't add shooting, then I'll be a little disappointed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here. All right, the secondary. Is this the best part of the Houston Texans in 2025? We're going to hear from a couple members of the secondary. It's going to get you pretty fired up, I think, for what that part of the team is going to be able to accomplish. We will get to that coming up next. But first,
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of dogs in the defensive back room, like top to bottom, left to right. You know, everybody has their own, you know, like I said, sauce or whatever, but everybody makes plays and everybody, you know, gets the job done. So thankful to be in that room with so many great guys and just be able to learn from them and just, you know, pick their brains on different things that they see.
That was Jalen Petrie on Texans All Access earlier this week. I am to the moon excited about this secondary and seeing them in training camp in this season. I cannot wait.
You know what? Usually when people are trying to dampen your enthusiasm for something, especially when it comes to turnovers, because the Texans are really good at taking the ball away, they'll point out that, like, hey, usually it's pretty random. You know, some years you get a bunch of them, some years you don't. But there are defenses that do consistently create turnovers. And some of it just comes down to style of play or the guys you have on the team. You know, Peanut Tillman, obviously, was just very adept at the peanut punch and forcing turnovers. I feel pretty confident that this is just that type of defense.
Yes.
You know, some of the randomness comes from recovering a fumble just tends to be completely random.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you can create a bunch of fumbles, but it just like
ball
you have
bounces
bad luck recovering them. Yeah. So I feel pretty confident they'll be able to take the ball away a lot more. It becomes a more lopsided advantage if your offense doesn't turn the ball over a bunch. And that's one of the things you hope that to get the really lopsided turnover margin, it takes two to tango. But I think that part of it, given the fact that the Texans have a really good pass rush, because a lot of your turnovers come from strip sacks or pressure that yields an interception, and the fact that they have guys who are ball hawks in the secondary. If anything, I look at last year and I think, you know, if anything, they might have had some of the potential turnovers.
Yes.
You know, the number of plays that Stingley and Bullock almost came up with.
Yeah.
I felt like, you know, give or take, like some of them were just they didn't have good enough hands, but I think that it could have easily been more takeaways last
They
year.
would say the same thing. You hear conversations with Stingley, and you ask him about the interceptions he had this year, and he brings up the one he dropped against Dallas as much as he brings up any of the ones that he had, like the one to close out the Miami game. You know, like he still thinks about those mistakes. Hell, Bullock is reminded of them all the time by anybody who gets asked about Kalen Bullock. They're always like, yeah, he had 5 interceptions. He could have had 10 interceptions if he, if he could have caught the ball. I just love, I love the position that they seem to be in all the time. Like Kamari Lassiter, like, you're right. Like the picks, there are very few cheap interceptions that group got. You know, like there were a lot of very like plays, like handsy plays on the ball that Lassiter and Stingley made last season.
There were a couple, like the end of the Lions, the first half in the Lions game, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who was it that just kind of caught the arm punt by Jared Goff?
Like at the end of the half? I think that might have been Bullock, actually, at the end of the half. Yeah,
it was just
might have been Lassiter. I can't remember.
It was an arm punt, or not even arm punt. It was just a last-ditch effort. Like Stingley had one this year that was kind of a throwaway. Yeah. But other than that, by and large, they were earned interceptions.
Dude, the one Lassiter had against the Lions at the goal line there was like, and the one Lassiter had against Herbert where he threw the ball back across the field.
Well, and some of them too. If you go back to the one interception that Lassiter had, where you might say, okay, that was just lucky. It was the one that Will Anderson tipped. And
Lassiter wasn't on the team for the Browns.
Excuse me, not Lassiter. I'm sorry, Will Anderson. Will Anderson tipped.
Yep.
And Stingley was able to come back across his
That was
body.
against the Broncos in the regular season. That was against Russell Wilson and the Broncos in the regular season.
So I only got 2 things incorrect, but I got the consonant.
I know the player
talking of the team.
It was
It wasn't the Browns. It was the Broncos.
Russell Wilson was throwing it out to his right, and Will caught a piece of it, and Stingley kind of went to a knee and adjusted to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like that was, you could say, okay, that was just a random bounce of the ball. Like no, it was a tipped ball by a defensive end who's a good pass rusher, and it was a guy who's got really good ball skills,
reflexes,
and Stingley able to make up. So you make your own luck in some regards when you've got skilled players.
No doubt. So here is Kamari Lassiter when being asked, how good can the secondary be?
I feel like with us, the sky could be the limit, to be honest. I feel like, with the success we had last year and the work that we put in during the offseason and how we're grinding right now and just trying to build chemistry and just work on our technique and just play as one and play fast and play physical, I feel like we can be very successful this year.
Yep.
Yeah, and one thing that Matt Burke said that I liked a lot, he said the three most dangerous words are "I got it." Like, you never want to come in and feel like, hey, look at what we did last year, now we're just going to build on that.
Yeah.
You have to start back at the basics. Where it could work out really well with this secondary if they continue to build, if they get back to where you were last year, but then build on it, is that they were playing with Pichu playing in a brand new position. It's hard to do a lot of the more nuanced stuff when it comes to swapping responsibilities on the fly and kind of anticipating how the other guys are going to play around you. Kamari Lassiter cited just knowing where his help is, those kinds of things. Hopefully that develops this year more so, because now they're not rookies, they're veterans, and there's some consistency and stability there. And then the other big part of it is, can they just stay healthy? Because aside from the youth in the secondary, they just had a rotating cast at that other safety position because of injury and what have you, that it's just hard to do some of the more, you don't need to get super advanced, but just some of the kind of stuff that really good secondaries just do naturally because they've been playing together for a while.
Yep. Here's Lassiter again on the pairing of him and Derek Stingley.
Yeah, I feel like from the moment I got drafted, Sting was actually the first person to hit me. Like, I got drafted, 2 minutes later he texted me. And just from the moment that we met, we kind of instantly clicked. I kind of understood him, he understood me. And we just talk a lot. Like, Sting doesn't talk to a lot of people, and he's not like a big talker, but like we talk a lot about football, but not even just football. Like, we got really close.
I love
felt like he was name dropping a little bit there.
I know, it's funny. It's funny too. Like, anybody that talks about Stingley talking to people, they're like, he doesn't talk a lot. But when he was talking to me,
Stingley might be Machiavellian in that regard. Like, he makes everybody feel like, no, you're my close and special friend. I don't talk to other people this way.
Yes, I love that. So that was Lassiter. One more on Stingley. Here's Jalen. Here's Jalen P. Is.
For sure, I've seen that from the first day. He's always been a humble guy, doesn't talk too much, but when it's time to play, he's going to, do what needs to be done and make the plays that need to be made. So, I've been seeing that since the first day we came in together, and, I'm really proud of him. And like you said, he's going to continue to grow and continue to get better. Last year was a great year for him, but it's a lot more left in him. And he'll tell you that. He knows that. And he's going to continue to make plays and help us win games going forward.
He'll tell you that. Well, no, wait a second. He'll tell me that because he doesn't talk to a lot of people. He'll tell me and 3 other people that.
maybe Lassiter. We'll have to try to figure out what the bar is for whether Stingley really, really talks to you. Maybe it's a deep South thing.
I'll tell you.
Because Houston's not really deep South. It's South, but not deep, like not southeastern United States. From Louisiana over. If you're from Georgia, or if you're,
I'll tell you what got him talking. We had him on the post-game show. I think it was after that Dolphins game where he had the 2 picks.
Yeah.
And you want to get him talking, ask him to take you through a play.
Right.
He was incredibly, really insightful. Talking about the pre-snap, talking about things he had seen earlier in the game that made him do what he did. He is a remarkably intelligent football player.
Well,
Derek
I'll tell you, Sean, that one of the things I've really liked this offseason was Stingley, after he signed his extension, talking about how the team, D'Amico and everybody else, has never tried to, force him into a leadership role or have him be somebody who he isn't. Because when Andre Johnson was on the team, I was a veteran player, and Andre was in his rookie year or his second year. I think it might have been after his rookie year. Some coach told me, like, hey, would you mind talking to Andre and just tell him, it's okay for him to speak up and everything? And I'm like, all right. I'm like, what am I going to do? Go up to Andre and be like, hey, young whippersnapper, I need you to give a speech to... So I can remember, thinking about having the conversation with Andre and starting it. It was when it was before one of the off-season workouts, and we were stretching. We were leading the stretch circle. And I started in, and I was like, screw this now. And I did what the non-commissioned officer does. I made a decision on the field. I was like, no, this isn't. Andre's just going to do what Andre needs to do.
Yeah, he'll be okay. He'll be okay. Coach,
Andre can lead by example, and Andre was like Derek Stingley too. And you talk to guys in the receivers room and ask about how vocal Andre was. Like, Andre didn't put up with BS from rookies.
Right.
Andre would one of the things, we got to get Cecil Shorts on to tell some story. about the time Andre, I want to say he hit a dead fish in the dude's car locker or something. It was some rookie who was misbehaving. It was just all right, we're going to send this kid a message.
That's a message right there,
I don't know if that was Andre or somebody else, so we'll have to get Cecil on to tell the whole story.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Did Andre cross over with Cecil? Cecil was here in 2015. I think Cecil got here the year after Andre left.
So it wasn't somebody about something. So Tommy Pham is in there somewhere. Gotta listen to the whole show, everybody.
Yeah, you gotta get up at 6 a.m. to get that reference. Oh man, that is funny. Of text messages, a lot of people feel in a certain kind of way about Kevin Durant and giving up Jalen Green for Kevin Durant. Don't give up Jalen Green; he can be our Klay Thompson. That's fine. Who's your Steph Curry going to be right now? That's the thing. Klay was a great number 2.
I don't like the comparison. I know you're not trying to make a direct comparison there, though, either. But I just like somebody that's he's not a Klay Thompson type of player.
No, Klay's a dog, man. Yeah, Klay was all defensive level dog. Suns have no leverage. Rockets not giving up Jalen Green. The Suns have leverage as soon as there's more than one team that want Kevin Durant. And especially if there's 4 or 5 teams that want Kevin Durant.
That's why I said, I say the Suns don't have leverage in that they would really like to get rid of Kevin Durant because of the situation they're in. They don't have a pick in the first round until the 2030s.
That's right.
So because Houston has all their picks. But so you're correct in that they don't directly have leverage, but that only matters if there's only one team interested.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of like saying the Texans didn't have leverage with Deshaun Watson until they created a bidding war.
That's correct.
And then all of a sudden the Texans got a king's ransom for Deshaun Watson. Remember that? Remember how much crap I used to hear about this? Everybody was arguing about how Deshaun Watson doesn't have any leverage. That's happening. They both got handsomely rewarded.
Right.
They both ended up because you created an auction-like environment. So the only thing that really matters with the Rockets is how many other teams are in on Kevin Durant and how much are they willing to spend for him.
Yeah. Again, what are their I would put the Rockets' assets blindly against any of these other teams that have a desire to have Kevin Durant on their team with all the draft picks and the young players.
It was really the happy ending of that entire situation with Deshaun Watson was that Deshaun got handsomely rewarded, and so did the Texans. And everybody could feel good about it forever and ever and ever.
That was definitely the happy ending that we all wanted from that, for sure. Mm-hmm. Last text here.
I 100% honestly didn't mean that to come out that way, but yes, there we are. There we have it.
It's not a crime.
I apologize.
That's right. Yeah, why are you worried? It's not a crime. Last text.
Never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
Last text. Doesn't the money have to match to make a deal for Durant with Jalen Green? They'll throw Jock Lawndale and 2 other scrubs in there.
Not Lawndale!
They'll throw Lawndale and a couple of scrubs in there.
I can't lose 2 players from the Southern Hemisphere in one damn offseason, Sean.
They'll bring back Steven Adams for you, Seth.
Okay,
but they'll have to toss a little Jock Lawndale action in there.
I need representation from the upside down world, damn it.
The upside
if
down.
you do, in fact, believe the earth is round.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, how nervous would this make you if you were a defending Super Bowl champ and you heard one of your players say this? How scared would you be? We will have that for you coming up next.
free. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got a lot of run yesterday. Saquon Barkley looked to be on Chris Long's podcast. Was that the Green Light podcast? Is that what it's called? Chris
Green Light podcast.
Green Light
yes.
podcast. Pow, pow,
he does a really. I like Chris Long. He's a very good interviewer.
He's good, man.
He's prepared.
Yes.
He comes up with really he's really good. I've enjoyed watching him kind of develop over the years.
He's excellent. There's certain former athletes that do podcasts where clearly someone got in their ear and said, "Hey, you should do a podcast," and so they're just cashing the checks. Chris Long puts the work in, man. He's really good. His interviews are insightful, and he follows the league overall too. Like he's got really good takes on all 32 teams.
He is one of those guys that when he talks about the Texans, I'm like, oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Where like a lot of guys that cover the entire league, it's like, okay, they're rehashing whatever, but he really pays attention.
Yep. So Saquon Barkley was a guest on Chris Long's podcast, and this was an interesting question about the ability of retiring, in which the answer you'll hear, Saquon Barkley makes the point that his favorite player growing up was Barry Sanders, who retired out of nowhere from the Detroit Lions.
Which, by the way, Barry Sanders, Saquon Barkley was 1 year old when Barry Sanders retired.
I say growing up, but probably via YouTube.
It was one of his favorite players, via highlights.
Yep.
Yes.
So here is Saquon Barkley with Chris Long.
So fast forward to however long you want to play. You're one of the best ever, maybe the best ever. Do you want to be like an Aaron Donald where AD says, hey, I want to get out of here playing at the highest level. I want to leave a little early. Or do you imagine yourself as one of these guys that wants to do it until the wheels fall off?
It's a great question. I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. The competitive nature is always going to be there, but I like probably my favorite player of all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day, it'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
Okay, what was your gut reaction to that?
My first gut reaction, and I didn't know the exact. I looked up the exact timelines. Was that okay? Obviously, he knows that Barry Sanders quit abruptly out of nowhere. I don't think he would understand or realize when he brings that up, and people my age hear that. What you remember about Barry Sanders was he did it abruptly, right before his agent realized it at all, and that also. Barry Sanders was as the Lions were becoming a decrepit organization, and they hadn't ever really given him a good offensive line or anything. They made the conference championship in Barry Sanders' second or third year or so, but then they got rid of Fonts, and then they had what's his face in there. It was Ross, right? And
Bobby Ross was there for a little bit.
Bobby Ross, yeah. It was. I think it was second. Might have been Bobby Ross's second year when Barry
Sanders up and got out of there,
So, and at the time, Saquon Barkley was 1 year old. So I think we hear that and we think not like that,
right?
And then he also threw out. He said it could be 1 year, could be 2 years. It was a pretty short time horizon. I think the difference is if any Eagles fans or anybody else freaked out over that, I would not worry about it because I think first and foremost. He's on a good team right now, and he's having as much fun as you could have playing football, whereas Barry Sanders had been taking all kinds of abuse on a bad team for not really any reward or anything, and when he felt financially comfortable, he's probably like, I just don't need this anymore. And the other part, too, is Aaron Donald, it wasn't all of a sudden in the middle of the night. His was protracted. It was a couple of years where he was kind of openly deciding whether he was going to play or not.
Yeah.
So I don't think Eagles fans have anything to worry about. And I'd be surprised if Eagles fans themselves were worried about it. It's more just the response of people from around the country in the month of June. Saying like, oh, look at this. This is something we can talk about.
I would look at it this way if I were an Eagles fan. Look, for one, Saquon Barkley just softs, and so he's, clearly there's commitment there. With as much punishment as Saquon Barkley has taken in his career, before this season's this MVP caliber season with the Eagles, it was on or off as to whether or not he was going to be injured for big chunks of seasons in New York. There's a better chance that Saquon declines physically before that. There's a better chance that Eagle fans are going to want Saquon up and out of there before Saquon decides, I don't want to play football anymore.
You're going to get into that uncomfortable moment where, man, look, I really loved the Super Bowl victory
Great memory.
and all that, but, man, he's washed up. Yeah, there's a much better chance of that.
Yeah.
I think this is the problem, though, too. It's that we as fans, as sports fans and as NFL fans, emotionally are at our most toddler-like when we're following sports. We're not rational. We want to believe in fantasies and all of these other. We create these big images in our mind, and we don't want anybody to tell us. This is the equivalent of like Saquon Barkley being like the uncle that decides at Thanksgiving to go over to the children's table and tell everybody, hey, everybody dies someday. Not sure if you guys are aware of that. And sometimes it happens without, you don't even know it's coming.
Yeah.
Your dad, your mom, poof, they could be gone.
Could be a year. Could be 2 years.
And whereas kids are like, hey, whoa, what? What?
I'm just eating my pumpkin pie. That's all I wanted. Was my pumpkin pie. That's a good analogy.
You just don't see it coming sometimes.
There's probably Eagle fans who are like, Saquon, why? This is the AFL. What are you, June 3rd? You're talking retirement.
Saquon has the perspective to understand how short-lived an NFL career can be, and he doesn't want to drag it out at the end. He doesn't want to be dragging along at life support, having people collect his poop and all that. He just wants to off it.
That's exactly. As I sit down and I look at the NFL, I'm like, what does the NFL need more of? Existentialism, of course.
But what are happier versions of it?
Sure, yeah.
Camus or something. Don't give me there's no nihilism. Yeah.
If I'm going to get an existentialist, I want the one who's on the cover of the Madden video game. Saquon Barkley,
yeah.
Which that was a lock to be on the cover. That backwards jump, it's a badass still shot.
Oh, it's one of the coolest things that's ever happened anywhere in the world.
It is.
That backwards jump was just one of the. I don't know if I wouldn't have blamed him if he retired after that play. He'd be like, can't do any better than that. That movie. Oh, what's a movie where Johnny Depp? It takes place in Mexico, and Johnny Depp plays this hitman or something. But he has this incredible. He's eating at a restaurant, and it's an incredible meal. And it's so good that he goes in and he shoots the chef. And they ask him, why'd you do that? He's like, because I know for the rest of my life that it's not, when I order an enchilada or something, it's not going to be as good as that one. I don't want to know that there's a better option out there.
Oh my God, Johnny Depp. The movie
probably wasn't Johnny. It might as well have been Tommy Pham, whoever the actor was.
In the movie, I just Googled this. In the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Oh, okay.
Johnny Depp's character, Agent Jeff, because he's upset with the food, but because the food is too good.
Yeah.
Boy, that's tricky, man. That's a real incentive to just kind of stay in the middle of the curve. You know what I mean? Throughout life. If you're
never going to get any better than this.
yeah, and he gets shot.
Coming up next, Sean and I will break down the everything that actually meant in that plot. You ever watching a show and you're like, I know that this symbolizes something, but I don't want to think about it right now.
Yes.
That's Fargo Season 2. We're watching Fargo Season 2. And there's a weird it's not a huge part of the show, but there's a couple episodes where the UFOs are involved.
Okay.
And it doesn't really fit with everything else. And I know that it means something, but I don't want to think about it. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to purge the UFO stuff from my brain.
Is Fargo the creation of somebody who's got a reputation for doing stuff like that? Like getting a little too cute?
Well, it's the Coen brothers.
Is it Coen brothers?
Not quite in that same manner.
Okay.
That's what was kind of weird about it. But
Yeah.
I understand that it was Fargo. The TV series is fun because along the way they do kind of little nods to some of their other movies. Like there's a part in season 2 that's kind of reminiscent of the one with Nicolas Cage, Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
Like the speech that. The dream that Nicolas Cage has in Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
They play kind of a similar music behind it and everything. So it's a fun watch. It's really well done. I'm enjoying the series.
I
so
like
far.
Easter eggs, man. I like Easter eggs like that on shows.
They're not even Easter eggs. It's kind of obvious. You're like, this was like in Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
Some of the characters are kind of. They have a character who's a doofus, like Steve Buscemi in the Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski,
There's like a character kind of like that in both of the first 2 seasons so far.
Makes sense. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Barry Sanders to see who was on the Lions the year he retired. Charlie Batch was the quarterback and Johnny Morton was the leading receiver. I would have retired also.
This is the other thing that Saquon Barkley doesn't understand because he didn't grow up then was He might know it academically, but he doesn't realize it. The era in which Barry Sanders played.
Yeah.
You have to think, like, in the 10 years that Sanders played, 32 running backs went in the first round of the draft.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, 14 running backs have gone in the first round of the draft. And now the other thing about that, in the last 10 years, if you broke it down to, like, how many running backs went in the top 10, it's probably a six-fold difference.
Yes.
It's night and day. There were... In the 10 years that Sanders played, 4 running backs won the MVP.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, 0 running backs have won the MVP.
That's right.
So Barry Sanders retiring, and like he was retiring as it was becoming the age of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But it was different. It was different.
1998, man. It was there was a way more running back centric, bell cow running back centric league. Last text here before we get to Clint Stoerner here, top of the hour. Clint's going to join us in the next segment. Johnny Depp's character is equivalent to Ross Tucker trying to close a restaurant with bad reviews because the food is too good. Yeah, a little more violent than Ross. One used, just word of mouth. The other one used a revolver, but same concept, I suppose.
I like watching shows like Fargo. I don't know why this didn't hit me until the last couple of years. I really find myself really conscious of like, wow, I'm really just openly hoping that this person dies a violent death. And you can't get away with that in real life.
No.
I think that's the part where I'm enjoying Hollywood more and more as I get older. I was like, oh, God, if I could just really wish a violent death upon somebody. Like this in real life, yeah.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, Clint Stoerner was out at OTAs for the Texans. We're going to talk a little football with our guy, Clint Stoerner. You can hear him on The Drive with Ron Hughley and Tyler Milner from 2 to 6 every afternoon here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to Clint coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Love Beck's Prime. All right, we'll have Clint Stoerner as soon as we track him down.
I didn't know if you know what, I didn't organize with Clint whether he was supposed to call in or whether Ben was supposed to call
That's
him.
okay. Yeah,
This is what happens when you have the two former football players trying to organize
organizing a
something,
hit.
When you gave me license to set this up, I'm like, oh, yeah, good luck with that, fella.
I said organizing a hit, and now I think about you and Clint organizing an actual hit on somebody, and people being like, what happened? They shot each other. It was really weird. The
Clint's
exact
waiting
same
to do an interview with us in person in some parking lot in Pasadena right now.
Stand up.
And it probably makes sense based on whatever vague instructions I gave him.
Oh, my God. That's funny. That's funny. It looks like Ben's lips are moving in there, so it looks like we may have Clint here on the hotline.
Of all the places in Houston that people might confuse for a place in California, which is the most deceiving? Pasadena, Bel Air. I feel like there's one more. Bel Air's probably Bel Air. Actually, there's parts of Bel Air that are pretty close to Bel Air in California.
Yeah, both Bel Airs are nice. I think both Bel Airs are considered nice.
Pasadena's got a more industrial vibe than the Pasadena in California, but I'm not sure.
Here, yes, but I don't think Pasadena is considered like.
It's not like a garden spot in L.A.
Yeah,
or in,
I think
California.
There's probably some decent equivalency going on there. Yeah. Let's talk to Clint Stoerner about these all important topics. This I know, there is no Baytown in California, unless you call San Francisco the Baytown. And then it's that the Dirty Red is from. What's up, my friend? How are you?
Hey, man, you took the words right out of my mouth. I'm sitting there listening to that conversation. I'm not real sure what's like California, but I guarantee this old east side ain't, baby.
No, and that's why we love it. So, Clint, good to talk to you, man. Of course, you can hear Clint 2 to 6 here on the drive with Ron Hughley on Sports Radio 610. So I'm going to pose the question to you, Clint, that I put up on a poll yesterday. Your level of concern over this current C.J. Stroud shoulder situation, your choices are very concerned, somewhat concerned, no concern at all.
Well, look, I mean, for me, I think I've got to be very concerned anytime that we're talking C.J. Stroud, we're talking about his shoulder, elbow, hand, wrist on his throwing arm, and it lasts longer than a week. You know, that to me, that's the concern here is we're 4 months removed from action. Any kind of procedure that should have been done after the season as it pertains to injuries, you know, when he got hit a ton last year, that should be a thing of the past. And so I think you start connecting all the dots. I heard you guys talking a little bit about it yesterday, and you start connecting all the dots. I think for me personally, given who it is and what it is and how long it's lasted, I'm very concerned anytime that happens. I don't give a damn what time of year it is with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I guess that's it's hard when we have just absolutely no clarity on the situation.
Yeah.
Like at what point? Because I'm trying like hell not to be hyper reactionary on this, but at what point do we look in the offseason after this, after OTAs, if we don't see any Instagram stories or anything of CJ working out with the receivers? Like, is there any point before training camp that we should really start to get nervous?
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. To your point, if you don't see any activity, if you don't, you know, if when they're asked about it, they're tight to vest with their answers in terms of, you know, they asked him about Christian Harris. I don't know if that was yesterday or a couple days ago, but they asked him about Christian Harris, and it's like, oh no, he'll be ready for camp, man. He'll, you know, it's spot on. Nah, Christian's good. Christian's on schedule. This is good. And then CJ, everything's vague. And so as long as we're getting that vague response, Seth, I think there's a level of concern. I told B. Scott yesterday on our show, I mean, you know, there's very few similarities between me and C.J. Stroud. One of them is we played the same position, and number two is I think we both had a work ethic and a desire to throw as much as we could and not miss a rep kind of thing. I threw a lot of footballs in my time. I took a lot of hits in my time. Never was general soreness something that kept me out or hung around for 10 days. You know, so that's the part to me. If we go, you know, mandatory minicamp and CJ's still not throwing, for me personally, I don't give a damn what time of year it is. My concern goes through the roof because the general soreness thing doesn't last 2 weeks and 2+ weeks. And by the time we get to mandatory minicamp, according to what we do know, Seth, is it's been 2+ weeks or it's been 2.5+ weeks. That's not soreness when we're talking quarterback works, especially we've got something they're concerned about at that point.
Yeah, I guess that's the other part. Sometimes every now and then they'll talk about just getting a dead arm in baseball, and every now and then you hear about it with a quarterback. But usually it's when it's like in the middle of a season or whatever, where there's been a bunch of reps, and that's not the typical kind of thing that happens to a quarterback in the offseason, is it?
No, and here's the other thing. No, not at all. And not, you even look at the guys that it typically happens to at any point in time. When the action of throwing a football is significantly less violent than, let's call it, Lance McCullers or Hunter Brown and what those guys do pitching, right? I mean, they're so violent. It's so rough on their arms, and that's why you see all the Tommy John surgeries and again, shoulder injuries and shoulder sorenesses that last for, who was it, Jose Urquidy, that had a season-long shoulder issue, last year. Mm-hmm. You see that in those guys that have such a violent action. When you look at the quarterbacks, I think the reason you don't see the surgeries and so much of the dead arm stuff is because it's such a less violent action, and it's more of a full body, rotational, controlled, compact action. And on top of that, some people look at me and go, well, hell, Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen, those guys aren't compact. You're right. Those guys are different. Those guys are shortstops that are playing football. C.J. Stroud is your prototypical pocket passing, full body action. I mean, there's nothing violent about his action. It is as pure as you want it to be when it comes to throwing a football. It is as full body as you want it to be throwing football. C.J. Stroud were a guy that ever had arm issues because he was throwing too much. Not to say it couldn't happen, but I just think his action and the way he plays the position lends itself to, hey man, it's a full body action. The last thing that's going to go out on me is my arm. C.J. Stroud's going to be a guy that's 70 years old and can throw it through a damn wall.
It, yeah.
Hey, Sean, I remember Wade Wilson was my quarterback coach in Dallas, and he ended up being a good friend for a while after that. But Wade played 18, 19 years in the league, and nobody's putting him in the Hall of Fame and all that, but he was a really good quarterback. He was a pocket passing quarterback. I mean, he was mid-40s, maybe even knocking on 50 when I was with him. And you play catch with Wade, and it feels like you're playing catch with Dan Marino. Yeah. I mean, those guys, it's just a different animal, man. Those guys can absolutely spin it. It's usually the last thing that leaves their body, and I think C.J. Stroud is one of those guys.
That's interesting. Clint Stoerner joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. So, Clint, you were out at OTAs. We're going to get to some of what you saw here in a second, I'm sure. But just last thing on CJ, if he's missed potential snaps to throw the ball with teammates already with these OTAs, we got mandatory minicamp coming up next week. We'll see what happens there. And then training camp coming up. Considering that they're installing a new offense, how behind are they getting right now with CJ? Obviously, the classroom and the film, they can do all that stuff, and CJ's got the walkie-talkie. But without being under center, like how behind? What's the potential for them getting behind in installing this offense right now?
And he's definitely behind. You're either getting reps or you're not, right? And those reps are extremely valuable any way you slice it. But I think you mentioned the wide receivers, and that's really, to be honest with you, that's the last thing I'm worried about. CJ can fly those guys to California for 2 weeks before camp, and they can get right. The part that I'm worried about is the additional control of the offense, right? This year, the reps of going to the line of scrimmage, and I'll put it in layman's terms, just simple, because we've all heard quarterbacks on TV say Mike's 59, Mike's 59, right? The reps of doing that, communicating it, having complete control of the offense and getting the offense out of a bad play and into a good play, that's not going to happen overnight. The offensive line getting used to CJ's voice and CJ being the one that's doing all the communication, which it sounds like last year wasn't the case. All of that newness is the part that I'm worried about. The new center, like if Jake Andrews is the guy, I don't know if he is or not. I don't know why seems to be running with the ones, but him and Patterson, if Jake is the guy, those are valuable. 2 weeks worth of reps in OTAs in a team setting are valuable reps in terms of that communication. Those two guys, the center and the quarterback, need to, as the quarterback becomes more responsible, the center need to see the game through the same lens. As long as they're on the same page, then everything else is going to be fine. The biggest problem last year with CJ, guys, as it comes to scheme and communication, was the pressure, yes, obviously, but CJ had no idea where the hell the pressure was coming. He was snapping the football and didn't know if he was protected to his left That's him in the center, seeing it through the same lens. So, yes, to answer your question, it's a big deal. And I'm worried about it now, much less in a month, but it's more about that interior offensive play versus the wide receivers, in my opinion.
Okay, I wanted to have you on our show because, some people can only listen in the morning or in the afternoon. So I did want our listeners to hear your perspective on it because I know you have a really good one. But now that I'm thoroughly depressed, I want to move on to some of the other things, which I also wanted your input on because, you obviously have a much keener eye for wide receivers than Sean and I do. One of the things you had tweeted was that Higgins out there at OTAs appears to have a different style game than Nico, and I'm just intrigued by that. Like, how is he different? How is he similar to Nico Collins?
Well, I think Nico has a similar game to your smaller-bodied receivers. I think he's a great route runner. I think he's got great hands. I think he's great run after catch. I think he's a better route runner in general than people give him credit for. He gets in and out of his breaks better than a 6'4", 220 guy. I think it's the difference to me is more like when I look at, now this is a big comparison here. I'm not saying he's this guy, but stylistically, like to me, Higgins is more of an Evans guy, like looks long when he runs and like doesn't necessarily look like he's running that fast until you realize the guy that's running next to him, he's leaving him. It's a longer, slower strides, but he's covering a lot of ground. He's a longer, wiry guy that I think he's going to be fine. I'm not saying he's not a good route runner, but I just think Nico is 5'11", 6-foot wide receiver. That's how good he is, right? I don't think Higgins is ever going to be that guy. I think Higgins is going to be a different kind of player to where he's going to be comfortable with the body contact and catching the ball over his outside shoulder and the back shoulder stuff and using his length more so than Nico. Nico really does. If you look at Nico stylistically, he doesn't use his length. Right. I mean, he uses his bulkiness and his strength in terms of catching balls and body position, but he doesn't use his length really. Let me say he doesn't depend on his length. I think Higgins is going to be a guy that is going to depend more on length. I think he's going to struggle. And again, struggle is all relative. I mean, Nico's really good at it. I think he's going to get big guys typically struggle getting in and out of their breaks, dropping their weight, the quarterback reading that and knowing when to let the football go. Those are typically struggles for your 6'4" wide receivers, and Nico struggles with none of that, and I would be shocked if Higgins didn't struggle with some of it. So it's just I think stylistically they're totally different.
That makes sense. Okay, now the other one that I'm fighting against right now as I battle my C.J. Stroud depression is this. I have a hard and fast rule. I refuse to get excited about rookie slot receivers during OTAs and training camp because they're seeing vanilla defenses, et cetera, et cetera. It's a mentally challenging position to play as a rookie, and yet I'm finding myself getting excited about Jalen Noel.
Well, I think you're spot on, but the reality of it is they're going to be forced into action. We heard DeMeco Ryans say, I think again yesterday or maybe the day before when DeMeco spoke to the media, he said, look, I mean, we've had rookies here in the past that play right away, and he basically compared them, or at least paralleled them to Lassiter and Bullock last year, which those are some big rookie shoes to fill there. So they're going to be expected to play. But yeah, I think you're spot on, Seth. I get worried about the fact that we are going to end up depending on these guys. But as I watch practice, man, the Noel kid, and again, I think you're spot on with, hey, these are vanilla coverages. We're not asking him to do much. But Seth, when it comes to the twitch, the getting in and out of your cuts, being really quarterback friendly, he's got that, man. It's licked. He's not like, to me, he's coming out of I think they're a little bit, not pro style, but they're a little bit more detail oriented. The receivers that have come out of there seem to be guys that are a little bit more pro ready than, let's call it, a Tank Dell that comes out of an air raid that's just out there running all over the field and making plays. I think there's a little bit more structure in what they were doing at Iowa State, and I think you can see that. But Jalen Noel, to me, is the one of the two rookie receivers. Noel is the one to me that I watch and I go, hey, man, he's going to be able to help us. He's going to be able to help us win and move the football immediately. I like him a lot, man.
I'm removing the restrictor plate. I'm full bore into Jalen Noel now.
Yes,
that's all
good.
I need. Yes.
Welcome to the club. All right. Yeah. Hey, Clint, before we get you out of here, you had eyes on a couple of the OTA sessions. We've talked predominantly about the offense in the last several minutes here. What's a big takeaway you had from watching this team defensively out at OTAs?
I think the biggest thing Kamari view of the secondary is going to be really good. I think Kamari Lassiter. I mean, it's time, guys, that this is crazy coming from me because last year at this time I'm sitting there going, man, this kid's an inside corner. This kid's a nickel defender, and I was dead ass wrong. He is an outside corner. He can do both, but he's definitely an outside corner, and more importantly, he is. I mean, he's Will Anderson, guys. I mean, he is. It's time that we start talking about Kamari Lassiter in the same vein that we talk about Will Anderson when it comes to just naturally. Seth, you've been around these guys. Most guys that work the way Will Anderson works, most guys, it's almost frowned upon of like, come on, man. I mean, we don't have pads on, and you're pushing the tackle into the damn quarterback. Come on, man. You're over there, this worker bee guy that's over there getting extra reps during the downtime with the coach, man. Whose ass are you kissing over there? What are we doing here? And Will pulls it off of like, no, y'all get on my level or get the hell out of here. Like Will is the legitimate. You want to talk about a pillar that they're building this organization around. Will is that guy, and I'm talking about from a player as well as a leader on and off the field, in every aspect of it. And I think it's time that we start talking about Lassiter in that same vein. Again, I don't know if he's going to stay at outside corner or play some nickel because I think he could probably help us and be a Pro Bowler and maybe even All-Pro at that nickel position fairly quickly. I mean, he's that caliber player and with those instincts. But I know off the field, Seth, I think Lassiter is one that D'Amico views as a guy like Will Anderson that just sets the tone on a daily basis in every walk of playing football. And that's the thing to me, Sean, is just like, damn, man. I mean, this guy's, and he sells it. It's real. It's authentic. It's not fake, and it's not some tough guy. It's not some worker bee, some kiss up. I mean, it's real, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and real quick, Clint, I guess that's the part that I'm intrigued by this year is that, hey, like Jalen Petrie did some really good things in that I don't want to call it slot corner, I'll call it nickelback position. But there were times where, man, I want an actual cornerback at that slot corner. And is that one of the areas where maybe they can take a step forward this year is just having more versatility among the players they are using in the backfield? That, yeah, sometimes Kamari Lassiter is your, for a few, even if it's only a few snaps a game, when it's Devontae Adams or somebody else like that, that's your slot corner in that situation. But you can mix and match these guys interchangeably more.
Absolutely. I think the beauty of it's two things, right? Number one, obvious depth. If Jalen Petrie goes down and they do find whether it's a rookie corner out of USC or somebody else that steps up outside, you can move Kamari in, and now you're just as good, if not better, right? Number one. Number two, to your point, is I think the flexibility of being able to play a guy that's got great instincts, but he's going to help you stop the run. He's going to help you play zone. He's going to help you. He can play man, but he's going to help you do some things. He's going to play a little bit different nickel defender. And then all of a sudden, if a team like the Chargers did last year where it seemed like all they had was McConkey, right? You could move Stingley and you could shadow Stingley, or you could push Kamari Lassiter inside. You could bring in your third corner, and now you've got a guy and you can attack that one receiver that's hurting you. You can attack him with shadow and Stingley, or you can attack him by moving Lassiter in there. I just think it's another big-time weapon, more of an adjustment weapon probably at this point, but it's a big-time weapon for D'Amico Ryans if things, if the original game plan isn't just spot on, and if some offensive coordinator's got a beat on what we're doing and is picking out, the matchup issue. Boy, D'Amico's got a chess move that he can make, and he just hadn't had that in the past.
That is the great Clint Stoerner. You can hear him 2 o'clock today, 2 to 6 every day here on The Drive with Ron Hughley here on Sports Radio 610. And, Clint, you guys are going to be at Christian's Tailgate on Highway 6 tomorrow for the crawfish circuit, right?
Come on, baby.
Let's go.
Hey, mud bugs and cold beer, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. That's life right there, man. Highway 6, Christian's Tailgate tomorrow afternoon. If you're on the west side, go check out the fellas out there. Eat some bugs, drink some beer. Academy Sports and Outdoors brings you the crawfish circuit. Clint, we appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you making time. Have a great show today. We'll be listening.
Hey, man, miss seeing you guys. Always good. Thanks for having me, and let's have us a good Thursday, good Friday, good weekend, boys. Y'all be good.
Let's do it. All right, thanks, Clint. We appreciate you. For some reason, Clint's Southern drawl just makes the whole thing better. You know what I mean? Like C.J. Stroud with a shoulder issue, but being described by Clint, I feel like it's all going to be all right. We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Went a little over with Clint, but it was worth it. Coming back is one of the staples of sports TV about to get a really bad makeover. We are going to discuss that, and we'll hear audio from one of the staples of that state.
Bad thing happened to you, especially on Father's
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big thanks to Clint Stoerner. Joined us for a nice segment at the top of the hour. If you want to listen to that podcast, Odyssey Rewind feature, all work very, very well for that. And, of course, you can hear Clint at 2 o'clock today on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Inside the NBA, I'm a big Inside the NBA guy, Seth. I feel like as studio shows go, those are four guys that are having fun together and they color outside the lines very well.
Oh, yeah.
They're really good. Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, Shaq, and then Ernie Johnson does a
yeah, and they're unique. They're unique in studio shows. It just for one, just how unstructured and loose everything is.
Yeah,
and they just let those guys be exactly who they are. They're not trying to give hot takes. Now, the hot takes that you hear are pretty much just them giving the opinions that they would give just at a barbecue or in a barber shop or just as you're talking to them on the phone. Yes,
this is how you know a studio show is really good and successful. Is it when Turner lost the rights to the NBA in the upcoming contract, most people were distraught about potentially losing inside the NBA. It had nothing to do with it had no talk about like we really love the TNT production of the game itself and it's how they distribute it. It was we're going to lose Charles and Kenny and Shaq and Ernie. That was the big thing. Well, it turns out they won't. You won't as a viewer. Because ESPN is now they reached an agreement back when that they're going to actually carry Inside the NBA at times during the season. TNT is still trying to stay in the NBA game even though they don't have games. Shaq and Kenny and Charles have all re-upped, and I think Ernie too, with Turner, with TNT. So they're going to be doing some sort of Inside the NBA version that's going to be on there. It's not necessarily going to – obviously, it's not going to be an adjunct to a game because they don't have games on TNT. If you're sitting there listening saying, this thing sounds like a big mess, this thing, it sounds like people are going out of their way to keep some show in some version where it's going to be really watered down. That's kind of how Charles Barkley feels about it. Here was Charles Barkley on Dan Patrick's show talking about how TNT wanted they had the Inside the NBA team do – a pilot for what the new Inside the NBA, where they can't use highlights or anything like that, is going to sound and look like.
Does the show look like the show? It's Inside the NBA, but it's on ESPN. Is that how you're positioning this?
Dan, we don't even know.
Okay, all right.
That's one of the reasons I was waiting. Like, I don't know what we're doing, and then TNT is trying to do something stupid behind the scenes. We taped a pilot about a month ago, and it was the stupidest I've ever seen in my life. Because we're not going to be on ESPN as much as people think.
Wait, what do you mean you taped a pilot?
Well, because ESPN, because we're only probably going to be working for ESPN like half the time to 1/3 of the time. So I think TNT wants to do something. And we taped a pilot about a month ago, and it was the stupidest ever.
Okay, so you're still going to do a show, an NBA show on TNT, and you're going to do a show on ESPN?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's the crazy thing, Seth. It's not the network that they're going to be new to, ESPN, and presumably, ESPN, I don't think Barkley and Shaq and all them are technically ESPN employees.
Yeah.
They're just going to be using the show Inside the NBA as an adjunct to their actual NBA games that they're going to be carrying. The crazy thing is it's the company that they've been working for all these years, TNT, that had them do a pilot for a show. Because I guess that show is going to look and sound a little different now because they're not bumping up against NBA games, But
it's going to be a different type of show.
I guess.
They just don't know what it is.
I mean, Charles doesn't even know.
It could end up being really good if they just keep it loose and everything. I trust TNT can do that. The ESPN side of it is they're going to be intermittent. I feel like it kind of screws up the flow of everything of what you expect.
Yeah.
It does. There's a part of Inside the NBA where it feels like you're just sitting around in your living room, and these guys, it almost feels like they're in your living room.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're lucky enough to have Shaq and Kenny and Barkley and like those guys in your living room. And I don't know if you can do that as much when it's not as consistent as it is. And without highlights, obviously.
Right. I guess the way that ESPN delivers the Pat McAfee show, where they don't own it, it sounds like that's what this is going to be with Inside the NBA, and that they don't. ESPN doesn't
that's
own
the business side of it.
Yeah. Well, and here's where I was going with this: is that I watched the McAfee show at times before it was part of ESPN, and I watched the version that's now on the ESPN platforms, and I don't look at it and see it as drastically different. Like I don't think ESPN has homogenized the Pat McAfee show.
Like there's oversight, or I guess, like McAfee never used to get in trouble for saying this or saying that, or how they address certain topics or whatever, when it was just him on the internet.
Yeah.
Where now you get a little bit more, you get a little bit more of that. I don't know. I don't watch it enough to know whether he's like more of a stuffed shirt now or not, or if he kept it loose.
Yeah.
I have zero clue.
Here's
with Barkley, I don't know. It's not going to be. I don't trust that ESPN is going to take this and do the right thing with it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to end up feeling. They're going to try to keep it the same, but it's going to feel so unfamiliar that it's just not the same. And I don't know. Life goes on. It's not the end of the world.
No, it's a TV show. It is what it is. But here's one more from Barkley, and then we'll react a little bit more to this. What will the show be called?
Dan, first of all, I guess inside the NBA, I think, and I guess it's going to be just inside the NBA on ESPN, ABC. I think that's easy.
Okay.
But I think the show, I think the pilot's called Inside the NBA.
That's not confusing.
Well, you know the thing that was hilarious about it, Dan? We didn't have any NBA.
You have no rights to the NBA, but you're inside the NBA.
That's right. We can't show highlights. We can't show highlights. So
oh no,
we were sitting there for like an hour and a half taping this pilot, and we were looking at each other. What the hell are we doing?
So it sounds like they did the pilot and hardly talked to any NBA. Make it to surface. I need to see this pilot. I would easily pay like $25 on pay-per-view this afternoon to watch the pilot that Charles just said was so horrific for TNT.
I think it might have, though. The problem with it might have been a mess, but also awesome.
Yeah,
too.
No, that's what I mean. I think,
but even not just awesome because it's funny to watch and laugh at how stupid it is. There could be a chance that it's a mess, but that these guys do a better job with a mess than anybody else.
Yeah, my whole thing with this is I love Inside the NBA. It just feels like that everybody involved is trying way too hard to keep it alive, and in the process, my fear is that you're going to get, instead of getting one great Inside the NBA, you're going to get two butchered versions of Inside the NBA. You're going to get you're going to get the ESPNized version, as you point out. Like McAfee, it may not be quite what McAfee was before he got onto ESPN. You're going to get that version of Inside the NBA on ESPN, and you're going to get this version on TNT that's barely a basketball product because they can't show highlights or anything like that.
Right. It almost like it's going to be the Manning cast or something.
Yeah.
The highlights are overrated sometimes. It's not like the vast majority of the highlights of Inside the NBA are them breaking down highlights.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I enjoy more of the non-highlight breakdown stuff and everything than I do because let's be truthful. Sometimes they come back and it seems like either Shaq or Barkley hasn't actually even been watching the game. Might be better off if Shaq's not saying something as they're playing highlights that completely contradict what Shaq is saying.
Yeah. That's a really good point. I just remember Chuck doing the college basketball tournament.
Yeah,
that's where you have to juggle like multiple games at one time, and whoever was hosting the studio, it might have been Ernie. Whoever's hosting the studio show goes to Charles for a thought on the game they were all talking about, and Charles like, sorry, I was watching Missouri and Pepperdine. Sorry about that. I am. That's my big concern. I feel like it's one of those things like the I don't know what the analogy is here. Like, I feel like we're going to get two versions of Inside the NBA. Neither of them are going to be good.
Whatever happened to the show Barkley? Did he ever do it, or they started to do a little bit where he actually interviewed real-world people about serious stuff?
Oh.
And it might have lasted like 3 episodes or something.
A lot of these side projects that these guys have don't last very long because they realize, that's more time I have to spend doing this stuff. You know?
Yeah, and I better if I'm interviewing the foreign minister of defense or something, then I better gotta actually
Get my
really
research
buckle down
in.
on this.
Yeah.
As opposed to just riffing on the stuff that I'm already watching anyway.
Someone says Pat McAfee got one of the bosses fired. If ESPN would tinker with it, Charles would leave. So they had to. They have to have kept it the same. We'll find out. Look, Charles. That's the thing. Like, it feels like Charles signed up to stay with Turner to help save a lot of people's jobs. He's that kind of guy. He could have gone anywhere. And now there's a point in this interview with Dan Patrick where Charles is saying, maybe they're just having us do this version of Inside the NBA, so we're doing something on our contracts over here. It sounds like a big mess. And I hate that because it's one of my favorite things about basketball is that show.
It's the problem is, as much as people love to try to say I never watch ESPN or anything anymore, you watch more than you realize.
Yeah.
You can try to boycott it, but man, no, the fact of the matter is they have a massive amount of sports content.
Boycotting electricity.
You might never watch Sports Center anymore or anything, but it comes up against you.
Dude, if you're a sports fan, it's basically a utility. It's electric, water, running water, and ESPN.
It is true. It's one of those things. It's like if you try to, I don't know, maybe you try to go gung-ho into living a hippie lifestyle or something.
Good luck.
Good luck getting rid of all plastic in your life.
Yeah.
No, ESPN is plastic.
It's plastic.
And man-made chemicals.
Yep.
You can only get so much of it out of your life.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll set you up for the Astros game tonight. We will encourage you to get out and vote. We'll explain that. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop in just a little bit. Stay there.
Coach D'Amico's preaching hard work to take the Texans to the next level. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We were talking earlier in the show. I don't know how we got on the topic, but you talked about that chef in the Johnny Depp movie that he shot because the enchiladas he made were so good that he was never going to eat anything better than that. So he just shot the chef and killed him.
Depp shot the chef.
Yeah. So, I said somewhat tongue-in-cheek that that's maybe a lesson that you don't want to be too great or too bad at anything. Just sail right in the middle. And someone texted,
you become a target.
If you're good. If you're at one end of the extreme or the other. Texter says, for longevity's sake, it's best to be just above average, never below par, never a shooting star. You know, we've got these kids coming in here shortly from they're at a media camp for the summer at Strake Jesuit. You know, they're learning all about radio and TV and all the other, streaming and everything else that's going on. So they're coming up here to watch us do a little streaming, right, up here, a little radio and streaming.
Right, yeah. Tell them we're streamers.
We're streamers, yeah.
If they're 17 years old, just tell them we're streamers. We're not sports radio? No, nothing.
Is this life just be above average? That's all. Don't be.
There's something about running with the pack.
Yeah.
There is something he said for knowing when to run with the pack and then when to push out ahead.
Yeah.
If you always want to. Yeah, I'm sure all these kids have watched both of the movies about Steve Prefontaine and the cross country, the distance runner from the 1970s, and that was one of his things. He always wanted to be out front, and you got to learn to measure. Okay, when do you really push versus when do you run with the pack?
Yes, that's big.
Yeah,
it's big.
It is. No, you know what? I remember talking to a Navy SEAL about that, about the whole. When you're on during the SEAL training and everything, there is an element to like, man, you're part of a team here and you're part of a boat. And if you're trying to win every race and always be out in front and everything, it's not always ideal.
Mm-hmm.
That he said you want to be in the gray zone of like, man, and then but the whole thing is you want to constantly be pushing yourself at a pace that's faster than everybody else's average pace. But you can't always be at an all-out sprint, because then you're going to burn out and fatigue or fall away. So it's a matter of finding that balance of the Patriots back in the day with Belichick. Their whole thing when they got to the playoffs was always you don't need to change your preparation for the playoffs at all, because if you've been doing it right already, it's already better than everybody else, and you're working harder than everybody else. But if you try to go above and beyond, then all of a sudden you're screwing up the whole system. It's depending on how you frame it, it could sound like bad advice or really good advice, but there's an element of pacing to everything else in life. And the people who are really, really good tend to be really good at running at a slightly faster pace, but doing it more consistently over a longer period of time.
Yes.
That's the real challenge. Anybody can go out and have a Nike commercial type workout once. It's the people that just go out and have steady, solid workouts even when they feel like crap.
Yes.
You don't have to act like the TV cameras are on all the time.
This is a perfect segue into reminding people that today is a Framber Day.
Yes, right.
It's a perfect segue.
Not every game has to be a complete game.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You're not gonna pitch a no hitter every single outing.
Yeah, man. Living on the extremes can be very dicey. I think when Framber learned that living in the gray zone, be a good thing. And hopefully it's a good thing today.
No, it is a good lesson for life, because I don't want to, I honestly get nervous when kids are listening or whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of nuance to it. The people who work really, really hard, it's not as, in anything in life, it's never as dramatic as it looks in the movies or on TV. The real stuff, like take a distance runner, for example.
Yeah.
It's not the one hard run or something that allows them to win the marathon. It's the fact that they stack those runs up over time and years, and they're more consistent with it.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to be as dramatic. It just has to be the consistency of it all.
Advice, man.
Than to just bust your butt every now and then.
Bust your butt.
Use a different part of the anatomy.
We're giving advice to kids here, so it'll be a butt.
Yes.
It'll be a butt. All right, so we got a Framber Day today. It's kind of a sneaky game, man. You don't want to go to Pittsburgh and lose 2 out of 3 to Pittsburgh, especially when you gave yourself the cushion of actually winning the hardest game of the 3 games, the one where you're going against Skeens. You know, you're still. I know it's early, but you're still in a dogfight with Seattle at the top of this thing. Like that's tonight, Framber, go do your thing, and how about 4 runs tonight? Can we do that? 4 runs? Is that a little crazy, huh?
I don't look. We've had some nice little doses of some games where they've had extreme run production here and there, but they're still a well below average team in terms of just actually scoring runs. At some point, yes, I want to get to a point where I feel some level of actual confidence in my core.
Yes.
That you know what? They'll probably score 40 runs this series.
Yep.
Sure they will. They're coming into town and they're just with their big swinging bats and they're going to destroy these chumps.
Seth, I've arrived at the place where I'm like, until Jordan comes back, this team is just going to have to be a super gritty baseball team that wins games, on the margins, that wins game, by beating out infield hits, stringing hits together. They're just not a team that's going to beat a bunch of teams 9-2.
Am I greedy? If I just ask Christian Walker to not strike out so much? Is that? Can I ask for a little? Please, sir. Can I have a few? Several.
Now it's you're being greedy, but I will tell you're not being greedy. He's getting $20 million a year. He's getting $20 million a year. Stop striking out as much. All right, Christian Walker, can we do that? He was the one. So I saw the All-Star ballot had dropped yesterday. I got several emails about it. Some from the Astros. Pretty much any team that I bought tickets to one of their games, I'm on their mailing list now. So I've got an email telling me to vote for every Twin on the ballot. That's the funniest thing. None of these teams shy away from the fact that they just want you to stuff the ballot box for your guys. It's never like, hey, vote for the most deserving. It's like, no, vote for all the Twins. Vote for all. I got one from the Pirates. That was a big one. Okay, I'm going to vote for every Pirate on the All-Star ballot. I voted for all the Astros on there. I did when I submitted one of my 5 ballots that I'm allowed to submit per day, per MLB. Christian Walker was probably the one that I felt the most dirty voting for on the All-Star ballot, I would say. Yeah, he's not even close to being deserving to be an All-Star right now.
But that was the one you felt most dirty about?
Yeah, most dirty about voting for the All-Star game. Because he's nowhere near an All-Star right now. I voted for all the Astros because I'm an Astro fan. I stuffed it for the Astros. But Christian Walker was the one I'm like, ugh, I can't believe I'm hitting send on this right now.
It is. If you had just taken Christian Walker at the very beginning and said that, hey, Sean, a couple months from now, at the very beginning of this season, you're going to feel better about voting for Jake Myers for the All-Star game than Christian.
About that is, Seth, about Jake Myers is that Jose Altuve is listed as a second baseman on the All-Star ballot, which means he's got a better chance of getting voted in. He's got a better chance of getting voted in as a second baseman than an outfielder because there's not a lot of great second basemen in the American League. The flip side of that is if you stuck him in left field on the All-Star ballot, where he probably should be based on the number of games that that he's played, he's not even the best outfielder on the Astros right now. He's not even the best outfielder on his own team. Jake Myers is actually more deserving of an All-Star vote than Jose Altuve is right now, without question. If you had told me at the beginning of the year that I wouldn't feel dirty voting for Jake Myers for the All-Star team, I would have said you are 100% wrong. But it turns out you're right.
You didn't feel kind of weird voting for Yainer Diaz? Was that the break between voting for Yainer versus voting for Christian? You had to make a decision. What do I feel dirtier about?
Yeah, I feel dirtier about Christian Walker just because his failures this year have failed the team a whole lot more than Yainer. Yainer's not been great. But I didn't feel great about voting for either of them. Cam Smith I enjoyed voting for because we met his mom. And she would encourage me to vote for him.
That's right, yeah. Yainer and Christian Walker are just about dead even in terms of their offensive production.
Yeah, exactly.
Yainer has a 642 OPS, Christian Walker 634. Yainer's OPS plus is 80. Christian Walker's is 78. Yep. Very eerily similar. Yeah. And again, not what you would have been hoping for or expecting when you doled out that salary to Christian Walker.
Jeremy picked him.
Jeremy Pena currently third amongst all baseball players, not just shortstops.
Yes.
In wins above replacement.
Yep.
And that is with a slow start to the season.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Pena, man, you get tired of hearing about off-season adjustments and what guys are working on and everything because everybody is. But man, Pena just delivered.
Yeah, man.
And has been delivering.
I didn't realize his numbers were that good compared to the other shortstops. So the only shortstops that are on his level offensively right now are Jacob Wilson from the A's and Bobby Witt Jr. is having a good year, not a buffo great year. Pena's got to make it, man. I really hope. And he's been awesome defensively. That's why his WAR is so high right now, 3.6.
I feel like a failure right now, this second.
John Lopez feels like a failure. Is it because the 10 best-dressed people in the building are in this studio right now?
The straight Jesuit kids are here, and they're wearing sport coats and ties.
I know. That's our first lesson.
First piece of advice.
Essential. You want to make it in sports?
Look at me. Look at me.
Hey, guys, this is dressed up. All right? Yeah, exactly. It's a good-looking group, man.
It is.
Good-looking group. Yeah, little summer media camp. So, and they're seeing how it's done. You know, they came to the place. They came to the factory to see how the sausage is made.
Right. Well, and the cool thing is that these kids go to straight Jesuit, and Sean himself went to a Catholic university, and he is ready and prepared to answer any of your theological questions.
Any theology questions you got? Old Testament, New Testament.
Old Testament.
There's two testaments, right?
Yeah. And kids, I'm joking because nobody lets me down more in that regard. I have a question about Catholicism. He just gives me that look like, what was that again?
Yeah. It is. I'm a grave disappointment. Not just to Seth, but
don't
many
look at me,
people.
and I went to Catholic school for a while, too.
Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Is there no Reggie today?
There is a Reggie today somewhere.
Okay.
Somewhere.
All right. Well, the kids will just have to make a little pathway.
Probably
for
frightened
him
of these young hooligans.
Yeah, exactly. He got hit with a sock full of pennies. Some straight Jesuit kid out in the hallway.
That's Gary Kubiak Field, right?
What's that? That's Drake?
No, that's
he's St. Pius.
St. Pius. Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
You're gonna get.
Don't ask me.
You're gonna get the same treatment I did with Owen Daniels one time, where Owen Daniels is from the same hometown that my kids went to high school in, up in Naperville, Illinois. My kids went to Naperville North. Owen Daniels, unbeknownst to me, went to Naperville Central, but I interviewed him one time. I'm like, oh, yeah, I hear you at Naperville North. He's like, I ain't a Husky. I'm a Warhawk, all right? Yeah, that's stuff. They get sensitive about that, man.
Do we, is the question of the day okay to ask in front of the kids?
It's a good question.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
So what kind of pandering would Mike Tillman have to do to get you and Houston to put money on a new building?
Oh, does this go back to David Sampson, the former Miami Marlins? I don't know if you saw this, Seth. The former Miami Marlins president, David Sampson, who's in the media now.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
He told the story about how he went into like some of the poorest neighborhoods in Miami, asking them to, approve the taxes for a new stadium, which is this albatross now. This new stadium.
I don't want to give the quotes because it's going to sound bad coming from our mouths. But it was like, it sounded really, really awkward.
Yeah, he admitted it.
Yeah.
So
Reggie's going to line that all up.
Okay. So what type? So again, the question is what
kind of pandering? Like to basically to get to you. The question of the day.
How would he?
So like something other than just the actual offer of what the stadium will have or anything. I would need him to. I would need him to come out and he's going to have to do like a tour, give a speech to my Little League team or something like that.
That's good. I like that. that.
OG sauce and concessions.
That's a good one.
See, look, that's a man after my own heart. He's like, how can I make this money?
I know this is probably above Mike Tillman's pay grade.
Yeah.
And you're like, people are probably like, what do you mean? He's the president of the team. The only person above him is ownership. I would need him to promise me gambling kiosks in the concourse.
Bingo.
Yeah, I need to be able to place wagers at halftime of that game.
Yeah.
As an adult.
Whereas Lopez wants
kids,
bingo
right?
itself.
As an adult. You wait till you're 21 to do any of that, all right? But that's what I would need from him. I would need that. That and Zevia at the concession stands. I'm a big fan of the sugar-free soda. I love Zevia. Yeah, so that's it. What about it's?
I already answered. You're not gonna get. I'm kind of like when a comedian realizes there's a 13-year-old in the audience and it kind of frazzles you. You're like, all right, this is gonna be weird.
What would I have? I want him to have a library.
I don't know. Probably not appropriate.
More
yeah.
books. We need more books in the stadium.
The first four things that came to mind, I had to censor and edit immediately. Yeah.
Don't worry. We got Figgy on a moment like that yesterday where he might have possibly disclosed to any children that were in the car with their parents listening to Sports Radio 6.
I dumped it, though.
That a particular entity might not be actually real.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Figgy, you got to watch that.
I dumped it.
I was like, the kids are out of school, you know?
Yeah.
That's probably the cleanest dump of anything that's happened on the radio.
Out of context, that's a crazy statement.
Certainly the most appropriate.
Yeah. Yes. That's a good one. I'm looking forward to 1040, right?
Thank you. But I think I also want to take it to a different level outside of like the individual. What do you think would be necessary to pander to like the entire city of Houston? Because I feel like that's where, that's what he was doing. He was like the city of Miami. He's like, I need the black vote, so we're going to the black church. And I feel like we can enter some pretty interesting territories.
I can't wait. I can't wait. All right,
Reginald, what's the most egregious example you've ever had where you could tell that a white person was trying real hard to show that they're,
I like when they ask me anything, Mexican American or Hispanic comes up. Hey, Lopez.
Yeah. We just want an authentic perspective on it. That's all.
Hey, Lopez, what do you think?
Yeah.
I think for me, and it doesn't help that at one point in my life, the doppelganger that I got most often was Dave Chappelle. So
oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you can take that a lot of places, and many people did. Many people have. So that's probably the one where it's like, that Dave Chappelle bit. And I was like, you don't know that I like that. You're right.
Yeah. Do you know Dave Chappelle?
See, thankfully I haven't gotten that one. That one would have been
with him. All right, we are done. We'll get out of the fella's way here. We are out of time. Seth,
that time Seth was talking about Bokeem Woodbine. Yeah.
Have you been caught up on this particular instance of Seth's face blindness towards Bokeem?
Oh, you weren't
Woodbine?
here, Sean. Okay,
last week?
I'll explain it to you later. We don't need to relive that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was kind of hoping to relive that, but it's fine.
We
It's okay.
do. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a Tommy Pham to you.
And stay in school. Yes, stay in school.
And work hard, but not too hard.
Not too hard.
Consistently.
He's not your daddy.
Consistently work harder than everybody, but not too much.
Meaty part of the curve, yes. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. This young man's wondering why I'm looking at him. It's because what I'm reading is right above your head right there. Yeah, there you go. I'm not staring you down or anything.
No, you might have a particular interest in that
This kid gave me
gentleman.
a look, all right? Yeah. All right, we're done. Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. That's how you do it, kids, right there.
Professional right there.
All right, we're done. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That is correct. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to the fellas. And again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing. We can't thank them enough for the opportunity to chat with those fine fellas. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig. There are a multitude, numerous people. I very much feel like, when you walk out of the stall and you're like, my zipper's down and there's people here that I did not expect because I'm sure that you guys are probably talking about it. Of course, I didn't hear you. I had the thing that I do maybe like once or twice every, month or two, which is I forgot my normal headphones.
Oh, you had to go back to the car.
So I ran to the car to try and find them and they weren't there either.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, we're just going to figure this out. And I realized, I'm a little bit later than I'm supposed to be.
All right.
And then I walked into a nice live audience. So, if there's any level of trepidation in my voice, no reason. All right, let's get going. On a Thursday, you get involved with the program a couple of ways. One of those is the text line, 713-572-4610. And then also there's a lot of appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch line, 610 Houston. I think I got through that.
You got through
Lopez,
it.
how you living, brother?
I am fantastic. And
Bros.
we're bros.
He didn't hear that word right. That was not the word that he said. I don't even know if anybody heard that because Sean said that off air.
What did you?
He said pros.
He said
and you
pros.
Heard
Oh, I thought you said bros. Well, we're pros and bros.
Yeah, pros and bros.
Pros and bros.
This is a very interesting start to the show. I've got to
really
be
is.
honest.
I am fine, thank you. And you?
I am making it. I feel like I'd be a lot better if the Astros would have decided to score any runs. Last night, a 3-0 loss to the Pirates. You were hoping to get a victory, a little 2-game sweep. Unfortunately, you get a split there, especially when you were looking at an opposing pitcher who had who we said yesterday, ERA, of course, only a couple of outings, but still only that.
Yeah.
And, sorry, I just looked over and saw Figgy is wearing sunglasses indoors.
Yeah, I kind of got a headache a little bit. The lights is kind of bright.
Sometimes the computer gets him. I've asked him
What were
about
you
that.
doing yesterday?
I've asked him about that before.
Sometimes I'll be having a headache, and sometimes I just
Not a
want to be in
hangover?
the dark. Nah, I don't drink
He
through the
wears
week
his
like
sunglasses at night. That is a reference. You know, sometimes you guys make a reference that kind of goes over my head.
Oh, I thought you got all of them.
I got most of them, but Figgy wears his sunglasses at night. 713-572-4610 if you know that reference.
I wear sunglasses at night.
All right, so my bad.
Yeah.
I don't think I picked that one up. I have to apologize for that. But yeah, that game was one of those kind of hope for the best.
That was exactly what I called it.
And I don't know that you got the best in that instance.
Well, look, I'm not going to be, oh my gosh, one day they win or they win 3 in a row or they have back-to-back shutouts and we're like, oh, hey, everything's great. I'm not going to be the guy that goes that you lose one game and everything's, all of a sudden falling off.
You lost the game to the Pirates. It's over, oh Lord. It's over. They lost to the Pirates. Oh God.
But what it does say, it just says kind of what this team is, man. I mean, hopefully there's more games and weeks and days like we've had in the past.
Oh, I thought you were just saying in general. There are more games and days and weeks. I can guarantee you that.
Than days like this.
Yeah.
But when you have Ryan Gusto, when you have, some pitchers that have not been up there, it's a hope. It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing is that, you really do need the best out of these guys when it's Gusto, when it's Gordon that are on the mound. But I think more than anything, it's because 3 runs were put up by the Pirates, and I know that that's not a great offense. But you hold an offense to 3 runs, and that's still a winnable game in a lot of context. But it's not when this offense has been like this. That's the thing that's been kind of gnawing at me. And it can be an opportunistic offense, which is one thing at least I appreciate. It's helped you kind of get to the place that you ultimately are, right? Because you get runs where you need to sometimes, especially late in contests when you get into the bullpen. And I can appreciate that to some degree. But it really hurts when you can't manage anything in this instance, and it's going to become more evident because you're going to have 2 out of 5 games, at least for the foreseeable future, where if you don't get nothing from the offense, nothing is happening.
Well, that's right. And you say, 3 runs is a winnable game. It is, just sort of by the, loose definition in baseball. You hold the team to 3 runs, you should have a chance to win that game. But as much as opportunistic as this offense has been, they're only averaging right at 4 runs a game. And they rank in the bottom third in Major League Baseball, which is kind of jarring.
Oh yeah, it's
because
very
they've been on
abnormal.
a little bit of a run here, but
well, I guess that also speaks to just how bad it was to start
and how good their pitching was during this run. So they're still in the bottom third in run production. That's why it's like you got Ryan Gusto, you mentioned Gordon, you got pitchers like that. Really isn't scoring a lot of runs. This one surprised me a little bit. They're kind of they're right in the middle. They're in that meaty middle. I think they rank 14th in on-base percentage and slugging percentage. So it's kind of when you combine all those things, it's sort of like, okay, tonight we just got to hope for the best. And frankly, just to get into the game a little bit last night, that pitcher Burrows, Mike Burrows,
correct?
Yeah, he got his first major league start, and the Astros hadn't really win as a starter, I should say.
There you go. He had a couple starts prior.
Yeah, he had a win as a reliever, but this was his first win as a starter. And so that's a pitcher that the Astros hadn't really faced a lot, didn't have a big book on. So you got that.
Okay, that is fair. That is 100% fair.
You got a pitcher that you don't have a big book on. You have an offense that is in the bottom third in run production. You have on-base and slugging percentages that are in the middle of the pack. And you got a somewhat shaky at best starting pitcher. That's when you just hope for the best, and it didn't happen.
Okay. So, all right, I guess then I really appreciate you noting that, relatively new pitcher and not having a lot of kind of data and film on him. I think that is absolutely worthwhile, right? Or just generally at bats against him. That's a great point to lean on in order to try and generate some offense. That being said, do you think that then allays a question that I was going to ask, which is there anything that needs to be done to, generate more offense?
Well, this is where... And we're going to get into Dusty Baker later. But this is where the manager really needs to sort of take it by the horn. Normally, I'm not a big advocate of this, but limiting scoring opportunities in earlier innings. I'm not talking first, second, third, but sixth, fifth, maybe. When you have a pitcher like that, when you know your pitcher is going to scuffle and is laboring. I mean, that's the only way you could put what Ryan Gusto did last night. He labored. I mean, he had bases loaded in the first inning, 2 runs in the second, run in the third.
Yeah.
When you start to see that, maybe you don't play double play depth and concede a run in the 6th inning or 5th inning or whatever it may be. Maybe you try to make that 3 runs that they're going to score 2 runs instead. And so that's a dicey proposition that I normally would take the 2 outs or something like that, kind of limiting what you can do. Play late inning baseball in the mid to late innings.
Okay, I think that's interesting, but I do wonder if it ain't just a little too early to get to that level of.
No, that's.
I don't know.
Like I said, normally I don't, buy into that.
Like management aggression.
But they're not scoring.
And I think also, I would still lean on the idea that for the most part, like the defense and the defensive pitching is sufficient.
Yeah.
Upwards inflection?
All 5,
right?
Yes, if you look at the group.
I think the thing then, it's the offense for me. Like, I'm trying to see, can we generate more? Or is there anything to be done, right? Because I think the immediate thing we go to is, well, just as long as when Jordan gets back, right?
Yeah,
and somebody said the Astros have lost 3 bats. They were well over 300 hitters. One of the 3 borderline have not replaced those guys playing third.
But as a team, they were not. Because Jordan as well.
Yeah, and that's the I'm like, is this really as simple as when Jordan gets back, you feel better about this, especially if this is, well, you have the hand injury, whatever, and like however long that takes for him to actually recover. Because remember, we didn't really get a clean timeline on that either. Is there any level of like shuffling in the lineup that you would like to see in order to make this more consistent?
I don't know if shuffling in the lineup is necessarily it, as much as playing some of the hotter bats more, which he's done. Obviously Dubon has seen more at bats. I think Caratini, as well, has seen more at bats. I like the top of the lineup. You cannot deny what Jeremy Pena is and what he's done.
I've absolutely loved Jeremy Pena.
Obviously, Altuve, you don't move. And then maybe you start piddling around a little bit, but it's not so much that. I think, and keep in mind, I'm saying this only when, like in this case, Gusto and Gordon are pitching.
Yeah.
Maybe you tighten it up a little bit, because you're giving up more runs, conceivably, and you're not going, and your offense has not been, what it's been in the past.
Yeah, no, the thing that I just kind of
not when Hunter Brown's pitching.
No, I know exactly, and I just like, is there a way? Is the question I thought to myself? Is there a way to try and get some more offense, or is this just going to be one of those?
Hope for the best. That's the first thing that popped into my mind. I'm talking about before the game even started.
Yeah.
I was sitting there going, well, let's see what happens tonight, because this is going to be dicey.
That feels like. I know it's not quite that, but it feels kind of like a give up at this point in the season. Just be like, you got to hope for the best until the reinforcements come, more pitching and so forth that we're really looking at when it comes to actually swinging the bat, right? Jordan is who you're looking for. I know that you have like DeZenzo on the IL. How much are you looking at DeZenzo as being one of those guys that is a major player offensively? How much are you looking at Chas McCormick as being one of those guys that's a major player offensively, right? Like these are largely the guys that have to be the nucleus of your offense.
Yeah.
And it needs to be more consistent offensively. And I it's easy to say that, and that's why I'm like, is there anything that I can see specifically to get you there?
You said it's kind of dangerous, or however you put it, hope for the best. It's also a reality. I mean, we just laid it out. I mean, the reality is these guys, Ryan Gusto in his last 6 starts is 0-2 with an 8.22 ERA.
Is that good?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
You know that going in. Gordon, you know what you're getting going in. So maybe it's not just that, it's actually a reality. And then I feel like the other dangerous game to play is, when Jordan gets back.
Right.
That's asking for a lot. That's like, what's a good analogy? That's like that 5-star receiver that your favorite college gets, and you're like, well, he's going to light it up, and then he doesn't.
It might even be more the 5-star quarterback.
Or the 5-star quarterback.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, he's going to come in and he's going to be great. And you're like, actually, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily.
Yeah, exactly.
Because this is not a 1-to-1 proposition. They'll finish out the set versus the Pirates tonight. At least Frommer's on the mound, so at least you feel better about that. Obviously, he's going up against Mitch Keller, and you hope that you get a little bit more offense. in this instance. Series over.
Let me ask you one more thing.
Okay.
What about situational hitting in the middle innings? If you're not looking at the defense, you have runner on first, nobody out. Do you start doing that?
Do I hear you talking about small ball?
Yes.
I'm very pro small ball. I like getting on the base paths. I like adding different levels of stress to like pitchers and to defenses. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about small ball now is it is also a zag, and I say that to mean it is something that teams do not see as consistently as they would have in years and decades past. And so you give yourself an opportunity if you get on the base paths and if you're moving to maybe see mistakes and maybe see errors and maybe be able to capitalize on such things. I would be interested. I'd very much be interested in that in certain situations to try and drum up a little bit more offense, because it does not feel like, and I mean, not even feel like, I think you have enough evidence, there's enough of a sample size to point to the idea that, the offense can be pretty solid at times, but it could also be places where it needs help, and that seems like that could be a possibility of help from the manager's perspective, as much as managers can affect games nowadays compared to years and decades past.
Yeah, no, look, I go back and forth on small ball depending on the situation. This situation, I think maybe let's go to the third inning last night even. That's early. That's a little bit early to start manufacturing runs. But you're only down 3-0 you're down 2-0 because you're batting at the top of the inning. You're only down 2-0. If you manufactured one run there, the entire collection of the game. And so rather than doing it in the 7th, 8th inning, maybe put some pressure on the other team.
Yeah. From the 3-4-6, everybody keeps talking about when Jordan gets back, what is he going to be? Not like he was mashing when he was here. And of course, that's because it seems like he had a broken bone in his hand that we did not have full acknowledgement. But you can even start at the beginning of the year, unless he's been playing with the broken bone in his hand all year long. He did not start necessarily as hot as you would imagine. You hope that with him, going through whatever rehabilitation is necessary, when he does come back to play, that he'd be healthy. But yeah, there is something to be said for having to find it again. Although it is Jordan Alvarez, when he is at his best, one of, if not the most feared hitters in baseball. So that's the thing that you ultimately try and lean on. And then 832 mentioned something that you've harped on quite a bit. The idea is that pitchers are doing a terrible job of holding runners on base. So you also pair that with the offense, or I guess the lack thereof in this instance, and you're giving a little bit more leeway to the other team in their offensive pursuit, while you also are maybe a little bit stunted? Is that too heavy a word?
That's fair.
In your offensive pursuits? Yeah, no, and that's something that we've talked about. And it seems like Joe Espada and the team is actually actively doing something, or at least they've discussed the active kind of ways that they're focusing on, or at least acknowledging the ways in which pitchers need to do a little bit better.
And then there's this
on base.
From the 3-4-6. One word: steroids. Okay.
I mean, what are we doing, man? If it wasn't illegal, but it is indeed illegal. So
steroids, guys.
Don't do that. Also, how quickly are the steroids gonna work? Buy the man where you take the spinach and all of a sudden yeah, we not
get those big forearms, get those big man. Will you look at Jake Meyer's forearms?
If only it was that easy.
How did that happen?
If only. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, CBS Sports listed its top 15 new quarterback receiver duos. So where does that put C.J. Stroud and his new targets? Let's talk about that more next.
Is Coach D'Amico seeing a cult?
Texans play here.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You don't mean that 832. You don't mean that. You don't want those issues from the 832. Bring them cans back at this point. Don't do that. You don't mean that. You don't want all the issues.
Could you imagine?
Have people calmed down?
No.
On getting after Astros fans? Like, because
Pirates fans were booing Altuve last night.
Yeah, that's true. 713-572-4610. Have you heard it a little bit less? Because I feel like there was definitely a time where the uproar was louder. Yeah. I know that people still have those feelings towards Astros fans, but have you heard it? Like, I am interested.
It's always going to be there, man.
Yep.
It's going to be there for a long time, man.
Yeah, maybe so.
As in maybe always.
It might not be as loud, but somebody going to always bring it up.
Yep. Yeah, maybe so. Like, where do you think it stands when it comes to, and this is entirely, like, you could just say, let's not talk about this, and I won't. This is just off the top of the dome. Where do you think it stands in terms of, like, baseball scandals all time?
Oh, I think it's top 3, top 5.
Top 3? About, I mean, how do we quantify the steroid era? Do we just, does that count?
Oh, yeah, steroids, is it one?
That's
or
probably
is it multiple?
one.
Yeah.
But as far as, like, modern, I think that's up there, man.
Yeah.
Because that was the most recent scandal.
Mm-hmm. And
outside of the steroid.
It was premeditated, which always gets you.
Yeah.
Always
that
gets
is
you.
true.
Yeah, just hearing the stories and all that stuff.
They planned this.
Listen to Uncle Lopez. If you're going to do a crime, make sure it's not premeditated.
Yes.
And hear that, kids?
Yeah. And John Boy made it worse by breaking everything down and all that stuff. So it's just like, man.
I still remember the first time I heard saw his tweets and heard the trash can, I literally went, ooh.
Like they hit you with the trash can?
It's real, isn't it? It is.
He was breaking that boy down. I'm like,
oh, no.
I'm like, damn.
They really did this.
That's a good point, though. Pirates fans need to boo their own team, talking about trading schemes. Here's the thing, though. Like, if you don't trade him, you think he stays when it comes time to make this money?
Yeah. That's the thing about those small market teams, man. Like, you have a good player, but you know for damn sure he ain't staying there. He going right to the Yankees or the Dodgers.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see ultimately what that looks like. But, yeah, I did want to talk about the Texans because we're getting to that time of year where lists rule all, baby. We get into that list. In fact, I like to get all the way to All-Star break. When we get to, like, the All-Star break in baseball, it ain't nothing. Mm-hmm. And then all the lists, it's list week to me, baby. This is when we roll out the list.
This one got my attention.
This week, baby.
Right away. This one got my attention.
This one did. Okay, so this one is from our friends at CBS Sports who listed their top 15 new quarterback receiver duos. I think duos is they're getting their lists off right now as well.
But this is new receiver or new quarterback?
But this is a new pairing that is coming together. And obviously the Texans have a couple that could show up here. And I'm interested to see like what the perspective is.
Yeah, that's why I said, okay, this one, you got my attention on this one, and I am going to click for you because you got Christian Kirk right there. Who knows? Maybe people think highly. This CBS Sports thinks highly of Jaden Higgins, whatever it may be. So instead of going 15-1, I'm going to go 1-15 because I don't think any of us would suspect.
Why not?
That Christian Kirk would be
Why not?
number one new quarterback.
CJ Christian Kirk, the best match, the best quarterback wide receiver duo to ever happen in the league.
Now, I'm kind of putting you guys on the spot because oftentimes in these cases it's hard to remember, oh, yeah, he got traded there. Or
it's fair. I put you on the spot plenty.
And all that.
I'm willing to take my pen.
But I think number one you guys should get. The best new, and by the way, there is a Texans sort of thread that goes through a lot of these.
Okay, I appreciate
that. So that's
a
hint.
That's very. I think I know one of them.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how strongly I feel about that particular.
Number one new quarterback receiver duo, and the hint is there is a Texan sort of thread that's involved with it.
I'm trying to see because I ain't had that. I mean, my number one to me was probably Matt Stafford and Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I think
that's where I was going with number one.
Hit the bell. Hit the bell.
Got to go far away.
You got it. Yeah, that's the obvious one.
Okay.
So let's go through these other ones. The number two new reading some because like I said, I don't want to put you guys on the spot.
All right. Well, I think one of them is probably going to be. Well, I imagine one of them in the top 15 is Lamar Jackson and DeAndre Hopkins on here.
Lamar Jackson and DeAndre Hopkins. Incorrect.
Yeah.
Oh no! Yes.
Okay, is he on there?
Number 6.
Okay. Yeah. I was
number
like,
6. You have a guess on any of these?
I don't even know how strongly I feel about that one. I think they're just going to use him like, hey, jump ball situations. Hey, we get you to football. They just re-sign Rashad Bateman too, so they've got some guys.
Any other thoughts?
Are there any other ones that you come up with?
Nah, not that.
Perhaps
rookies are coming in here, right?
Is it rookies on
perhaps
this
in this state?
In this state.
Oh, is it Dak and who did they do?
Oh yeah, Pickens. I forgot that they got Pickens.
I forgot about that.
That's number 2. Number 3.
That will be fun.
He had a
how productive? I don't know.
He had a C.J. Stroud kind of year last year.
Okay, so Jaden Daniels and who are we?
Who's the new
Debo?
That's right.
Oh yeah,
I'm super interested to see how that one goes because
I forgot about that.
I would love to see how Cliff Kingsbury actually utilizes him and if he ends up looking a little bit more like a traditional wide receiver. Because I hate to be the dude that's like, I don't know that you could do that, but I don't know that you could do that to the degree that it makes it worthwhile.
They kind of going all in a little bit. I forgot about him.
Yeah,
we keep talking about Tunsil,
Debo.
I forgot about him.
Number 4. If I give you a hint,
is this Houston tie? Is this
no Houston ties on this one?
Because I was gonna say the New England one is gonna see how long it actually lasts. If the way these rumors are going, one of these dudes might be cut here soon.
The Texans got diced up by one of these players last year.
Oh goodness! So I was trying to get off my Drake May, Stephon Diggs, and I done forgot where I'm
trying to think who
Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Oh, okay.
Are we sure Sam Darnold will start?
Well, that's okay. That's why it got my interest. Still haven't heard Christian Kirk or C.J. Stroud.
No, because where are we? 4? You said?
Yeah. This is 5. How do I give you a good hint on this one? 5, best receiver in the game.
Oh well, I mean, this is going to be J.J. McCarthy and Jay Jettas.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We said 6.
The JJs.
Y'all guessed 6. Lamar Jackson and DeAndre Hopkins. 7.
Oh, you got Jamar Chase as the best receiver in the game, huh?
It's a toss.
I mean, it's not crazy.
Yeah.
It's not crazy to look at.
Wild quarterback room.
I mean, there's a couple of those.
Wildest quarterback room.
Browns.
Oh, well,
it's got to be the Browns, right?
So
okay, maybe I.
I was gonna say Browns. Saints is a wild quarterback room. Colts is a wild quarterback room.
Say they shouldn't even be on a damn list.
There's a lot of wild quarterback rooms. So let me just tell you,
it's gonna be a fun training camp watching some of these quarterback battles. If we're gonna be completely honest.
Russell Wilson and Malik Neighbors.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Oh, you're talking about wild as he eating W's. Okay. Which supposedly Russell Wilson, like that was part of the reason why he was like, oh, Malik Neighbors over there, I'll go do that. Which not a bad way to go do things.
That might be a tame quarterback room compared to the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least they keep their
number 8 new duo, often compared to CJ
Caleb. Are you talking Caleb and
not Caleb?
Who is often compared to CJ Stroud in this instance?
They played him last
Bryce?
year, I think.
Are you talking? Is this Bryce because of the
Jordan
the
Love?
draft?
And Matthew Golden.
I don't think about Jordan Love anymore at all.
Yeah, well, he's 8. Still no CJ and
with
Christian
Golden.
Kirk. Yeah.
How interested are you in that particular?
Not really that much. I mean, yes, it's gonna be good.
That's a really good division. Does it feel like it's because they, no matter how you stack it, you kind of bring them in as third in that division, even though it's a really good division where you probably look at all 3, if not 4 of those teams as being probably pretty good this year?
Yeah.
That's kind of wild. Like, I also am in that place where I do not think about them at all, and that maybe that's something about
I'm
me.
kind of curious with them, though, because they did take a receiver in the first round for the first time ever in a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
So it seemed like they might be, on the up and coming, I
Houston
guess.
boy Matthew Golden.
Number 9 in the division.
This got
is it Cam Ward?
Nope.
Travis Hunter and the man who got
Trevor
hit
Lawrence.
at one time.
Number 10, I'll go through a few here real quick. Still no Christian Kirk.
Still no. Okay.
Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson.
All right.
All right, man. What we doing?
I mean, Garrett Wilson is real nice in that part.
Yeah. Number 11, Drake May and
Stephon Diggs.
There you go. The Texans thread continues. Number 12 in the division.
Is this where we get Love or Warren?
Cam Ward and Calvin Ridley.
Oh, I forgot about I thought people were doing a lot on the man. Cam Ward is the number 1 overall pick, ain't getting no love, and then I completely forgot that he existed. So that's on me.
Yeah.
All right, so we're really getting pretty deep here before we even. And
that's what is interesting.
Is this because we're talking about wide receiver 2 with Christian Kirk because Nico holds so much of a stance here?
Yeah, it got to be a Christian Kirk.
But
thing,
you got rookie receivers
with Higgins
on this list. You got rookies in.
I get that.
And a rookie quarterback.
But I don't see them putting a second round rookie on this list like that.
What about Christian Kirk? That's the one that got my interest.
That's the one I feel like maybe it's a Christian Kirk thing.
13, Geno Smith and Jacoby Myers.
All right. I mean, Jacoby Myers is pretty solid. But
14, Mason Rudolph.
All right.
And
okay,
DK Metcalf.
You got lying, man.
Like, I get it. We're like, hey, the DK Metcalf is carrying this. But what about Mason Rudolph?
And then there's number 15. Spoiler alert. Christian Kirk and C.J. Stroud do not make the list.
Wow.
Number 15, wait for it, Tyler Shuck and Chris Olave.
So this list was made just to make me mad.
Yeah, dog.
All right, so at this point, like this is bulletin board material. You should tag that thing up there. And I mean, I guess
my thing is play the game of would you rather have then.
Yeah. Where would you put CJ and Christian Kirk? Like Christian Kirk, you talk about a number 2, but that doesn't matter with him. Very high paid, a lot of production, multiple 1,000-yard seasons, or at least one.
Yeah, he's got bona fides. CJ has bona fides, and now they're together. And maybe this is because they feel like Nico Collins will take too much air out of this. Maybe there's still questions about the offensive line, you don't know what the offense
Tyler
is.
Shuck, brother.
Yeah, dog. we got. I was like, I can maybe hear you out for a while.
Yeah. Are they looking at just number 1 receivers, like teams that go?
Well, I mean,
number 1 receivers.
Not always.
Because this don't make no damn sense.
But see, here's the thing that was interesting to me: the top
is
6
is Matthew Golden the Packers' number 1 wide receiver coming in?
The top 6 or 7 made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So they just kind of said, nah. Not in Houston. That ain't
when you start talking about Mason Rudolph, man, brother, you could have took him off the list and waited for Aaron Rodgers to sign.
And you want to know? And I think that's
I
why
would have understood that.
That was a placeholder because they thought by the time this list came out, they would have found out with Aaron Rodgers. They're probably mad right now. You're making us look stupid right now.
It's supposed to be Aaron Rodgers, but he ain't signing yet.
Mason Rudolph.
The one before, right quick before we go here, the one that makes me really upset about this is not because it's bad, but it's because I think it disproves one of the things, like you were talking about. Is this a number 1 wide receiver, whatever? It's Lamar Jackson and DeAndre Hopkins because that feels kind of like
he ain't no number 1 receiver.
He could be a 3.
That feels like the similar pairing. And of course, I'm not saying CJ is Lamar Jackson. He's trying his damnedest to try and push his way into like that kind of high level elite quarterback territory CJ is. But like if we're talking about the pairing of couple of guys, one of them who is higher in his career and really high upward trajectory. Christian Kirk, maybe not exactly in that same place, but a veteran wide receiver, not necessarily going to be your number 1, but it's going to matter in this. That feels like that pairs that, and you go from Lamar Jackson to DeAndre Stroud and Christian Kirk, who is not ranked.
And I get Justin Jefferson, but they got J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson 5.
I actually am not too mad at that because Justin Jefferson is that damn good.
Yeah.
I get. I mean, hey, he has Sam Darnold out here looking great. Anyways, yes, direct your hate towards CBS Sports if you are so inclined to do that. But yeah, it's a little bit of bulletin board material for the Texans as they move into the season, which any level of motivation for this offense, I am 100% here for. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. A little bit of pandering apparently was happening for an executive in sports on this podcast. What kind of pandering would Mike Tillman have to do to get you and also the whole of the Houston area to put money on a new building? 713-572-4610. Get creative with it. Let's talk about it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. You don't really
WebNow 1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, it's that type of day, huh, Fig? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
Little Billy Idol ain't gonna hurt nobody.
I see you, brother. I see you. In the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. What kind of parenting would Mike Tolman, the new president of the Texans, have to do to get you? And also, what kind of parenting would he have to do to get the whole of the Houston area to put money on a new building? This is inspired by some audio of
you gotta hear this.
David Sampson, who used to be the president of the Miami Marlins there, and he was on Pablo Torre Finds Out, that podcast, talking about what he was doing in order to get Lone Depot Park, what is now known as,
you would know that,
built back in the day. What is the Miami Marlins Stadium? He was trying to do, and this we decided to do in order to get people on board.
Oh, I gave a whole sermon to a major black church in Miami because I needed their support for public money for the ballpark. I was the only white guy in there.
Jewish.
I am Jewish. I am white. I went to visit a black tailor.
God. No.
And I had a suit made for me by Andre Dawson's tailor. So I looked like Andre Dawson.
You see it,
and it was awesome.
How many buttons did your suit have?
It's the only suit I ever had. It had 6 buttons.
Oh, what year was
This was 2008. And so we needed the votes. I had a consigliere who was Cuban, and we had a plan of all the different people we had to get votes from. So we went to the Cubans, we went to the Cuban Hispanics. 100%. I had to go get one personally made, a Gallavera. So I had to wear that to the Cuban.
Say that one more time.
I think it's Gallavera.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It was about all the things that this 65-inch white Jewish guy could do for them by having a ballpark built with their money. And I'm standing in my suit and in my pointed shoes.
You got pointy shoes.
Long pointy shoes that were like size 10.
Please tell me that the suit was like black or
I think it was
tan, maybe.
I think it was tan.
Okay, that's straight. That's good. That's good.
Obama. It was going great. I had eyes with my Cuban consigliere. It was. I had the view that I had their attention. I had the view that they were looking at me as though I was one of them. And so I built up to this crescendo. And I look over at the bishop. Then I look out at the audience. I look back at the Cuban consigliere. And I look at the crowd. I say, "Can I get an amen?"
There it is.
And then I walked out.
Yep.
Saying amen in the black church.
6-button suit. I like the Dominique was like, what color was it? I hope you wasn't out here wearing purple or something. But yeah, man, full pander.
No, I think he kind of hoping he was.
Full pander. He said pointy shoes, all of it. Mm-hmm. But he got his money.
Yep.
And obviously the Texans are in this place. I'm not saying that they would be like full pander, but if they were to,
why not?
If Mike Tolman were to,
they got to.
Yeah.
They would probably have to if they trying to get us to pay for it.
Yeah.
What would he do? What would he have to do to get you? But what would he have to do to get Houston on board? Because my mind immediately went to Mike Tolman trying to like engender support at the booty club. Like just, you know what I mean? Like we got the culture out here in Onyx out here like, yeah, throw them ones. But also where we should also throw ones is for a community, like a place that brings community together, like where the Texans home should be. Like I love the image of him, just talking to Cherry or to Diamond or to all these, and Chastity
Cherokee.
Or what have you. Cherokee, and be like, look,
Dream.
So what for you? What would he have to do just if he was just naked pandering to try and get this building built?
Put on a guayabera, not a gay.
Okay. There you go.
Put on a guayabera and go to Latin Fest in Houston, one of the biggest festivals. Look, I'm personalizing it.
Yeah.
We know how my people, once they get behind something, I mean, it's on. It's over.
Y'all support the hell out of stuff, man.
Yeah, over. It's over. I'm talking, and plus, maybe go to the park, man. Go down to Buffalo Bayou Park. Go to some of these neighborhood parks on a Sunday when the barbecue's going. And my people like to take out a table, bring the little Weber, start cooking those that chicken and rice and beans and all that stuff, and just go table to table, man. That's the way to do it. I'm telling you, it'll work 100%.
I think to get our people on the side, well, I'm using that as I'm not for real.
I was like, brother,
because everybody's there, but what they feel like we like, he got to pull up in the slab, man.
Oh yeah,
slab meetup was absolutely.
He got to pull up in the slab playing. He probably Bun B be in the passenger side, or unless he be in the passenger side and Bun B is driving.
Yeah.
They got to stop at Trill Burger and just make it look like he's the coolest person. Oh, yeah, he got to have a cowboy hat on. He got to have that cowboy hat with the boots and the belt buckle. That's full pander mode right there.
Yeah, I was like, slab meetup was absolutely I mean, that is there anything? I mean, there's definitely some things that you probably point to that points to like Houston culture, but slab culture is one of those in a big way. Like, I am here. I am down for the cause, per se.
Go to quinceañeras.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
just hop around.
I mean, we do got a lot of Spanish speaking and Latin folks in the city of Houston. So you're like, hey, corner this market right here in particular. From the 832, dude sounds like Larry Silverstein. Do they all look alike? All right. All right. Okay.
I'll tell you what, I do respect his effort.
Who?
It's
David
funny.
Sampson?
Yeah, it's funny, but the dude went in and it worked.
I think another way he could do this is he got to hop on like a local podcast, like a hip hop podcast. It's a guy by the name of Bijani and Creighton, local interviews with like some of the hip hop legends and stuff like that. He got to hop on there and talk some Houston hip hop.
Resurrect Turkey Leg Hut.
But good this time.
That's a wrap.
But
it's over.
No drama this time.
So he got to say Turkey Leg Hut.
Yeah.
You know what? That'd go a good way.
That would go.
Is there another institution though that would go further? That
yes.
You start the bidding at Turkey Leg Hut. What is the next institution?
Well, you're all going to make me say it. Blow up the dome.
Look, that would go a lot further.
Blow up the dome.
I'll allow you here because I feel like
he might lose some people with that.
Oh hell no!
Might
not
lose.
anymore.
It might be a couple.
He's going to lose all those.
It might
nerds,
be a couple. It might be a couple people that's like, nah, that's a historic mark.
Yes, a couple.
I mean, the very obvious one is, hey man, you got to get in here in these tailgate streets. Like you got to be on the ground. I bet that's probably already on the docket. Like that's probably like the bare bones if we want to keep calling this.
That kind of helped Callahan and cred a little bit, man.
Big time.
I think it was a couple years ago. They got out there, and that was the first time they was out there like that.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think every game, and not only do I think they should, I think they will.
I can see that easily.
Hit all the Tejano music tents, all the hip hop tents, all the other tents, and just start pressing flesh, as they say.
832. That's wild. 832. I mean, I know that's what they say, but also wow. From the 832, Super Bowl grills. Can you imagine Mike Tolman on the TV in an interview and like he got that Johnny Dang on him right there.
Yes.
Just a big old Houston Texans
get a grip Paul Wall.
Oh
That's
yeah,
like
that would go a long way.
Somebody said drop a freestyle on June 27th with Paul Wall. He got to get a little screwed up click in here.
I was gonna say he got to rap Zero Mo City Dime.
Ooh, that would be good. Oh, this is a great one from Kicks Rocks on the YouTube page. Get in with Mattress Mac. Like if you end up with Mattress Mac on a commercial, I feel like now we're trying to make some inroads here. Like that might be maybe the full comparison of going to the black church in Miami. Do he got to do a sermon at Lakewood?
Yes.
Like is that what has to happen?
Yeah.
He has to do a sermon at Lakewood.
That would be big time. That'd go a long way.
All right, what do you guys think this means as we begin to wrap this up? Magic on the YouTube page says Astroworld. There's no other context besides Astroworld. Does that mean like bring back Astroworld and we can make this happen?
I wonder if he talking about bringing back Astro, like the amusement park, or Travis Scott.
Okay, the amusement park hits. The amusement park goes way further than the Astroworld.
Okay, because that Astroworld is gone too. The Travis Scott one is gone too.
That is true. That's true. Yeah, keep those coming in. Like what kind
OG
of
sauce in the concessions?
That would get you on board.
Oh yeah, you'll be on board after that.
Hey, it'll get a lot of people on board.
Hey, would you rather have the OG sauce in concessions or keep the Astrodome up?
Come on.
I guess we keeping the Astrodome up.
No, I'm saying I'd rather have the OG sauce in the concession. Speaking of which, you're wearing the shirt.
I am.
I'm going to do a shameless.
It was clean.
Thank you for wearing that OG sauce shirt.
It was clean.
It was shameless because this is interesting. I always get people asking about where I can pick it up, You can find that. There's a bunch of retailers. But shout out to Carniceria Prime because as of tomorrow, you can get it at 6 locations. They signed on to bring in OG sauce at 6 locations in Pasadena, Porter, Airline, Tomball Parkway, Cypress, and how about this? Arlington, Texas.
Oh, so you're giving it to them folks up there too?
Yeah, your
Okay.
people.
All right, I guess.
Man, you just lost a listener, man.
Hey, man.
Why don't you go support the Rangers while you got it, too?
Yeah.
Did you not hear?
You want to put it in Jerry World too?
Did you? I'm okay if they insist. Did you not hear Pasadena Porter Airline Tomball Parkway in Cyprus?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
You took the
So
question.
that's pretty cool. Shout out to Branco Ramirez. He used to be a professional soccer player in Mexico. He has
Hey,
got
shout
that,
out.
Got
Okay.
to see that prime going.
So you took that naked pandering real strong, like real serious there, didn't
Well,
you?
people ask, hey, where can I get it? Oh, there you go. There's 6 more locations.
Very good, excellent.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and yes, bring back Astroworld Amusement Park. I'm not gonna lie, that'd do a little something for me.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where. Looks like Derrick Henry might be starting his acting career. We'll talk about that and a lot more next.
Nick Cayley expects physicality from the new-look Texans offensive line.
Everybody will block. We're going to be committed to that in the run game. That's part of who we are.
style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie.
All about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I guess I'll start here because I did tease it. This was an interesting audio clip that happened with Ravens running back Derrick Henry, who was on with Dan Patrick, obviously the very notable sportsman. And Dan Patrick, obviously not just, especially with his time at ESPN, and since he's just a star, media star out and out. And so he's got a lot of contacts, and one of those being Adam Sandler. He was wearing an Adam Sandler hoodie as he was interviewing Derrick Henry, and Derrick Henry let him know that Adam Sandler was his favorite
like big time
actor.
Yeah.
And so this was how kind of that interaction went between those two at the end of their interview.
Well, this is Happy Gilmore 2. This is what Adam Sandler gave me.
Okay, that's one of my, Adam Sandler, my favorite actor, so that's what's up.
So that's the Happy Gilmore golf swing right there, that patch right there.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
If you ever see him again, tell him I'm a really big fan. I would really love to meet him one day.
Okay. You know what I'm going to do?
Man.
I'm going to text him today and ask if he'll send a video.
Please.
And then I'm going to send it to the Ravens.
Okay, cool. I'm a huge fan.
Okay. And if you get to 2,000 yards, I'll get you in a Sandler movie.
All right, cool. Say no more.
Is that all right?
Remember
No, I'll take care of my end of it.
Okay.
I mean, mine's easy.
Yeah.
Yours is hard. You got to get 2,000 yards.
Say no more.
No pressure.
Bet is on. No pressure at all.
He said it a couple times. Say no more. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
The first thing I thought about was, damn, I'm glad he ain't in this division no
That's
more.
the first thing
Brother.
I thought. Yeah. I said, fear Derrick Henry now more than you ever
I
have.
feel bad for the AFC North.
Like, he is dead serious. Say no more.
Dude, like, as if he needed more motivation to be.
He would have got 1,000 against the Texans alone.
That's right. He averaged
500 yards
250.
So, like, it's only just about if he stays healthy, right?
Yes.
Because he had 1,921 last year for the Ravens through 17 games. And, I mean, it feels like he could do that again, even though, think about it, this is going to be his age 31 season.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody has any real fear or, problem in seeing the plausibility of him running for 2,000.
You said he had 1,921 yards last year, and then you said it seems very plausible that he's going to get that again, and nobody blinked. That's how good he is.
Yeah.
That's because when you say that about any other running back, we'd be like, the hell out of here.
Yeah,
1,900 yards.
He's the rare occasion.
Yeah.
So when we talk about like Adrian Peterson and running backs like that, maybe a Frank Gore or something he's kind of in that category. Man, he could play until he's 40.
And here's the other part of this. I like I said, I think it's very plausible. Get 1,600, he's still going to be in a movie. I think that's a wrap. Once Adam Sandler hears about this,
I mean, does Adam Sandler even really need the 2,000 yards?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nah.
I think he's like, oh, okay, he's that big a fan.
Can we talk about the fact that his favorite actor, like he didn't say like my favorite comedian, my favorite funny man,
or one of my
favorite actors.
He said that's my favorite actor
with enthusiasm. Like you could tell he was sincere. He's like, oh man, Adam Sandler, that's my guy.
Far be it from me to say anything negative in this regard because that is a very large man.
Yeah.
However, hypothetically, that seems nonsensical. Like, of all the actors out there, your 100% favorite is Adam Sandler, for real?
I believed him.
I do respect that he said favorite though. Like it'd be one it'd be one thing if he said this is the best actor of all time or something like that.
Yeah.
But sometimes your favorite is most likely never the best.
I mean, there's only one of the best, and there's hundreds upon hundreds of actors, right? Like in theory, that leaves a large likelihood that your favorite is not necessarily.
Never really hear he's the best. I mean, the favorite though.
Yes.
I never hear nobody say that's my favorite actor.
It seemed pretty clear to him.
Yeah. So shout out to Derrick Henry not being in the AFC South. Like, go terrorize them people up there. Although, like, that just might be what the Ravens do in general. Obviously, he was going to be there, but Rashad Bateman, the wide receiver that they drafted out of Minnesota a few years back, he gets a 3-year extension for, I believe, what is the number on this again? Because, of course, as soon as I go to say it, it moves away from me. But he gets a $36.75 million. How
about that?
Yeah, which, I mean, it really is pretty reasonable on average annual value. That puts him 29th, which feels about right. Like he doesn't really operate as their wide receiver one. That's basically Zay Flowers' role now.
Yeah.
But it's funny to think about because we were also talking about them running for 2,000 yards. But a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, you could look at the Ravens and go, yeah, they're good, but I don't really like their passing game. Zay Flowers.
2 years ago.
Rashad Bateman.
Yeah.
They bring in DeAndre Hopkins, who really can be a niche player, like kind of a role player. They still have Mark Andrews for whatever that's worth. And if you don't love that, Isaiah Likely's coming into his own. Like, this is where I continue to look. And, of course, we saw that up close and personal, how difficult the Baltimore Ravens can be. This is a team that I still look at and I go, I'm terrified of seeing that football.
The thing is, with the Ravens, though, their passing game always been okay.
Yeah.
They just never really had that top-notch receiver.
Now they do, and they have multiple.
They always killed you with the tight ends and the running game. But they never had, like, that premier type of receiver.
And, oh, by the way, a complimentary piece named Derrick Henry.
Oh, man.
That's sick, man.
But that's also, like, as I give them all that praise, that is the tier that you want to be in with the Houston Texans, and that's probably a road bump or a speed bump that you need to be able to get over in order to get there. So, yeah man.
We was talking about Derrick Henry coming here at one point, remember?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Would have been nice.
Yeah, it'd been all right.
I feel like I'd have been in on that. Somebody said, yeah, Bateman's nice. I thought he was going to be really good right out of college. And of course, I give Greg Roman, who was then the offensive coordinator there, a lot of credit for developing the run game, but also I give him a little blame for not developing their passing game all that much. But it seems like they're finding it. It is coming together there for the Ravens, although they seem to step on their own feet in the situation, because I feel like they should have beat the Chiefs a couple years ago. They probably should have gotten a win this year in the postseason. Maybe doing that. We'll see what they ultimately look like. Let's bring this back home a little bit. Are you familiar with the certain C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I am.
Did you see what happened on social media for him yesterday? So, obviously, in order to acquire C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the Texans sent Kenyon Green and a 2026 fifth-round pick, and then you bringing back the sixth-round pick, and then also, obviously, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Well, apparently, Vic Fangio, who is the defensive coordinator over there, earlier in the week during OTAs, called the deal a salary cap thing, saying, quote, Howie, meaning Howie Roseman of the Eagles, made the decision. I was fine with it. And obviously that was his defensive coordinator, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Apparently C.J. got on social media and responded to a graphic that said, just don't do them young guys like y'all did me, close quote. And he also added that 100 emoji and that flex bicep emoji and all that. Because he's on a 3-year, $27 million deal, and you had all those. He played well, 6 interceptions, all that. You think that he's coming in what do you make of that dynamic? I guess is the way that, because it seems like he's like, yeah, that's not the fullness of the story. Keep the energy or what have you. But he seems like he's bought in here as well. Like I don't know what to necessarily make of. Was he just tweeting?
He's one of those guys that certainly reads a lot into anything that he might perceive as some sort of
slight.
Slight, yeah, that's the word. And I think that it's good for the Texans.
Yeah, I was like,
it's good for the Texans.
I don't think you really needed any other motivation in believing in C.J. Gardner-Johnson and his ability. I mean, he has bona fides on the field, but like that motivation, like the idea that he, even in that small setting where I don't even know how much he actually cares about that particular exchange.
Yeah.
But it seems like he got that fire in like, even those little moments.
I'll show you.
I cannot wait to see this dude. Like, I have a feeling he might restore the feeling on safeties for us, right? We're just like the dudes that might thump a little bit. Like that feels like where we are.
I don't think there's any question.
With C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it's funny to say, but a little interaction like that made me even more excited to see him on.
And
the
you
field.
should be. No, I don't think there's any question. You talk about edge, and that chip on the shoulder, whether it's real or perceived. That's all good news, man.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that, and I also again wish Jimmy Ward, Azeez Al-Shaair. I'm guessing it's more of those guys because Will is on the line. I wish them guys all the best in trying to make sure that we direct that energy in the right way. Because that is the only thing about it, right?
Like that's what you're saying.
And again, I'm not trying to treat him like a child, right? That's infantilizing in some ways. He's a grown ass adult and everything. I just know that, sometimes your teammates got to help you direct that in the right energy, and I look to those leaders to make sure that that's the case, because what last thing I want is for all that energy to spill out in a different way. But very excited to have that guy on the defense. You're talking about the wild quarterback rooms, and we go to what I have deemed the wildest as of right now, the Cleveland Browns. According to Kimberly Martin, who, by the way, just got a new deal at ESPN. Good for her. She suggested that Shador's time in the driver's seat could be sooner rather than later, saying, quote, in that building, there are people who believe that Shador can 100% be the starter of this football team. Talking to people in that building, they said he's soaking up everything like a sponge.
Wait a minute. Deshaun Watson plays there, doesn't he?
Plays is an interesting word to use.
He's there.
Like he is employed there. That is the way that I would describe it, much to the chagrin.
Didn't they give up a whole lot for him? Aren't they paying him a lot of money?
Gave up a lot, paying him a lot, regretting a lot. Just a lot of lots in there. But no,
why not? Is my response to when I saw this. There are a lot of reasons to believe that Shador Sanders, he clearly has some shortcomings. I think you and I both agreed pre-draft. Yeah. There was a drop off at the quarterback position. You didn't think the quarterback class in general was that good.
That's correct.
There are clearly some shortcomings, but it's not like the competition is going to be daunting. And Deshaun Watson, I was kidding, is not a factor.
But Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, I'm missing someone else in there.
Kenny Pickett.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's all due respect to Kenny Pickett.
I will say their OTAs looked like it was lit though, man, because you had you sitting there watching 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? And I guess if OTAs are what they are, right?
Yeah.
We're going to, comb through it with a fine-tooth comb because it's football and it's what matters to a lot of people, to pretty much all of us, I think. Like it's a place where we all kind of come to this. As opposed to us kind of looking at this little kind of, hey, there's a shoulders, general soreness in the shoulder, and we're kind of, picking at that to some degree. There's good reason to have real, genuine interest in 4 dudes battling out for this quarterback position.
That's my point. Why not? Maybe he's shining.
Not just the battle, but also on top of the battle, whoever wins, there's still the question of how good they actually are once they get that job.
Right. Yeah. I know it's been the conversation of why are we making a big deal out of OTAs and stuff like that. Maybe that's different for us because we know who the quarterback is, and we can wait to see him week 1.
Yeah.
As long as he good week 1, we good.
Yeah.
But a situation like that where you have no idea who is starting week 1.
But here's the other point. This is what you're talking about. Winning the quarterback job in Cleveland doesn't mean you're going to be good. It means you're going to win. You're going to win against those guys. And by the way, there is a little interesting thing here. They drafted Dylan Gabriel higher than him.
They did.
Yeah.
So
and the 541 believes that Dylan Gabriel's a better quarterback. They also add the Go Ducks. Although I imagine wouldn't you put Sco in there? But I don't necessarily believe that. However, I've been wrong about plenty of quarterbacks in this league. Quarterback is such a hard proposition to project. When you think about it, how many quarterbacks have we seen ultimately latch on that we're not necessarily anticipate, or that were drafted low? Don't mention Tom Brady. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Compared to the guys that we thought were can't miss, and they come in and you're like, actually, didn't quite work out.
No.
It is a dicey proposition. It's one of the reasons why all this stuff is tough. We were talking about one wild locker room. Let's talk about a man that kind of helped create another one. Derek Carr, now retired, was last seen as the Saints quarterback. He gave up $30 million by choosing to not have the surgery to repair his shoulder injury and deciding to just kind of retire. So he was talking to Front Office Sports recently, and he gave the reason as to why. He said, quote, I didn't want to have surgery and just sit there, and it sounds crazy, but didn't want to just take the Saints' money.
Right. You're going to hear this again at 12:40 p.m., and I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. But here is my thought on this. You know who I thought of first, Figgy? Ed Reed.
Talking about taking people's money.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're spoiler alert on my buy or sell. I believe him.
100%.
I believe him. He doesn't need the money. He's very much a high, personal standard type person, scruples, morals, all that stuff. And I really feel like he's like, I'm going to retire. I'm going to need surgery, and I don't think I'm going to be able to play again. Why am I here just taking their money?
Yeah, no, I mean, one thing whatever you want to say about Derek Carr as a quarterback, and I think that like sometimes he could be too timid for the the arm strength that he had or what have you. I thought he could be kind of scared of moments at times. As a dude, and like a upstanding kind of moral guy, I always think back to like the dealings with Antonio Brown, where like he very much tried to personally kind of make, give Antonio Brown some space and some guidance as much as he could, right? And like you see that all of that kind of pop up with him, and there's a reason why I think guys gravitate to him. That seems genuine. Everything, and of course, I am from very far away. I can't really speak to this on any level, of personal level, but this feels like it falls in line with a lot of the other things in his career that you would that would make you look at him and go, good dude. Yeah. Which is probably why he was so upset and hurt by the idea that was thrown out there that he might be leveraging that injury in order to do something. He's like, nah, man, I didn't want to take the injury. Didn't want to take the money. So, I mean, salute to Derek Carr. And honestly, he might have also done one thing that the Saints really needed, was put them in a place where they could not keep doing this thing where they're middling, even with the bad. Like, this might have actually forced them to slow down, be like legitimately bad, and try and get yourself back right.
Yeah. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of players who have done the exact opposite. They've known that was it. That was it. But you know what? They want to pay me? I'm taking their money. I'm taking their money.
I also would have taken the money. I'm not.
For the record, yes.
I'm not a good person.
Biggie, would you have said, I don't want to take your money?
I'm taking whatever I can get, man.
Yeah, let me go ahead and rehab on company time. I will absolutely do
that.
And somebody said, didn't he do that with Henry Ruggs too? Absolutely, like 100%. And it's kind of a shame that the Raiders gave him so many of those types of people to have to deal with. But I mean, I imagine you have a guy like that. You bring him into the culture. That's the whole idea of the culture, is that you believe that guy can help neutralize certain those. That's one of the reasons why, when you brought in Deontay Johnson last year to this locker room, I imagine you felt comfortable, like, hey, things are going to go great. Like, no matter what happens, this is the type of locker room that you feel like it goes well. And Stephon Diggs also, like, I think that was some level of factor, even though there was those, those kind of rumors, and that's kind of the conversation that kept happening. In fact, it's a conversation that's still happening with him now that he's gone. And I think that those are the ways that you end up viewing that. Somebody said the only one mad is his pastors. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Because he
gives a lot of.
No, that tithe was not 10. I bet he tithed 15%. That's how much he down for it. I appreciate that about Derek Carr. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, today is Thursday. It's June 5th, and it's actually game one of the NBA Finals is tonight. I kind of want to talk about this. What are you looking for in this game and in the series? 713-572-4610. Let's get finals ready next.
All right, let's get your trees ready with Ability Trees and
Your studio presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. NBA Finals, Game 1 gets going tonight. What are you looking for in this game, in this series? We were talking to Big Shot Bob, Robert Ory himself yesterday, joined us on the program. And he seems to feel that this is a pretty solid series that you have in here. And I think that, I'm intrigued in this one as well. How much are you enjoying the opportunity to see two teams that are not the got standard fare, for lack of a better term, right? The teams that you anticipated or that you thought of early on in the season that you knew would be in this place. And how excited are you to see this particular matchup play out?
That's the attraction, isn't it? The newness of it. Two teams, which, by the way, have never won.
Right. So we'll
NBA
have a new champion.
Side note: I think that's a little unfair.
Why do you say that?
Unfair? The Indiana Pacers won 2 ABA championships.
Oh, okay. ABA.
Okay, see, that's the problem.
That's the part that's unfair.
You're the problem.
I'm the problem. What? You're the problem.
You're part of the problem.
Wait, did you say what championship did you say?
ABA.
But they in the NBA.
They're recognizing more and more ABA numbers, and oh, by the way, the ABA. If you go back, ask historians, all that. I know you're tweaking me, but I got to get this off my chest.
I ain't say nothing.
A lot of people argued was better than the NBA back then. They had all these exhibition games that were, legitimately competed hard because it was ABA, NBA. ABA by far won more games. And I think all those records should be NBA records. I mean, Dr. J, Iceman, George Gervin. The Pacers had George McGinnis and all these other guys, Mo Malone, all in the ABA.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get that off my chest.
He got real defensive.
Yeah, I did.
Old man on the porch right there.
I thought you were going to go to the one that Kicks Rocks went to on the YouTube page, which is the idea that the Supersonics won.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes,
I thought that's where you was going.
No. ABA was at that point better than the NBA, and they won 2. But that's neither here nor there for this. There is a newness to the NBA Pacers and the NBA Thunder, Oklahoma City.
Not the Seattle Supersonics.
Not the Seattle.
Or at the very least, it's a team they ain't won one in a very, very, very long time.
Yes. Thank you. Let's go with that. But that's part of it. The other part of it for me is, and this is, you kind of feel guilty, dirty, whatever you want to call it. I'm really starting to kind of fall in love with how these Thunder play the game, man.
Dude,
I'm really starting to fall in love with it.
I feel very strongly in this. I think this might be a historically great defense that we're watching in the Oklahoma
And look
City
what they do on the offense.
And they're pretty good offensively.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, I've seen it described numerous times as this. This is a strength on strength matchup, which I think that's about all you can ask for in an NBA Finals, or in the finals of any level of competition, right? In the Super Bowl. In what have you, World Series, strength on strength, where you get to see, because again, I've said it before, I'm in sports for seeing something great happen, and so if we get to talk about my concerns about playoffs, sometimes can be a random championship generator as opposed to actually getting the best teams to the end. And I don't even want to get to that place where I'm having that conversation, but at the very least, we get two of the best at what they do matching up. Where you talk about this Pacers offense is problematic. That's what Robert Ory was talking about. And as I was pondering that yesterday, I actually do feel a little bit stronger about what Bob was talking about there, right? The idea that this Pacers offense is one that inherently stretches you out, makes you run like it's unorthodox, and it all kind of flows through Tyrese Halliburton and his ability to just kind of knock down shots, really get to his spots when he wants to. The only thing I'm interested in is how does that then pair against this incredible Thunder defense where they turn you over and they've got guys to match up with anything. They you're not going to outsize them. You're not going to be able to just outpace them by any means. They've got a decent amount of size, although that changes a little bit.
They got good size
compared to the Timberwolves had bigger size. I mean, you had 7'9" Jaden McDaniels guarding your point guard in that instance, guarding Tyrese Halliburton. This is going to be a little different with Lou Dort. And speaking of Lou Dort, that did bring me back to. I was reading in ESPN about this particular matchup, and I think that I'm as much as I want to give the Pacers more love, I think I'm very much at Thunder in 6 because in the times that these teams have met, right? I think it was a genius IQ pointed to the idea that Tyrese Halliburton, his assist ratio goes down, his scoring goes down, his shot attempts go down when he faces off against door. Like, if he is not scoring in the same way because of this particular matchup, and if he's not passing the ball in the same way, I don't know how you win this.
You're absolutely right. Ultimately it's SGA, it's Halliburton, and a lot of people are focusing in on that. It's everything else with Oklahoma City. And I like I said, is it wrong that I'm kind of like, I like watching this squad? I like watching this Thunder squad, because of all the matchups they can present.
They've been good all season, man. I've been saying that for a long time, man. They've been playing really well.
Yeah, no, and so how it plays out, look, you want to say 6, 5, it ain't going 7. I don't think it's going 7.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think they're rolling. They can feel it. They're young too, and I'm kind of hesitating to say, is this going to be the start of some sort of dynasty, some sort of run, because they haven't even won one yet. Except for the one,
in '79.
In '79, yeah. But they do have all the markings of that.
Yeah. What particular, like, if you're looking at particular matchups, because I threw one out there. Is there anything else that you're looking out for in this one that you're really excited to see? Because, we didn't talk. There's so many different people in here. I know that Clint was talking about this, and I was like, look at Clint. Basketball Clint is what I call him. He was talking about Jalen Williams, and I think Jalen Williams is going to have to show up in a big way. Because, you talk about, like, Neesmith and Nembhard, two of the guys that the Pacers have that they can throw at you a little bit defensively. But, maybe you can get into Shea a little bit or what have you. Or if you're able to have one of those guys get into Jalen Williams and it's just Shea, I don't know that Shea can do this by his lonesome. And I know that he's really good and he can, kind of get winning at the same time. And I think Jalen Williams will absolutely be a large portion of this because they're going to try and take him away.
I think he absolutely will. I think Chet is going to be a big part of things just because, he can do a lot of different things inside and out. I think obviously, and this is where we are today, not necessarily as much in this series, but ultimately, because the way the game is played, you have two teams that can knock down the corner threes and, the open shots. And if you can get those open shots, all of a sudden, the hot team.
Yeah.
The hot team.
I'm looking for if the Thunder are able to, like, have the ball move around because they can get a little bit ISO dependent at times between Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I think that would be the path I imagine that the Pacers will be trying to take in order to get this slowed down. I also am watching for Are they going to be able to do the double big, or are they going to want to do the double big in the series or in the season series for the Thunder? They didn't have one or the other of their bigs when you talk about Isaiah Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, and they it worked pretty well. Are they going to be able to play both of those guys with the pace, the speed, the way that the Pacers move, or are they going to have to kind of stagger those a little bit? I think all of those will make for a really interesting game one tonight between the Thunder and the Pacers at 7:30 p.m.
I also feel, key moments in this series are going to be, obviously, it's going to come down to some late game heroics or late game moments or whatever. But I think ultimately, like, the team that does the best job either offensively and defensively at the end of the first quarter and at the end of the third quarter, because they're coming in. And you've got these guys, Caruso and all these others that have been, really big. Like, that's something that the Rockets don't have, didn't have. A lot of teams don't have, where there's no significant drop off. There's no all of a sudden twist you can put to, because they play the game differently with their backups.
Yeah.
Than they do with their starters. So, like, end of first quarter, end of third quarter, whenever the subs come in.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see this. And I see you 832 saying the Thunder just get away with obvious fouls. Very overrated defense. Lopez, I'm going to lean on your experience watching basketball for a very long time. Don't all great defenses kind of do that?
Of course.
Like, all great defenses end up, at least in basketball, but we could probably extrapolate this pretty far. Like, they use their physicality and, they kind of play along the edges of this.
What I've always called it is they're conditioning the refs during the regular season. They condition the refs to how they play the game. Maybe it backfires on them sometimes, but once you get to the postseason, every referee group that you get in there,
they saw them play.
This is how they play. They're conditioned to the fact that, well, we got to let that go because these guys do it on every possession.
Yeah, excited to see what game one poses. And again, this is, in some ways, you could view this as advanced scouting because the Thunder are going to be there. This Houston Rockets team, as they continue to try and grow, this is one of those teams that you're really looking at as this is your competition, right? In any league, there's one of those teams or two of those teams that other teams are looking at like, we have to make sure that we have a way to beat them. I think the Thunder are clearly one of those teams, if not that team in the West for your Houston Rockets. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Excited to see that one at 7:30 on ABC tonight. Coming up next, let's get in into what's sad news in the market. I want to talk about that, but we'll talk about some other things as well next.
All right. Active clients today. The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's poppin' here on this Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, see how and Jalen Williams, both on rookie contracts. He's definitely like the Howie Roseman of the NBA right now.
For sure.
They just
100%.
Put together a good roster, lots of assets available. They're a menace. They're frustrating. But yeah, let's talk about some of the things that are popping. I did want to do this for you here, Lopez, before I forget. I know you're an Aggie. You have your Aggie heart and everything. And I be giving you a hard time sometimes. But I didn't want to allow you to show a little Aggie love to somebody who the Aggies showed some love to. His name is Dan Campbell.
How about that?
Dan Campbell received an award from the University A&M, or Texas A&M University is the way that I should say.
There you go.
That always reminds me of.
That sounds cool to me.
Bring it home.
There was a young man once who was committing to LSU, and he was like, I'm committed to the University of LSU. And everybody was like, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
What do you think that U in there stands for? just wondering. But no. Completely. But yeah, he receives a Lifetime Achievement Award from Texas A&M. And they did it in the real clandestine way.
They really did it cool.
Where, he thought he was being interviewed by the Lions. Obviously, he's the head coach there for something there. And they turn to the video board, and it's a lot of his former teammates. Did they say that R.C. Slocum was a part of this as well?
He was a coach. He coached them.
Yeah, no, but I'm like a part of the.
R.C. was
I think he was a part of the montage. I saw Dat Wynn was involved. There's just a lot of guys, and then ultimately at the end of it, once the video package of all his former teammates ran, this is what Dan Campbell said on the backside of it.
Oh my God! I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you. Thank you for all my teammates. RC, love you to death, and means the world to me. And I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you.
That was a squad, won the Big 12 championship, had some great NFL players on it. You mentioned Dat Wynn, Dan Campbell, several others, linemen and such. But everybody remembers Sir Parker against Kansas State. With the last
thanks for that
touchdown.
Appreciate you. That's absolutely something I wanted to remember. Yep. Steve McKinney, Christian Rodriguez, a lot of guys on that team, obviously, and of course, salute to a very good Texas A&M Aggie, and a dude who has represented them incredibly well, even going further as a player, but more importantly, I think as a coach now. I really like me some Dan Campbell in a way that I didn't think I would. Like, he gives off meathead. I remember when he first got the interim job in Miami when was it Joe Philbin got fired or what have you, and I used to call him Man Campbell because he came in with all that testosterone energy. And one of the things I really love is that dude is a player's coach. That dude cares for his dudes. But he also his hiring practices are really good. He is more advanced than I think people give him. Like, he is not a caveman football guy. Not that there's something inherently wrong with it, but I just feel like he is so likable.
He is, and I didn't blame anyone because he came across as the meathead, biting knees and everything else, and everybody's like, oh boy, how's this going to go? Well, update.
Very, very well. Although this year will be a very interesting one for him as well. Like, as he has both his offensive and his defensive coordinators move on, and this is always a real challenge for young head coach, continue to hire a good staff. Yeah. And that's something that we're talking about a little bit here with DeMeco Ryans. So, hey, your defense is great. Offense had a little problem. Can you get it right on the second hire as well? And so, or I guess in the first place, in the instance of the Texas offense. But more power to Texas A&M. Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Dan Campbell. Some other things that are popping. I saw this, and it's not a happy thing, unfortunately. But I saw that Will Kunkel, who, he's been on these airwaves, obviously he's jumped on with The Drive a number of times. And he put this out on social media that he is that he's no longer going to be working at Fox 26 here locally. That they got rid of the news department or the sports department.
See, that's the weird part. The headline, obviously, Will Kunkel, great job and just awful. But you got rid of sports altogether as part of this?
That was wild. And I think for me, like, without digging into this, because obviously, I wish Will the best. He obviously does a good job, or has done a really good job covering Houston sports up and down since he took over there from Mark Berman, right? Like, that is
that's the other part.
Such an institution.
That was big shoes to fill,
and I don't think that anybody looked at him and was like, nah, this is not it. Like, I think he did it.
He did a great job.
It made you, like, I never once thought about, man, I miss Berman right now. Man. Like, he came in, hit the ground running.
Yeah. And there was reason to believe, okay, there's going to be a drop off, and obviously with Berman's sources there was maybe a slight, but it wasn't noticeable. His effort and his coverage and
he was way more digital than Berman
way more
was.
digital. Well, went everywhere. And here's the weird part. You cut the sports department. You've got NFL on Fox, MLB on Fox. You got college football on Fox, leading right into, all due respect, or maybe not a lot of respect.
Well, I mean,
some weather girl. That's going to talk about the game that just happened.
Be careful.
Well, I know I'm not going to be careful because here's the thing: they're going to have to talk sports.
Yeah,
they're still going to have to talk some sports.
See, that's the thing, man. I feel I don't know the situation, but it seemed like they feel like they could just get anybody to do what he was already doing when it comes to sports. Yeah. So if it's training camp going on, we can send a reporter out there.
Yeah.
And that's not going to hit the same, man.
Yeah, the big thing for me is just the contraction of local media. And this is going to be real navel-gazy, I understand. But I feel like it serves the local audience. I think we hear all the time, like, oh, man, I'm tired of ESPN or these national perspectives. And if indeed, it is just like, hey, you're not going to have that dedicated sports perspective there. We've seen the ways in which, newspapers cut down on the coverage and how, and I'm not speaking specifically here, but just in general in local media, some newspapers going out of business to where there's not as many or maybe not at all of coverages in various places. And it only stands to hurt, the people who want that coverage, right? The people who care about these teams, because it is having a robust media that allows you, live vibrantly in that space. And so I hate seeing more local media kind of contract, because I don't think that's ultimately a good thing for anybody
Local
involved.
Television, if we have to just be honest here, is in serious trouble. Their numbers compared to even just 10 years ago are really bad. This isn't going to help. Like, their identity was Mark Berman. He put Fox 26 on the map with all the breaking news and such. And now, as I mentioned, you're gonna kill the entire department. Nuts.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do going forward as far as like Houston Texans news or just Astros stuff, because they was doing a lot of stuff like that.
And have the traffic reporter out there.
All right. Now you're just sideswiping a whole bunch of people who didn't do nothing wrong because you're mad in this moment. I don't know. You're doing a lot.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
But
I'm not wrong.
They are going to get probably just another reporter to go out there and see what's going on.
All right. Some other things that are popping. Actually, this really just popped up on my particular smartphone device. Apparently, with the Colts, because in division and that matters. Tell me if this sounds familiar at all. Colts head coach Shane Steichen said that quarterback Anthony Richardson is dealing with a shoulder injury and will not participate in minicamp next week.
I actually kind of like that better. He said injury. The amount of the effect is still the same. You're kind of wondering, and if you're a Colts fan, you're probably a little worried. But the dude did say injury.
He did say injury.
Yeah.
But there you go. Anthony Richardson. Do you think that gives him gives Daniel Jones a large leg up in that particular quarterback battle? Because that's one that matters here to some degree. I don't think that you're really scared about either of those dudes helming the quarterback position for the Colts, but
it gives him an edge. I don't know how large of an edge, but I think it definitely gives him an edge. Reps, if nothing else, being out there and when he's not. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's something that's happening out that way. We mentioned the Astros, and we'll circle back around to something interesting that came out with the Astros. They're back in action tonight against the Pirates, trying to get, solidify a win in this particular matchup. How do you feel after last night's win or last night's loss, considering now you've got Pham Valdez on the mound tonight?
Well, we touched on this, and I think it's the most important thing. When you have a team that is not actually they're in the bottom third of runs produced. You got to do something to maybe shake up the system here, shake up the bat, not the lineup, not anything like that. I'm not going to say anything crazy like that.
Jake Myers hit second,
but
Jake Myers hit second.
Hey, at this point, no, I'm kidding. But you're not scoring runs at the clip that you need to be competitive when you don't have your best pitchers out there. Fromber on the mound, you get good Fromber, I think you're in a better spot. Obviously, Hunter Brown, you're in a better spot. Lance McCullers seems to be trending in the right direction. You mentioned you got 40% of your starting rotation where it's a crapshoot. So you got to kind of try to manufacture more. play a little more, hit the runs more late rather than play for a double play ball, that kind of thing.
And thankfully, the Mariners have decided to be some level of unserious themselves because the Orioles, although the Orioles have kind of turned this thing on, but they lost
straight, right?
I think it's 8 of their last 10, I think is what it was. I'll have to double check that to make sure that that's correct. But they've been on a little bit of a tear themselves to try and get themselves playing better baseball. Yeah, 8 of their last 10 is what the Orioles have been, and 2 of those have been the last 2 games against the Mariners. So we appreciate the work of the Baltimore Orioles trying to get themselves right, and more importantly, stifling the Seattle Mariners and keeping them a half game beyond, or below rather, the Astros. We'll see if the Astros can try and at least maintain that or maybe widen it tonight with a victory versus the Pirates. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we talked about Will. Will was the one who asked that question about whether the procedure had been done or any work had been done on CJ's shoulder that we got basically a no comment to.
Wasn't he?
Now, when it comes to the C.J. Stroud shoulder, should they walk it back or maybe be more specific? Where did they go from here? And then also, Frank Ross, there was a level of a detail that was released about him as he's going to do a little bit of a charity event coming up this weekend. Let's talk about all that next.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Well, hope your Thursday is going well. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig with his sunglasses on. And it's an overcast day, too. That's the funny thing. I understand why you're wearing them. It's more about the lights inside than it is light outside. It's just a funny look.
Like I ain't want to have the room all dark.
You should.
Nah, man. They don't look good on the camera like that.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
It looked kind of weird.
He's a creator, man.
And then y'all won't be able to see me. It was a couple times.
What are you trying to say?
And
it's a good look, though.
No, it was a couple times in the past where we used to have it dark in here.
Mm-hmm.
And the host used to complain, can't see in there.
Yeah.
So now we make sure the lights on.
When Figgy does that voice, it makes me laugh every time. We mentioned this in What's Poppin'. It's kind of some breaking news. Sounds like too strong, but it's a story that's happening out there in Indy. According to James Boyd of the Athletic, who covers the Colts for the Athletic, apparently Shane Steichen said that quarterback Anthony Richardson sustained an injury to his throwing shoulder last week. It's the same AC joint that he messed up previously. And so that leads to this very interesting reading of this, is that he doesn't think that Anthony Richardson will need surgery at the moment, but also he hopes that that quarterback Anthony Richardson can come back, quote, at some point during training camp. No timeline.
So it is, but it's also a little bit, you kind of let people know what the situation is.
You're comparing this in that way.
All I'm saying,
I think it's very distinct.
Listen to my words.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
I see what you're doing here.
I'll shut up.
It's like when you're talking to your grandchild. Listen to my words. No, you kind of establish what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You set a certain amount of expectation and reality for fans and media and whomever it might be of what's really going on there, and you start to get a good gauge of when to actually expect, in this case, Anthony Richardson back.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. The situation, though, is that it's no timeline. So that's tough for them.
That's the scary part right there. The no timeline. We don't think he'll need surgery and not sure and all that. That's some scary words to say.
Yeah. Daniel Jones,
Yeah.
come on down.
Jones.
You are the next quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah. Right now, right?
Yeah.
Right now it is.
Yeah. Who behind him?
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Is
is Ellinger still there?
Yeah, I'm about to
Yeah, I
say,
think
is it
so.
still Ellinger?
Yeah.
Yeah, but woof. Okay,
That's-
so
yeah.
That's starting to
It's
get a
not
little
good.
query as to what that looks like, though. Although, if you wanted to make a case for Daniel Jones as quarterback there, which I don't know why you would want to, and I actually don't know why I'm doing it right this moment.
You could do it.
Is that when last time Daniel Jones was good, you had him in a backfield with a really good running back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do they have in Indianapolis?
They got that.
Him in the backfield with a really good running back and a couple of targets that you can get. The now might be better than what he had at the time with the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't love Daniel Jones, and I still especially don't love him against this Texas defense. So vaya con Dios, go with God, Indianapolis Colts, and suck it because you're probably gonna lose both them games.
Suck it.
However, you were making kind of the comparison with C.J. Stroud. I mean, where do we go from here now? Now that we are where we are with this, right? There's kind of this general soreness is the company line that the Texans have given us. But you have all sorts of people weighing in. We talked about it yesterday that there was the hypothesis from Chris Sims that maybe this is tendonitis, which I was thinking about. I was in the car in traffic yesterday, and I was thinking about it because I have tendonitis, or I've had tendonitis in my right quadriceps, right above my right knee.
Yeah.
And I mean, this was a long time ago. I talked about it. I used to stand on my feet a lot, and that was the overuse of it. I haven't really gotten rid of the tendonitis per se. It doesn't bother me very much. I try and rehab.
You can deal with it.
But then if I'm on my feet too much, here it is as an issue again. Now, of course, I'm not saying that's absolutely what it is. But there's other people that have kind of weighed in here. I know that people were really kind of upset at Trey Wingo because that's national perspective. Dr. David Chow, who I think he is a former kind of football doctor in the NFL, and now he kind of is a media doctor for sports injuries, tries to kind of diagnose as best as he can from a distance. He seems to very much point to the idea that whatever this injury is does not seem like it would track with lingering injuries from the the battering that he took with the Jets or what have you. So, like, where do we go from here in your estimation?
Yeah, that was interesting because these things have just all piled up. We mentioned yesterday. I mean, trending number one in sports nationally yesterday was C.J. Stroud. I mean, this is a story that a lot of people, you just mentioned three of them, are sort of gravitating to and commenting on. It's big. Let me ask you this first: do you think, in his heart of hearts or in his mind, DeMeco Ryans wishes he would have handled that question differently? It was because to say what he said, it just didn't hit. Man.
I think the part he probably wished he could have said is, I would have just said no.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have surgery, and then maybe follow up like, all right, that's it for CJ questions.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that no is the answer.
He tried.
I have a feeling that no was the answer. However, I can't. If no wasn't the answer there, I can understand why DeMeco didn't say no, because DeMeco does not strike me as a dude who would lie for the sake of getting people off his back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And again,
he said shoulder soreness after they had said.
And he tried to jump out from the beginning before anybody asked him anything.
Yeah.
I know y'all about to ask about
that's
CJ.
right. Yeah.
So he tried to get ahead of it.
I'm guessing that would be the one thing that he would take back if he could. It was just like the fact that he got a little frustrated with it. And I'm not blaming him for getting frustrated. I kind of know what happens when you get those repeated answers. Like, he's still in that place as a coach where I don't know that you ever get out of that place where it gets annoying dealing with some of these things with the media. Like, I understand it. Right, like answer similar questions, if not the same question, and you get frustrated. I get it, and he knows that's part of the job. And I feel like maybe in that moment, just handling it in a little bit better, because we have all pounced on that particular reaction.
The nation has, in terms of sports commenters and sports news outlets, etc. And I think he wishes he would have just stuck with the original narrative of everybody's on their own pace, everybody's on their own schedule, because it went from, mind you, with C.J. Stroud not throwing at any point that we saw in between his first comments about C.J. Stroud to his latest comments about C.J. Stroud, it went from everybody's on their own schedule to shoulder soreness.
Sure.
That, to me, is what I think he might have probably shouldn't have said that, but because now, I believe him. Obviously, shoulder soreness is a thing. So what do they do now? Because of this, I'm not going to say uproar, but attention that is just escalated and elevated about.
In part because of us. I don't want to step away from any of this, right?
In part because of us. In part because of what he said.
Sure.
Large part because of what he said. How do they approach this now, moving forward? Because I fully do not expect him, if they're monitoring like this and it's shoulder soreness, and I hope I'm wrong. And I just, for the record again, just to reiterate, everybody in this room, Figgy, Reggie, myself, I can speak for y'all. We all think he's going to be in training camp. We all think he's going to play game one. That I think ultimately it's going to get there. But he does have shoulder soreness. I don't expect him to be at OTAs, to be throwing.
It's coming next week.
Yeah. I think if they're that confident where it's no big deal, just general soreness, then I don't think they have to do anything. They could just keep just hold them out into training camp.
Yeah, I think that
I'm just worried that if it is something serious and they know it's something serious, then I feel like we got to act on it as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, and that's I don't believe this organization to be haphazard with the health of their players. So I imagine that it'll be the company line will remain the company line. They'll allow us to have we'll do whatever we do on this outside, and the larger we is what I'm talking about in that instance. And they will hold that until they feel that he is ready to get out here and do that. This is an interesting question here that I'd like to throw to you, Mr. Journalism Man, John Lopez, that comes in from the 832. What obligation does the assembled media have to respect a coach's request when he says, that's it for questions on a subject?
I think it's common courtesy to go ahead and end it there. But keep in mind, that was the third question, or second.
It was the third.
It was the third.
Yeah. Or maybe the third time he addressed it, because he did come in immediately.
He came in with it. I think it was like 3 questions.
Generally speaking, you need to get to the most important part, which Will Kunkel did. And has he been injured? And after he says that's it, I think you can certainly go back and ask again. You don't have to necessarily abide, behave. But I think most people just generally common courtesy. Okay.
Yeah. I thought unless you in the New York media or something like that, where they don't give a damn.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought B. Scott did a fantastic job. Media, the responsibility and the nature of the dynamics between media and team. The objectives don't necessarily align in some instances.
Right.
There's the common courtesy of, hey, yeah, I'll respect your wishes when it does not conflict with what I need to get done.
With the obligation.
If there is a follow-up question that you deem to be necessary, which I think is where Will Kunkel's question there fell in, then I think you go, hey, I understand that you don't want to talk about this, but this feels like this is necessary in this time that has been given for us to ask questions of you. I think that's the time where you do that. So somebody said, is he injured? Where would he have gotten the injury, you suppose? I don't have a great answer for that. Like we don't have much of, and if it's soreness, that seems like it would lend towards something of overuse. We haven't heard much from what he has been doing in this time off. I can easily believe, or I can easily get myself to see, because of what we know about C.J. Stroud, his desire to win, kind of the way how hard he took the end of the season, and really the way that the season went. I wouldn't doubt that he's been in the lab just trying to work on his game, and maybe he's thrown one too many passes.
That reminds me, I wanted to get back to what Ficky said earlier, talking about if he is injured, if it is something more serious. I actually don't think I believe both things. I believe the report about tendonitis, or the speculation about tendonitis from Chris Sims, and I also believe that it's general soreness. I don't think it's like a major injury. I think we kind of know that just from the way he's behaved, and he's still out there with the handoffs, and I think it's a major thing by any stretch. And that's why I believe that he's going to play. What I do think is potentially an issue, and potentially a big issue, is tendonitis, if it lingers, as you talked about, can become something much worse. And he's not going to not throw the football. He's not going to not get hit.
But that's why you hold him out at this given time, right? Yeah. But that is what it is at this point.
Hey, now
it is what it is
with C.J. Stroud, and at this point we have the data points that we do, and next opportunity for a data point on what's happening with him, next opportunity for the media to be in front of D'Amico Ryans and possibly pester him again about what's happening here will be next week when mandatory minicamp starts up for your Houston Texans. And one of the men who will be there, man who's always there, and with all of the energy in the world, no, not Nick Caley, I know he has a lot of energy, but the original energy bringer on this Texans staff, Frank Ross. Yeah. Frank Ross, who I think he might be your favorite person on the staff.
He is.
Personal relationships be damned. He might be your favorite person on the staff.
Yeah, he is from the outside in. Now that I think about it, probably my second favorite on the staff. But
disagree.
I like him a lot.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong about your own personal favorites.
And, I like him a lot, and he's got a good thing going, huh?
Yes, he does. Yeah. So, since 2022, he's been doing something, and we've heard a little bit about, obviously, the Texans make us known of what they're doing, especially when it's outreaching towards the community. But Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle kind of wrote an interesting piece about Frank Ross and the charitable thing that he does, which is, providing haircuts for the homeless. And it's something that he'll be doing tomorrow as well. And this is something that it's, like I said, annual event, and some of the other guys, some of the guys on the team have jumped up and obviously wanted to jump in. I imagine some of that's because of the greatness of the cause, but some of that I imagine is because of the dude, right? Who Frank Ross is. Aziz Al-Shair, experienced homelessness as a child. He's talked about this. He's one of those people that absolutely wants to jump in there. And so, it's kind of incredible seeing Frank Ross, be this kind of guy where you see that passion on the field, and it makes sense that it completely makes sense that it translates onto the field. It speaks to this organization, the people that they have in it, that Frank Ross has this particular thing, and the Texans kind of help facilitate it.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot just about the character of the man, because a lot of times every NFL team has these causes and charitable organizations with which they deal. And it's kind of a formal thing for the head coach and specific players. Hey, and they send out the emails. Hey, we're going to be at the Boys and Girls Club. Hey, we're going to be at this and that, et cetera. And then they kind of designate players to show up and be part of it, unless there's players who volunteer. But Frank Ross, this was his baby.
That is true.
This was he created this.
Right.
Yeah. He brought this up. He's doing it for the homeless, and I think. That's why it says a lot just about him.
Yeah, and so it's something that he's doing tomorrow in the evening. Covenant House is the organization that he is working with, and the place in which he will actually be bringing his coach's cuts to. and do it dear to his heart if you have an opportunity to support Covenant House just in general. I'm sure that's something he will love. But the fun thing that came out of this particular story about Frank Ross that I still haven't gone and watched it, and I feel like that's going to be my homework for today is to go and watch this. Frank Ross, as evidence of the type of person that he is, when he was in college there in Ohio in D3, the program needed a little bit of money, right? They don't have the same money as your boys at Texas A&M going through the program, and so they needed new weight room, they needed new equipment. And so what did Frank Ross think? I'm going to try and apply to get on this game show, which very much seems like a sitcom, like a 90s sitcom. Yeah. Where are we going to get $53,000, $241?
It's like a Brady Bunch. Let's get Davy Jones to perform at our.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this talent show where the prize is $54,381. Like, that's what it felt like. Yeah. But he applied to go on Deal or No Deal.
Remember we asked him about that?
Yeah.
He was great.
And he was on Deal or No Deal.
Yeah.
And now I need to watch this because of course, have you guys already seen it?
I looked. I think we all looked. It was hard to find. It was probably out there.
It's definitely out there.
I just didn't find
200th episode of Deal or No Deal. He was on it. And I can just only imagine what his personality shows up on Deal or No Deal. And the question I wanted to ask you fellas before we go here, what is the best, I know this is the one that he ended up on. What's the best game show for Frank Ross to end up being Deal or No Deal on?
Wow, that's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously, with Frank Ross on the Family Feud, I feel like that'd be fun. I feel like
the energy, though. Yeah, the energy is what's going to do it. By the way, those John Carroll guys, the two highest energy guys out there, Kaylee and Frank.
And Casario, right?
Yep. And Casario.
One of these things is not quite like
right there, man.
Yeah. It's a bedrock of coaches.
Yeah, football guys were born there.
Yeah, football guys.
Yeah, probably Family Feud. Yeah.
I'm very
do the clapping and do the X hands when the other team is.
That's a bad answer.
What's the other show that Drew Carey hosts now?
Is he on Price is Right? Is he
Price
still on
is
Price
Right?
is Right? He would be great on
Price is Right.
Running down the aisle.
Running down the aisle. Yeah.
Form running down the aisle.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I'll never forget the dude from Breaking Bad was on.
Was it Aaron Paul?
Yeah, it was Aaron Paul on there. And he was like so hyped. I can see Frank Ross on Price is Right.
I need to figure out which game Frank Ross would be best at on Price is Right, but I will do that off air. From the 8 through 2, we have Davis Mills Money. Money Mills will be good. All right. And then from the 713, thank goodness we drafted a quarterback, huh? Not to burst your bubble, your quarterback is also rehabbing from an injury that he had in college, mind you, in Graham Mertz. But don't worry about it. Davis Mills, Keaton Slovis, they're giving the fellas good footballs there. They're at OTAs, and I imagine if they need him to, they'll keep doing them during mandatory minicamp as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, look at the time. If it ain't the time where we typically do our lunchtime confessions right here, and we'll do that next.
Coach D'Amico's preaching hard work.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, y'all hear right before we came on the air this morning, Sean Pendergast was talking about voting for All-Stars.
Yes, I heard him mention it, and that's my bad because I should have mentioned that as well. All-Star, the first ballot level of balloting has opened up for All-Stars. So if you want to get in there and vote for, I don't know, who are the reasonable people to vote for? Pena, Paredes for sure. Hunter Brown.
Myers.
Hunter Brown. I waited till third to mention Hunter Brown. He would be so inclined.
Hey, why not? Here's my confession, though. So Sean Pendergast said something that I think may or may not be true. But either way, it's kind of bad.
What?
He said he voted for Christian Walker.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the thing. If he voted for Christian Walker out of being, a great fan. Houston guy.
H-time.
Great fan and all
Hold
that.
it down.
That's kind of a disgrace.
A disgrace? That's what these are made for.
It's a fan voting, right?
It's the fan voting.
So you can vote 5 times a day until, the 1st of July or something.
Oh, are you the dude who takes your vote really seriously?
No, Sean brought that up, that he votes 5 times a day.
No, I know, but I'm saying
No, I don't.
You don't vote at all?
I'll vote once.
No, but I'm saying just more importantly, the dude who goes, hey, this is all-star voting. I feel like there's 2 types of voters. Maybe there are more, but in this instance, I'm only thinking about 2. The person who goes, this is my team, and all the dudes on my team who are available to be voted for are getting voted for, point blank, period. And then there's the other person that goes, I'm going to vote for who I actually think is all of this, my team or whatever, be damned. And maybe I'll give a little deference to the guys on my team that I think are valid, but hey, maybe the guy that I like, Christian Walker, because I think that's in your space right now.
Yeah.
Was he hitting 202, 212, something like that?
That's the thing.
Maybe
I
I
get
won't get
it.
to that space.
I get what you're saying, and fans are going to vote for, hey, those are my guys.
Yeah.
You're voting for Christian Walker? You're voting for Christian Walker?
Great dude. Bald head.
Awesome.
Yeah. Wears the number 8 really well.
No
Pretty
offense to Christian Walker.
Defense.
Christian Walker wouldn't vote for Christian Walker.
My question is, did he vote for Jose Abreu at some point?
Ooh.
That's a great point.
I'll
Maybe
send him
that's
a text.
We'll get with him.
I'll send him a text. Oh, wow. From the 346. See, I love this. This is the level of shamelessness that I'm asking for, as I am the person on this show who said we need to bring back shame. Again, deal with it. From the 346, they said they voted for Maldi last year and voted for him a lot. So
a lot.
So, oh, you voting for Gusto?
Oh, come on, man.
With all due respect, that sounded really bad. That sounded like I was being real mean to Ryan Gusto. My bad, dog. Keep holding it down. I'm proud of you.
Come on, man.
Somebody said people should do the most ridiculous thing and vote for all Rockies. Hey, that is a Rockies team that won their series. Did they sweep, actually?
First series they won. I don't know if they swept.
I didn't check. I didn't check and see what they did last night, but they got a couple of wins at least. Shout out to the Rockies.
Are they in double-digit wins now?
They are in double-digit wins now. They are. I think they have 11 or 12 wins. Yeah, they swept the Marlins.
How about that?
On the road.
How about that?
Yeah, I mean,
They
it's
need
the Marlins,
to fire the
but
Marlins
still.
coach. He needs to get fired. Whoever gets swept by the Rockies should be fired.
On the spot.
I don't give a damn what team you are.
Yeah.
You could be the Yankees.
Not only did you get swept
Aaron
by the
Boone, you out of there if you get swept by the damn Rockies.
Not only did you get swept by the Rockies, you got swept by the Rockies at sea level, right? Like this is not not in Colorado where the ball fly out.
Yeah.
You
on your turf. They slept with your wife.
All right. What are you gonna do about it?
These are my confessions.
All right. I will actually borrow a confession here because Ocho on the text line. Again, the text line is 713-572-4610. Ocho said his confession is that he used an HEB partner card from a friend who works at HEB to buy groceries because I guess this month they get a discount. And he said that he saved $23. And my confession is, I don't think I could actually do that.
I don't think
because I'm pretty sure that's
what's a
against the
partner
rules.
card. I never
for them, for employees.
I'm guessing it's like an employee discount. That's what I'm
That
assuming.
person could get fired, man.
Like groceries feels like something I would not do unless that person was there and they gave me the hookup. Like they was at the register, like boop boop, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the idea that like, hey, just take my card, you get the discount. That feels like something I wouldn't. And I'm not saying I would never use the employee discount. Far from it. Like I'll use the employee discount.
I was wondering. I'm like, how you feel about employee discount? Period.
But what
like,
I'm saying
this
is,
one for some reason, this one feels just a little bit off. I
wouldn't do it because I'd be worried about that person getting axed.
Right.
You know, that's why I wouldn't do it. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just kind of curious because if it was a different situation where, let's say, Foot Locker, it was an employee discount card at Foot Locker, y'all wouldn't use the card to get some new sneakers for the low?
If like an employee at Foot Locker gave that to me to use,
yeah, he said, here you can use mine. You good?
Man, that's risky. You're talking about
and he not
somebody
there.
Job.
Need that person be there.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I feel like it's a little more common, man. I don't know if it's a thing. I don't think it's like a credit card, like you use somebody else's credit, like the company credit card or anything like that.
Yeah,
I think that getting older has also like mellowed me because I feel like when I was younger and maybe had just a little bit less money, it's like, hey, we discount. A discount is a discount.
Man, I know people would be using other people's food stamps.
Yeah.
Hey, just take my card, give me $50, and you can spend $100.
Yeah, so 346, they said my little brother works there. I'm taking it when he's on the clock. Yeah, but if he's on the clock though.
Yeah, okay.
Like I feel like we're really, because in my mind, and maybe I'm just like I'm way too much caught up in the idea of living in a surveillance state or what have you. Like in my mind, they can go check the logs and be like, you wasn't even here. How was you using your discount at that time? Like that's the thing that I'm worried about. They'll be like, well, we got to call you into the office because clearly something is amiss here, and all of a sudden someone's gone because I wanted to get 15 cents off my tortillas or something.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little more common than what we think.
It probably is.
It's probably they probably look the other way a little bit. They probably like, all right, as long as you on the clock.
Yeah.
And if your mother or sister come in,
sure.
Yeah, you could use the card or something like that.
Although maybe some people, like, I mean, obviously HEB is huge. I'm sure there's a lot of people who got family or friends that got the partner card and from the 713. I'm not sure if this is exactly what you mean, but they said I use my father-in-law's card all the time. If you mean the HEB one, this is the thing that will get me off this ledge though. If plenty of people are like, actually it's cool. We all do it. I'd be like, all right, let's go get this 25% off.
That might change the math a little
bit. I think so. Everybody have something to say about Travis Hunter and him getting married to the woman he was with and all that stuff. But I feel like this is a little pathetic to me, man.
Oh, wow, pathetic.
Wow, that's a strong word.
Yeah. So
that's like asinine.
Yeah. What's up, PC?
Yeah.
But I seen this from, I guess it's a celebrity divorce attorney named James Sexton. He is offering free prenup agreements to the entire 2025 NFL draft, pretty much because he felt like Travis Hunter, he don't want anybody to follow Travis Hunter footsteps. As far as being with that girl, I want to say her name is Leanna, and reportedly they don't have a prenup. I feel like this guy's being pathetic with this, man.
Pathetic is a lot there, though.
Yeah, I just don't understand what's the purpose of all this. And look, I'm the first person to say I don't really care for this relationship. And he kind of, it seemed like Travis is sipping a little simp juice to me, in my personal opinion.
Hey, yo.
But I just, look, man, like doing all of this, man, I feel like it's a little too much, man.
Yeah, but let's talk about the reality now. Now, I'm not saying they should all go with him, but they should all consider it. Go back and think of every wife and girlfriend video on draft night and where that guy is now and who he's with.
But what? But see, that's my point.
It happens.
But see, that's my point too. Why are we using Travis Hunter as the
don't necessarily
forget
Travis Hunter?
Like this happens.
Look at Russell Wilson.
Well, let's not sit here and use Travis Hunter as the face of it on a prenup thing.
I'll go with you on that.
I just don't like him using this as the example.
Okay.
Like, dog, this been happening for years, man.
Strong.
Yeah. So I just don't like that look of it.
Yeah, okay.
Is it weird that is this Jimmy Sexton? Like, is this?
I don't know.
Because I heard James Sexton, and I was like, Is there more than one Jimmy Sexton? We got a lot of Jimmy Sextons out here.
So I guess he like some type of attorney.
He might be related.
Celebrity.
I don't know.
These are my confessions.
All right, Reggie, I want you to look at my email that I'm going to show you here in a second. So one of my confessions yesterday was about getting really, 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 really close to getting hacked, right?
Oh, here he go.
That was yesterday.
You know what? He's turning this confession into, can I get tech support? All right, I will check and see if it's a scam or not.
No, look at the email I got today.
That is also a scam, yes.
No, it's not. This one is legit. So yesterday I almost got, well, it was the day before, but I talked about almost getting hacked. This morning, Figgy, I get an email from McAfee, legit, because I had an account with them, whatever they call that.
Oh, the security McAfee. I thought you were talking about Pat McAfee.
No, from McAfee.
Pat McAfee's like, I got you, bro.
2 days after.
Here you go, bro.
You may have been at risk. You might no longer be secure. Would you like to renew your membership?
That's right. That's right. They say,
I don't know, bro.
Bad timing, bro. That's not the best timing in the world.
No, I would say that's the best time because I'm
gonna buy it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna renew. Yeah.
That's why it's the great time. And they were like, hey, man, we see that your house got broken into. Help you out. That is exactly. Hey,
sure that's real?
That's information I could have used Tuesday.
Hey, man, that is a good question.
You sure is that real?
No, this was real.
The last one they came through.
What do the email say? Do it say at Gmail? McAfee support at gmail.com?
No. It's legit McAfee.
In the fine print, it's like, yeah, but make sure that you sign up on your computer, on your laptop, though. Don't sign up on your phone.
I'm like, really? You might have been at risk? You might no longer be secure? Thanks.
I'm with Figgy. This is the next level of scam. They were like, you figured out the first level. Let's go to the second level. We'll send you the scam blocker, thinking that it's the scam blocker, but actually it's the
and
scam.
We're gonna get something out of the deal.
So we're gonna try to get them the first time. Let's go to level 2 now.
See, I would actually respect it. Like, you can have my money if you go through like the triple level. If you're playing 4D chess in order to get this scam going, like, all right, shout out to you.
Yeah.
There you go. Those are our lunchtime. What a weird lunchtime confession we just put together there, huh? But yes, those were indeed the lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. Coming up next, it is a Thursday, and we will be doing a little buy or sell as we do on Thursdays. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 if you want to get involved. Let's do that next.
Is Coach the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I guess this is a news note that came down not too long ago from Kelly Eco. Apparently, DJ Augustine is going to join the Texans front office in a front office capacity. Texans, rather.
Texans?
Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be interesting if he was like,
I'm like, okay.
Cross-sport. No, but DJ Augustine, former Hooper, former Rocket, obviously, will join the Rockets front office. And yeah,
Hightower High School.
Yeah. And immediately I thought about, I wonder if there's people that got stories for him because they got to. In fact, you have a story, don't you?
Yeah. He came from after the big hurricane in New Orleans. Was it not Rita? Ike? Rita?
Is he for real right now?
Yeah. He got displaced.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Katrina.
I got him. I was
well, they all run together, man.
I mean, that's fair.
I've been to 100 hurricanes.
No, that's fair. And then you could throw on, what was it, Tropical Storm Allison as well. Like, we've had some big storms down here. So I get it that there's a lot of storms, but the idea that the biggest one, you're like, what's the name of that one? What's the name of the one, that everybody remembers?
That was my introduction to hurricanes.
You go
I ain't really keep up with hurricanes until Hurricane Katrina.
I should have remembered Katrina. But trust me, I've been through a bunch of.
No, I know. Yeah, that's the part I don't respect. Like, I get why it happened. It's just very funny to me that of all the ones, like if you'd been like, "What's the one?" And it's like, "No, that was Rita." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." I would get that. The idea that you had to snap, you had to do the what was that to the Katrina? Like, okay.
Who was that Houston Rockets legend?
The
Hall of Famer.
Number 34.
It was like they called him. They called him
Yao
the
Ming.
sleep.
Yao Ming.
They called him the sleep. He had the shake. Hakeem.
Yeah.
Yao Ming. Yeah.
Via New Orleans got displaced.
Who's that defensive lineman for the Texans again?
Nice guy.
He wore
Whitney
like
Merciless. Whitney Merciless.
It was like a 90-something.
Nice guy. Yeah, so he got displaced, got here, started Hightower. I got familiar with his work a little bit back in the day.
I have a feeling that he
how did that work go?
He stopped you from a couple of W's, I imagine.
No, we won. But he was a bad guy.
Okay.
And then of course UT and all that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, excited to see what I'm excited to see what his responsibilities actually are because it's very, very generic right now, but always fun to have.
Funny weekend that we remember from college,
dude,
are now in the front office,
dude. It's crazy,
all over it too. Yeah, man. The front office, the league, all sorts of places,
coaches,
man. All right, buy or sell. We do it every Thursday. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling?
Let's start with the one that we actually talked about a little earlier. Well, I can't speak for everybody. I was going to say I think we're all going to buy it, but Derek Carr said that he retired because, and I'm abbreviating the quote here, I didn't want to sit there. I didn't want to just sit there and take the Saints' money. He could have made how much was it? $30 million had he just gotten
on his shoulder surgery.
Yeah,
you got to buy that one, right?
100% buy it.
Like, why would he lie about that?
Yeah,
that's a great point. Like, there's just not really a good reason to lie about that. Or maybe you could say that like he was trying to strong arm or some whatever. He just wasn't happy and he didn't want to play for Kellen Moore, what have you.
Yeah.
But in that instance, if you get the injury, or if you get the surgery, rather, you wouldn't be playing in all those instances. Like, again, it also, again, fits in line with some of the ways that he has walked out his purported beliefs to the point where I believe it. I believe that it very much fits in line with who he is. And so, 100% buy it.
I believe it, too. All right, let's get to the D'Amico Ryans. Are you buying or selling this? Now, there was a lot that he said, but I want to get to the first thing he said. One of the first things he said when asked about C.J. Stroud. D'Amico Ryans said there are, quote, no concerns.
I buy that. I buy that because they would hope, and I imagine, a place of a lot more information than we are. And so I think that they are in a place where you can trust their medical staff. At least I think you can trust them. And I think that he does not have concerns. We're still far enough out. The only thing that immediately, I think you heard that hitch in there is I thought of, it felt like they had some level of idea with Christian Harris, but I guess the kind of reporting that we got underneath was that and this was like early on in the season, that the expectation was supposed to be like week 14, and which is when he did ultimately kind of come back. So maybe they knew it, they just didn't want to. They didn't want to let us, the larger us inside, on that, and I imagine that's probably whatever this is with CJ right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm buying it. I feel like if it was something more to it, I feel like they probably would have came out and said something. We would have heard something if it was really more, if it was a little more serious.
I'm stunned that y'all both are buying this. Mm-hmm. Just by the sheer situation of you have a quarterback that hadn't thrown for months, that has some level of something that cannot allow him, or they don't want him to throw right now. You got to be concerned. At some, I'm not saying you're putting on sirens.
Some small little nugget of concern.
Somewhere you're like, oh, what's going to happen now? I mean, we got a long year ahead of us. We're playing until January. All that stuff. I have to sell. I don't see that they can't honestly in the mirror tell themselves there is no concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only time when there's absolutely no concern is if he's 100% healthy and going, and even then there's got to be a small concern that you're playing the card.
But I guess it depends what the concern is. Like, are we concerned that he's not going to be ready for week one? Or?
All I'm saying, he said there were no concerns. Whether, level of concern, whatever you think. Is he going to be, or we're going to have to adjust? We're going to have to wait a little bit into camp? Or, there's some level of concern. There has to be. That's why I'm selling.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But I think that they're probably working with a level of information that would give them a lot more comfort than they're willing us to get. Like, they're not letting us have the comfort. Maybe that's where I'm like, hey, let me have the comfort that you seem to have by giving me the information that makes you comfortable.
Yeah. All right, you buying or selling this? Let's turn to the Astros. The Astros, I forget who exactly it was, or if it was a statement, that they said that Yordan Alvarez was, quote, 60% healed.
That was a Dana Brown.
That was Dana Brown. I thought it was. 60%. Very specific.
You couldn't tell by the numbers?
Yeah.
Dana was like, we've crunched the numbers. 60% healed, baby. I'm selling that because how the hell do you know that? Yeah. Didn't you just find out he had a broken hand?
Yeah.
Like, wait. When did he have the broken hand? How do you
get to 60% when you didn't know for the first while?
I would like to see the proofs. Like, this is math class now. Yeah. Show me your work.
Have we heard anything like that? I'm selling this too. Have we heard anything like that? Something broken is like, oh, it's 45% healed.
Yes. Well, and then there's the other part that just makes no sense. Okay, you're saying it's 60% healed.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you didn't find out until it was 60% healed. How do you know it's 60% healed? If you didn't know it was broken,
they carbon dated it.
I don't know. Yeah, you didn't know where it started.
And to be fair,
how do you get to 60% fractured?
Like, do you just chill?
You do. You do. Put in a cast. You do whatever. You can have surgery, but yeah, you just chill. But you see what I'm saying? Like, how do you know it's 60% when you didn't know where the fracture was?
I mean, I think we should all acknowledge that none of us are anywhere close to any doctors, and we don't have that particular insight. Like, there might, and I probably is, in fact, some level of like imaging or what have you that gives you some indication of what the healing process is. I don't know. But from the 832, got to remember, that's also 40% broken. So
I get to use my line I've always used for decades now. 57.5% of all stats are made up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are you buying or selling this? Joe Dumars, legendary one.
It's been a while since I thought about Joe Dumars.
Well, he's is it vice president or president of personnel or whatever now in New Orleans with the Pelicans?
Is it? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because they let go of David Griffin.
Mm-hmm. We are committed to Zion Williamson despite his injury history and legal problems.
I'm selling that. That's what you got. That is 100% what you have to say legally. Like, I mean, not legally, but just kind of the way that we know with the general MO of teams. But actually, absolutely not. Absolutely the bleep not. How and why? Right. At this point, and we've heard this reported enough, and we've heard speculated even more, dating back to him coming to the league. He's not helped himself in staying healthy, and health is always a very dicey proposition because it's not something that's static and it's not something that is one-to-one, right? You can try and take the best care of yourself and find out that here you are healthy. And I think we all imagine to go to a whole different level for athletes. But you can also do things where you don't help yourself health-wise, and then you see the outcomes of it. And it feels like there's a lot more of that happening with Zion Williamson here. And so, yeah, I can't imagine that you're committed to that in that situation. And then on top of that, just as an organization, they've not garnered like the results that you want in this time period, whether it's, with him, CJ McCollum, Brandon Ingram, obviously, who's no longer there anymore. I don't know why you would be all that committed, especially because, again, he has not been able to remain healthy.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. First of all, I don't understand how you be dedicated to him just off of him not even being available like that. Yeah. Injury and all that stuff, and now you got the legal issues going on.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. And you know, Reggie, off air yesterday, I said, you know, or whenever it was that it really broke that he had these allegations, I said, man, he's dang near toxic now. And you said what? He is toxic. He's toxic.
Been there. Yeah. Like, we have been there. Yeah. And that's just the off the court stuff, which thank you for reminding me of some sorts, because I was just talking about the on court stuff. I don't know how committed you could be.
Yeah.
We have reached a place where it's very reasonable to question his decision making, and not just on one front.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like his general decision making with women, and I know that gets a little dicey, but I think when the decision making with women then affects your work, and obviously much further, because I don't want to diminish the allegations that are out there on him when it comes to sexual assault, right? Like not just whether or not it was done, but also whether or not it'll happen again, right? Like that's immediately thing. That was the thing I said with Deshaun Watson for a while was, all right, like even if you were to say that, all right, blah, 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 you get through this, obviously the decision that the Browns made, you have to be able to know with a certainty that this is not something that will happen again. Right. I don't know that I felt great about that with him, and I definitely can't feel like that with Zion.
Yeah. All right, one more here for you. You're familiar with Charlie Batch. Very good backup.
Yes.
Very good backup quarterback for
Pretty
a long
familiar
time.
with him.
Yeah.
Steelers for a while now, wasn't he?
Yeah, very respected. He was on a podcast yesterday and said that if Aaron Rodgers waits until training camp to sign with the Steelers, which is now being talked about a lot, Mason Rudolph should start the season opener.
So,
in other words, his logic was, even if he ends up being the quarterback, but if he waits till training camp, he's going to be too far behind.
That is not happening.
I mean, it's not going to happen, right? But he used the word should.
Yeah.
And I might be able to buy that, and this is why. Aaron Rodgers runs a particular offense. And getting everybody up to speed on offense that he runs is not easy. In fact, like, I remember, was it Kalen Kaler wrote a really interesting piece about Aaron Rodgers and the ways in which he kind of has this like secret. He has these secret hand signals for his wide receivers.
Oh yeah, looks, eyebrows, stuff like that.
And it's like he don't teach nobody that. You're just supposed to got to figure it out.
Yeah,
like some level of hieroglyphs or whatever. And that's the type of stuff that absolutely takes time. Like if you're not going to tell me what you mean, you just like, hey, figure it out. How am I supposed to know that in the matter of a few weeks? And so I imagine that all of that comes in. And that does not seem like you just drop in and all of this works out. But they would. Like, I absolutely would. Like, I would, because again, my particular sporting disdain for Mason Rudolph is clear. And I would even still deal with Aaron Rodgers not knowing what's happening.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you was going with that. I still rather have Aaron Rodgers start week 1 over Mason Rudolph, man. Even if you don't have the signals down
He hates Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, nah, man. Over Aaron Rodgers,
just as a football player.
I would take a 45-year-old Aaron Rodgers over Mason Rudolph any day of the week. So that's ridiculous, him saying that.
I buy that he believes this because obviously he said it on the podcast. I also buy that it makes a heck of a lot of sense. But I'm with you, Figgy. It's not going to happen. You said the same thing. It's not going to happen. But that's going to cause some real problems for the Steelers because of what you're talking about. Implementing that offense like on the fly.
He's already been here. Like he's already in this place.
At that point, you might as well just roll with Mason Rudolph then.
Well, that's what Charlie Batch said.
I'm talking about don't even sign Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, just roll with Mason Rudolph then, since he's so familiar with everything.
That is a little buy or sell here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Didn't leave me with any good vibes thinking of Mason Rudolph starting a whole season. But yeah, that's not my problem. I'm not by any means.
You want that or Will Howard?
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Dusty Baker actually confirmed in a book that he has out or that is coming out that all of what we believed, or a lot rather of what we believed when it comes to the 2022 season. Let's repercussions that have come off of that. 713-572-4610. That's next.
The good times keep. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Let's look at Dusty Baker. Kind of we had a little revelation from him about the 2022 baseball season that came out in a book that's out called Skipper: Why Baseball Managers Matter and Always Will, which is already a topic, or rather a title, that is thoroughly intriguing to me. It's from a baseball writer, Scott Miller, and within it, he kind of points to, within it, we get a little bit of an excerpt from Dusty Baker about the 2022 World Series in particular. And he said that from Houston's baseball operations folks throughout the World Series against the Phillies, the Astros, he stuck with some of the team's mainstays despite the trade deadline additions of players such as Christian Vasquez, Trey Mancini. These are things that we lived through. He said, quote, "Nobody wanted Yuli Gurriel to play. Nobody wanted operations people didn't want Pena to bat second either, but I've got to do what I think is right. You know, I'm a numbers man too. I've always used number always, but I don't use them 100%. There are absolutes in this game, period. Whether I go with my feelings or whether I go with numbers, there are no absolutes because the opposition can change your absolute formula by a home run or a blooper or a walk or whatever it is." And of course, you can just hear through the words, like the Dusty Baker of it all. But like this is some level of confirmation of, you know, what felt like was the case in that time as well, right?
No, we speculated on it. There were reports about it, and Dusty now is saying it. He butted heads. You know, if you want to just put it very bluntly, he butted heads with management. You have to figure, Jeff Bagwell had a big voice back then, obviously general manager, perhaps even Jim Crane. He butted heads, and he went against their wishes. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Thank goodness he did.
Certainly.
In terms of, we don't know how it would have ended up, but by doing what he did, they won the 2022 World Series.
And that's one can't nobody say nothing about. I dare him.
Right? I mean, thank goodness Dusty was Dusty and held his ground and went against management's issue. And that's what a lot of people are kind of grasping from this story. Hey, good job, Dusty. He balanced analytics and his gut, so to speak, his expertise.
Baseball gut.
His baseball gut, his management experience, all that stuff. Thank goodness for that, the Astros won a World Series. It got interesting for me when I started thinking about this, because that's 2022. Then what happened? Because here's where it gets interesting to me. And Figgy, you remember these discussions we had over and over and over again about Yuli Gurriel, about Martin Maldonado specifically, and
why ain't you putting no sauce on Martin
Maldonado?
Like, you put all the sauce on Yuli Gurriel, but
he said Martin
Maldonado.
Martin Maldonado. But no, and to his credit, he ended up being right because they excelled. Not so much Martin, but he did bat higher than he did all season.
Yeah.
In the postseason, Yuli did excel in the postseason, and they won a World Series.
The easiest one is Pena.
Yeah.
I mean, highlighting the way what he did in that series.
And Pena. But if we go back and look at 2023, after winning a World Series, he's empowered. I went against you, and we won. So he's clearly empowered. You know, even if he doesn't have to say it in so many words, he was right. But 2023 is where it got real interesting, and it ended up being Dusty's last season. So all these questions came to mind. You know, the writing was on the wall. There was clearly some disagreement at the top of the organization. Did it have something to do with the Astros moving on from Yuli, or Yuli moving on after the 2022 season? Keep in mind
where he becomes like a proxy war with Dusty in some ways.
Well, no, management sends his ass.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He becomes kind of the grounds for a proxy war with, between the front office and Dusty.
We'll show you
on this struggle between.
Right.
I as the manager have this kind of old school baseball power to be the manager, kind of ran the organization, and I get to make this determination versus the front office with kind of this more modern, modern feel.
We can fix that.
We from the top down, because we have so much insight with analytics and what have you, and we want to set the mindset. We will dictate the way that this goes.
Right. And who'd they bring in?
Joe Espada.
Jose Abreu.
Oh, you mean Brady?
Oh, yeah. That's
I thought you were talking about manager on the side.
No, I'm talking about the 23 when he was still here.
Got you. My bad.
So they ship off, or he leaves, or whatever, however it happens after there was this butting of the heads in 2022. He's gone. Fan favorite, clutch in the postseason that year, and they bring in Jose Abreu. And what happened with Jose Abreu?
Something that, to be fair, I don't think we necessarily entirely foresaw, but he was bad.
And then there's the Maldonado thing. Maldonado was not good in 2022, but he was terrific defensively. Not good offensively.
He could call a game,
He could call a game. He handled the pitchers. Pitchers loved him. In 2023, anytime anyone even brought up the topic, which, by the way, in 2023, Maldonado batted 191 and played 126 games.
Is that good?
He batted 191 and played 126 games.
I hear you saying that Dusty is maybe being stubborn by playing him that much. Is that what am I hearing that correctly?
You are hearing that correct.
All right.
Dusty would get apoplectic when you challenged or
had the audacity.
The
unmitigated goal.
Yes, exactly.
It's a challenge.
And then, of course, what also happened in 2023, those people that brought in Jose Abreu, ball card. Remember that?
Yeah.
Look at the back of his baseball card. They were just hell-bent on Jose Abreu was going to play. And then, of course, going into the next year, he ends up going to Florida and all that. So what is fascinating to me, I love these sort of like the butterfly effect, how one thing, one moment kind of affects the next 3, 4, 5 years or whatever it is. I just got to believe that Dusty's relationship somehow played a role in those things happening with Maldonado in 23, with Abreu in 23, with the management's hell-bent nature to stick to what they did because they did it maybe to spite Dusty, and maybe even Dusty leaving after the 2023 season. After all this stuff happened. Keep in mind, he was an older guy, but he went straight from the Astros in less than 3 months, had a job with the Giants. He wasn't, he said he retired. He didn't retire from baseball. He retired from the Astros as manager. So it just kind of made like all the things that happened, as great as it was in 2022, the little rift that was there and what might have happened.
It seemed like it was it wasn't all roses at the end, too, the way he kind of went out. Mm-hmm. It seemed like he was, I don't want to say taking shots, but you could tell with his tone and certain words.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't happy.
No.
The way they were butting heads a lot.
It was obvious.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you win a World Series. Got a little dicey after that.
Yeah, and the thing that I find interesting about this, though, is I feel like this falls in line with the conversation that, we've kind of started getting into, but that I've vacated at least. Mm-hmm. Which, when it comes to baseball, it's this kind of old school, the more traditional baseball manager versus kind of this new school front office with, analytics becomes this buzzword but it's the thing that I'm using, like the sabermetrics, all of this, and that top. Really, it's more about the top down. We determine from up here, like what the actual lineup is going to look like, and those things, and some of the ways in which they've disempowered managers in some ways in the modern era, and like how much impact can a manager have? And with that, I think that because of the way that Dusty Baker came up, the experiences that he had, like the robust amount of experience that he's had in baseball, I think that level of 2023 butting of heads, I think that was inevitable to happen regardless of what that 2022 World Series looked like. And maybe that was just a demonstration of it reaching that boiling point for him. And the actual series itself and the results of itself probably wouldn't have made that big of a deal, because this felt like a stance that was coming to, like, this was a battle that was going to happen regardless, because it fundamentally for both sides meant something for each side.
Well, the other thing, and this is speaking to exactly what your point is here, you could tell, and we talked about this as well, like management was trying to dictate the lineup. Well, he just confirmed that in 2022. I think 2023, there's no reason to believe that they didn't try to do the same thing, and Dusty maybe finally had enough of that, didn't need the headaches, etc. But there was a time not very long ago, this isn't old school me talking, when the manager picked the lineup. The manager did the lineup, groceries, they like to say. Those days are gone. I think they're especially gone here. And this is the other thought I had, and maybe it's unfair. Is Joe Espada the manager now? Because management wanted to have a big say in the lineup, and they knew Joe Espada was not going to be Dusty Baker. He was not going to push back and say, no, I'm doing it this way.
Yeah, I think that's and not to cast the entirety of the majors with a wide brush, but I think when you look at like hiring practices, more often than not, you're getting a little bit closer to that. Like obviously managers that'll be amenable to what the front offices that are hiring them want them to be, which is probably this. When we give you some suggestions, we anticipate and we expect you to really utilize them outside of maybe special circumstances. And so I fully anticipate that's going to be there. And in some ways, wouldn't you want it? Like you want there to be some level of harmony and some level of synergy with the way that your organization runs with front office and manager. I think about it because I feel like when baseball is a sport that you need to be able to react. You need to be able to react quickly to, because again, like Dusty said, and I think there is something right within this. A homer, a hit in very particular moments, especially when you get to postseason baseball, changes the dynamic of things that you can't really switch at a high level. Yeah. And I think that there has to be a level of autonomy on that low level to be able to have a manager that has that feel while also understanding like the larger trends. Because I think as far as sports has gone all the way back, you want to have an understanding of trends in various different ways, right? That's what ultimately we're getting at with analytics, but just that feel. And I do wonder if men that feel in the same way that they've had before. And of course, not to romanticize it, because sometimes that gut gets overrated as well, and you go back and you actually look at it, and it's like, actually, that wasn't that as effective as sometimes we would say it was.
No, but I think the whole job description of managers has changed, to your point. I don't think they expect necessarily, they want it maybe, but I don't think they expect to, I'm doing the roster, I'm doing the lineup, I'm doing the rotation, et cetera. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, had they gotten along better or done things differently, they would have won another World Series in 2023. But they did get to the ALCS. Oh, no, they got to the ALCS. Lost to the Rangers.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that if you have a little bit more synergy, if it works a little smoother, maybe you end up, and I think I'd be willing to say that you end up with an opportunity, because that was a very hard fought ALCS and just on the borderline, just on the barrier, and any little difference you could easily look at and go, maybe that's enough to put you over the top.
And maybe the ALCS with Maldonado, with Dusty empowered and sticking with Maldonado and sticking with, Abreu and some of the other things, maybe it kind of worked in reverse, for him in that instance. Had he listened to the analytics, maybe it would have been slightly different.
And there is something to be said for, this is correct from the 713 rather, Jose Abreu debacle rests firmly on Bagwell's shoulders, right? Like that's probably.
But he was management.
Right, but I mean, also this was like kind of a temporary management that probably doesn't fit in the same line of like the kind of struggle that I was talking about earlier. That probably is just more the person in charge not having the right counsel.
That seemed like, because remember they got rid of James Click after the World Series. It seemed like the Jeff Bagwell thing was trying to feed into kind of what Dusty liked to do. Just don't kind of, I don't want to say Dusty is look at the back of the baseball card guy, but
no, but Dusty was empowered because they won a World Series, and it turned into, remember, people were wondering if he was going to leave.
Yeah,
and then James Click gets. So maybe that was he wasn't really clicking, no pun intended, with James Click. Yeah,
and that's where the Jeff Bagwell come into play, and this let's sign Abreu type thing.
John, someone on another 713 is like, well, Vasquez and Mancini were better than Hughley and Martin, and so they're disparaging that on the like Dusty. Ultimately was the reason, or a large reason, you won in 2022.
Well, look,
but he wasn't even playing them like that.
They won it in 2022. What are you going to argue about? They won the World Series in 2022.
However, they did it in spite of the manager.
But if you want to say about 2023 and the Rangers as we're talking about, maybe it worked in the other way.
And I felt like Dusty should have played Vasquez a little more, man.
Yeah, we all did.
I think how many games
he had a better pop rate. Than Maldonado.
I was wondering why the hell he ain't playing them like that.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was very interesting that at least that that quote from Dusty came out, and probably what it points to, like with the organizational kind of synergy or the lack thereof, that we kind of knew, but a little bit more insight into it being confirmed here through that book. You're coming up next. This is the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about this in the mixtape. How to tell if somebody might be old without seeing or hearing them.
Ouch.
713-572-46.
Defending Dusty Baker.
Ouch. That hit me right here.
All right, let's see all the confirmation of why Lopez is all. We'll do it next.
All right, Driftwood Shores. Let's get you that. That's day after tomorrow.
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, Figgy's Mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. How to tell if someone might be old without hearing them. 713-572-4610. I actually have a list of things.
I'm feeling attacked.
I think this could be all of us, to be honest, man.
This is true.
Yeah, so I kind of want to see if we old or not.
I got some old tendencies in here, so I want to see if I get hit at all.
Yeah, so the first one, you might feel attacked on this one, Lopez, because I know you used to do a little work back in the day as far as journalism.
Mm-hmm.
They use double spaces at the periods.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not in 20 years.
Oh, good for you.
Typewriter?
Yeah, I used to, when I had a typewriter, or even, the original early, laptops, air quotes, and I would always do doubles, but I haven't done it in, at least a couple of decades.
I don't know if this is going to be on the list. How long did it take you to start calling things hashtags instead of pound?
Oh, I still say pound occasionally.
Really?
Yeah,
I haven't said that in a long time.
Yeah.
Ray on the YouTube page say, "Hey, OG, they talking about you."
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Have y'all? Reggie? Have you used a typewriter before?
Or
was that
not for any real reason?
I remember using the typewriter as a kid. I think this was like 5th grade. My sister had a typewriter.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be fancy and write something, more professional. And so I had to use the typewriter. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, well, then they become the word processors, the old IBM word processors. Remember that? So I used those.
No, I do not.
What am I saying? I'm asking you if you remember that.
That's right.
But I used those a lot. They were like
I went to school for typing back in '83.
Kind of like an electronic or electric typewriter. I used those for a long time.
Yeah, I don't even remember that one.
Yeah.
What about this one? They write emails like "Dear Sir" or "Dear Madam," and sincerely your full name.
Nah.
In emails.
I'm feeling pretty good so far because that's a hard no for me on both of these. I like to make them very personal or comfortable. Like, hey, what's up? Or something like that.
Yeah, you do need to dress up your email a little bit depending on who you talk to.
I dress them, but not with dear.
You don't do dear sir or
dearest.
Dear madam.
Yeah.
Or when was the last time you said sincerely?
My beloved,
Yeah, the sincerely don't come out.
No, I don't do sincerely.
To who this may concern.
I think I just sign it with my name, just like
yeah. Put the little dash. And
I do a lot of hi theres.
Hi there.
I always do hi there.
Do you do howdy?
Occasionally I do.
Occasionally I do. He turned into Ned Flanders.
Howdy.
I like to make it comfortable.
That's an A&M thing though, right?
Howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. What about this one? People that end their text messages with their name. So salute to John McClain, who do this all the time. Every time he texts me, he would say, "Hey, love the show, Figgy," and then he'd type at the end, "John."
But personal texts, obviously, right?
Yes.
Like that's.
Yes.
Hey, I'm on a roll. I'm still 3 for 3 for not being the old guy.
Ever had someone like sign off their text? But I guess that's like an email thing, right? Like if you used to emails, and you're like, this is just.
I want to say John Harris do that too, man, because I think he got me like that.
Yeah.
Oh, he texted me because he saw the picture of my car.
Oh yeah.
And he said, "Hey, just saw your post. Just make sure you're okay." And then he left JH.
That's good.
That's the people that ask you if you got the email right after sending it.
Nah, I don't think that's old, man.
Yeah.
I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Really?
Because one thing I'm not trying to go back and forth with you on is like, I sent the email. Oh, no, I didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
No, we confirming this right now.
Yeah.
While we here. So I know you did get it.
I still don't do that. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So this one, I think we all kind of do this one at some point. We print things we don't really need to be printed.
I was on such a good roll because I do that.
What's your print? You printing the MapQuest directions?
No, God, no. But like a lot of times, I'll print almost like put it in my backpack or something, like stuff that I have for the show or whatever.
Yeah.
Or just,
look, I'm printing my little segment, man. Rundown. Like I don't have to print it. We print the audio.
Yeah, I'm guilty.
All that stuff.
I'm guilty as charged on that one.
I am actually not that. And you know what? Here's a mini confession. I wish I was that. Because, I mean, look at me right now. I got 3 screens in front of me, and still half the time I'm like, yo, this decided not to work in this moment. I like when I did print out like more like stories, what have you, highlight them. It worked like tangible physical things. There's still a benefit to it.
It works on you. You better recall things too. I think you recall things better.
It does work a lot. Like that's why I at least the one thing I can say I do is I have like a notepad in front of me.
Yes.
Because trying to like type things and use that as like, hey, I'm writing my notes that way does not work as well when I'm physically writing it. And so I really do wish, and maybe I should start that, except I don't know that I could justify printing out all them sheets of paper.
Yeah.
But I do feel like it is better when you can physically see it as opposed to if it's just one of many tabs. And for me, I will let you know it is many tabs.
Yeah, so I'm going through the list how to tell us if somebody might be old or not without seeing or hearing them. What about this one? They send chain emails or forward long messages right there.
Answer.
Send this to 10 people or your luck will run out. That type of stuff.
Never in a
Salute to my mother.
Never in a million years would I do that.
I don't open my WhatsApp because it's just filled with various things. Although now it is not like just chain messages. It's like chain videos of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like here is this person sharing some reel or some TikTok with you. That's like, oh, pass this on. No.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
I'm not going to do it.
I'm not watching it.
Never. Ever.
I want to know if y'all do. I know Reggie probably don't do this. Lopez, do you say stuff like, I need help with the Facebook?
Oh, come on.
Or you say, I Googled it on the internet?
Okay, well, I do say I Googled it.
On the internet?
On the internet?
No, not on the internet.
I Googled it on the internet.
Oh, no, I don't do that. No,
Okay.
I thought you meant just say I Googled it.
Okay,
No, I do say that. But the Facebook cracks me up. I know people that say that all the time. You know, the Facebook. What?
From the 361 here on the text line, they said their coworker still uses a key map instead of GPS. And I want to say that's wild, but actually, they're probably getting around so much better than some. Like, I know people that legitimately they cannot get anywhere unless it is in the GPS. And not even that, like, unless the GPS actually turns with them.
200 feet.
They can't go with the regular north-south orientation because they're like, which way am I turning? Because it looks like,
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What about people that sign off their messages with warm regards or best wishes?
I don't do that either.
Is that old?
Yeah, I don't do that either.
I feel like that's a little old.
It might be.
Yeah, that might be a little old. And last but not least, they use punctuation. They use like full words. They don't use the little LOLs or the all that stuff. They spell out okay, OKAY, stuff like that.
I do some of that. I'm guilty. I do go LOL, and I just say the letters okay because that's AP style book. But no, I do some of the other stuff though.
See, that's not about you being old. That's about you being a journalist.
You gotta spell it out.
No, you don't spell it out on the AP style book.
Yeah. I bet you spell out all the like single digit numbers.
I did it to you today.
You spell them out. He's like, no.
You never. I did it today because I was like, I got to change that because like if you start a sentence with 49, you spell out 40-9
because you don't start with numerals.
You don't start with numerals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I always do that. Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. One thing I realize I don't really do the. I do the LOLs and the LMAOs and all that stuff, but I don't do the BRB. Be right back.
I don't do BRB either.
I would do I don't know IDK, but I don't do the BRB. I never understood the BRB, man.
It's more internet stuff. Like if you're stepping away from your computer, like hey,
but a lot of people doing it in the text message now, man.
Yeah.
They just,
Can't
BRB.
not speak for them.
All right, cool.
Somebody said they do best. Ray said they do best. Yeah, that might have crept into not being old, but just being like workplace, corporate,
a little more propriety. Yeah.
It's work slang.
Yeah.
Yeah, we about to circle back to that one.
It's a mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Ficky Fig holding it down on a Thursday. So the NBA Finals is tonight. You got the Pacers, the Yesers. It's called the Yesers.
Yes, sirs.
Yeah, you got the Pacers versus the Thunder. Lopez versus the Thunder.
No, God, don't say that. Talk about it. Versus.
I just want to tick you off.
Yes.
So the NBA commissioner Adam Silver was on the show called Breakfast Ball on FS1, and he talked about a lot of things. He talked about pretty much a small market making the NBA Finals and all that stuff. This is what he had to say about that.
It's one thing I really admire about the NFL. I mean, if we were going into a Super Bowl and it was Packers against Steelers, you guys would be celebrating that. Those would be storied franchises. People wouldn't be talking about, the fact that Pittsburgh is a small market. So in fact, I'm happy whatever team ends up in the finals, but it's been intentional from our standpoint to create a system, a collective bargaining agreement that allows more teams to compete. And just by way of background, we're going to have to go through a process of getting to the point where people are accustomed to tuning into the finals because it's the two teams that deserve to be there, and it's the best basketball.
Feel like don't compare yourself to the NFL. It's a different animal. I mean, it just is. Yeah, I get his point, and he did say, to his credit, we're hoping to get there, but he knows they're not there. The NBA needs major markets right now.
But I think that's the thing is I think he's trying to combat that operation of as if that's common knowledge. And I get it. Like, it has been common knowledge, but he's like, yo, we got to change the thinking before we even get to this place where people will, react that way. So I think that's what he's trying to do. And yeah, man, you want all the markets to have, or actually, really, it's
you want the best teams.
You want the actual status of the playoffs or of the finals to weigh more than the individual teams necessarily.
Yes.
Which is what I think any of these, like the entirety of the sport, probably wants. Is you want this thing to make money just based off the fact that it is what it is, rather than what these particular teams are.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of a little bit. And I did kind of cringe a little bit when he said mentioned Pittsburgh and Green Bay.
Right.
Yeah. It's like these are historic franchises, man. Like I know they are in a small market.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, they got some of the biggest fan bases out of any market.
Bigger than some large markets.
Yeah. You put them up there with the Cowboys and stuff, man. So
and that's what's funny because I don't think he's wrong. I just don't know that. I don't know that you can create what those teams have at all in the modern era. Like, those teams were created particularly because of the eras that they were. Like, the Green Bay
around
Packers
since the 1940s. They've been around for so long, man.
The Green Bay Packers shouldn't exist, like, in that such a small place, but it's because, and also with the
way it was.
It's just where it was. It's been established. It's tradition now, which makes it harder to uproot. And because they were good enough in that time period, they developed a national presence to where, like, they're sustainable. But if you try and do that now, there's no way to do it.
No.
There's just no way. It's inherent to the time. And that's one of the things that I kind of I wonder if the NBA will be able to do that, because you're trying to find a level of changing yourself towards that in this modern era.
Don't compare yourself to that.
Don't even do it, man. And here's Adam Silver right here talking about the All-Star game for next season, and I think he's been listening to John Lopez.
Damn right he has been.
Next year, as part of our new media deals, the All-Star game returns to NBC, where it was when we were younger. And it so happens that next season we'll be smack in the middle of the Winter Olympics. So in fact, the game will be on NBC, and the very day we're on, the lead-in will be Winter Olympic events, and then coming out of the All-Star game, which is now going to be in the afternoon instead of the evening, there'll be more Olympic events. So what better time to feature some form of USA against the world? I'm not exactly sure what the format will be yet. I mean, obviously paid a lot of attention to what the NHL did with the...
Which was a huge success.
Which was a huge success.
The Frozen Four. That was awesome.
It was great. But also, going back, last summer, our Olympic competition was a huge success.
Do y'all think this is going to work?
Yes.
For the All-Star.
And I will qualify it a little bit. I know you're skeptical about this, Reggie. I could see this. I think it's going to be miles better than what the All-Star game has been. It's going to get. And he makes a good point. It's during the Olympics, too, which is going to bring even more of that attention, and people are going to be in that spirit, so to speak. But in terms of like how, I'm not going to say it's going to be like the NHL, what they did. But I think it's going to be better, a lot better. I do see the games themselves being more like the old school All-Star games of the 90s and the early 2000s, where it's all fun and games, but once the fourth quarter hits, they get a little serious. You know what I mean? They back in the day, the All-Star games, they'd play around just like they do now, but then they'd get serious about it there and want to win the game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the problem with that though is that doesn't work in the modern era, because we have built ourselves, at least as a basketball watching public, of being complainers first. Like, we are looking for the bad in it first, and we will knock it down as soon as we see the bad. So the idea of hey, man, the first half, they're not playing hard, people immediately go to, well, see, this is the issue. And, I mean, to some degree, it is a level of issue, but that's what you're talking about with the 90s. I don't think that lands in the same way. So, no, I don't think this works in the long term. What I will concede, though, is I did not consider the idea that it would be happening with the Winter Olympics, where you do have some of those kind of feelings already there. So I do think that will help buoy it in the immediate.
I disagree on the first part that you said, simply because you are going to be wearing that uniform. And whether it's just entertainment or fun, nobody's going to be criticizing that. I think and I also think once you watch it, you're going to say, now they're trying to win. We used to do it all the time. I remember watching, back in the day, you watch some of these players and they'd be having fun and alley-oops and all that. And, dude, Kobe checked himself back into a game in the fourth quarter saying, screw that, we're going to win. I think you're
trying to keep my question. I'm just wondering, are these players going to be bought into this, man? Because, like, I thought they was going to be bought into the pick'em, the playground style type thing. And then eventually you saw that a lot of these guys really wasn't into it like that.
Novelty wears off, buddy. The novelty wears off. And all those other underlying issues that got you to a place where you feel like the games aren't fun, those issues still remain. So you can change the wallpaper, you can change the way that it's dressed up. I think those issues are still going to be there. But I could be wrong. We'll see what it looks like when you ultimately get there. But that is Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you got something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, the man might put you on here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, and we'll do that next.
Should we be concerned?
Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to talk to the fellas of the drive. I believe the configuration is the same as it was yesterday with obviously Clint Stoerner and B. Scott with T. Mill. We'll talk to those fellas in a little bit. But we talked a lot bit about the Astros today. I don't think I mentioned that JP France apparently will throw a live BP tomorrow in West Palm, according to Joe Espada. So we've talked a lot about the possibility of reinforcements. Like there's that. I mean, both Luis Garcia and Christian Javier are still just throwing bullpens right now. It is one step towards the progress of returning for the Astros, and they need that return. Of course, by the way, all of that information, at least I saw via Chandler Rome of The Athletic. But where is your confidence level, your excitement level, what have you, towards the idea of reinforcements coming back in a relatively timely manner?
Those are two different questions to me. The confidence level cannot be high. We've established that. The hope, though, they need it ASAP. ASAP, and it sounds like I'm just bashing on, Augusto and Gordon and all that. But those are two pitchers that just have not, quite been what you need at this point. Because you're in the hunt. I mean, you're right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is still a time period where you could say it's early. Like we haven't reached the All-Star game yet. All-Star is July 15th, and mind you, All-Star voting opened up yesterday, so if you are so inclined, and you probably should be, go ahead and go and get the Astros that you so believe should be All-Stars, put them on the ballot and send that thing in there. But 5 times a day, you said?
What's that?
Voting All-Star?
5 times a day you can vote. Just ask Sean Pendergast.
You gonna vote today?
I haven't voted. I'm sure I'll vote at some point. One time.
So not even one time a day, just one time period?
One time.
Why even do it at that point?
Because I want to pick the All-Stars, who I believe are the All-Stars. I'm not I got to get with Sean.
A single All-Star vote through the entirety of the balloting process, huh?
That's the way God.
You gotta put your name on the ballot. Like you have to stuff the ballot in to some degree.
In all honesty, I get when fans say I want to vote 5 times a day, every day for my guy, or my guys, or whatever. But I just like. This is what I think about the All-Stars. Boom, there you go. Here's
you're not even going to put that in multiple times?
No.
Wait till this OG sauce is in some type of contest. I'm going to vote one time. That's it. One time. That's it.
I would respect that, Biggie. I would respect that. Just give me your
Even though I can vote 5 times and you can get 5 votes, I'm going to just do it one time.
Yeah.
Somebody said they need another starter to truly contend. I mean, agreed.
Yes.
And I mean, I just talked about 3 different starters that they have, that are, under their employ that they're trying to get back, right? JP France, who's, again, throwing a live BP tomorrow in West Palm, and then Luis Garcia and Christian Javier, who are still throwing bullpens, as Chandler Rome has said. Those are all guys that you're really, really hoping can come back as soon as possible. But of course, that's not in the immediate future. You're still
I was just going to ask you, what do you feel is the legitimacy of any of these guys?
When you say legitimacy, what do you mean?
Like you'll see them.
Oh, like pitch for this team this year.
Let's say before September or August.
I do feel like you will. At very least, especially since Luis Garcia was already supposed to be one of those guys that should have made it back in your word or phrase, I guess, or what have you. I feel like now as he is moving towards it that maybe we've already knocked off the setback and this now moves him towards the possibility of returning.
Bless your heart.
He's still, yep. Look, I don't even know what do you want me to, how do I parse this out now?
Bless your heart.
Like, how do I parse any of this out, right? Because if I'm going to operate with that place where I'm just going to be like, yo, I can't trust none of this, I don't know how to work with any of it in that regard. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that. Chandler Rome also was in his piece, in one of his pieces, kind of pointing out how well the Jose Altuve and left field experiment has worked. We were kind of talking about this, and I think we came to, at least I came to a conclusion where I feel like I'm good with it. I think the bigger thing is just getting the right guy playing second more consistently. Obviously, for the last couple of days, it has been Altuve playing second with Jacob Melton, who has come up and played left.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros have confirmed that they will continue. Like, that is still left field, is still Altuve space.
Mm-hmm.
But Chandler Rome giving you these stats here as well.
I love these. I was just looking at them.
He's had 51 total chances in left field during his 32 starts. No left fielder with at least 30 starts has fewer.
He's lucky.
But that's, lucky, but I think that was the point. Like, the point was have him in left field where he does not, he's not going to have to, engage.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, in the grand scheme, he's not even getting hit the ball a lot.
Yeah, but I think that was part of what we were trying to do here, right? Part of what we were trying to do here is have less of.
But even in that context, he's gotten the ball hit. Every time.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, the bat has been there for the most part in the way that you wanted to. So it feels like this is very much a success, at least on that particular move on putting him in left field.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty incredible that he's that he's been able to be fortunate and getting those at bats. You want to play a little game?
Before I do, can I read this text? The person who said that they need another starter to contend, they said no, one that's not on the team. Do you believe that they need an outside starter, or do you think they could get it done if they get some starters back off of injury?
I actually kind of.
You agree with the outside?
I kind of lean that way because of the lack of confidence in what these guys are going to bring and when they're going to bring it. Where would you fall on that?
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and maybe I'm just leaning too much on it's going to cost a lot, and do you got anything in the bank?
For sure.
I lean on the idea of we're just talking about 3 guys there that you're trying to get back off of IL. If you get one of those back delivering in a way that you want, I feel solid. If you get 2 of those back, I feel great.
Yeah.
Right? And that's not considering Eric Getty, who I imagine should be actually, I was about to say should be on a quicker path, but I'm actually not sure.
I would bet Eric Getty first.
That was what I was thinking, but I actually I was like, I don't know when the last time. Oh no, because he was throwing before. Yeah, so he'd probably be back earlier, and I feel good about him jumping back in when he does. And then give me one of those 3. I feel good about that. So like, I actually am still not in a place where I think you need to go out there and get another starter.
Yeah.
Assuming that you can get one of 3 guys back from health. And I mean, even on an Astros pace, I feel like going 1 of 3 is a pretty good ratio here, pretty good odds to deal with.
All right, you want to play a little game with B. Scott?
And appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the Drive, Clint and B. Scott, on today.
And Clint, I know you may or may not have some notes for our show, but I whenever something like this happens, I play a little game in my mind. I want to share it with the class. Clearly, B. Scott bought some kind of lunch.
Which is good, because I want B. Scott to be eating is important.
And I can smell it in your bag or on the bag.
Yeah, so when I came in here while y'all were talking the first time, it was because I had just warmed it up, but I knew I wasn't going to have time to eat it before the segment. So I've just set it to the side with a napkin over it. I'm going to eat it in the break.
I want to guess what it is. I do that a lot.
Okay.
I'm feeling some kind of Chinese.
Really? That's not what I got at all.
I don't think so. No.
The problem is
way more straightforward than that.
Maybe a little, because I smell like a barbecue sauce kind of thing.
Oh, your nose is broke, brother.
Yeah, man.
Barbecue sauce.
Bro, it's beef stroganoff.
I was about to say spaghetti, but I was like, that don't smell right. It's some kind of pasta.
This brother was way off.
Yeah, man, it's beef stroganoff with some green beans in there, man.
I smelled some kind of sauce, but I was off on the sauce.
Some kind of sauce. That is so generic.
Yeah, there you go. No,
beef stroganoff. Yeah,
I don't give a damn if you hit me in the face with a Chinese menu. I never would. I look at no B. Scott. I'm like, I don't know that he's eating. He's damn.
Wait, hold on.
That's profiling.
B. Scott, you not on the Chinese food tip?
Nah, I eat Chinese food. What we doing?
I'm not saying that you don't like it. I'm just saying you ain't gonna bring it in a hurry.
Nah, so
you don't strike me as a guy that got a Chinese grub in the fridge at the house.
All right. So confession time for me. Man, I don't set up my budget, what we call these factor meals. I probably shouldn't do that since they're not a sponsor or anything. But I have meals sent to me. I have meals sent to me every Sunday.
They're pretty good.
Six meals every Sunday, and that's what I eat for lunch.
And
they're cooked by a professional chef. They don't taste like the frozen foods that you get from like the grocery store. Yeah. It's got a little bit more flavor to it.
They really good though.
Yeah, no, not at all.
They really good.
Yeah, and much more expensive than that as well. I will admit.
It got a good smell to it too.
Yeah, no, it's delicious.
Yeah, you came in and I'm like, what is that? What is that?
It is much better than anything I would put together myself, and so that's why I pay for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Call it profile, call it whatever you want. I mean, I'd have sat there and looked at B. Scott and said, Chinese? Nah.
I don't got the Chinese food profile.
Did he stop at Kroger and hit that sushi like old Pendergast?
Yeah.
Nah.
Hey, I will admit about 8 years ago at Parkdale Mall in Beaumont, I had some Chinese food that didn't do me right, man, and I've been kind of leery ever since.
I could point you to the other descriptors as opposed to the Chinese food with that being the issue.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Boys, I hit some Korean food a couple days ago.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I'm a big fan of solid bowel movements.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
I
was about 5 deep after that Korean. It was spicy. I said, "Oh hell no!" Korean was good, but you marked that off.
It got you a little too regular, a little bit more regular than you wanted to be.
I don't even know if that's the food. I feel like your system was just like, "What? This is new. This is different."
I told Julie, who thank you, Julie. She speaks fluent Korean and I mean, you would never tell. She's just English as it comes. You know, I mean, you could tell because she's from Korea, obviously, but she's fixing to graduate from University of Texas, working at least how spicy this was.
Warned you, boy.
I mean, when I walked in, you knew I didn't frequent this place. I mean, you could have told me, like, hey, man, you might want to ease up on that right there.
You said, hey, man, profiling is wrong when you do it for evil. But, you gotta, sometimes profiling can be helpful. And I feel like we need to.
That Korean food ran straight through my boy, Dirty Red.
That's it, man. Profile the hell out of me, man. Just keep me from stepping on the landmines. You know what I mean? Help me out. I don't give a damn. You ain't going to hurt my feelings.
Oh, man. Love it. All right. You know what we got to ask? You got anything for us here?
One thing, I had a couple things, but the second time I got one. Y'all talking a little bit about Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh,
yes.
And I think I had one pushback.
Okay.
The difference, I think, has to be with Aaron Rodgers, assuming that he ends up in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Reg, you said it. Aaron runs a specific offense.
Yeah.
This has got to be the year he says, hey, I'm gonna be the guy to learn and move and shake and change some things.
What are the odds of that?
It's got to happen.
I don't disagree.
It's got the day of him coming in and going, hey, I want the reins, and you're going to do it my way, and this has got to be an Arthur Smith, Aaron Rodgers come together, and Aaron's got to be the guy that, like, hey, my skill set's going to drive me. Y'all, if you want to run the ball a little bit more, let me. We're not bringing in all your guys.
Yeah.
We're not going to do it Aaron's way. It's got to be, man. I'm an Aaron Rodgers guy. I'm cool with the 4-time MVP going, hey, I want done my damn way.
Yeah.
But the way this is all unfolding, it's got to be Aaron Rodgers got to come in and fit in versus, hey, we're going to run Aaron Rodgers.
I don't
offense.
disagree, but again, for the sake of time, I'll just leave it at this. Many have tried.
Fair.
Many have tried.
Thinking, that was a good little segment. I was rattling through some other stuff, and I was like, okay. I just don't know, man. That can't be the answer. And I'm an Aaron Rodgers needs to be in Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh needs Aaron. All this other stuff about they got a quarterback and this guy. No. Yeah. They need Aaron Rodgers. Mike Tomlin needs Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers got to be a little different dude.
Yeah, but see, the last part of what you said, and this is my pushback on that. I feel like if you're in the Aaron Rodgers business, it's kind of going the other way, right? You are accepting that you're bringing in this sort of larger-than-life football figure, and that's kind of the problem, the give and take with it. The reason why I would be a little hesitant to even get in the Aaron Rodgers business, as great as he is, and I don't dispute anything that you say, but I feel like it's the other way around, and that's what makes it so complicated.
Yeah, and everything is relative, though. Like, when you get in the Aaron Rodgers business, there's, it's give and take. And right now it's because you look around, and if you don't get in the Aaron Rodgers business, it's the Mason Rudolph business. And that's the reason why.
Is like, I like Mason. Got a nice mustache, man. I mean, but
nice mustache.
Looks good in the
Great
suit,
personality.
Man. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful gowns.
That's going to only get you so far, man.
Love your dress.
Sure, he's a great dude, but let's quit trying to sell him as a starting quarterback. It's going to save your coach's job and get your organization above 500. In that division, let's stop that.
All right, I've told myself I'm gonna start doing this, but I feel like B. Scott is gonna fix me up real quick here. Anything you want to timestamp on the show today?
Oh man, the whole thing, damn, it's 2 to 6, man. What you talking about? You know what? It's funny though. You said that yesterday, and I forgot it was Wednesday. I should have been like 4:40 Texans report, like my actual segment. But I was in my element, filling in for Run, where I was just thinking about the whole damn show.
Well, I did really appreciate though y'all's. So excited for that, but I'm excited for the entirety of the show.
Yeah, let me give you one real quick.
Okay, appreciate it.
We'll definitely talk finals today for sure.
241. I'm trying something while Ron's out. I'm trying, and Tyler's out. I'm trying to try something here.
And we'll get to that too.
Wait, what?
Texans talking. You thought I was joking when I said I may be in here solo?
Yes, I did.
Hey, well here B. Scott came in with Chinese food.
I stay ready.
Hey, Texans talking.
Okay.
Right? Segments built off of audio that comes out of NRG.
Okay.
Oh, I like
241.
I like it.
241. We've been focused on C.J. Stroud.
There's some other stuff popping.
There's a lot going on, and D'Amico's talking. Texans talking. 240 segment.
I like that. Texans talking. Make sure you listen to that. Make sure you listen to the whole damn show.
The whole damn show, man.
Because right now you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. We'll catch you tomorrow for Friday. But right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. 1/3 of us anyway. The Drive is live.
Hey, you thought I was going to let you down, Clint. I wasn't going to do it, dog.
I never in a second did I think anybody was. But you know, hey, B. Scott's in the building. We got to give him a second to eat here at this end of this segment. And T. Mill will be in the 3 o'clock hour moving forward. But until then, we got my man Figgy Fig, who is irreplaceable. Irreplaceable Figgy Fig. Big shoots to field. Figgy Fig in the building.
What's happening?
What's up, Fig?
Yeah.
Best in the world of what he do, baby.
You look good back there behind that glass, boy. I tell you what, with them shades on, I see you.
Man, see, I left my shades in my office across the hall, man. I should have brought them, man. We could have been in unison, dog.
There's no doubt about it, man. Hey, before we get cranking, I want to remind more to the show today because I do want to make sure that the listeners here and are aware. Stop number 10. Stop number 10 of the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit is tomorrow, June the 6th. Tomorrow, June the 6th, Friday, obviously. Christian's Tailgate, Energy Corridor location 1010 Highway 6. 1010 Highway 6, the Energy Corridor location of Christian's Tailgate. Come up, hang out with us. We got prizes, drawings, giveaways, listeners, and you got to be there to win now. You got to be there to win. Got to be on site, so come on out Friday. Obviously, it is called this Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. We will have them mud bugs. They'll be boiling them joints. And a lot of cold beer flowing, a lot of drinks, obviously. I've never been to a Christian's Tailgate, fellas. I've never been to one, so I'm excited to experience a new place. I've driven by and seen a few of them, but I've never been to one. You been to one yet, Figgy?
I rode past one, like you said. I think it's one close around here too.
Yeah, I know Tyler's been to a few of them and said he's never had a bad experience.
I have not, but I'll take Tyler's recommendation. He be out here in these streets, so if Tyler say it's good, I'll fall through.
There ain't no doubt about it. So come through, hang out, boiled crawfish, cold beverages, plenty of food and drink. Apparently, it is a kid-friendly joint, so bring the kiddos. Got a little turf area. Is what I think is what I was told. So come on out, hang out, have a good time. Let's have a little. I guess we can call it a football Friday. I mean, we got OTAs going on. We got the mandatory minicamp right around the corner for the Texans, and so it can be a football Friday, if you will, over at Christian's 1010 Highway 6 location. Come on through.
Clint, I look at it as the Friday between voluntary OTAs and mandatory minicamp, right? Because that's what we're going to get next week. So it's the Friday before that. It's certainly a football Friday. It's football vibes around here, man. We've been out there on the grass. In the bubble, all of that. You got a new segment called Texans Talking that you teased in the crosstalk that we're going to do at 2:40. So it definitely feels like a football Friday to me.
Absolutely. Well, I want to take a minute out of the gate here, B. Scott and Fig. I went on with Seth and Sean this morning, and we talked obviously OTAs, but we started out a good chunk of the segment. We were talking C.J. Stroud. We talked about C.J. Stroud kind of from two different angles. Multiple times yesterday. It's a big deal. It's a big topic. They're talking about it nationally. C.J. Stroud not throwing at OTAs, and I think we need to check the actual level of concern because I think this is serious. I think it's serious. It's a lot more serious than general soreness. It's a lot more serious than we're just managing a schedule and than what the Texans are putting out there. And I went on with Seth and Sean this morning, and boy, I just banged out the answer, man, that my thoughts on C.J. Stroud. And Seth said, well, hell, now I'm depressed.
You did. I was listening.
You've ruined my morning.
He changed the subject on you.
Yeah.
He said, now I got to ask you about something entirely different so we can get the vibes up in here.
And then as he was asking me about something entirely different, he joked twice.
Yeah.
So I thought, let's clarify this. And I don't know where you guys stand on this thing from a level of concern. That was one of my other in the loop takes, by the way, Figgy Fig, was when y'all talked about the level of concern. Reg just being like, no, not really. I'm thinking, damn, this is the most important right shoulder and arm in Houston.
Yeah.
And hell, one of the most important arms in all the country in the NFL. So I do want to be clear. I am I'm not overly worried about C.J. Stroud's health as it pertains to the 2025-26 season. Not at all, not one bit, right? But I am simply aware of how important the reps that C.J. Stroud is missing really are to him and to the ultimate success of the organization, given the situation, right? And generally how he is wired. This is an important part of C.J. Stroud, who he is as a quarterback, the way he approaches the game. It is very important. These reps are always important, right? I'll argue that they're some of the most important reps for guys other than like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady and these guys that have the Pat Mahomes and Josh Allens that have played this game for 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 years.
Lamar Jackson probably be on that list.
Yeah, I mean, but you could even I'll even argue that these are more important reps for Lamar Jackson than once you get into the preseason and you're playing meaningless games, preparing for this is the time for Lamar Jackson to hone in on the little detail arm talent that he has, but becoming an elite passer of the football. He'll always need to work on that side of it. And again, that's in relation to him staying one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league, moving forward. But like these reps are just, my concern is not about the season. I think a lot of people hear it and they're like, oh my God, man, what? I mean, dang this. My concern is about if this dude, we know of, let's call it 10 days. Right? We know that he hadn't thrown in 10 days.
Yeah.
What if that 10 days is really a month? Right? What if that 10 days now turns into 2 more weeks and he doesn't throw it at mandatory mini camp next week?
Yeah.
Right?
And they didn't say that he would.
Right.
They just kind of left it open, right?
To your point,
when he was asked about
they said training camp. Being ready for training camp was kind of left open. Right? Like
all of it, yeah.
That is where my level of concern is. I've not even thought about the 2025-26 season. Right? My level of concern is this is the time to put the work in so that the team, when they start training camp, we're starting with C.J. Stroud. We're not worried about communicating. We're not worried about chemistry with the receivers. We're not worried about, the center quarterback exchange being foreign because you hadn't got any snaps with these guys, in passing situations. So that is more, just to be clear, that is more where my concern is if you're of the thought, and a lot of people are, that, hey, man, these reps these guys are getting are insignificant, they're not important, then, hell, you shouldn't be concerned. You shouldn't have a worry at all.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that you look at it that way because you have a much more how valuable the actual reps are. I would say I'm probably not as concerned as you are, but to the degree that I am concerned, I would be concerned in different ways. I actually am concerned about the season and the long-term ramifications of it. But for me, it's more of a curiosity than it is a concern. I'm just more so confused by it. Like, to your point, is it really 7, 8, 10 days, 15 days, 30 days? We don't really have a good sense for the severity of what's going on. We don't have a good sense for the timeline of what's going on in terms of when did this happen. And then we also don't have a good sense for the timeline of him coming back. Yeah. And so all of that just piques my curiosity. And to the degree of that you got curiosity, there is concern because you got more questions than answers. So I would say for me, the concern level is relatively low, but the things that I'm concerned about are wide ranging. It goes from the past, the present, and the future. Yeah. So it's interesting that you look at it that way because you actually have an understanding for what the reps mean. I don't as much, but I do look at it and say, hey, man, we don't have a lot of answers to the questions that we have.
Well, if you look at a quarterback that's going into year 3 that's had a tremendous year 1 and a good year 2, but not up to the standards that he set by his actions and his play his first year.
Yeah.
And you look at year 3 and how important it is, and you look at how the dude's wired. I mean, he's told us all of how all he thinks about is football year round. To think that first day I saw him not throwing, it was like, it could be a little soreness, ain't no big deal. Maybe he threw a little bit too much yesterday, whatever. Well, then the practice you get to, wait, you throwing again? You get into 10 days, and you're like, hey, how big of a window is this? And so if you sit back and you go, hey, what if a young quarterback misses a month or 6 weeks of throwing in the offseason? That's a big-ass deal.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, man. I mean, you can argue that some of the veteran guys, again, Aaron Rodgers, or guys that are bouncing around the league, if Kirk Cousins goes somewhere, I guarantee you if Kirk Cousins goes somewhere right now, he's going to be playing catch up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's more of the concern. Let me ask you this. I tried to put it in my mind. I tried to put it in like other important athletes in Houston and kind of put it in their terms. Like, for instance, we look at Yordan Alvarez, right? When Yordan Alvarez went out swinging a bat with an MLB player's hand, I would say is equivalent of a quarterback's shoulder, right? It's that important to him doing his job.
I think that's fair.
When all of a sudden we looked up and Yordan Alvarez, when he first went out and he just missed a game, he got a little soreness. Okay, cool. Well, then all of a sudden when they announced, hey, this is a longer deal, you know, and he's not swinging a bat anymore. Were you concerned then for Yordan Alvarez?
Yeah, the concern level, I think the point that you're making, the concern level gradually becomes more and more as time passes. And again, kind of even to my point, you get more questions than answers. And then, of course, the way they bungled the whole thing at the end, there's obvious concern. But, yes, from the beginning with the hand soreness to where to the levels and degrees in which it changed, how drastically it changed from the beginning to the end is pretty significant.
Well, and then you look at it and you go, okay, well, to me, if you draw parallels with baseball and football, it's hard because you got 162 games and you got 18 games, right? So let's just say the games in Major League Baseball in October, September, late season games and playoffs, let's call it that, are really the substance of baseball season, right?
Sure.
Let's compare that to an NFL season, and OTAs and training camp are kind of that regular long season, that regular MLB season leading up to the playoffs, right? Now that you know Yordan Alvarez had a fracture, even though it's 60% healed supposedly, by the way. I mean, how concerned are you for Yordan Alvarez? Not now, not regular season baseball, but being ready and hitting on all cylinders when it comes down to cutting time at the end of the season and playoffs. There's a level of concern, right?
There's certainly a level of concern, and I would even connect it in this way, Clinton. This is how they're definitely similar between Yordan Alvarez and C.J. Stroud. Yordan Alvarez has a history with hand injuries.
Yeah.
It happened in the 2022 season when they won the World Series, right? Yeah. Like he was here and there with the hand issues. Dusty Baker would talk about it all the time. And at the time, Clint, I would joke about it and say, man, he hit the ball so damn hard that his hands hurt, right? And it was funny at the time, but then 3 years later, it ain't funny no more. Even going into the next spring training, he was having hand issues, right? So following the World Series season, he's going into spring training and he's got hand issues. Now it's not as funny anymore, right? C.J. Stroud, okay, has had shoulder issues in the past, had a separated AC joint back when he was at Ohio State.
Yeah.
The last time we saw C.J. Stroud, I pointed this out on the air yesterday, the last time we saw C.J. Stroud on the field, he was getting his ass kicked and they had to help him off the field. He had to limp off the field after being sacked 8 times by the Kansas City Chiefs. So to me, Clint, and it's all our own prerogative, right? However you want to be concerned. We don't have to tell you how to fan. But if you put it all in its proper context, Clint, the injury history, the issues with the offensive line, how he was running around not well protected last year, how the offensive line has its questions now, how the offense itself is new. The fact that he's going to get paid after this year and the clock is ticking on the rookie contract.
Yep.
Like, if you put everything in its proper context, it's hard to argue that this is not significant and not important, man. Whether you're concerned or not, it is an issue.
It's great conversation, man. It's great bar talk. It's worth being passionate and emotional about it, and that's all. Like, I'm not concerned about the season. It's one of those deals that this is. You give me a hamstring, give me a rolled ankle. You know what I mean? You give me a little, something a little tweaked in the quad or the glute or the lower back or something. Hey, those are all big deals. But that'd be fine, man. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Man, you start talking about them critical arm, elbow, wrist, hand of a player that's swinging a bat and makes his money swinging a bat, or throwing a football, or pitching a baseball, or even get to a point of even shooting basketball. Even though if it came to basketball, I'd talk more about the knees and the ankles kind of deal. But it is just it's a good conversation. We'll keep keep on top of that C.J. Stroud stuff. OTAs, I guess they all come to at least the practice part of it comes to a head with mandatory minicamp next week.
Yeah, and
we will be out there, and we'll see if C.J.'s throwing at that point in time. Again, another quick reminder, Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit tomorrow, Chris Tailgate, Energy Corridor, 1010 Highway 6. 1010 Highway 6, Christian's Tailgate. Come on through, hang out with us. We'll give $25 gift card, Academy gift cards away. The Bud Light gals will be there moving and shaking, and we'll have us a good old time. So come on through. If you can break free, come on through, hang out a little bit, and we'll get you ready. We'll get you ready for the weekend. Guys, NFL is king, man. The NFL is king. Major League Baseball, to be honest with you, doesn't seem to give a rip. The NBA needs to get it right. Now's the time, and there's plenty of opportunity. I'll explain next and see what B. Scott and even Figgy Fig think about this, what the NBA's got going on with their All-Star game, as well as these playoffs that are rocking and rolling. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The good times keep rolling on tomorrow afternoon at stop number 10 on the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at Christian's Tailgate off Highway 6 from 2 to 6 for cold drinks, good
Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Not today. Ron Hughley is out. That man B. Scott is in. Brandon Scott, B. Skeezy, however you want to refer to him. Just don't forget him, baby. Now, my man Figgy Fig is in for T-Mill. T-Mill will be back in the building here shortly, but Figgy Fig is holding it down in the producer studio in there. NFL is king, y'all. Major League Baseball doesn't care, and the NBA needs to get it right. Now is the time. Here's where I'm at with that, man. The NBA announced there's two things going on in the NBA right now that I think are noteworthy. Now is that which by the way, I like the way the NBA is handling their All-Star game. I didn't watch the All-Star weekend, if you will, and go, boy, this is all great stuff, man. They're blowing the doors off of it. But the thought of them making changes, being willing to take a risk, do things a little different, and then have a sense of urgency on the back end of it and adjust accordingly, I admire what the hell they're doing. That when I say the NFL doesn't even need to try, their product and football is king. It don't matter what part of the country you're in. When you're talking the sport of football and you're talking about the pinnacle of that profession at the NFL, they don't need no damn help, right? They got it all figured. They don't need to. Baseball just doesn't seem to give a rip. Now I understand it's regional and this. There's, I get the struggles of baseball, but the NBA is interesting to me because, to me, that's the league that can benefit the most from being aggressive and making moves and making conscious efforts to do things different and continue to change. And there's eyeballs out there that you may not had 2 years ago that you're going to have as you make these changes. To me, that's just how I see the NBA, right? The product, the game is tremendous. The superstars are starting to fade away, and now you got a couple of more team-oriented teams in the finals. Like, I love all this movement, and I think you attract different viewers with a lot of this change. I want to stick with the All-Star game, though. Where I'm going with this is the All-Star game is announced that this year they will have basically America against all of the foreign players, all the other players.
USA against international.
I think they called it USA versus the world.
Versus the world, yeah, that's it.
I love this. Here's the commissioner, the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, talking about this change and how and what they expect from it.
Next year, as part of our new media deals, the All-Star game returns to NBC, where it was when we were younger. And it so happens that next season we'll be smack in the middle of the Winter Olympics. So, in fact, the game will be on NBC, and the very day we're on, the lead-in will be Winter Olympic events, and then coming out of the All-Star game, which is now going to be in the afternoon instead of the evening, there'll be more Olympic events. So what better time to feature some form of USA against the world? I'm not exactly sure what the format will be yet. I mean, obviously paid a lot of attention to what the NHL did with
which was a huge success.
Which was a huge success.
The Frozen Four. Yeah, it was awesome.
It was great. But also, going back, last summer, our Olympic competition was a huge success.
I love the thought of moving and shaking, trying new things, adjusting, And I'm all in on. I think the concept. I don't care how they figure it out. I'm not a hockey guy at all, and I was into that hockey stuff.
Right.
I just think that there's a chance here for the NBA to take what's been viewed recently, hell, even by Magic Johnson. I heard Stephen A. Smith talking about it earlier. That's been viewed recently as a disgrace to the NBA, the way that the All-Star game has kind of been conducted over the last handful of years.
Right.
To take it and twist and make that adjustment to where you not only do NBA lovers like it, but you're drawing new reason because that all-star thing and that country-to-country connection was really, really cool to watch. Competition was cool to watch. So I love what the NBA is doing here.
Yeah, so I've always thought that the NBA had the most creative ambition, and so this is pretty consistent with that. But, like, the issue that they actually have is not one that I'm sure I have an answer for, or if they have a way to solve their problem. They got a real big perception problem, and I think this is a brilliant sort of marketing idea and cross-branding idea. NBC's got the Winter Olympics. NBC's got the NBA. Let's play these ideas upon each other, especially if they're going to backdoor each other in terms of programming. Like, that part of it makes total sense. But in terms of, like, fixing the All-Star game or fixing the perception problem that the NBA has, I'm not exactly sure how they do that, because so much of it seems to be tied to this feeling that the players have way too much power. Even as we transition from era of superstar, from the old to the new, there's still that perception that, and again, the way the teams are made up, they're not, the death of the super team is something that people have been talking about over the last several weeks, especially now over the last few days with Oklahoma City and the Pacers being in the NBA Finals. But there still is that perception problem that not only do the NBA players have too much power, but they also don't care enough. And that is, I think, reflected no more than in the All-Star game. Yeah. Like, I think a lot of it is actually nonsense. But when it comes to the All-Star game, that's when it really looks like the NBA actually looks like it's stereotyped. It looks like what everybody says it is, specifically on All-Star Weekend. How do they change that perception? You can try to fix All-Star Weekend all you want, and I actually credit them for having all of these different ideas, even when they don't work. And I think a lot of them do not work. But I don't know exactly what they're supposed to do with this idea that their players both have too much power and that they don't care enough. But I'm certainly going to be into this, though.
Well, I don't know that you're ever going to fix that, because I do think there's a for me, I'm one of them. There's a turnoff to me, just generally speaking, of like, whether it's one player or 10% or it's 75%, like the thought of like the whole game and really, you use the E word, right? The effort. Yeah. The effort changes drastically down the stretch and in the playoffs. The refereeing changes drastically. What they allow and don't allow has changed drastically. Like, I think that turns a lot of people off. And I think it happens in baseball. I think it happens in football. I think it happens in basketball. I think it's just more obvious on a night-to-night basis in the NBA, because there's 5 dudes running around the floor and it's such fast-paced action, and you can see every one of them's face. So it's magnified times 10 when it's the NBA. But there is a certain level of, even with baseball, like 162 games, like there's some fatigue of like, hey, games don't matter. Well, hell, call me back when games do matter. Yeah. So I don't know if you're ever going to fix those kind of issues, but I do think that the effort, like the efforts, I think will go a lot the NBA than it necessarily does for the other sports. Like the NBA, the effort you're talking about, I just think I think they're Adam Silver and company. I think they're doing a really good job with it. And I want to move from the All-Star game to this year's NBA Finals that's fixing to crank up. Man. This is like I am a huge fan. I don't like ISO ball. I really don't care about the superstar thing. I like players and don't like players. I don't care if they're superstars or not. But the game of basketball being such an ISO game was a turnoff for me. The fact that you got 2 teams that are team oriented, one offense, one defense, right? Even though there's an MVP on one of them, like there's styles. I heard Red say the other day, styles make fights. This is a perfect example. I think this, for me personally, this is beautiful for the NBA.
Well, yeah, it's a classic styles makes fight. It was kind of my point of our stock up, stock down in the positions that I took in that segment yesterday, in going with the stock up of Oklahoma City's defense and the stock down of the pace that the Pacers have been playing at, which, look, I love it. Like, I I question whether it's going to be able to sustain against a defense quite like this. But, yeah, man, this is like one of those ultimate examples of sort of team-oriented. I meant to actually mention this yesterday. They had this graphic going around about how the Pacers move the ball and move themselves more than anybody in the league. So both ball movement and player movement on a given offense, on a given offensive set, they do both things more than anybody in the league. And I don't think that's any coincidence that they would arrive where they are given their collection of talent. And then, of course, Oklahoma City has a good collection of players around him. So it's a classic styles make fights type of matchup.
Straight monsters on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah.
Right?
Something's got to give.
It's just like I think your traditional basketball folks that aren't in love with the super team, that aren't in love with everything revolving around a superstar, and aren't in love with get the best guy the ball and everybody else get the hell out of the way, like your traditional, like old school basketball fans that enjoy the team approach more, I think will be plugged into this series and enjoy the hell out of what they're watching. Now, what does that mean? I don't know, but I know I'm one of them.
Well, the best. I think we should point out the best players on the team. We may not think about them like this because they're such superstars and they can score, but they're point guards. Yeah. Tyrese Halliburton and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. These guys are point guards who can take over a game either with scoring, defense, or obviously passing the ball in Tyrese Halliburton's case.
All right, y'all. Texans Talking, baby. Segments that have that are birthed from audio coming straight out of NRG. We got a little D'Amico Ryans, a little football horny coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matorn, man. Look, if
presents The Drive.
Here, right? There's your head coach. Don't take it from me. Don't let that text line get B. Scott all pissed off and make him go on a rant and tell you how important what we're watching out there is. Just listen to the head coach. The head coach will tell you how important every single rep is and how setting yourself up for success, or if you don't, failure. He'll tell you how important it is, man. Texans Talking, baby. A segment that's birthed from audio that comes straight out of the bowels of NRG Stadium.
I'm with it.
I think it's a hell of an idea, boys. I think I'm on to something.
I'm with it. I think that, we have enough time to and it's 4 hours, 5 days a week, especially, for y'all's case. And then whenever I'm in here, I get a chance to get a crack at it. But we don't get to hear from these guys every day.
Yeah.
Right? Like during the season, we obviously hear from them much more. And I think it's a hell of a way to fill some airtime in that case. But even especially now when you're getting them once, maybe twice a week, as opposed to in season when you get them 3-4 times a week, and then on top of game day, I think it's a good idea, man, just to kind of shed some light on what's going on over there and what questions are being asked and what answers you're getting.
Well, I'm going to start this thing off with the biggest non-CJ Stroud question that's going around the Texans right now. Look, the biggest Texans need going into the 25-26 season is obviously the O-line. We've talked this thing to death. They drafted a tackle instead of an interior offensive lineman. They didn't have any blockbuster deals at guard, center guard on the interior. They shipped out Laramie Tunsil. There's been a ton of change, no doubt, but you could very easily make the point, and make the point that they're not nearly as talented as this year as they were last year, and last year they really, really, really struggled. But I'm for one, am a big fan of the thought of, if you don't have five guys up there playing together, 5 is 1, then it don't matter how good one Laramie Tunsil is. Doesn't matter, right? You got to have 5 guys that can build a wall. You got to have 5 guys that are physical and fight like hell. You got to have 5 guys that take pride in running the football. And when you don't, you're pissed. And when you don't, you're pissed. Not as an individual, but as a group, right? There has been a ton of change, right? Specifically in an attempt to change the culture in the room of the offensive linemen, right? Move the old head coach out that may have been coasting a bit. Get Cole Popovich in there, who's a in-your-face, young, pretty solid experience, kind of floating around under some really good offensive line coaches. Get Laramie Tunsil out, bring some other veterans in, or make room for your young guys that have already been there to become the leader and set the tone. How is all of that going in Houston? Don't take it from me. This is your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, talking about that offensive line room gelling in through OTAs.
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
Intangibles. You got the intangibles of what it takes. I love this, B. Scott. I know you've got a little different take on this, but I'm going to tell you, man, I absolutely love this from D'Amico Ryans. You can only accomplish so much in OTAs, especially with your big guys from a physicality perspective. You're not going to know which one of these guys up front can you walk up and punch square in the nose and now you're in a fight and he punches back, bites back, or he hunkers down and gets the hell out of the way. You're not going to know from a physicality perspective how many of these dogs really, really bite, but that doesn't mean there's not valuable work to be done. When he's talking about the mindset, the communication, the technique and mechanics, do you show up every day and are you willing to bust your ass and work hard just simply because there's work being done? Not because you're getting paid, not because other people are there, not because it's June and the season's up. No, but you just genuinely and sincerely are wired in a way of showing up and working hard. And do you care about the guys that are in that room with you? I think that is really important. And I think D'Amico is making the points of all of this for a reason. I don't think this is something that's just like, oh, this is what I always want my offensive line to do. I think this is a movement, a shakeup, a difference from last year. And I think it's important, B. Scott.
Hey, there is no question about it. It actually amazes me that this is now the third show that I've done since I stood there and watched him answer that question. So I was standing right there when that question was asked and answered. It actually amazes me that it has taken 3 shows to actually get to this very quote, because I'm going to be honest with you, Clint. For me, this, aside from all of the C.J. Stroud stuff, this question and answer stood out to me more than anything from the media availability from that entire day. Stood out to maybe the Christian Kirk stuff talking about the offense was pretty good, but aside from maybe those two things, this stood out to me more than anything, and I'll tell you why. And we didn't hear it in that clip because we cut it, but to start it, D'Amico Ryans says, and this was the only time he said it in the press conference, that's a great question. And then he proceeds to give you an answer that is lengthy, and you can always tell how much they like the question by how much time they give the answer. Mm-hmm. And D'Amico Ryans did that there, and then you heard everything that he had to say right there. And to me, what stood out about it was him basically telling you without saying it in so many words, telling you everything that you needed to know about how they viewed the offensive line that they had last year. Yeah. Now I still have some questions about whether the talent is there, whether they actually have the guys to make it happen. And they're in prove it mode. They're going to have to prove that part of it. But in terms of what their intention was and what they were trying to do, no question about it, man. And that answer that we just played tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, the best offensive line that I've personally ever been around, and I'm not talking about individuals because, I spent 3 years with Larry Allen, Eric Williams, Mark Stepnoski. I mean, they're pretty good. Some pretty good players, right? I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about my college offensive line. You talk about a team that, like, I guess the way I would couch it, where people could, like, I'm talking about an offensive line that played at or above their ceiling the entire season. Yeah, right. Like the guys that, forget about how talented guys may or may. If they'd been more talented, sure, the whole ceiling would have been higher, right? Sure. But the thought is with these guys, these are my best 5 offensive linemen. This is my best guard, my best center, my best 2 tackle. And as a group, they played at or above their ceiling week in, week out. And I'm telling you, if you would have thought about disrespecting one of them, you'd have had 5 of the biggest dudes in the state whooping the hell out of you. Yeah. I mean, they were just there was. You talk about like waiting right outside the door for everybody to get out there before you walk on the practice field. I don't know who started that with the guys that I was playing with. And it wasn't necessarily all 12 offensive linemen that were on scholarship, but the core of the starting offensive line, if you saw one of them, you saw 4 of them.
Yeah, the guys that knew they were about to go get the real work in.
That's it.
So, and let me ask you about that, though. Why do you think that was? Like, do you think it was the culture or the intangibles? Like, is that – like, how does that even cultivate?
I think guys are wired a certain way. I think people are, whether it's football or not, I think people are wired a certain way of do you genuinely and sincerely care about other people? Like a lot of people talk the talk, but when it comes down to it, they're gonna pick themselves or the easy route over the friend or the group or what's best for the team. They're gonna do that 9 times out of 10, right? And I think you're wired that way, and I think in a team sport where there's a lot of individual efforts, like a quarterback, my work, like I at throwing the ball or my drops, I could individually go work. Like the offensive line, it doesn't matter how good one of them is. If they're all 5 not really good, then together, then it doesn't matter. And I think guys that are wired in a way of understanding, like, this isn't about like my ability to pass protect. It's about our ability to pass protect.
Right.
I mean, when I got sacked, my guys would fight over each other trying to get back there and help me up. Right? I mean, that's what you want is guys, people that genuinely and sincerely care about doing their job together. And if your job is to protect the quarterback. And when you don't, you ought to feel bad about it. I think you just get people that are wired in a certain way. And whether you get one or two of those guys and everybody else kind of just falls in line, and now every rookie you plug in, now all of a sudden every rookie is like, hey man, this is how we operate here.
Yeah, see, this is the part about the offensive line that I'm trying to be optimistic about, and that I'm trying to envision exactly how that works. If you concede that this isn't the most talented collection of offensive linemen, then therefore what is the formula for them to either performing at their highest potential or maybe even performing above their potential? And these are some of the things what D'Amico Ryans is talking about in that clip, and some of the things that you're talking about from your personal experience are some of the things that I'm hoping that the Texans offensive line can tap into and figure out.
Well, the most alarming thing about last year's protection problems, in my opinion, is that guys did not seem to know where pressures were coming from.
Yeah.
Both offensive linemen, right, and your quarterback. Like, nobody knew. Like, if this team right here this year, B. Scott, this offensive line is not a very good pass protector getting his ass whooped from time to time, that will be a huge upgrade from what we watched last year. You had guys that just didn't know where, like a basic D-tackle stunt, twist, and you got guys out of position. They weren't out of position because they're not capable of doing it. They're out of position because they didn't think that tackle was going to pass that on.
Yeah, you wouldn't guess that these are guys that had seen stunts before. You would guess that these are inexperienced offensive linemen that you just dropped out of the sky and that they had never seen a stunt in their life.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's concerning.
Yeah, but if you just clean up the quarterback and clean up the offensive coordinator and you get these guys communicating, all we got to worry about is, hey, man, big boy at left guard, man, he's going to struggle with this week with that big – okay, it's fine.
But if you can communicate, you can have answers for that,
but
right?
If I know that me and you are fixing to get into a fight, even though there's a good chance you're going to whoop my ass, I'm going to square up. I'm going to hold my own with you because I know what's coming.
Right.
If there's three of y'all standing there, I don't know which one of y'all's mad at me, and I don't know which one's coming, I'm probably going to get popped pretty quick.
Right.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
They didn't know. They didn't know what the hell was going on, and so I think that's the biggest hurdle here for this for this offense. Well, this offensive line and fixing the protection problems. We'll see. There's your Texans talking. Figgy, what's your producer mind think about that Texans talking segment?
I thought it was pretty good, man.
You think it's got a chance?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, we need somebody to breathe a little life into it.
Yeah, man, we're workshopping some things here, man. I feel pretty good about it.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. Look, we got NBA Finals rocking and rolling, and we got Brandon Scott who stays plugged in to the NBA's damn sure come if it's final times. This is an interesting finals. In the NBA, I got to get B. Scott's breakdown of what we're going to see through this 7-game series. What we're going to see starting tonight, as well as who's your X factor in the NBA Finals, and who you picking, what team you picking before the series starts. We got to get that all knocked out next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Coach D'Amico's preaching. WCFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Ron, the show Hughley is out. Brandon Scott B. Skeezy is in. And that damn T-Mill, he's back, y'all. Real deal. T-Mill is in the building. Hey,
we start the show
we
now.
Start the show. 3 o'clock start on the drive today.
The drive is live.
Come on, man. Big shout out to Figgy Fig, man. We got a great team here, man. When something goes down and you need somebody to help you out, somebody to fill in, the team's always got you, man. That's what great teams are always about. And our Sports Radio 610 team is always about each other and taking care of each other. And Figgy example of that level of teammates. So good to have you back, man. Good to have you back in the building. Glad everything's all right. As I said, B. Scott is in for Ron the show. Hughley, we're rocking and rolling here. I'm going to get to that NBA Finals breakdown. I do want to get to a B. Scott breakdown, if you will. But before we get there, though, there is a little breaking news here. By the way, if I spell the name, how do you say it? Gerry. Is that Gary or Jerry, boys?
I'm gonna assume Jerry.
Yeah,
it could be because people can do whatever they want with their name, but I'm a guess Jerry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Jerry.
Then I'm gonna go with Jerry. Then Jerry Dulac. He covers the Steelers PGA Tour for the High Post Gazette, baby. Steelers Radio Network host, so he knows what the hell he's talking about. Breaking: Aaron Rodgers has informed the Steelers that he plans to sign a contract and attend minicamp next week, per sources. So while it's been awfully quiet on the Aaron Rodgers Pittsburgh Steeler front, other than all of us just assuming that it may happen, and Aaron Rodgers is holding them hostage, and what are the Steelers doing? What the hell are they doing? You know, they got a quarterback. This option's better than Aaron Rodgers. It looks like it's going to happen, folks. Aaron Rodgers plans to fly. This is Adam Schefter, by the way. Aaron Rodgers plans to fly to Pittsburgh this week and participate in Steelers' mandatory minicamp. And he goes on to talk about giving some details of kind of how they've navigated the last 2 months, if you will. I don't know exactly where I read it, but I believe it's Aaron Rodgers plans to sign a 1-year deal in Pittsburgh. We'll see. I remember Aaron Rodgers. Now, I'm sure he was just tongue-in-cheek talking about it was never about the money. I'd play for $10 million a year. We'll see if he really plays for $10 million a year.
Yeah, I doubt that. Now, I will say, though, at Aaron Rodgers' age, every deal is a 1-year deal at this point. Got to be, you know. But I wouldn't think that it's got to be more than $10 million. For Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We'll see how serious Aaron Rodgers is. But, B. Scott, just your thoughts about let's just assume that what Adam Schefter and Jerry Dulac here are talking about, let's assume that it's going to happen. I mean, I think these are some pretty significant details. He's flying to Pittsburgh. He's going to attend a minicamp. He's going to sign a 1-year contract. I think it's probably safe to say that it's highly likely that Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, given he signs the contract and stays healthy. Your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh and what that means for the Steelers with everything we know about what's going on in Pittsburgh?
So the first thing I thought about when we read the news was the 2 significant acquisitions now that the Pittsburgh Steelers have made over the offseason. And, of course, we know that they have obviously changed their quarterback situation now, bringing in Aaron Rodgers, but also bringing in DK Metcalf and also getting rid of George Pickens and sending him to the Dallas Cowboys. That completely changed to make thinking about Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf as a tandem. Immediately started thinking about how long is it going to take them to get that chemistry for that back shoulder throw, because you got to figure that it's coming given Aaron Rodgers' history and DK Metcalf's just sheer ability as an incredible athlete, a big body kind of type of guy who, you know, just seems like he's perfect for that type of role with Aaron Rodgers. So this changes the calculus. I know this is something that we all expected to happen anyway, or at least I would have been surprised if one way or another he didn't end up in Pittsburgh at some point. It was just a matter of when. But this definitely, I think, changes the calculus of what's going on in the AFC. I think you actually have to take the Steelers somewhat seriously, even though you don't know exactly what this is going to look like. We talked a little bit about it in the crosstalk of, is Aaron Rodgers gonna give a little bit and sort of realize the mistakes of his brief New York Jets era and make the necessary changes, in terms of, how they work with people, and I guess that's not maybe the proper way to put it, but he brought in his own people before. Now he's going where the infrastructure is already there. Now it's going to be a little bit more give and take.
Well, look, here's the thing. There's no doubt about it that Aaron Rodgers is unorthodox, is different. I personally think a lot of that is magnified significantly since the whole COVID-19 thing, the vaccination thing. And so I think a lot of it is blown out of proportion by a huge chunk of media members. I think that shifted the opinion of Aaron Rodgers for a lot of folks coming back. And right to each their own. But he doesn't do anything to even try to get him back. He doesn't care. So with all that said, to me, I could see where Aaron Rodgers would get to New York and go, boy, this is a dysfunctional organization. But I'm Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we can do things my way. I can get a couple of my guys in here. They got some good young guys. They got a good defense, and we can go win some games and maybe get some momentum, get some things rolling, and who knows? I could see where Aaron Rodgers would get there and then feel like because of who he is and how much football he's won a Super Bowl, he's won 4 MVPs. Yada, yada, yada. I could see where he could think he's the best thing since sliced bread and could fix all of those problems. I got to believe after what he went through in New York for 2 years. Even the most arrogant, the most hard-headed individual, you go through 2 years like that, you got a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
And I got to believe that on the flip side of that, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a far cry. Say what you want about Mike Tomlin. Say what you want about the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they are, what they aren't. They're damn sure not the Jets. They're damn sure not a dysfunctional organization like the Jets.
They're the antithesis to the Jets. They're the exact opposite.
Right. So you come into a stable organization. I got to believe that Mike Tomlin, there's an understanding of like, hey, man, you're not coming in here and taking this building. This is my building. This is the Steelers. That I got to believe that there's some kind of give and take, a lot more give and take from Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh than there was in New York. Not to mention that Aaron could look at, hey, I can win with this. These dudes, they're doing things the right way. This is not dysfunction. I can be a piece. I can be a quarterback, and I can win some games. And so, we'll see what comes of it. But I just think this is every year, B. Scott, moving forward. There's going to be a veteran quarterback that's out there late, that's had a good run, good career, and there's going to be 2 or 3 teams that are sitting there with a quarterback room full of guys that just ain't got it.
Yeah.
And it was the Bucs a couple of years ago when Tom Brady came out and he was able to go win a Super Bowl. It was the Jets a couple of years ago when Aaron Rodgers became available. It was an absolute mess, right? And now here we are again. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers when Aaron Rodgers comes available, and you got a chance. Also, Kirk Cousins is out there. He's not an all-time great, doesn't have the resume of those other guys, obviously, but there'll be somebody get desperate and make a move because you gotta have a quarterback that can at the very least can not get you beat.
Yeah.
And I think Aaron Rodgers is far better than that, but I'm talking about the Kirk Cousins deal. There's a level of, if Kirk Cousins can play good football, there's a level of, hey, man, I'm smart enough to go out there and beat pressures and the ball go to the right spot and not get you beat, even though last year you can argue he was getting Atlanta beat consistently.
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins is just a matter of does he even have anything left or what does he have left. But from the Steelers' standpoint, this is pretty simple to me. They are in need of a quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers is the best available quarterback that they could have gotten, and so they went out and got that guy. And so that part of it is the complicated part of, okay, how self-aware is Aaron Rodgers? I think that is the part of the criticism that is fair with him, of him being a little bit self-important, and with good reason, because he's an all-time great. I think at times it's looked like perhaps even the greatest we've ever seen at various points of his career. Obviously, has won 4 MVPs and all that type of thing. But is he going to capitulate? Is he going to do the exact thing that you're talking about? And I'm not exactly convinced. I think it could still work, though, because the infrastructure is strong enough, like what we were talking about a moment ago, of how this is just the exact opposite of the Jets. They do have a culture set up. They do have a an established offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith, and obviously Mike Tomlin sort of runs the ship there. So I think this is the perfect situation. Or I put it this way: if anybody is suited for the Aaron Rodgers experience, bringing in Aaron Rodgers and everything that entails, both good and bad, and maybe in between, just complicated and nuanced, maybe not necessarily good or bad, just different and specific to Aaron Rodgers. If any team was suited to do that, I would think it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. And from Aaron Rodgers' side, I would be intrigued by that. Hey, here's a place that's ready for me. Like, I'm going to the Jets, and the Jets, if I'm just being honest about it, don't deserve me. If I can come in here and walk all over the organization and pick my people and they don't know what they're doing, they don't even deserve an Aaron Rodgers, so to speak. But the Steelers, you wouldn't say that about, and so it'll be interesting to see what the give and take is between the two parties.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I think, and I've always been the veteran quarterback fan. Like, I understand guys' games, obviously don't always age really well, but you give me a veteran quarterback, even a Kirk Cousins-like guy, you give me one of those guys that goes to the line of scrimmage, B. Scott, and there's nothing a defense can throw at these guys that they haven't already seen.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that is such a huge advantage when you bump them up against maybe more talented guys that are young and haven't experienced it. When you've got a guy that's seen every pressure, every zone coverage, every telltale sign on how they play these – that is a huge advantage. Now, I understand when you move on, you got to get a young guy that you believe in. You got to develop that guy. You got to live and die with that guy's mistakes. I get that. But that's not where the Steelers are. And Aaron Rodgers being available, I just think it's a huge upgrade.
And then this is just a kind of a side point, but I look at that division now, and for various reasons, and some of them not good reasons, but every team in that division has a fascinating quarterback situation. Now, obviously, the Browns is his own situation, and it's fascinating, not necessarily for a good reason, but it is pretty damn fascinating. And then the rest of these guys got Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Aaron damn Rodgers, Clint. Like, I cannot wait. And they were on, it's funny because the AFC North was on Hard Knocks last year.
Yeah.
And so, because they're doing the in-division, in-season Hard Knocks thing. I would have loved to have seen them fast forward that and do it, and maybe even run it back this year. I'd love to see what that looks like.
Well, yeah, just think if Deshaun Watson was, even if he wasn't the Deshaun Watson we knew, if he was just a serviceable quarterback and they were still holding out hope that he could be quarterback of division.
Yeah,
that would be.
Well, the fact that he's there and they got all of this other stuff going on in the quarterback room is fascinating in and of itself.
Yeah,
it's like, whoa,
about quality
of the quarterback. Yeah, absolutely.
But the Pittsburgh Steelers, again, to put a bow on this thing, the Pittsburgh Steelers, Adam Schefter, a couple other people, Jerry Dolak have announced that Aaron Rodgers has agreed to fly to Pittsburgh next week and partake in the mandatory minicamp. And I'm seeing some reports that it's a one-year deal. Haven't seen a number yet. We'll see. But it looks like this Aaron Rodgers saga is coming to an end. Look at the supporting cast on the offensive side of the football for the Steelers. Jalen Ward, Caleb Johnson, Kenneth Gainwell at the running back position. You mentioned DK Metcalf. Robert Woods is slated as a starter here. He was here last year. Calvin Austin, a smaller speed guy there at the wide receiver. Pat Freiermuth, a really, really good tight end, along with Darnell Washington, that big sucker out of Georgia a couple years back. And then you look down their offensive line. I think their offensive line got better as the season went on last year.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they fixed all their problems, but I think they got better and should have a decent group of offensive line in front of Aaron Rodgers. And then the defense is with T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith and all these guys, Minkah Fitzpatrick and Joey Porter Jr., they got some dudes. And we'll see if Aaron Rodgers can put it all together and see if these guys can't make a run.
And I will just add, from a Texans perspective, the AFC just got a little tougher. It did just get a little bit more competitive. Now, you're hoping that the Texans are going to be in a position to win their division. We all expect them to do that. But if they're fighting for a wild card spot, that's going to be a crowded division over there that could have two playoffs. So the AFC certainly got quite a bit better, I think, with this move.
That's right. That's B. Scott right there. He's in for Ron, the show. Hughley, T. Mill, Tyler Milner is behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. I want that B. Scott breakdown, baby. NBA Finals is right around the corner. Game 1 is tonight. B. Scott breakdown, NBA Final Edition is next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, though, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Of Sports610.com and B. Scott of H-Town B. Skeezy. You know what I'm talking about. He is in for Ron the Show Hughley. Was with me yesterday. Is with me today. Hell, he's been on more. He's been on Sports Radio 610 more over the last couple of weeks than I have. Hell, than Ron has, than Sean has, than Seth has. You've been busy, Chief.
You know what? I ain't think about it like that, but you're right. I think this is my maybe 6th or 7th straight day.
Yeah.
What is today even? Thursday? Yeah.
Yes, Thursday.
Yeah, so I think I've been in at least since last Thursday.
Yeah.
Anybody in here acting like no bitches? Yeah,
How's it feel to be a full-time radio guy?
Yeah, no, it's good, man. It's good to. I will say though, that morning shift, it's got its pros and cons, right? Like trying to wake up for a morning show, man. I do not envy those guys at all. But your day being over at 10 a.m., gotta say, man, I like that. But sleeping in is still way better. I'm sure, as Tyler can attest, right? You feel me?
Damn, Skeezy.
That was well played.
Hey, I can't even hate on.
Hey, but you lucky Ron. Now he would have gave you way more ish than that.
Oh shoot! I wish he would have.
That was the lighter version.
And see, that's the ironic part of it. Because if you were being for real right now and busting my you know what, I could take that. Ron come at me? Sorry, show.
That is great. But you're here now, baby. You're here now. You're awake and you're here now. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and in the studio, baby, rocking and rolling.
French.
All right, the NBA Finals, y'all. Game 1 is tonight, and we dabbled in them, by the way, and I don't know if this line is held steady or not, but right now OKC is favored by 9.5. You got Indiana Pacers.
That's where they play at.
That's right. Indiana Pacers versus the Oklahoma City Thunder. And down the stretch, correct me if I'm wrong, B. Scott, but down the stretch, I don't remember how many games it was, but down the stretch, these were record-wise the best two teams in the NBA.
Yeah, eventually. Now, of course, the best two teams were, Oklahoma City and Cleveland.
Yeah.
But Cleveland got walked down.
Yeah.
And
down the stretch, I can't remember the number, but in the last 20 or 30 games of the season, these two teams' records, I mean, they didn't lose much at all.
Minnesota was up there, and of course Golden State after they got the Jimmy Butler trade. There was a couple of teams up there, but these were the two best.
Well, they crank up tonight, and I'm telling you, you and I've talked about this before. We've known each other long enough, man. I am just a huge fan. I don't hate the Golden State Warriors like most people around here, and it has nothing to do with liking the Warriors or not in terms of the team. It's 100% the style of play, the way they move the ball, the way they move, the players move without the ball, the obvious real identity that's something other than ISO ball. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it. You look at the Rockets this year. I've not enjoyed watching the Rockets, since the championship years, the way I enjoyed them this year with just the fact you got a bunch of young dudes. Every night was one, hey, you might see something you never saw before. But the defense, I love watching that sports of that cloth and cut from that cloth. And this finals, B. Scott, is so fascinating to me because whether you're looking at the Indiana Pacers fast-paced, offensive, high-flying team approach, or you're looking at the defense that Oklahoma City Thunder brings to the table, along with the MVP and the ability to score at will with a great supporting cast. Any way you look at it, man, these are two teams that are team-driven, team-first types of organizations, and it's going to be fun. But I got to get the B. Scott breakdown, NBA Finals edition. We got you in the studio. I can't let you in here and not talk about these finals cranking up tonight, man. What you got?
Yeah, man. So I talked about this before, but the strength-on-strength part of it, and we mentioned styles make fights, that's the best part about this. And I know you're, fixated a little bit on the team aspect of it, but I mean, look, as far as breaking down the teams themselves and what they do well, man, I just can't get over how the Indiana Pacers have been able to get this far, basically playing in a way that growing up they told you is not really the way to win in playoff basketball, that the game is going to slow down. You can't shoot as many threes. You can't run as much as you would like to in the playoffs. And again, man, the Pacers just like, man, bunk that. We're going to do it anyway. And look, no lead has been safe. Think about this, Clint. This Pacers team, and this is why I'm rooting for the Pacers, they have more comebacks down 7 points or more to go in the game just in this postseason than anybody's ever done ever, right? It had only been done once. They've done it 3 times. So they've done something.
Wait. Say that again. Clean that up for me.
Down 7 points or more.
Okay.
With less than a minute to go.
Okay.
They have 3 comebacks like that just in this postseason.
Wow.
It had only happened once in all of NBA history before that. 2014, Oklahoma City Thunder did it one time. But other than that, it had never been done.
They've done it 3 times.
They've done it 3 times in this postseason, and so I call them the walk them down Pacers, because it doesn't really matter what the matchup is, what the lead is. They will walk you down. No lead is safe, and that is what makes them so fascinating. But then on the other side of it, you got the Thunder, who, to be fair, they ain't seen no defense like that. They being the Indiana Pacers. Right. They have not seen a defense quite like the Thunder, and that's not a knock on anybody else because, look, I think the Cavaliers, when they're healthy, they got a hell of a defense, right? They got, defensive player of the year type guys on the team and all of that. But, look, this Oklahoma City Thunder defense is borderline historic the way that they defend the 3, something that the Indiana Pacers do really well. Their team defense, kind of to your earlier point of what you really like about this team or these 2 teams, they play team defense better than anybody else. So something's got to give in this matchup. I'm picking Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't know if we got to that point yet, but I'm picking Oklahoma City Thunder, spoiler alert, in this one. So that's where my head is going. But my heart is with how they just defied the conventional wisdom and how we view playoff basketball.
I can't wait to watch, man. I just, again, very, very rarely do I look forward to watching the game of basketball, the matchup. Sure, I enjoy watching certain players that the athletic ability is just through the roof and off the charts, even on a stage where you got the best of the best. But man, that styles makes fights, man. I'm looking forward to that. All right, let's talk a little bit about this real quick, y'all. B. Scott, who's your X factor in this game? You already let's do this. You already picked OKC.
Yeah, okay,
right.
I got OKC.
All right, now who's your X factor in that's going to push OKC over the top in this series?
So, look, Alex Caruso is my X. I just think he's their X factor for their team.
You mean the bald mamba?
The bald mamba, Alex Caruso, College Station, Texas A&M's own Alex Caruso. I think he's just, not just in this series, but he's their X factor, period, in any context, because he's got this Swiss Army knife ability to him, can pretty much do all the things. Doesn't do anything great, but basically does everything pretty good, right? So, like, he's a Swiss Army knife in that kind of way. If he did something great, he'd be, he'd be a starter and a, kind of more of a star player. But it ain't nothing wrong with being Alex Caruso. I wouldn't mind being an Alex Caruso type. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
It's pretty damn good. So he is the X factor for me. But can I give y'all one on the Pacers side?
All right, come on.
Because I think this part is real interesting, and this feels like it's cheating because he's their star player and their best player. But Tyrese Halliburton versus this team, I think is very aggressive historically against this team, and they have defended him better than pretty much anybody has ever defended Tyrese Halliburton over the last 2 seasons when he's faced them. So a big characteristic of this matchup is he's not nearly as aggressive against the Oklahoma City Thunder as he normally is against other teams. That's going to have to change if they're going to have a chance against this team.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And I may be dead ass wrong on this, but I think your more aggressive, defensive-oriented teams that are getting your face kind of deal, I think Halliburton's going to struggle with overall.
Yeah.
Because I watch Halliburton, no disrespect to his game, but I don't see again, on that stage, I don't see like a super athletic dude that's got crazy twitch and crazy hops and love his style, love his brand, love what he does. But it seems like, boy, if you got a team that has real defenders that can get up in your jersey with you, I could see where maybe he would struggle and probably is aware and knows, hey, man, I got to move the ball a little bit more than normal. But anyway.
And they got no less than 3 or 4 of those guys.
Yeah. I tell you, I like Jalen Williams, man. I said it before. I think OKC wins the series. I don't think that they can do it solely on the back of SGA. I think he's going to need help. I think he's going to need more help than Jalen and company typically give him. I think Jalen's going to have to go off. And look, I think I saw yesterday where Jalen's averaging over 22 points a game or something.
Yeah, no, he's been excellent.
I mean, so that may get it done, but doing it 4 of the 7 games, I think OKC wins this. Jalen Williams, to me, is the X factor. And I'm with you. I'm going OKC right there. Okay, now Dusty Baker. We ain't heard from Dusty Baker in a while, but the Houston Chronicle damn sure did. Dusty Baker's writing a book, apparently. He's got a lot to talk about time here in Houston. This should not surprise any Astros fan, but it damn sure will fascinate you. We're going to talk a little bit about Dusty Baker and that World Series run in 22 and the fallout afterwards. We'll do that next right here at Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. Look, if you love watching live sports and scenic views, baby, they're calling your name. That's right, man.
Chase. Account subject to approval. Chase Mobile app is available for JP Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I'm doing the World Series.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T. Mills behind the glass. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, baby. Houston's sports leader. And, you know, they give old Dirty the steering wheel every now and then when Ron's out of town. And sometimes we can get off in the ditch a little bit now, and it looks like I did that. Dusty Baker is not writing a book. Dusty Baker was interviewed in a book, right? So you see how that honest mistake could happen there? I just want to let y'all know that was an honest mistake. Dusty Baker was in a book, interviewed in a book, and quoted on his time in Houston. B. Scott, you got the details. Catch us up.
Yeah, man. So there is a veteran baseball writer by the name of Scott Miller. This name is familiar. I feel like Scott Miller wrote for CBSSports.com back in the day. But either way, he's a longtime baseball writer who just published or is publishing a book called Skipper, Why Baseball Managers Matter and Always Will. And so he's got a chapter in there where he's interviewing black managers, and he interviews a couple of them, Cito Gaston and Dusty Baker. They were teammates back in the day, and they are two of only 3 black managers to win a World Series. But as he's doing this chapter, he gets into this conversation about Dusty Baker, and that's where we get some insight into his time with the Astros, and specifically the postseason run in 2022 that led. There was some disagreement, and we knew a bit of this, but we got some specificities from the actual manager himself, Dusty Baker. But that's the gist of it, is them getting into some of the disagreements and the things that Dusty Baker did in terms of just going with his gut and sticking to his guns and his beliefs as a manager versus what the organization perhaps wanted him to do and maybe even was directing him to do. And it speaks to, I think, to the point of the book, it speaks to sort of how managers have been neutered a little bit, and how for the most part it's the organization overall that's running the baseball team. You know, maybe the manager actually writes the lineup out, but he don't really get to decide the lineup. It's sometimes part of really what the organization wants and what the organization wants him to do. And, you know, Dusty Baker is old school. You know, I was mentioning this to you off air yesterday. He's Hank Aaron's guy. You know what I'm saying?
Different generation.
Yeah. This dude was out there playing back in 1969 or something like that. You know, like Dusty Baker is not here for your little nerd baseball, like you gonna tell me about how baseball works. Whether you like or agreed, and we all had our gripes at times with some of the things that Dusty Baker did. Well, but you certainly understand kind of where that division would come from. Him feeling like he probably forgot more about baseball than some of these guys could ever know. And then also them looking at it and saying, hey, man, the numbers say this, and maybe you should do that. And so that was the back and forth, man. Dusty Baker goes through a list of decisions that were made in the 2022 World Series for the Astros and worked out in their favor, but were against the wishes of the front office.
Yeah, and I thought the ones that he singled out and pointed out. Now it may have been the fact that they worked out pretty good and won a World Series. It made it all make sense. But these are ones with Dusty Baker, like you said. Some folks love, some folks hate, some folks didn't care. But like these were moves with Dusty Baker. Martin Maldonado. Do you stick with Martin Maldonado or do you go to, was it Christian Vasquez at that?
Yeah,
that
Christian Vasquez at the time. Yep.
And do you do? Oh, you know, I was big into, again, I don't need to agree with everything, but the method to the madness with Dusty Baker on all 3 of these moves, I happen to be side with Dusty Baker on. The one with Martin Maldonado, I understand if Martin Maldonado is that important to a pitching staff. I understand if he's the voice, one of a handful of voices in your locker room, one of the leaders. Then you got to stick with him in that 9-hole hitting sub 200. Yeah. The other one was
so these are let me give you the 3 moves that are pointed out specifically in the book. So Dusty Baker tells Scott Miller, longtime veteran baseball writer who's writing this book, nobody wanted to play Yuli Gurriel. Okay, let's remember back they had traded for Trey Mancini from the Baltimore Orioles at the time. Yep. Okay. He says nobody wanted to play Maldi to catch. Okay, they traded for Christian Vasquez, so that makes sense. They wanted Christian Vasquez to catch. And then the other one that was interesting to me is the operations people didn't want Jeremy Pena to bat second either. But he said you got to do what you think is right. And, you know, I'm a numbers guy, too. I've always been a numbers guy, but I don't use them 100%. Yeah. And so that's of the agreement between Dusty Baker and the organization.
Yeah, which is, and you may have said this earlier in the longer version, but it's your 2020 at this point 2022 analytically driven operations department versus an old school manager that has a feel for the game and a feel for his team, and it ended up working out tremendously. I mean, Maldonado obviously was very, very important. We've seen since Maldi left the importance of Maldi. Yep. Right? And you look at Yuli Gurriel, I believe that's the year that Yuli was horrendous in the regular season, and then all of a sudden and you look at, he wasn't unbelievable in the playoffs, but you look at the numbers, the box scores in the playoffs, he's the best hitter.
He was damn good in the World Series.
That's right. I think
until he got hurt.
I remember correctly in the playoffs, overall playoffs, he had the best average in the playoffs.
Yeah, he was he went back to being, so you remember the year before, I want to say he won the batting title. Yep. Or it was right there with it. And then, because he hit over 300 the year before. Mm-hmm. And then he fell off a cliff during the regular season, right? And that's part of the reason why they went and got Mancini. Part of the reason why they didn't want him to play him. Right. And then he woke up and found it in the postseason until he got hurt there at the end of the World Series.
And then that's the year that Jeremy Pena became.
Jeremy Pena, yeah. He was, First year Jeremy Pena, rookie replacing Carlos Correa, and you could see why maybe there was some hesitance on the organization side. But Dusty Baker does this thing also in this passage where he talks about being able to look in a man's face and tell him what he's about.
Yeah.
And I can see how analytics guy doesn't really want to roll with that, but
Absolutely.
Dusty Baker is from that era of, hey, man, I can look in your eyes and tell what you about. And like he had that dog in him. And sure enough,
knew he was going to be dropping them panties.
Sure enough, he did.
You know,
and him batting second turned out to be a really good thing. Martin Maldonado, for as much of a disaster as he was at the plate, he crowded the plate on one of those in one of those games that started a rally. Y'all remember that, where he got hit by a pitch and the Astros were down 1-0. He crowds the plate, gets hit by a pitch, and the Astros rally. I forget that's game 5, game 6, one of those 2 games.
Let's go, Rocket.
And so even Maldonado's light hitting ass was able to help him out. Jeremy Pena works out as the number 2.
As light hitting ass, not no hitting, but light hitting.
Light hitting ass. And then as the number 2 hitter, or in the 2-hole with Jeremy Pena, he was the clear table setter for Yordan Alvarez to do some of the things that he did in that run. So those things ended up working out, even if maybe some of the conventional wisdom was on the side of the organization at that time.
It's a beautiful thought. I mean, that Dusty Baker's putting out there, man. Just that because I'm a firm believer in that as well, man. I mean, whether you're talking baseball or you're talking people, man, looking somebody in the eye and seeing what they're all about is extremely powerful. I understand the advanced stats, the analytics. I get all that, and there's obviously the whole league believes in it, so there's obviously an advantage there. But man, having a manager that has the ability to do what you look in the eyes of individuals and say, "Nah, we're gonna. This decision is gonna be based on my gut feeling about this guy that I spend every day with versus those advanced stats." That's a powerful stance, and I agree with that.
Well, I want to say this now since we're on the topic, though. I feel like, especially in retrospect, a little bit of an apology, because I can even remember at the time feeling like, man, between Hughley and Martin Maldonado, man, you feel like 2 automatic outs in your lineup, right? And then the next year when it's Abreu and Maldonado, I felt the same way. Man, you got 2 automatic outs in your lineup. And so I remember at that time I wanted to see more Christian Vasquez, whether it was at first base or at catcher. I remember the rookie Yainer Diaz year of wanting to see, so that next year of wanting to see him either at first base or at catcher, because you had the Abreu Maldonado conundrum that was similar to the Gurriel Maldonado conundrum. And at both turns, it seemed like Dusty's gut was probably the right one, even if I was looking at the numbers and saying, man, this doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, I was never really the 3 situations he cites, I was wholeheartedly in Dusty's court. I was never opposed or for Dusty in the sense of like, this is what's making or allowing this team to win. But I always respected and admired and loved the fact that we did have a manager that had the ability, whether you like the decision or not, had the ability to look a guy in the eye and buck back at some of the advanced stat stuff. I think that's powerful. I do fast forward to now Dusty no longer being here, and Joe Espada being the manager for the Astros. I do try to again fast forward this thing to, okay, as an Astros fan, what am I dealing with now? This, unfortunately for me, it makes the Joe Espada manager make a little more sense. I think Joe's probably a guy that's going to do a little less bucking than Dusty.
I'm trying
probably
to do the
just
best I can.
probably buy into what the operations department or the general manager or whoever is putting their hands on the starting lineup or the rotation or the roster. I would imagine Joe's more of a guy that's going to conform a little bit versus pushback.
Yeah, I think Joe is making a lot of the in-game stuff is where probably the extent of his managerial power is.
Yep.
But in terms of how he comes up as a manager, I think he's much more of the school of the organization sort of sets the tone and your job is to go out there and execute the overall organizational vision. Whereas again, man, Dusty Baker been around since the late 60s, early 70s, played with Hank Aaron. He's like, come on, man, what are you even talking about? And again, it's just a different era and a different generation. I feel like, kind of to Dusty's point, they used numbers back then, but I don't know if they lived and died by them in the way that it feels like they do now. Like one of the other I guess the only other black manager that won a World Series that I interviewed in this piece, Dave Roberts, gets criticized for the exact opposite, for being too much of an organization's manager, going too formulaic with it. Now, of course, he's won a World Series as well, or won a couple of them now as well. But that is sort of like the give and take. Do you go more with the manager who's got great instincts, or do you want the manager that just abides by the math? An answer of a mix of both.
Trade talks for Kevin Durant, I would imagine, are heating up a little bit. At least it's topic of conversation. Our Rockets have been linked to KD, and I got a would you rather, boys. We'll explain what's going on in Phoenix to make this important to discuss now. But my would you rather. Rockets fans, I think you're going to like this. We'll do this next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you got to get familiar with Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts. Absolutely have to. Now's the time. It's her.
Insurance, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint's mama told me he used to strut around when he was a high school star wearing a banana hammock.
Are you me?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do. It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
I do like to have a good time. I like to party, especially on them Thursdays and Fridays now. Let's be honest, I ain't never had a day that I didn't like to party. If I'm available and there's good times to be had, I'm knee deep in that sucker. But I tell you what, hammocks.
That's not what your mom told the Hall of Famer.
I'm just telling you, I don't care what Linda said. I don't care what any woman or man has ever said about Clint Stoerner and banana hammocks. I'm telling you right now,
it ain't true.
I ain't never put one of them joints on.
So McClain, you're calling John McClain a liar?
Yeah, I think John McClain's full of bull right there on that.
Well,
if I'm being completely honest with you, yeah, I do. I like to party. I like to get down. I've done some crazy stuff that I'm not real proud of in my time.
I think I like
wearing a banana hammock ain't one of them. I'm telling you. Now there may have been a few individuals in my life that could have, had they chose to, convince me to put one on. There may have been a handful of that I would have maybe considered it, but it never happened, and I never did it.
I'm wearing one right now.
The only thing that I'm leaving the possibility out for is that since you do like to have such a good time, that maybe once or twice it's happened where you had such a good time that you just don't recall this particular moment, or maybe somebody remembers it better than you. Maybe you, the quarterback A-type personality that likes to be in control, lost control for a moment or two and found yourself in the banana hammock.
That's some critical thinking right there. That's a good point.
I'm just here to tell you, man, it's untied and undefeated, and there have been a few that could have maybe gotten me off in one, but they did not choose to make that suggestion, and I did not do it.
Booger butt?
I did not do it. You know what I mean? I did not. It did not happen. So,
I believe you, Clint. I trust you.
I don't know what the hell John's talking about. But the Phoenix Suns, they hired a coach about a day ago, boys. They hired a Cleveland Cavaliers assistant, Jordan Ott. He's the new head coach. So if this Kevin Durant trade talks intensifying was going to happen from a scheduling perspective, no matter what. And I don't know if Jordan Ott had anything to do, the hiring of Jordan Ott had anything to do with it. But the thought is, right now, that over the next couple of weeks, that the Kevin Durant trade talks are expected to intensify. Now, look, I don't know that the Rockets are still interested. I would hope they are. I don't know if they're still interested or not. But I've got a would you rather. But before we get there, Shams Charania, the top analyst reporter,
I would say breaking news NBA
breaker,
insider,
NBA insider. That's a good one right there. This is what he has to say about Kevin Durant and a potential trade here over the next few weeks.
I think the conversations will now begin to pick up on a potential trade of Kevin Durant out of Phoenix. Over the next 2 to 3 weeks, conversations will begin to heat up. I'm told the Suns will work with Durant and his business partner, Rich Kleiman, on a trade home. There's expected to be a robust market for him. 4 to 6 teams seriously interested in Durant, potentially ahead of the NBA draft. But between now and that NBA draft later this month in June, there's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant, and still one of the great players in the NBA right now, an all-NBA caliber player, still at the prime stages really of his play in terms of as a scorer. So we'll see where Kevin Durant ends up this offseason.
Before we get into that, you think Kevin Durant's still at a prime stage in his scoring ability?
But I would say that he's still of the upper echelon in the league, which, I mean, basically like a 70% version of Kevin Durant is still pretty damn good and better than most. So, though, I would disagree agree that he's still a prime level scorer, but he's just so pure. He's got a game that as long as he's like in shape and can get up and down the floor, he'll be able to shoot that jump shot, for the rest of his life.
7-footer that can shoot over anybody from anywhere on the floor. Yeah, that guy's probably going to be able to score buckets a little bit longer in his career than others. But we'll see. I'm all in on Kevin Durant. I'm a believer. I don't lean into Father Time as much as a lot of folks do. I know it'll bite me in the ass from time to time, but I am in 100% on Kevin Durant, and I'm in on that. That would change the game for our Houston Rockets. I firmly believe it. I know some people don't like it because he's older, and it would be. I even like committing to a guy that, hey man, if it don't work in a year or two, his ass is up out of here, and you make some adjustments versus committing to somebody super long term, and now you got that guy no matter what happens. I'm not opposed to any of it, but I can really get down with Kevin Durant on a short term deal. There's expected to be 4 teams, I think 3 to 4 teams interested. Right. And I don't know that the Rockets, I didn't see the Rockets were mentioned. If they were, they weren't. I haven't done a lot of digging.
Oh, the Rockets absolutely got to be in the mix.
Right,
so some of the reporting from Kelly Eco, I think it was earlier in the week from The Athletic, was saying that they have at least engaged more so on the Suns side. Because think about it, and some of the morning guys, I think it was Sean that was, but I mean, just the situation itself dictates that the Rockets would be a prime candidate for this because they could use either Kevin Durant or somebody like that can shoot, obviously, and then they have the actual Suns picks. So, and that was part of the logic in getting those picks to begin with, is saying, hey, we're gonna bet on the Suns' downfall. We don't think that what they got going on over there is gonna work, and then sure enough, it didn't. And now we've got their future in front of them to be able to dangle in front of them for whichever one of their good players it is that we want, whether that's Devin Booker or Kevin Durant or whatever the case may be. And so now here we are basically facing that moment. But let me speak out against this whole idea about him being too old and not wanting to trade for the old superstar, because I think it's just ill. It's not thought of correctly, and not that I'm trying to tell you how to think. I just kind of think y'all are wrong here, and let me explain why. It's not like you're trading for Kevin Durant to be who the Brooklyn Nets were bringing in when they brought him in. Certainly not the Kevin Durant who the Golden State Warriors were bringing in all those years ago, and not even the Kevin Durant that the Phoenix Suns traded for. They were trading for the guy to be the face of the franchise, the number one option, the guy that gets the ball every single time, and basically the heart of the team. Whereas for the first time in Kevin Durant's career, for the first time in Kevin Durant's basketball life probably, he would come here and be a complimentary player. He would be the most talented. He would be the most accomplished. He would be the most. What the Rockets have going on and what they would have to give up wouldn't be so much of the nucleus to where it would change the overall identity of the team, which so many of us Rockets fans already like and feel good about. It could be Jalen Green. It could be Dylan Brooks. It could be something to match salaries, but it's not going to be like some kind of disruption to your overall core that the Rockets have built here. You're still going to have probably 5 to 6. You're still going to have 6 of the 7 guys more than likely that you drafted over the last 4 years, plus more than likely most of these Suns picks. I'm saying it's not going to cost you a whole hell of a lot to bring Kevin Durant here, nor are you going to require Kevin Durant to be the Kevin Durant that you've understood him to be over the last 20 years or whatever it's been in his career. So you got to kind of reimagine the role and the spot that Kevin Durant is going to be in as just basically substituting Jalen Green for Kevin Durant. I got a hard time believing that you wouldn't do that and that you can't see the difference that would make in this Rockets offense. So I'm 100% for it.
All right, here is my would you rather with the Kevin Durant trade talks intensifying and understanding that there's 3 or 4, maybe 5 teams interested. Look, you got to think the Knicks and the Minnesota Timberwolves are interested, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you got Knicks for sure.
Yeah, the Knicks. I would think that the San Antonio Spurs would be
those
would
are the
be
4
pretty high
teams that
there.
I've seen: the Spurs, the Knicks, the Rockets, and I did see a mention of Minnesota.
And I think Minnesota, part of that's got to do with the Anthony Edwards connection. He idolizes Kevin Durant. Of course, They've got their own questions now about getting over the hump after a really impressive run 2 playoffs ago, and then, of course, this season losing in the semifinals. So, yeah, man, look, but I still look at the Rockets as in the perfect position to make the move, and he fits so perfectly into the thing that they are lacking. Yeah. Okay, and I know people got their questions about him being healthy and all these other sorts of things. I'm not here to play scared. Kevin Durant has been healthy over the last year, or has played quite a bit over the last year. I don't have those same issues. I think he fits perfectly into what they need. If it was a matter of, hey, you got to give up a bunch to commit to a 37-year-old dude, then of course I would change the conversation and move on to the next thing. But I don't think it's that. I think it's just a matter of adding what amounts to a complimentary piece, albeit a legend at that. So I'm here for it, man. I would love to see them do this.
All right, those trade talks expected to intensify over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Here's my would you rather. And look, I know there's context that matters here. Take it out of the mix, right? Like, because here, I mean, you can go. I'm talking to the people out there. B. Scott, you go on wherever direction you want to go. But I understand that. As you just mentioned, like a deal for Durant is going to entail a far fewer pieces or far less value than a deal for Giannis.
Yep.
Right? So I get that. But here's the deal. Ron and I have had this conversation before. Hell, on air. Here's the question. Would you rather? Would you rather the Rockets have a Jalen Green trade for Kevin Durant, get a Jalen Green involved deal for Kevin Durant, or would you rather the Rockets have a Alperen Sengun deal for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Which deal would you rather? Got to pick one. Can't straddle the fence. Got to pick one. Which one would you rather? B. Scott, you first.
I take Giannis. Oh. And you heard me just make the case for Kevin Durant. And that's why I love the position that the Rockets are in, because I don't feel like there are too many bad options for them. And that's not a cop-out. That is just literally loving the position that they are in. But to your question, since we're not straddling the fence, we're giving a direct answer to a direct question, right? Give me Giannis. Just flat out. Give me. If I'm in a position to trade for a guy that not only has won back-to-back MVPs, but at times has played even better since then than his back-to-back MVP seasons. Think about this, Clint. He's had no less than 4 seasons after winning back-to-back MVPs where he's averaged like 30 points. One of them was 29.9.
Yeah.
So, like, he's averaged effectively 30 points for 4 or 5 seasons or so after winning back-to-back MVPs. I think people, because Giannis did have an injury, because the Milwaukee Bucks have deteriorated over time, and it's really hard to keep teams together these days. But because of this, I think people feel like maybe Giannis is some kind of diminished version of you, somebody that watches the NBA on a nightly basis, that he is not. I am here as somebody that watched Giannis play against the Rockets at Toyota Center and talked to him in the locker room. Somebody that watched Kevin Durant play against the Rockets at Toyota Center this past season and talked to him in the locker room. Neither of these guys has lost their fastball or is not any good anymore. They are excellent basketball players, and Giannis is still, I would say, a top 4 or 5 player in all of basketball. And what you have now is a far cry from that. So it's easily Giannis for me.
Yeah, and this was not planned. I would go the opposite, and tell me if I'm crazy, but I think one, you got to give up less, and the piece you give up is Jalen Green, who I'm out on.
Okay.
But I think when you look at the Rockets overall, what you need is a shooter. What you score really, but a shooter.
You need shooting.
You need shooting, right?
For sure.
But in this move, a shooter, right? So I think you get that. You answer a lot of questions with Kevin Durant, assuming that you get the good Kevin Durant at an older age. And you give up far less. And I got to believe that you'd be committed for an extremely short period of time. That, to me, I would rather go that route than give up Sengun, who I will admit I'm a little partial to my man Sengun. Like the Giannis thing would be a longer commitment. I think you still have to go get shooting. I think you could potentially kind of change what it is you do offensively with Giannis. But I look at Sengun, man, and I think his game and you can say it's for a lot of guys, I'm assuming, but like I'm just sold that his game is going to age really, really well. Like he does not. Şengün does not depend on elite athletic ability, like elite NBA athletic ability to go get you points and produce at an extremely high level. I think it's going to age really well. I love whether it was because he bought in or because it's just the cloth he's cut from, the hustle, the toughness, the bigger the stage, brighter the lights, the more I'm going to give you. I just would hate for the Rockets to give up that guy.
Yeah, so the really the heart of this question or the answer to it depends on what do you have an appetite for. So I say the Kevin Durant move is the easiest and simplest move if you're in the camp of, hey, I don't want to do too much disruption of what we've got going on.
That's where I'm at.
And the spirit of it. And so if that's the space that you're in, then I can get on that train with you and operate in that way. Now, where I'm at individually is, hey, look, if you can go – Rafael Stone himself said, hey, look, the bar for change is high, right? Like there's a high bar for change. Well, if you're going to set that bar high, then that bar is like Giannis.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so to me, what it comes down to is, and I agree with your point about Şengün's game is going to age well, and I think he's going to be a really good player for a really long time. But here's what I don't think. I don't think that Alperen Şengün will ever be as good as Giannis is right now. I don't think that he'll give you efforts to win championship as the best player on your team as Giannis does today going into next season and for the length of whatever kind of contract that they could reasonably sign him to. And just under that context for me, it gives the nod to Giannis Antetokounmpo because that just raises your ceiling and makes you more of a serious title contender. With Şengün, you can be a really good team for a really long time. With Giannis, I feel like all of a sudden you are now a title contender immediately and for the near future, for however long it is that he can maintain this, which I think is roughly 3 to 4 years. But you're giving yourself for sure a solid 3 to 4 years with one of the top 5 players in the game.
I like it. That's B. Scott. He's in for Ron the Show, Hughley, T. Mills behind the glass. And that's right. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston sports leader. The drive is rocking and rolling. And I tell you what we got to do. I got to take a minute, fellas. I got to take a minute and give it up for the ladies out there. And I'm not talking about the lady listeners.
The drive loves the ladies.
I'm not talking about the lady listeners. I'm not talking about the WNBA.
Sorry, Mel.
I'm talking about them ladies on that diamond. There's 2 Texas teams right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, I got a confession. I'll steal it from In the Loop. I got a confession to make. I am into this. I got a confession to make. We'll do it all next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about them cold Coors Light. I got to tell you about them every day. It's a Thursday.
football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
God bless Texas.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. Team Mills behind. Give it up one time, boys. I got to give it up one time for the ladies. Texas ladies.
Best kind.
Well, no doubt. I'm going to let's call it a confession, or let's just call it. I'm going to give you where I stand. I'm going to tell you, elite. When I say elite, we're obviously talking about playoff, like elite level sport that is played on a diamond. I am entertained the most by women's softball.
Even more than
yes,
the highest level of men's baseball, if you will.
Yes,
because you said elite.
Yes,
elite on the diamond.
Yes,
there's no way.
100%.
I don't buy it.
100%. 100%.
Now,
I think you're misinterpreting your feelings.
No,
Stoerner,
listen.
Baytown badass, and Astros fan, by the way, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to put that context out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, look. I mean, when you talk about like enjoyment level, when you talk about like you start comparing the sports, we're talking about women's softball, obviously college baseball, and we're talking about Major League Baseball. Like those are the three sports that are played on a diamond that I'm referring to. And when you look at the women's sport and how fast-paced it is, the hitters don't waste time, the pitchers don't waste time. When you look at the stats, there's girls hitting 500 in 400 to 500 and above in the College World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Like we ain't talking about guys, boy, in the playoffs. You're doing no. I mean, they are. I mean, there's a girl up there. The last 3 hits she's had has been home runs for Texas. I mean, it's just. And then you look at the pitching. Like this girl is pitching for Texas Tech right now. By the way, where I'm going with this is the College World Series in women's softball right now is 2 Texas teams. It's the University of Texas Longhorns versus the Texas Tech Red Raiders. They're going head to head, and the headliner in the whole thing is the first $1 million player in softball in
college softball history.
In college softball history,
yep.
is the girl that's pitching for the Red Raiders. She had 2 seasons, I believe it was, at Stanford. She hit the market.
Najee Kennedy.
She hit the market and she signed a $1.05 million NIL deal with the Matador Club, which I'm assuming is the NIL arm of Texas Tech, which has got all that oil field money up there that they're spending. But I mean, she's the equivalent. I mean, her pitching is the equivalent of a pitcher getting on the mound and throwing over 100 every pitch.
Yeah.
Or when he throws a fastball, and she does that. And then you look at it. Just seems every game that I watch, again at this level, every game I watch at this level, there's walk-off bombs. There's no 1, 2, 3 games over because you got a little bit of a lead at the end. It is action freaking packed. It was 0-0 ball game last night, and these 2 teams going head for head. And Texas Tech, they get a girl on first base, and she for some reason thinks she's going to steal second. And Texas, I don't know how tall this catcher is for Texas, but she could eat peanuts off the forehead of everybody that walks up next to her. She stands up and throws an absolute piss rocket to second base. It literally, the shortstop is sitting there waiting on the girl. It's 4 or 5 steps.
Yeah.
And they tag her out. Well, guess what? In women's softball, you can't in any way, shape, or form before you catch the ball be in the base path. The ball led her up the from first, second base right there, up the line a bit. And her left foot, right before she catches it, lands in front of the bag. Now, the girl's 2-3 steps from her.
Yeah.
But she's blocking the bag. They tag her out. They review it. They put the girl back on second.
Damn.
B. Scott. Base hit. She scores. 1-0. You think now Texas Tech is up 1-0 with Kennedy on the mound. It's over.
Yeah.
Right?
That's like a That's a huge swing.
Bro, Texas goes up there 1st and 3rd, down 1-zip, 1st and 3rd, and they're trying to they're trying to intentionally walk the batter.
Yeah, and screw it up.
And threw the ball close enough to where the girl could hit it. She hits the ball to left field somehow. Both runs end up scoring. They go up 2-1.
Yeah.
Right? And then Texas goes to the field. All they got to do is get 3 outs and it's over. And I don't remember all the details, but Texas Tech made it interesting. Texas Tech had an error in the field. Texas Tech damn near. Last time I was watching the damn Hogs play the Oklahoma team, Oklahoma walked it off in the bottom of the 7th. Yeah. I watched Oklahoma again. Walked that thing off in the bottom. Same girl walked it off in the bottom of the 2nd. She had 2 bombs in that game. Like when it comes to the pace of play, when it comes to the entertainment value that's packed into what feels like about an hour of action, because they only play 7 innings.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that is – I find myself being more plugged in to women's softball. Again, not all year, but at this level, I find myself being more dialed into that when it's on than any other baseball out there.
Well, first of all, I think it's great that one of these young ladies could make $1 million for what they do and be recognized in that kind of way. So shout out to the Matador Club, and shout out to Texas Tech for making that happen, and shout out to Kennedy for being the first to be able to accomplish that. I think that part is cool. I also will point out and y'all correct me if y'all think I'm wrong on this, but it seems like only in women's softball could you even have a possibility where you're trying to intentionally walk somebody and get it close enough to the plate to where somebody could hit it. Like, I've never heard of or seen that actually happen in baseball. So because you're just going to
seen it happen in an Astros game.
Have you actually seen it happen?
John Huddick? Does that name ring a bell?
Man, it seems like it's so much harder to do in baseball because you're just going to throw so far away from the batter's box, and the throwing motion is so much different, right? Whereas you can see how you could screw that up in softball given how they do it. So maybe the way I should say it is that –
I'm wrong. He was acting like he was going to intentionally walk the guy, and then he threw in a strike. My bad.
See, now that's different. Like this seems to be a sport that's more acceptable from you, if that makes sense. So that just adds an intrigue element of just the intentional walk as a concept. And then I would just say this from my personal experience, Clint, that I can identify with this. Obviously, I've never covered a College World Series or the level of softball that they're playing. But back in my early days as a reporter, I was tasked with covering high-level high school girls softball, them girls out there in Montgomery and Huntsville and some of those places where they really took it seriously. And I never had as much fun covering anything as I did when the stakes were really high for the softball girls, whether it was, like I said, Huntsville, Montgomery, on a smaller level, the New Waverly girls, they were really into it. And that was some of the most fun that I've ever had. I can't even imagine how much fun it is for these girls. I get what you're saying. Now, I still feel like the baseball, and this could be the chauvinist in me if I'm just being honest about it, the baseball still feels a little bit more important. But that could just be bias. But the softball, I can't argue with the fun of it all. Just the sheer excitement. They seem to be having more fun than baseball players.
It seems to be more intense. Here's my deal. Look, to be clear, before the text line beats me up here, I'm not talking about enjoying what I'm watching Texas Tech and Texas do right now more than the Astros in a World Series. We're not talking about my Razorbacks playing in a championship game or the Astros in a World Series or the Texans in a Super Bowl. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I got no skin in the game.
I got you.
And I'm going to flip something on up there. For instance, I am going to enjoy watching Texas Tech and Texas tonight. Put it in perspective. I'm going to enjoy watching that just as much, if not more, than watching these NBA Finals tonight. Got no skin in the game in either one of them. Got no skin in the game. And to be honest with you, if this weren't a Styles Make Fights NBA Final, it would be a no-brainer. I would enjoy watching the fast-paced 7 innings of women's softball for the championship. I would enjoy watching that more than one of 7 NBA Finals. I'm just being completely honest.
And I would at least concede. Now, y'all know I'm kind of just a basketball head, but I would at least concede that the intensity level and the competition level, if you will, like if you're just kind of comparing the feel of it, the vibes of it, I do feel like it's got enough to match it. I will give you that. Now, I'm going to be locked into the finals, but I definitely can understand that just from covering some of the softball games that I've covered that aren't even nearly as high as stakes as these are. And then you got the Texas Tech element to it. the NIL element to it. Now the richest softball pitcher that you've ever seen in this context, like all of it is just a delight.
Hey, 2 Texas schools, you got a lot. I mean, every time they put the city where the girls are from, every time they come to the plate, I mean, a ton of them from around this area. There's a Mont Bellevue, Barbers Hill girl in there that was pitching for. No, I'm sorry, she's at Oklahoma. She's not at Texas. I take that back. There's an
Lady Eagle, huh?
There's an Atascocita gal that's on the team. I mean, there's Cypress. I think they're all over from this softball in this area.
To the point, yeah, exactly. We take softball. It's kind of an underrated the softball, the love for softball.
All right, y'all, Texans talking, baby, a new segment, baby. The segment is birthed from audio that comes directly out of NRG, and D'Amico is over there talking about the biggest need, the biggest talking point. Not C.J. Stroud. We talked about that till we're blue in the face. It's not C.J. Stroud, right? But you're going to stick around to see exactly what I'm talking about and what D'Amico says. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. Look, the big focus around America today, and rightfully so, by the way, is on your health. Everybody's trying to live healthier. More and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids. Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is ENT Mills behind the glass. And look, here's the deal, y'all. Texans is a new segment. It's a new segment that we got rocking and rolling. I'm gonna try to make this thing live a little bit until Ryan gets back. And we're actually looking for the piece of audio right now to see to make this thing make a little bit of sense here. And the thought is the audio that is straight out of NRG Stadium, which is, by the way, the audio that we all get all the time. But sometimes, you just hear a little something, get you good and football horny. Sometimes you hear something that is got to be a segment. It's not something to compliment a segment. No. It is absolutely the audio that the segment is ultimately all about. And here's the deal. There's no doubt about it that the biggest need with this team right now is the offensive line. There's no doubt about it that the offensive line is what the Texans have to get right in order to get beyond just winning 10 games and truly threaten an AFC title game or obviously a Super Bowl, right? So it's fair to say the biggest Texans need in 2025 is the O-line, right? There was a ton of change. Laramie Tunsil's out. Several kind of journeyman offensive linemen are in. The offensive line coach is out. And then Cole Popovich, his assistant, is elevated, who is a coaching machine, by the way. I can't hear what he's, no doubt at that, right? And the thought, which, by the way, I said yesterday, like anybody out there that still thinks Laramie Tunsil was a money move, a salary cap move, I don't know how you leaning into that. It was clear he just was not a fit for what D'Amico wanted his offensive line room just to look like and sound like.
Culture move, 100%.
Absolute culture move. And D'Amico Ryan spoke on exactly that. Now, we don't know anything about the offensive line from a physicality standpoint. And look, rubber meets the road. We'll see if these guys are worth the flip. But the value in the offseason is very clear, at least in D'Amico's eyes, as you hear him talk here about the offensive line.
It's a great question. Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically change. And I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
I love it. I love it. Look, B. Scott, I'm just here to tell you, man, there is, you know me, man, to me there's value in every moment you get together. Either you work and you get better, you schedule some level of work and you get together, or you let other teams go to work and you just act like it's no big deal and we'll catch up later and it's a long off season while the Tom Bradys of the world are out there practicing. Even when COVID don't allow you to practice, they're finding a high school field that's surrounded by trees so nobody can take pictures, and they're out there working. Getting the work in is important, and while there's no doubt about it, the X factor or let's call it the most important thing with this offensive line is when rubber meets the road, does that dog bite?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's no doubt about that. If you don't like physicality, if you don't like dominating the man across the ball, then you're probably not going to be very good, right? But you're not going to figure that out in the offseason. You're not going to figure that out in OTAs. But what you are going to figure, the value in OTAs, right, is you can figure out the mindset of your offensive lineman individually, and you can develop a mindset of your unit. You can develop that mindset in how you attack the work, how hard you work, how mentally tough you are, how accountable you are, how well you communicate, what that connection is, how technically and mechanically sound are you. And that say is, and D'Amico Ryan saying is, do you care about each other? Do you truly care about each other? And I don't care what business you're in. If the radio business, right? When you look at our group of radio guys, and I'm talking about guys that are producing and on air, if we weren't a tight-knit group and didn't genuinely and sincerely like each other, it would show. To some degree, I'm not saying it would kill the station, but to some degree, it would show. And more importantly, when you're together and you're tight-knit, your product can be, your ceiling significantly higher. And with the offensive line for the Houston Texans, if they're tight, the communication's easier, more seamless, right? If everybody's mindset is to be accountable, show up, and kick ass, and work hard, then the bar is set extremely high. If everybody is as good as and sound as they possibly can be technically and mechanically, the group together as a whole is going to be better, and that connection is going to be stronger. So, look, I know that none of this matters if this group isn't a physical group. None of this matters if the 5 guys they put out there, ultimately aren't talented enough as a group to get it done. But, boy, the offseason is valuable for this reason right here.
Man, so the big quote that stood out to me, and I mentioned this earlier when we were doing the Texans talking, I thought this stood out more than almost anything that we got at the OTA practice the other day.
This soundbite?
This particular soundbite. Save for the C.J. Stroud news, which is obviously the A-top round. I thought Christian Kirk talking about the offense was pretty good. I enjoyed that. And, of course, I asked that question myself. So I was really fixated on that answer. But outside of those two things, this is what stood out to me the most from the entire availability across talking to 3 players and 1 coach, that being D'Amico Ryans. And that's because just even the beginning of that, quote, for one thing, he, whenever they tell you, hey, that's a great question, I don't read too much into that. Just because they say it's a great question doesn't necessarily mean that it is, but it does mean that it's a question that they definitely want to answer or a thing that they want to talk about. And that in and of itself, I think, is a pretty good thing. D'Amico Ryans takes that question, calls it a great one, and then proceeds to give you a lengthy answer. And on the front end of it, his exact quote is that the mindset, the mentality of the offensive line, quote, Clint, this is a quote, is drastically changing. So you can't tell me that it wasn't a big deal, or hey, they were just, kind of to your point about getting rid of Laramie Tunsil just for salary reasons. I think that had a little bit to do with it, but I think it was primarily the overall goal. Laramie Tunsil aside, I think the overall goal was to change the overall mindset and mentality of that unit, and Laramie was a big part of that. So to me, you listen to that when he says drastically changing, Clint, he's telling you all that you need to know about how they felt about what they were getting from the offensive line last year. I think from both, honestly, a talent standpoint, with King and Green not really working out and Shaq Mason haven't seen his better days, a turnstile of sorts at center. I don't think they necessarily had the right guys, but then overall, and this is not specific to those guys, but overall as a unit from coaching all the way down, they didn't have the togetherness, they didn't have the unity, they didn't have the belief. And it's a real difficult thing to perform at a certain level if you're not together, to your point, but also if you don't believe. Like, how are we going to come in here and do this show if we don't believe in what we're talking about? Yeah. If we don't believe in the guy across from us and feel like, oh, I got to do everything. I don't believe Clint really got it. I don't believe B. Scott really got it. It's the fact that we believe in each other and we care about what we're doing that actually makes the show work, right? It's a similar thing to this situation. So when I hear drastically changing, that makes me think about last year and how not so good it actually was.
That is a great point, B. Scott, of just like, I hear him talking about this group and I get excited about this group, but the reality of it is he's telling you what last year's group wasn't, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
That is and spot on. There's no question about it. And by the way, I know a lot of people out there with my opinions of Laramie, getting out of the Laramie Tunsil business. All that. Look, it's not a knock on Laramie Tunsil. I I don't think anybody ever thought that Laramie Tunsil was legitimately a C on. Hell, Laramie Tunsil himself was trying to convince everybody that he wanted to be a mentor and a leader last offseason. It ain't like Laramie Tunsil is a tailor-made captain on the football. This is who Laramie is. And if you need your offense, if you've got a young, up-and-coming offensive line coach and you need him to put his foot down in that room, and you got a bunch of offensive linemen that you need them to gel, and in order to do so, you need them to be more accountable, you need them to be present, you need them to buy in, then obviously Laramie Tunsil and an aging offensive line coach that may be just coasting are not the guys to make that happen. Yeah. So it's not rocket science. It's not it's not negative. It's the reality of it is. This is not the place for Laramie Tunsil anymore, and I think they'll end up benefiting from it. Sounds like, according to D'Amico Ryans with that Texans talking right there, it sounds like he likes what he sees so far in OTAs from the offensive line. So, all right, we got 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We got breaking news in the NFL. It has happened, folks. It has finally happened. Stick around. I'll tell you what that is next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Look, if you
is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. T. Mills behind the glass on the ones and twos. H-Town, we appreciate you plugging in to the drive on Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. I think the breaking news of the day is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is reportedly planning to make the trip to Pittsburgh next week, sign a contract, and participate in the mandatory minicamp. And that is per Jerry Dolak, I believe is how you say it, covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. And obviously after he reported it, Adam Schefter jumped on it, and the NFL has reported it. It is not official yet because I don't believe there's been a contract signed, but word on the street is Aaron Rodgers has let Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers know that he plans to sign a contract and that he will be in Pittsburgh at the mandatory minicamp next week. Now, look, B. Scott, to me, this Aaron Rodgers thing, if you want to call it that, a lot of people call it drama, and Aaron Rodgers is holding them hostage, yada, 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 whatever. Right? To me, this has been more of a Aaron Rodgers knew that if he signed a contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's call it a month ago, and then was not going to be at OTAs, was not going to be there working out, was going to be taking care of. That was going to be a distraction. That was going to be used against him in the media. That was going to be talked about. And so he just chose not to sign. Now, it was talked about anyway because, as I said, he was holding them hostage. What the hell is Mike Tomlin doing? What's the organization doing? The Steelers are better than this. Yada, yada, yada. But all of that appears to be coming to a head and an end, if you will. And it looks like Aaron Rodgers at this point, this is not just smoke and mirrors. It appears Aaron Rodgers is definitely headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adam Schefter's his tweet, his exact words, Aaron Rodgers plans to fly to Pittsburgh this week and participate in the Steelers' mandatory minicamp next week. So he's headed there now, headed there this week, and the minicamp is next week. Again, I've seen reports, don't know how real they are, but it's going to be reportedly a one-year deal that Aaron signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which only makes sense, right? Obviously, how old is he? 41?
Yeah,
41?
he's on the other side of 40 now. Yeah. So literally everything is a one-year deal.
Everything's going to be super short, one-year deal with Aaron Rodgers. So I imagine that report is accurate. But B. Scott, just your thoughts initially. Aaron Rodgers to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not that this is the first time you've ever thought about it, but it's the first time that I think we have something we can sink our teeth into in the fact that it looks like it's legitimately going to happen.
Yeah, and as you were talking about that, I got something up on sportsradio610.com if y'all want to go check it out. It's from our sister station out there. They're all over this, as we would be if something like this was happening for the Texans. But in terms of what it means, the first thing that I think about is just the new look Steelers offense. Like last year, it was some combination of Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and George Pickens was their top wide receiver. You take George Pickens and send him out to the Cowboys, and before that even, they had brought in DK Metcalf, traded for him from the Seattle Seahawks, and now you've got Aaron Rodgers, and so I'm just trying to envision how long is it going to take for that connection to cultivate, if you will, for it to reveal itself of Aaron Rodgers, maybe the all-time great in the back shoulder throw with DK Metcalf, who is just the athletic body prototype of the type of player that would be able to catch that back shoulder throw, right? This super athletic guy that can jump up and go get it, huge catch radius, again, just a monster of an athlete. and not necessarily the greatest of route runner, but I don't think you got to necessarily be that for the back shoulder throw. You just got to be on the same page as the quarterback. Y'all got to see it through the same, right?
Yeah.
So if they can figure that part out, I think that's going to be a kind of a fascinating connection. And then you kind of laid out what they got going overall offensively. Really good running back, really good tight end, really good offensive line that's coming into its own. Arthur Smith, an experienced offensive coordinator now over the last several years. And so, look, man, I think this is something that really kind of changed AFC now that Aaron Rodgers is officially with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they are a team that's not just mediocre or scrappy or pretty good. I feel like, if this works out, it's a team that you absolutely got to take seriously now.
Yeah, look, it's interesting, man. I think there's a couple of layers here with the Aaron Rodgers situation, and I'm going to disagree with a lot of folks out there. I'll be shocked if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the word coming out of there is Aaron wants player so-and-so to be signed, and Aaron wants to run his offense, and Aaron wants more control. Aaron is who Aaron is. Look, I don't think that people are completely off when you talk about would you call it earlier, self-importance and the arrogance and the. I mean, look,
he's different.
He's a rich California kid, man, and that's done things that 99.9999% of people have never done. He's got 4 MVPs and 1 Super Bowl, right? So there is definitely a level of that going on. But I don't think he's a dummy. I think he's playing at 41. He wants to win. He wants to play at a high level. And do I think that he went into New York with maybe a certain approach, especially once he got there and realized how dysfunctional it was? Sure, it was, and clearly it didn't work. And were people right to criticize it and pick it apart? Sure, that's fine. But I will be shocked if Aaron Rodgers didn't learn from that scenario. It's probably why he's picking or is willing to go to Pittsburgh is because it's a stable organization with a head coach that's running stuff. And if you look at the move that you just talked about, right? The Pittsburgh Steelers got him a quarterback, and they got him a freak of nature at wide receiver that, for all intents and purposes, the team got out a guy that, sure, has a high ceiling and has some potential, but was a guy that would self-admittedly after a game say, I didn't want to get hurt. That's why I wasn't blocking for our running back. So you shipped out a head case, a guy that had been a problem since he got there. You brought in an absolute freak that's proven to play at an extremely high level in DK Metcalf, and you got you a quarterback. Pittsburgh has made big moves, and now we'll see if it makes sense on the football field, but they've made big moves that should allow them to make big strides. They got a top defense. Now they got a quarterback that if Aaron Rodgers can just play at a consistent level, doesn't have to play at an MVP level, doesn't have to throw 50 touchdowns and 4 interceptions or whatever the crazy box score or the stat line was a few years back when he won that MVP. That's not what I expect out of Aaron Rodgers. Play a veteran brand of football with a good defense, a sound organization, a good wide receiver, what should be a good run game, and I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a problem, and I think Aaron Rodgers is a perfect fit there. But I think the big picture for me is I will be shocked if Aaron Rodgers doesn't approach the Steelers a little bit differently than he approached that New York Jets situation.
Yeah, well, to the earlier point you were just making there of, hey, the reason why, you have to think part of the reason why he's doing this, specifically with the Steelers, is because it's the opposite situation that he just came from.
Yep.
And you got to feel like, and all of us through life go through this, where an experience, a very particular experience, informs the next decision that you make, right? Whether that's a positive or a negative experience, you're like, okay, this is what I learned this now. You know how we always do this when we get older. If I knew then what I know now.
That's right.
Like, how many things would you do differently 15, 20 years ago if you knew then what you know now? Well, you can apply it, obviously, in a much smaller timeline to this. What would he do differently 2 years ago if he knew then what he knows now? Okay, well, let's apply that to this process. Yeah. And with the Steelers, you know what? I'm not going to go to a franchise where they need me to be the savior, not just from a quarterback standpoint, but as like the brains of the operation, because they don't have none. The Steelers, at the very least, got that. The only thing that they don't have is the one thing that you are. You don't have to come in and be the quasi-GM, the quasi-offensive coordinator, and like the puppet master, if you will. They got enough of that already going on. You can just come in and be the quarterback that you are and thrive from there.
Not only do you not have to, they're not going to allow you. I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith are going to try to find some middle ground between what Aaron does well and what Arthur Smith already does, what DK Metcalf does well. Again, I'll be shocked if what he's been through and the fact that he's as old as he is, if he's going to try to go in there and be anything other than, hey, man, I can play this position at a high level. Let's go win some ball games. It'll shock me if it's not that. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh looks to be a real deal. According to the reports, he's traveling there this week. Will sign a contract and will participate in the mandatory minicamp next week in Pittsburgh.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NBA Finals, Game 1 tonight. The Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers. Styles make fight, y'all. MVP and an emerging superstar in Halliburton is on one side, and that MVP is SGA. This is a Styles makes fights. These are both team basketball. A team approach basketball right here, and I'm as excited about watching this series as I've been in a long time. I'm a team guy. I'm more into the Styles make fights. B. Scott, but I tell you what, let's do this. We hadn't seen any action to necessarily report on yet, and we're going to get to B. Scott's breakdown of the NBA Finals here in this last hour of the show. I don't want to hit that yet. But I would like to go around the horn here and let's make some predictions real quick and some picks. Let's do that. Who you riding with? Which team are you riding with, Thunder or Pacers?
I've been saying, man, my heart is with the Pacers, but my head is with the Oklahoma City Thunder. So if you're going to ask me who am I picking and not straddling the fence, it's going to be the Oklahoma City Thunder in 6. I got them winning this game 1, and I got them winning it in 6. Even though I got a lot of respect and admiration for what the Indiana Pacers got going on. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but that's where I'm at.
Tyler, what about you, bub?
For tonight or for, the series?
No, the series.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going Thunder. I think the Pacers make it a little interesting. I think it's going to be an exciting series, and it goes 6 or 7. But I think the Thunder and the MVP get it.
I'm with you. Look, I think it's an absolute dogfight. I think it goes 7. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder end up winning. But what a matchup this is. I gotta pick the Thunder. I gotta pick SGA and our reams, but I gotta go with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Again, we got B. Scott's breakdown of the finals coming up in this last hour, so stay plugged in.
5 o'clock fire.
I haven't seen all the details of this report yet, but what is surfacing is an opponent here in the division with the Houston Texans is having some quarterback problems, some quarterback issues. Anthony Richardson, quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts, it looks like there's a shoulder injury that is that's holding him out of practice. Per Shane Steichen, who's the offensive coordinator, head coach, QB Anthony Richardson is dealing with a shoulder injury and will not participate in minicamp next week. Again, it's one thing to have soreness. It's one thing to have an injury, be dealing with an injury. But when you're a week ahead of time announcing that this quarterback is not going to participate in next week's minicamp to any degree, that alarm bells are probably ringing in Indianapolis, even though they did make plans to have a quarterback competition. Daniel Jones, the quarterback that was with the Giants, that the owner of the Giants actually apologized for not giving him a chance to play the position well at one point in his stint in New York. He is in Indy. I don't know if he scares anybody, but unfortunately, man, Anthony Richardson is a guy that just can't seem to get away from this injury bug that's plagued him since he got to the NFL.
Yeah, man, for all of the conversation that we've had over the past week about C.J. Stroud and his show, I just look at this and think, man, it could be so much worse. Whether you think that what we've been talking about over the last week is a big deal or not, I bet you them Colts fans feel like this is a big deal, and that's because not only does Anthony Richardson have this shoulder injury that's going to keep him out of minicamp, but now, this is their situation. Their young quarterback just doesn't seem to be able to get past the injury bug constantly. That was an issue and a question mark about him coming into the league. It remains a question mark now going into year 3 with him, on top of the performance issues, which leads you to the fact now, for Colts fans, Daniel Jones is their quarterback now. That's their quarterback. I don't know exactly what the path is for Anthony Richardson to getting back to the guy that they invested the number 4 overall pick in, and it was going to be their future. I've got no idea what their plan is going to be for him past, let's say, this year, or even his fifth-year option and making all those kind of decisions. I don't know what they're going to do with Anthony Richardson. It's a conundrum, probably even leaning toward not bringing him back or not keeping him. So their quarterback is Daniel Jones now, and so you could be in a lot worse of a situation if you're a fan. So
yeah, look,
that's that.
This is a two-way street, right? I mean, I hate to see. Look, I don't mind guys that are hyped up or guys that I even like, get to the league and, hey, man, you're just not good enough in one capacity or the other to play in the league. What really sucks and is tough to watch is when you get a guy that, sure, he was going to need to develop in a pretty significant way, but and for all we know is just he can't stay healthy and play long enough to develop and live and learn on the field in the moment. And I hate to see guys with that kind of talent, that kind of ability, just not ever because of injury, not ever get the opportunity to make it make sense. So I hate that for him. But on the other side of it, with Daniel Jones, you like to see guys get second chances, and I for one think that anytime an owner comes out and says, hey, man, we're not giving this guy a chance to play the quarterback position at a high level, that's all you need to hear about his time in New York. I mean, he had no chance, right? And he still made some – hell, he made the playoffs in 1 year.
Yeah.
So I'm anxious. I'm fascinated with the Daniel Jones situation, going from New York to Indy, in Indy with a different offensive coordinator that was really good in Philly before he got to Indy. Hell, he's been good with what's my man's name, the hippie, the hippie quarterback that he was good with, Gardner Minshew.
Oh, Gardner Minshew, yeah.
He's really good with him. Can Daniel Jones find a place in Indianapolis? That's a fascinating storyline, and now I hope it's not too good of a place. He doesn't get too comfortable because they're in our division with the Texans. But I am fascinated to watch that unfold.
I don't feel like Anthony Richardson's going to ever live down to checking himself out the game against the Texans. I think that has stained him, and then if he continues to have injury issues on top of that, I just don't think he's going to ever be able to live it down.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to live down. I agree because all football players, all both sides of the ball to any degree, boy, just can't respect that. There's no doubt about it. All right, I went on Payne and Pendergast this morning, boys, and I just shared my thoughts about C.J. Stroud and the injury of him OTAs, and it became very apparent with Seth Payne's reaction that I probably need to explain myself a bit. I'm not changing my stance, but I probably need to explain myself a bit on the C.J. Stroud front. I'll give you those thoughts as well as clear up any misunderstanding of where my concern level is with C.J. Stroud not throwing at OTAs. I hope I didn't ruin Seth's morning, but if I did, I hope he's listening this afternoon and put a smile on his face. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Coach D'Amico's preaching hard work to take the Texans to the next level.
Ready? The main thing what I challenge guys on is that mindset to be great. I believe in anything you try to do, if you're going to be good at it, you got to put
Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Brandon Scott is in. Real quick reminder, tomorrow is our 10th stop on the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, y'all. It's a little football Friday, a little freaky Friday, and we're going to be stopping at Christian's Tailgate up in the Energy Corridor, location 1010 Highway 6. Again, that's Christian's Tailgate, Energy Corridor, location 1010 Highway 6. We got prices, drawings, giveaways. We got $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can also register to win the big giveaway. The name slipped my dang mind. I should probably know that. But Academy Sports and Outdoors is giving away a $500 gift card along with Bud Light, Budweiser, beer for a year. That is something you register for there on location. There'll be QR codes around the place, and you can register for that as well. We're talking about bugs, and there'll be a full bar of adult beverages, plenty of food and drinks for all the kiddos, a kid-friendly location. And of course, you get a nice little dose of the drive right here on Sports Radio 610. That is tomorrow, y'all, the 10th stop of the Crawfish Circuit. Be there, baby. Come hang out with us.
Hey, man, look, my Fridays are usually stacked, Clint, but that's a good sale right there. And I got a little bit of wiggle room, and I'm gonna have a hard time not joining y'all tomorrow, man.
Don't be afraid to slide on through there, man. Don't be. We'd love to have you jump on the on the show a little bit with us. We'd enjoy having you, man.
I'm gonna consider it, man. I got a lot going on Fridays, but I'm gonna consider it, man. I like the sound of it.
Well, you're always welcome. Hell, you part of the fam. You're always welcome. Ain't even got to ask. This morning, speaking of the family, I went on with Seth and Sean this morning, boys, and it was great. I miss getting to work with Sean in the off season. During the regular season, we do the official Texans postgame show.
Yep.
So I get my fix there, work with him once a week. But those guys are so damn good at what they do in the morning, man. It was fun to go on with them.
Pendergast and Payne.
Yep, those guys right there. No matter what order you put them in, Nick. But we had a good conversation that the first half of it was about C.J. Stroud because it's the A story here in Houston. It's one of the A stories all around NFL circles. And I was just blunt and honest with my opinion of what's going on, which we've given the Drive listeners. Many a general soreness thing is silly as hell. Quarterbacks, especially ones that are wired the way that C.J. Stroud is wired, general soreness don't keep you from throwing a football for 10 or more days. You don't miss those kind of reps, that kind of action. There had to be something going on with C.J. Stroud's schedule and his shoulder, and so we got a little bit of a peek behind that curtain with DeMeco Ryans. At least acknowledging that there's a little bit of an issue there that he's dealing with, and they're load managing him and not rushing him back. But I just told Seth and him, like, I've thrown a million footballs in my time. Nobody outworked and outthrew me in the offseason. And sure, my arm got sore, but if it got sore, I just said, hey, guys, let's not throw today. Let's take a little day off and get some ice and get some treatment. And we kept that thing moving. And they asked me my level of concern. I said, look, relatively speaking, I'm very concerned. Right? Am I concerned about, him missing the season? No. But we're talking about the face of the organization, hopefully for the next 10 years, hopefully Super Bowls and AFC championships and consistent playoff runs. And we're talking about that man's right arm, right elbow, right hand, right wrist, then I'm going to be concerned. And like we talked about a little earlier, I know how important. I'm not concerned about C.J. Stroud missing training camp. I'm not concerned about C.J. Stroud missing time during the regular season. I'm simply aware of how important getting is in the offseason for quarterbacks, all quarterbacks, much less young quarterbacks with new offensive coordinators, with a new center, with new terminology, with a new slot receiver that's going to be your security blanket, along with 2 rookie receivers that are going to be expected to produce. Like, I simply know how important that work is, so I'm less concerned or worried about C.J. Stroud's shoulder, and I'm more worried and concerned about him missing these reps this time of year, and I'm more concerned about the fact that we know it's 10 to 14 days, but really how long has it been? If I told you, and I don't know this, if I told you, hey, man, C.J. Stroud missed a month to 6 weeks of the 2025 offseason leading up to training camp, well, I mean, that's a reason to be like, well, damn, wonder how far that set us back. So that's all. That's where I'm at. I feel like there was a need, B. Scott, to clear the air. I think I ruined Seth's morning. Seth said he was depressed after our conversation. I want to be clear. I am just I am a big believer in this time is extremely valuable as it relates to performing at your highest level, at or above your ceiling in the regular season. And that's the part I'm worried about, not necessarily C.J. Stroud not being ready for training camp or not being ready for the season.
Yeah, and so I got to listen to you and take what you say in stride, because you do have the real-life experience of what these type of reps and these type of workouts actually mean in the long term, or when the rubber meets the road, or when the games actually start to matter. And so you understand that in a unique kind of way. I will say that I'm probably, and since I don't, I'm probably less concerned than you are, but to the degree that I am concerned, I'm probably more concerned about more things than you are, because I'm concerned about all of it. Now, I'm not super, like, my degree of concern is fairly low, because I don't have enough answers to my questions to be more concerned than I actually am. But again, to the degree that I am, I'm concerned about right now because of the things that you're talking about. Apparently these reps matter. Who'da thunk it that practice matters? But apparently these reps matter according to conventional wisdom, and then according to what Clint Stoerner is telling us right here on the air. But then also, like, not knowing, again, we talked about this, Clint, not knowing the timeline, either past, present, or future.
Yeah.
And what do I mean by that? We don't know how long this has been going on. We don't know exactly what it is that's going on. Is it a sprain? What is this exactly? To get general soreness does not feel like an official medical diagnosis. Not that I'm a medical guy, but it's intentionally vague, so to speak, right? And then we don't have an exact and clear timeline of when this is supposed to be over. When exactly is he supposed to be throwing? So without knowing how bad is it, when did it start, how long is it going to last?
Yeah.
Then I got way more questions than answers. Into the degree that I am concerned, I'm concerned about everything. Not overly concerned, but I think a healthy amount of concerned.
Look, I think a discussion about C.J. Stroud's shoulder, elbow, wrist, hand, pec, whatever the hell it is, at this time, June 5th, when training camp cranks up, let's call it August. So you're a month and a half, almost 2 months out. I think that is equivalent to worrying about Yordan Alvarez's hand 2 months out of playoff baseball.
Yeah.
Right? We're further than that out. Hell, it's almost so. I mean, it's one of those deals where Yordan's hand and swinging a bat is very similar to C.J. Stroud's arm and throwing a football. Like, these are some of the most important players in pro sports in Houston, and some of the most important players in their respective sport, and it's literally parts of their moneymaker being broken to a certain degree. So yeah, it's anyway. That's just I wanted to clear that up. I hope Seth's having a better afternoon than he had morning. With me.
Seth is a roller coaster man.
Yeah, it was kind of. I don't ever want to be the one that. I don't ever want to be the part of the downhill roller coaster. I want to be the loop-de-loop and the side to side kind of deal. So I just hope Seth's do it. Seth's one of them guys. I damn sure don't want to depress him. So I want to stay on that good side. But that's where we sit on the C.J. Stroud thing right now. We got mandatory minicamp coming up next week. So we will keep you locked in. Stay locked and loaded on Sports Radio 16, and we will keep you updated on whether C.J. Stroud is throwing and what does that look like. All right, we got the NBA Finals starting tonight. B. Scott every damn night's watching NBA action, y'all. B. Scott's NBA Finals breakdown is next. best bets, boy, he's got to pick this thing up. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy Yard. Go Yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Pick'em game, man. Underdog is they're a leading place to make all your sports picks, and you can play right now.
For me, it's testosterone replacement therapy. It may be something else for you. You got to go find out. 5 locations around town. It's mensteclinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. Brandon Scott is in. And we got an NBA Finals series starting tonight, y'all. The Indiana Pacers at the Oklahoma City Thunder. One of them styles make fights types of matchups, man. I for one, am a big fan of this. I know you got the MVP on one end in SGA, and I know you've got a budding superstar in Halliburton on the other end.
Could y'all tell I came in the finals mood with my gear on today? I got on my Rockets 30-year anniversary gear, man.
I didn't pick up and put down what you were. I know I saw when that fella brought you that hat. He brought it to our live broadcast.
Yeah.
Last week.
And shout out to Daryl Demera, Hiram Clark, for getting me the Hiram Clark hat. I hadn't gotten a chance to say that on the air yet, so I appreciate that. I hate that I wasn't there to speak in person, but I appreciate it. Of course, with the whole B. Scott from Hiram Clark mantra and me being from there, that's the reason why he got me this hat. So shout out to him. But it goes perfectly with my 30-year anniversary Rockets gear. So I know the Rockets not in the finals, but in the spirit of the finals, in the spirit of it being 30 years since they won back-to-back, let's go out there and get it, man.
I love it, man. But, very rarely do you see – like, custom hats are hard for me to jive with a lot of times.
Yeah.
I mean, very rarely do you find one that's like, yeah, that's it. I saw when
so that's his nickname.
That's his nickname?
We're not that quite of a municipality out there in Hiram Clark to have our own official mayor.
Yeah.
But just like I've taken on B. Scott from Hiram Clark as my personal mantra, Daryl calls himself the mayor of Hiram Clark.
When Daryl brought that hat in, I was like, man, that thing's clean. I knew immediately what it was and who it was for.
Yeah.
I was a distance away. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I knew what was going on. I was like, yeah, that's clean right there. That's clean. Yeah. And then you pair it with the Rockets NBA Finals gear. I see you doing what you do. Well, look, let's talk about these NBA Finals, B. Scott. Nobody watches NBA and covers NBA closer than you and maybe Ron Hughley. And we got the finals cranking up, man. I think the right thing to do with you in the building for the last time this week is to allow you to break down these finals. Again, you got the game one of the NBA Finals tonight. The Indiana Pacers are at the Oklahoma City Thunder, and take it over, man. The floor is yours, my brother.
Yeah. So when you talk about styles make fights, what are we talking about exactly, right? We're talking about a generational type of defense and what Oklahoma City's got going on. And people don't – like, if you think I'm just using words here, like, you can go look up the numbers, and by any metric, they are one of the better defenses that you'll find in all of NBA history, okay? On top of that, of course, they got the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who I don't think I can stress enough, has had an MJ-like shooting guard season. I'm just talking about the singular season. I ain't saying he's an ex-MJ. Whoever your GOAT is, let him remain your GOAT. I'm not saying SGA is gonna reach that. But if you take this individual 2024-2025 campaign, it will stack up there with some of the great seasons that the greatest of all time ever had. So that's the style on winning. They got the MVP that controls their offense, but they got enough supporting cast to kind of go with that. But it goes with their historically great defense. Now, the Pacers buck all the trends. The way the game is supposed to slow down, the way you're not really supposed to be shooting as many threes, or certainly not supposed to shoot the three better in the playoffs than you did in the postseason. They have done that. So, and of course, I like to call them the walk them down Pacers because they constantly are coming from behind and finding themselves in these impossible situations and still not being out of it. So something's got to give. You got a front runner, and you got a team. You got a front runner in Oklahoma City, and then you got a team that has walked down every front runner that they faced in front of them, whether it be the Cleveland Cavaliers, whether it be the Boston Celtics, or I should say whether it be the Boston Celtics, or whether it be obviously in this case against the New York Knicks. They have been able to make this thing happen. So, yeah, man, it is a styles make fights type of situation for the Pacers, and I think something has got to give. Now I'm picking Oklahoma City, but I think a key part of this is going to be this Tyrese Halliburton, main guy that he's been throughout these playoffs, or is he closer to the guy that he's been in the other times when they've played Oklahoma City, when he's been a lot more passive and a lot less effective, right? He has not been a superstar quality player against Oklahoma City. It's one of the teams that he struggled with the most. And when you look at Lou Dort, Cason Wallace, Jalen Williams, and, of course, Alex Caruso, who I identified as my X factor for the Oklahoma City Thunder, that's no less than 4 guys that can give them fits. And I don't think that the Indiana Pacers, for as amazing as they've been in this run, have seen a defense quite like this, because we ain't seen too many quite like this, period.
All right, let's do this. We all agree that at least everybody in this building, me or in this studio, me, you, and Tyler Milner, we're all picking the Oklahoma City Thunder. So let's circle back to, you just gave yours away, but let's circle back to it. Just the X factor players in this particular game, which I think we're all going to end up going with Oklahoma City Thunder players, since that's who we have winning it, the X factor. But nonetheless, who is that player with the Oklahoma City Thunder that you're picking?
Yeah, I got to think that it's Alex Caruso. And the cool thing about both of the teams is that they're so deep. I mean, I don't know if there are too many wrong answers. They got a bunch of different guys that could potentially be an X factor. But if you're not going to straddle the fence and you're just going to pick a guy, for me, it's going to be Texas A&M Aggies' own Alex Caruso, or should I call him the ball? What is it? The ball Mamba?
Ball Mamba.
There then too. So the Black Mamba himself was also bald, but I ain't gonna kill the vision.
But the bald Mamba, my friend, was bald freshman year upon arrival to Texas A&M.
Yeah, no, he really
not kidding.
He really bald. Like, he got bald man energy.
I'm glad he shaved
Well,
it, man. It
that's
was rough.
about the only spot he got cheated at birth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but everything else is. I would never forget when he was still with the Lakers. I saw Alex Caruso in person, and I was like, man, that dude is gigantic. He's yoked. He's 6'6" and yoked. Like, he kind of looks like a schmuck because he's bald. This bald white guy running around there, and he doesn't look big by NBA standards.
Right.
And then you see him in person, you're like, that son gun would crush me.
That's a big dude.
He would stomp on me if he wanted to.
Right? The bald guy, it don't matter if he's white, black, Hispanic, the bald guy that doesn't necessarily always shave.
Yeah.
Just kind of leaves the stubble from time to time.
Or leaves the cul-de-sac up there.
Yeah, man, that's a tough look.
He left that cul-de-sac way too late.
He don't give a rip.
That's a tough look. You're going with Caruso.
Yeah, Alex Caruso for me, man.
I'm going with Jalen Williams, man. I mean, Jalen Williams is, I think I saw where he's averaging 22 points. I don't know if that was a playoffs or regular season, but he's averaging 22 points. He's got to do that or better in at least 4 of these games, or Oklahoma City's going to have a hard time winning. I think SGA, to your point, I mean, hell, every time you look at his over-under in points, it's 30, 31, 32. And so he's obviously going to get his, but I think it's going to take more than SGA, the MVP. I think it's going to take more than him just scoring a boatload of points. Somebody else is going to have to contribute in a big way, scoring points. I think Chet Holmgren could be a big part of that, but I got to go with Jalen Williams right now. In 22+ in 4 of these 7 games for them to win it.
Yeah, I think Jalen Williams is a fine pick. I think Chet Holmgren would make a fascinating pick. I think Isaiah Hardenstein and being able to
Afro-German,
absolutely, being able to match up with Miles Turner and some of what they got. I think on the other end, guys like Nembhard and Neesmith, these guys that have kind of played above their level, can they continue to do that? Because that will make it a lot more interesting for Indiana. Again, we're, of course, picking Oklahoma City, but if you're trying to imagine a way for Indiana to do it, those guys got to continue to play up to the level that they have. Of course, Pascal Siakam. They got a number of guys who have shot the three markedly better in the postseason than they did during the regular season. Pascal Siakam is one of them. I want to say Neesmith is another one of them. Is that going to continue against the Oklahoma City Thunder that has been really good at defending the three? Now, the NBA community debates on whether it's a defensive quality thing or a matter of luck in defending the three, but the Thunder appear to have a little bit of both when it comes to that. So I'll be interested to see how these different styles make the fight.
Looking forward to catching that NBA Finals Game 1 tonight. You got Texas Tech in the women's softball College World Series Finals as well. That goes up. First pitch is 7 o'clock. The Astros, Tyler, did you say they're under a weather delay right now?
Yes. Attention to all you Astros fans. They are under a weather delay up there in Pittsburgh at PNC Park right now. So not going to be starting on time for the Astros this afternoon.
On Tyler,
get a roof. Get a roof, PNC. Come on now.
Yeah, right. Tyler needs to get hot. This may be the worst week that he's ever had so far to date. He needs to get hot. Tyler, what you got on these best bets, my man?
It's the worst week we have had, people. I apologize to you. This is just disgusting. It's unacceptable. So we got to switch things up. Screw these baseball bets. I got 5 NBA Finals bets for you for Game 1 tonight. Here they are very quickly. I'll list them off. First, Thunder are going to win this game tonight, but I'll tell you this, the Pacers ain't going to lose by more than 10. I got the Pacers plus 10 at minus 105 in Game 1. I'm on the under in this game. Pacers at Thunder under 230 tonight in Game 1. And then 3-player props for you. We've talked a lot about this guy, the pride and joy of College Station, Texas, the Black Mamba.
Wait,
Alex.
He's not the black.
You made him black?
He is far from black.
You made him black?
But I see where
Kobe, that's my bad, bro.
You gave him a lot of credit.
You were on a roll, man.